In the 65th year of Konoha, within the Land of Fire. 3 years in the ninja world. Is this truly the Konoha I remember? Naruto stood atop a high platform, his raven black hair billowing in the wind, azure eyes surveying the village below. Indeed, he was a traveler from another world. In his past life, he was the king of assassins on Blue Star, and after completing a mission, he was enjoying a leisurely moment watching Boruto at home when an enormous truck crashed into his residence, ending his life abruptly. Upon opening his eyes again, he found himself in Naruto's body, coincidentally within the timeline of training with Jiraiya for 3 years. As his thoughts trailed off, in the next instant, whoosh, Naruto's figure vanished from the platform and reappeared on the street below. There, Tsunade and Jiraiya were engaged in animated conversation when Naruto suddenly caught their attention. "Naruto," Jiraiya called out. Tsunade's pupils widened in shock, unable to suppress her exclamation. "What? Is that Naruto? How could he have changed so drastically?" Her astonishment was understandable. Compared to his former self, Naruto's appearance and aura had transformed immensely. He had grown tall and imposing, now only slightly shorter than Jiraiya, and the stubble on his face had vanished entirely. Most striking was the change of his once brilliant golden hair, now replaced by a proud, dark mane. The contrast of his dark hair and resplendent azure eyes, coupled with his stern visage, exuded an air of aloofness, reminiscent of a proud figure walking the path of a ninja. Moreover, Naruto radiated an icy aura that conveyed an unparalleled killing intent, one that transcended the boundaries of time and space before Tsunade could utter another word. Naruto lifted his gaze and addressed Jiraiya nonchalantly. "Pervy sage, if there's nothing else, I shall take my leave." Without waiting for a response, he turned and strode toward the heart of Konoha. "Ah, very well," Jiraiya sighed, watching Naruto's retreating figure with a sense of resignation. Tsunade, unable to contain her curiosity, inquired urgently, "Jiraiya, what has Naruto experienced over these 3 years? His demeanor and appearance have changed so much." Sighing deeply, Jiraiya leaned against a nearby post, a complex expression swirling in his eyes. Ever since the Nine-Tails chakra incident, Naruto has transformed. Perhaps it's the consequence of the Nine-Tails influence. But more astonishing than his physical changes is the prodigious talent he has exhibited since. At this point, Jiraiya paused, his expression turning grave, his voice trembling. "I have never witnessed such a level of genius. He has mastered all my techniques, and even surpassed me by far." In Konoha's core district, Naruto ambled along the street, his brilliant azure gaze scanning the shops as he remarked, "Konoha is indeed quite impressive. To be fair, Konoha, as a pinnacle of the ninja world, boasts an unparalleled prosperity. At least, none of the nations Naruto had visited in the past 3 years could compare. This was undoubtedly due to the Land of Fire's geographical advantages. It was no wonder that other nations regarded the Land of Fire as a coveted prize. However, at that moment, in stark contrast to Naruto's tranquil demeanor, the townsfolk appeared utterly terrified, maintaining a safe distance from him, as though they had just consumed something unpleasant. Their faces were filled with dread as they whispered among themselves. "How frightening! Who is he? Why does he exude such an icy aura, as if he could take my life at any moment? That face seems familiar. I feel like I've seen it before, but I can't quite place it. Wait, I understand now why it feels so cold. This is killing intent. It's even more terrifying than Orochimaru's 3 years ago." Despite the widespread fear of the unknown, there remained a few brave souls. For instance, at that moment, a young child, perhaps 5 or 6 years old, boldly approached Naruto. With an innocent fist, he struck Naruto's knee, exclaiming, "Who are you, outsider? I've never seen you before. You're so cold. I dislike you. Hurry up and leave Konoha." Truly, one could say that this child, unafraid of tigers, was audacious. The scene startled the onlookers, yet the child's parents seemed absent, offering no intervention. Naruto, observing this, allowed a glint of amusement to flash in his azure eyes as he gently crouched down and asked, "Little one, before you concern yourself with who I am, may I inquire about your dreams?" The boy paused, but being a child imbued with the will of fire, he quickly regained his composure. With hands on his hips and a proud expression, he declared, "My dream is to become Hokage, to inherit the will of fire." Someone like you could never understand that. Oh, is that so? Naruto replied, feigning contemplation. Then, to the astonishment of the gathered crowd, Naruto placed his hand atop the boy's head, ruffling his hair playfully, and said with a smile, "Keep it up, little one. I promise I won't let your dream come true." In the next instant, a terrifying aura erupted from Naruto, accompanied by an overwhelming surge of chakra that descended upon the boy with blinding speed. Awe! The child froze, immediately engulfed in a torrent of screams, as, under the influence of Naruto's killing intent, he perceived the man before him morphing into a hellish demon intent on devouring him. "Let go of me! I was wrong. Please, let go!" The boy howled in despair, yearning to escape, yet Naruto's grip held him firmly, rendering him immobile. In truth, Naruto remained relatively gentle. After all, there was no rule stating that a killer must always maintain a cold demeanor. However, regarding this particular child, he felt no remorse. The chilling pressure surged into the boy's very soul, relentless and unyielding. Soon, the child began to tremble violently, his gaze becoming vacant. Eventually, drool escaped his lips, and he muttered incoherently, "Abba, Abba," appearing utterly stupefied. Afterward, even if he recovered, he would only be fit to be a sugar figurine. Let alone aspire to be Hokage, he wouldn't even qualify to be a shadow of Danzo. Seeing this, Naruto withdrew his hand, a hint of satisfaction gleaming in his gaze as he chuckled. "Ah, how delightful! I've done a good deed today." However, just as his words hung in the air, a virtual blue panel materialized before him. Beep! Detected immoral behavior from the host. System activated. "Oh, a system? It arrives just now." Naruto blinked in surprise, then burst into laughter. "Well, I suppose it adds a touch of amusement to this mundane life." 3 years prior, after being forcibly transported here as the king of assassins, his soul had perfectly absorbed the original Naruto's essence, fully merging with all his attributes. At that moment, the Nine-Tails within the original had succumbed to this new soul's power, falling into a deep slumber. Moreover, Naruto's physical shortcomings were rectified post-fusion of souls, even awakening the ability to wield all 5 elemental chakras. From that point onward, he evolved into a super genius. The strength of the Uzumaki clan was fully manifested, his height surpassing that of the original work. Additionally, his golden hair transformed into his former black locks, and the stubble upon his cheeks gradually faded away. With this new physique, Naruto, as a traveler, found himself mastering everything Jiraiya taught him with consummate ease. 3 years of rigorous training have enabled him to thoroughly comprehend everything mastered by Jiraiya, surpassing even the limits of his abilities. He has even developed techniques that are uniquely his own. It can be said that Naruto now stands as one of the foremost experts in the ninja world. And now, the system has finally arrived, truly a delightful embellishment. After all, for the past 3 years, Naruto, with his terrifying talents born from the fusion of souls, has never faced hardship. At this thought, Naruto's eyes flickered, and a subtle smile graced his lips as he inquired, "System, what is your function?" "Ding! This system is named the I do not eat beef system. Having traversed into the role of a prince, I must adhere to my principle of not consuming beef. The host may inflict pain upon others through actions to earn villain points. Accumulating a certain amount of villain points can unlock random abilities and items. It may also be utilized to enhance the host's own capabilities. The host can mobilize mental energy to activate the system at any time. Current host abilities: Malevolent Aura. Peak. 5 Natures Rasengan. Peak. Sage Mode. Mastery 99 Progress Sage Art. Super Large Jade 5 Natures Great Raisin Shuriken. Mastery 93 Progress Shadow Clone Technique. Peak. Mayaboku Mountain Summoning Technique. Peak. Earth Release. Yellow Springs Marsh. Peak. Sage Art. 5 Right Guards. Peak. Illusion Immunity. Peak. Seduction Technique. Peak. Current Villain Points. Absent. The host is advised to perform more good deeds. Villainous actions? Upon seeing this, a glint of amusement sparkled in Naruto's azure eyes, and he grinned, continuing, "Is that so?" In the very next instant, a terrifying wave of murderous intent, far more potent than before and seemingly manifesting as a demonic shape in the air, erupted from Naruto. accompanied by an overwhelming surge of chakra that violently pressed outward. The ground beneath him cracked like a spider's web, with the fissures widening continuously. What is he planning? The crowd, feeling the oppressive force, was engulfed in terror, their bodies trembling uncontrollably. Yet, in stark contrast to their fear, Naruto wore a grin, with a hint of delight in his gaze. This moment, the virtual panel before him began to shift wildly. The chakra pressure has intimidated Ikuin Yamada. Villain points 0.3. Murderous intent caused Yamamoto Sage to urinate. Villain points 1. Ding. Villain points have reached 50. Unlocking the Sharingan. Current villain points. 59 inches an instant. A mysterious power surged into his eyes, and his chakra experienced a slight enhancement. The Sharingan? I am quite eager for a meeting with the white-clad Sasuke in white. Child, do you intend to kill me? Chapter 2. Apologies, I do not eat pork. With that, Naruto summoned his newfound power. In an instant, a vivid crimson hue surged into his pupils, and the blood-inked single tomo of the Sharingan slowly emerged, radiating the unique pride of the Uchiha clan, akin to the brilliant stars in the night sky. Indeed, this was the legendary Sharingan. Is this truly the Sharingan? Naruto delicately traced the contour of his eye with his fingers, a proud smile gracing his lips. This power was trivial. Indeed, in comparison to Naruto's current prowess, the single tomo Sharingan seemed no more than a child's toy, utterly insignificant. Even the kaleidoscopic Sharingan appeared somewhat naive. Only the mesmerizing eternal Mangekyou Sharingan could capture his attention. Naruto then gently closed his eyes. When he reopened them, the blood-red Sharingan had quietly receded, and the azure eyes of the Namikaze lineage once again shimmered in the world, due to the aura of menace he exuded. The onlookers were entirely oblivious to the transformation that had just occurred in his gaze. After all, they were nearly paralyzed by fear, leaving little room for distraction. How blissful it is. Naruto smiled faintly, then turned his attention to the system panel, revealing a flicker of confusion. Has my Sage Mode not yet reached its pinnacle? Momentarily distracted by his display of power, Naruto had only cast a cursory glance at the panel, only now noticing this slight discrepancy. Compared to the progress of his 5 natures spiraling shuriken, Naruto could comprehend this, for he knew that technique had yet to attain perfection. However, he had always believed his Sage Mode was already cultivated to the utmost level. Even the great sage Fukasaku had once praised him as the most gifted practitioner of sage arts in a millennium. Contemplating this, Naruto, filled with curiosity, probed the section regarding Sage Mode with his mental energy. Instantly, the panel transformed. Sage Mode. Mastery. Progress 99. Advancement requirement. 500 evil points. Ultimate Sage Mode. No charge required. One becomes a child of nature, capable of instantaneously entering Sage Mode and simultaneously attaining a transcendent state, free from the constraints of time. Goodness. Naruto gazed in awe at this revelation. It turns out that the sage arts of Mount Myaboku could be activated as swiftly as those of Senju Hashirama. It was merely that his own training had yet to reach such heights. Moreover, even the most critical time limitation of Sage Mode had been flawlessly mitigated. Were it not for the system, he might never have pursued Sage Mode again, forever stagnating at this stage. At this thought, a wry smile crossed Naruto's face. Indeed, arrogance is the most formidable weapon that can destroy a person. This must not happen again in the future. With that, Naruto reined in his killing intent, disregarding the seemingly innocent child before him and the crowd surrounding them, striding directly towards the Ichiraku ramen shop. At this moment, Naruto felt a pang of hunger. Given the original host's profound admiration for Ichiraku ramen, he resolved to savor its flavors. Subsequently, he would gradually acquire the evil points. As the oppressive atmosphere dissipated, the intense pressure weighing upon the crowd slowly lifted, yet they still regarded Naruto's departing figure with lingering trepidation. Some of the ninjas among them hastily departed to inform their superiors. However, just as Naruto was about to turn away, a sharp, piercing whisper floated into his ears. That damn brat, where did he crawl out from? Though I have never seen him before, he is as loathsome as that fox spirit from long ago. Oh, is this a dual insult aimed at me? Naruto abruptly turned his head, a sinister smile gracing his features as he fixed his gaze upon the source of the voice. Before him stood a stout middle-aged woman, resembling a small mountain in stature, exuding an air of affluence. She was positioned at the entrance of a lavishly decorated tonkatsu ramen shop. Beside her stood a bald man, evidently her husband. The bald man wore a furious expression, indignantly exclaiming, "Indeed, just like that demon." However, his words were abruptly cut off. His eyes widened in alarm, resembling those of a startled rabbit, as he trembled, clearly having sensed Naruto's gaze upon them. "Husband, what is the matter?" the middle-aged woman questioned with concern, her gaze following that of her husband. In an instant, cold sweat drenched her back, and her pupils quivered in fear. For at that moment, Naruto was approaching their establishment with an eerie smile. Despite the surrounding crowd's initial fear, some individuals allowed their curiosity to overpower their apprehension, maintaining a safe distance while trailing behind Naruto, eager to witness the unfolding drama. Naruto glanced up at the shop sign, a slight smile forming on his lips. This shall be the place. I wonder if the ramen contains pork or scallions. No sooner had he voiced his thoughts than the notifications appeared. I have terror. 0. 5 evil points from Shimizu Wolf. I have terror. 0. 5 evil points from Shimizu Hanlon. I haven't done anything at all. Naruto chuckled wryly, casting a glance at their names. A flicker of realization crossed his eyes. They belonged to the Shimizu clan, which likely meant the ramen was abundant in scallions. As soon as the thought crossed his mind, Naruto stepped into the shop. The couple trembled, their eyes betraying their overwhelming fear. They were uncertain whether Naruto had overheard their previous remarks. After all, if he had, the murderous aura he had just unleashed could have easily claimed their lives dozens of times over. They were certain they would not survive long enough for the enforcers to arrive. As the couple's hearts raced with dread, Naruto reassured them, do not be alarmed. I merely seek a meal. With a knowing smile, he seated himself at a dining chair and added, please bring me a bowl of tonkatsu ramen. Thank you. Upon hearing this, the couple exchanged incredulous glances, as if struck by lightning, their hearts filled with confusion. Could it be that he had not heard their words and was genuinely here for ramen? As they redirected their gaze toward Naruto, his sincere demeanor dispelled much of their fear. Shimizu Wolf hurriedly bowed, speaking with utmost respect. Certainly, my lord, please wait a moment. I will fetch it right away. Allow me to pour you a cup of water, Shimizu Hanlon added, not daring to show any tardiness, quickly pouring tea for Naruto. However, just as she finished, Naruto's gentle yet chilling words pierced her ears. Madam, I rather enjoyed your earlier remarks. Perhaps you could repeat them? At that moment, Shimizu Hanlon felt as though her soul was gripped tightly by the hand of death, cold sweat trickling down her forehead. Yet, driven by an overwhelming desire to survive, she feigned confusion. My lord, you jest. How could I dare insult you? In her heart, she fervently hoped that the enforcers of Konoha would arrive swiftly. Unfortunately, Naruto seemed oblivious, continuing, no matter whether you insult me or not is inconsequential. Let us play a game. Let us wager on whether or not the ramen contains scallions. If it does, you may find yourselves meeting the first Hokage. With that, a smirk creased Naruto's lips, his posture straightening, resembling a cold reaper poised to deliver judgment. Upon hearing this, Shimizu Hanlon's eyes widened, filled with rage, as she realized her husband's fondness for scallions. She immediately shouted in protest. How could you do this? I am a member of the Shimura clan, and Lord Danzo will never let you off lightly. Yet, Naruto remained unfazed. Observing this, Shimura Hanlon felt an overwhelming sense of urgency and attempted to flee. Unfortunately, in the next instant, a chilling aura of murderous intent engulfed her entire being. Naruto's cold voice followed like a biting wind. Before the noodles hit the table, any movement results in death. Rest assured, I always keep my word and honor my bets. However, I suspect there will be plenty of green onions in that bowl. As his words fell, Shimura Hanlon's body became unnaturally rigid. She dared not move an inch. For the oppressive aura was too terrifying. She could only place all her hopes on that bowl of ramen. Moments later, a hearty laugh echoed. Ah, here comes the noodles. Shimura Yelon emerged from the kitchen, beaming with joy, presenting a steaming bowl of fragrant tonkatsu ramen. When the bowl was placed before Naruto, Shimura Hanlon hastily turned her gaze. To her astonishment, several enormous pieces of pork bone adorned the ramen like exquisite works of art, complemented by an array of rich toppings that made one's mouth water. However, to her surprise, there appeared to be no sign of green onions. What? No green onions? We survived. Shimura Yelon, oblivious to the wager between the two, noticed this detail and immediately displayed a look of panic on his face. Trembling, he stammered, my lord. I sincerely apologize, it was my oversight. I forgot to add the green onions. I shall rectify this at once. However, Shimura Hanlon, feeling a wave of relief, grabbed him with joy radiating from her face, gasping, it's fine, my lord does not like green onions. Is that so? Shimura Yelon murmured to himself. At that moment, Naruto gazed at the ramen before him, and then at Shimura Hanlon's excited expression, unable to suppress a smile that revealed his pearly white teeth. I'm sorry, I do not eat pork. As he spoke, his right hand suddenly opened wide. Fire release, great flame Rasengan. In an instant, chakra surged wildly toward his palm, forming a red spiral that radiated extreme heat, resembling a burning sun. Then, to the disbelief of the onlookers, this great flame Rasengan surged violently toward the two. With no means of escape, they howled in agony as they were engulfed by the fiery sphere. The next moment, the notifications rang out. Great flame Rasengan obliterates Shimura Yelon and Shimura Hanlon. Evil points 3. Ding. Host, you dropped a coin. Will you pick it up? Chapter 3. Who dares to weigh me? Let Danzo come. Upon witnessing the scene, Naruto was momentarily taken aback, only to break into a bemused chuckle. Oh, system. I simply lack enthusiasm for pork. Why must you resort to veiled insults? Ding. The ATM has malfunctioned. Host, what about your currency? All right. Naruto hastily waved his hand, eager to end the topic. Goodness, is this system akin to a troll from the village? As this thought crossed his mind, Naruto cast his gaze upon the two figures, now reduced to charred remains by his fire release, spiraling sphere, whose anguished cries had been silenced. Suddenly, a smile graced his lips. It appeared he had developed a newfound fondness for pork. With that, he leisurely picked up his chopsticks and savored the last bowl of tonkatsu ramen offered by the restaurant. In stark contrast to Naruto's composure, the onlookers were engulfed in disbelief and shock. It was unfathomable that this dark-haired man dared to commit murder openly in Konoha, in the realm of the great nations. Such brazen acts were typically reserved for perverse individuals like Orochimaru. Surely, Konoha would not let this man escape unscathed. Before the crowd could recover from their astonishment, a tempestuous wind roared around them. In the next moment, dozens of figures emerged, all donning various animal masks and clad in uniform attire, exuding an air of chilling menace. These individuals were none other than the Anbu, the elite enforcement unit directly under the Hokage's command. Seeing them, the onlookers felt a wave of relief wash over them, as if a savior had descended from the heavens. Wonderful. It's the Anbu. That man is finished. However, before the crowd could finish their exclamations, another group of figures appeared, dressed in slightly different attire from the Anbu. There was no need for speculation. They must be from the Root organization. Naruto, of course, noticed this turn of events but feigned ignorance, continuing to enjoy his ramen while directing his attention to the system panel that had materialized before him. Evil value, 63. Looking at the modest increase in his evil value, derived from the unfortunate couple he had just dispatched, Naruto felt a twinge of confusion. Could it be that his earlier actions had not instilled fear in the hearts of the onlookers? Yet, he quickly deduced the reasoning behind this. It appeared that only those he personally deemed as targets would yield evil value from his actions, and this crowd clearly did not fall within that scope. At this moment, the Anbu team leader, Sarutobi Aoyama, began to grasp the situation's gravity. Observing the two charred bodies and the unperturbed Naruto still enjoying his meal, his expression grew serious, and he commanded, "Anbu, surround the target." With that, the Anbu swiftly encircled the ramen shop, weapons drawn, emanating a palpable aura of hostility. Sarutobi Aoyama approached cautiously and demanded, "Who are you, and what grievance do you hold against them that would compel you to take such drastic measures?" Naruto, having just savored his meal, lifted his cup of hot tea and replied nonchalantly, "No particular grudge, I suppose. If I must say, they did insult me." "What?" Sarutobi Aoyama's forehead twitched with incredulity. He found it unfathomable that this individual had ruthlessly eliminated 2 lives merely for a couple of insults. Just as he prepared to order Naruto's arrest in a fit of rage, one Anbu member suddenly exclaimed, "Wait, that's him. It's Naruto Uzumaki." A wave of disbelief rippled through the crowd. "Impossible. Naruto Uzumaki left the village with Lord Jiraiya for training." Someone questioned incredulously. "Indeed. Furthermore, this man has dark hair and a commanding presence. How could he possibly be that little brat?" Another chimed in. Yet, despite the skepticism, the Anbu member remained resolute, pointing at Naruto and exclaiming, "I would not mistake him. It has been 3 years. People grow, and though he has transformed significantly, I can still recognize him." As the crowd focused intently on Naruto's visage, the features of the once awkward young boy began to align seamlessly with the present Naruto, save for the hair color. In that instant, the onlookers were struck dumb, their eyes widening in shock, jaws nearly dropping to the ground, an expression akin to witnessing a ghost. Unfazed, Naruto rose slowly from his seat and made his way toward the exit. He was not one to indiscriminately slay the innocent. As long as they did not provoke him, he was willing to grant them mercy. However, the others harbored no such thoughts. The Root members, who had been merely observing, snapped back to reality upon confirming Naruto's identity, their ambition surging forth. The Root team leader, Ito Kaku, leapt forward, shouting, "You will not escape. Naruto Uzumaki, you are utterly deranged to dare harm one of Lord Danzo's kin. Surrender, and come with us to face justice." As his words echoed, the Root members joined forces with the Anbu to encircle Naruto. Sarutobi Aoyama cast a cold glance at the Root members, fully aware of their motives, especially given Danzo's notorious obsession with the Nine-Tails. Nevertheless, the immediate priority was to subdue Naruto and deliver him to the Hokage for judgment. With this in mind, Sarutobi Aoyama raised his hand, poised to issue the command to apprehend Naruto. Yet, Naruto merely smirked, a playful smile dancing on his lips as he remarked, "Isn't it normal to impose a slight punishment when insulted?" A slight punishment. The crowd's expressions shifted dramatically, as if they had received a resounding slap. Incredulous at the sight of the charred corpses. "Is this what you call a slight punishment?" Ito Kaku seized upon Naruto's words, amplifying the gravity of his crimes with a fierce shout. "You are inhuman. To take a life over mere insults. After all Konoha has invested in you, have you cast aside the will of fire?" The will of fire. Naruto murmured, a hint of disdain creeping into his smile. Is that what you call it? A lighter? At his words, the crowd trembled in disbelief. They could not fathom that Naruto would not only commit murder in broad daylight, but would also so irreverently mock the will of fire. This was tantamount to treason. Humph. Ito Kaku's anger transformed into a mocking grin. His objective had been achieved. Naruto was now ensnared, with no way to escape Danzo's clutches. Thinking this, he gestured forcefully, shouting, "Let the root measure you properly. Root members, apprehend him." With that command, the air was thick with tension as Ito Kaku and the root members surged forward, weapons raised, aiming to strike down Naruto. But Naruto remained utterly unfazed. Suddenly, his form flickered, and in an instant, he vanished from sight. What happened? Where did he go? Ito Kaku was momentarily stunned, before he could utter another word. In the next heartbeat, whoosh, Naruto's figure reappeared behind Ito Kaku, right leg raised with tremendous force, crashing down upon him. Ito Kaku was instantly driven into the ground, unable to move an inch. Before the crowd could even process the shocking turn of events, Naruto had already completed the hand seals and suddenly struck the ground with great force. Earth-style, Yellow Spring Swamp. In an instant, the earth trembled violently as if disturbed by a colossal beast, and then the surface split open, unleashing an incredibly terrifying, earth-toned swamp that emanated an overwhelming power to consume all. In the blink of an eye, it devoured all the nearby roots, rendering them utterly immobile. Within mere moments, he had vanquished all the roots present. At this moment, Naruto stood atop the head of Itachi, his azure eyes surveying the crowd below, proclaiming with pride, "Do a few roots dare to measure themselves against me? Bring Danzo forth." Chapter 4. Listening to the lament of death silence. A deathly stillness enveloped the scene, instilling a palpable fear that rendered the atmosphere exceedingly bizarre. Gulp. The sounds of swallowed breaths echoed among the crowd, a testament to their trepidation. The Anbu, who had initially intended to coordinate with the root, now stood frozen and bewildered. Their hesitation was not born from reluctance, but from the sheer shock of the preceding moments. The overwhelming physical prowess, obscured in its intensity, and the terrifyingly swift deployment of large-scale ninjutsu had incapacitated over a dozen root members in an instant. Each act served as a stark proclamation. Naruto was no ordinary ninja. He had transcended to a level akin to that of a shadow. Unperturbed by the expressions of the disarrayed crowd, Naruto's gaze remained cold and indifferent, fixated on the system panel before him. In the presence of others, instantaneously subduing 13 root ninjas. Evil value 26. So much. Naruto murmured softly, quickly finding solace in the realization. He surmised that the stronger the target, the greater the evil value accrued. Without further hesitation, he surveyed the scene with a gaze imbued with murderous intent. The foolish masses would only come to understand reality through death. At that moment, Naruto's right hand swept through the air decisively. Realizing Naruto's intentions, Sarutobi Akiyama hastily interjected. "Naruto Uzumaki, stop. If you proceed, there will be no turning back." Alas, this warning transformed into the final lament of the root members. In the next instant, a chilling aura emanated from the nether swamp, its turbulence intensifying as it greedily engulfed the ensnared root ninjas. "Let me out. It hurts too much." Their anguished cries echoed, but the nether swamp, akin to a demon's maw, consumed them entirely, leaving only a pile of bones to dissolve into the ether. Thoroughly eradicated 13 root ninjas, evil value 35. Evil value 124, how terrifying. He must be a demon. No, even demons do not evoke such dread. The onlookers felt as though they had plunged into an icy abyss, ensnared in an unending terror, their bodies trembling involuntarily. Meanwhile, Sarutobi Akiyama's rage ignited, and he reproached, "Naruto Uzumaki, do you even realize the magnitude of your sins? These are your comrades from Konoha." His words sliced through the crowd, pulling them from the depths of fear, prompting a chorus of agreement. "Yes, they are Konoha's kin. Why do you slaughter them so ruthlessly? You are a beast devoid of humanity, deserving of death. The Hokage and Danzo will not let you escape." The air was thick with furious outcries and denouncements directed at Naruto. Humanity, how laughable it is. As if the backing of a collective grants won the license to act without consequence. Yet, Naruto, driven by a murderous resolve, would show them no mercy. Konoha's kin? The memories of his childhood lingered vividly in his mind. A sly smile crept upon Naruto's lips as he gazed at the crowd. At his words, they instinctively recoiled, for almost all present had tormented Naruto with their words in the past. Sarutobi Akiyama found himself at a loss for words. But then, recalling something, he bellowed once more, "Naruto Uzumaki, have you forgotten the third Hokage's kindness towards you? He defied opposition to allow you into the ninja academy. Without his protection, you would not have survived to this day. His affection for you surpassed even that for his own grandson." The previously guilt-ridden crowd now regained their indignation, rallying to condemn Naruto. "Indeed, how can you be so ungrateful, a wretched wolf that forgets its benefactor?" The QB is truly a demon. No matter how you try to change, your evil nature remains. Our harsh words were merely to help you grow, without our urging. Could you have achieved what you have today? The cacophony of their accusations fell upon Naruto like a torrential storm, deepening the darkness on his countenance. He had woefully underestimated the depths of Konoha's shamelessness. Then, unexpectedly, Naruto erupted into maniacal laughter, the sound akin to a night owl's eerie call. His smile contorting grotesquely. The third Hokage's grace? Greater than that for his own grandson? You're nurturing? At this point, he covered his eyes with one hand. His sinister grin growing more audacious, as if it might tear through his very skin. You mean enduring hunger alone, with no friends, facing scorn and ridicule wherever I went? Is that your idea of a gift or training? Would you like that for yourselves? The crowd, struck dumb, found themselves at a loss for words. Enough. I can only imagine you will find a way to justify yourselves again. Naruto slowly withdrew his hand from his eyes, his azure gaze glinting with a chilling, murderous intent. However, you have successfully provoked my wrath. I shall send you to hell as a reward. In the instant his words fell, a terrifying aura exploded from within Naruto, coupled with an overwhelming surge of chakra that crashed down upon the assembly. Without any doubt, every individual present felt their bodies bend under the oppressive weight, becoming rigid in fear. Manifested killing intent terrifies Sarutobi Akiyama, Yamashiro Omen, Tanaka Minya. Evil value 51. What do you intend to do? Sarutobi Akiyama roared, his voice strained. Simultaneously, he regretted not waiting for other Anbu teams to arrive. Now, they were isolated and vulnerable. Yet Naruto seemed oblivious, his body radiating an extraordinary chakra. This chakra, akin to meteors, surged into his outstretched right hand. In an instant, a Rasengan materialized in his palm, swirling with a tempestuous wind of fearsome chakra. Fusion, compression, rotation. The cutting winds began to take form. In the next heartbeat, amidst the crowd's astonished gazes, a devastatingly rotating spiral, enveloped in cutting winds and emanating a force capable of obliterating all, emerged. Undoubtedly, this was the wind release, Spiraling Shuriken. After 3 years of meticulous refinement, even in his normal state, Naruto could wield this technique with devastating efficiency. What kind of technique is this? So terrifying. Are we to die? As the crowd witnessed this spectacle, the specter of death loomed larger. One by one, they disregarded their fear and fled desperately from Naruto's oppressive presence. Yet, all efforts were in vain. Some barely covered a few dozen paces before being forcibly thrown back by a multitude of black figures. No one could escape this fate. Shadow clones. Such speed. I can't even see his hand signs. Sarutobi Akiyama's voice trembled in horror. Those shadowy figures gradually revealed their true forms, and to their astonishment, they were all Naruto. This was a tactic Naruto had employed over the past 3 years to eliminate bandits, ensuring no one escaped to tell the tale. After all, weeds cannot be entirely eradicated. They will sprout again with the spring breeze. If they do not perish, my heart shall not find peace. A smile played upon Naruto's lips as he softly declared, "Listen to your lament of death." As the words fell, Naruto flicked his wrist, preparing to launch the Rasengan. Suddenly, a thunderous shout echoed from afar. "Naruto, halt!" Upon hearing this, Naruto's gaze lifted slightly, directing his attention towards the source of the voice. There, he beheld Jiraiya and Tsunade, leading a cadre of elite shinobi, swiftly approaching, their figures growing larger as they drew near. The voice belonged to none other than Jiraiya. They had finally arrived. Sarutobi Akatsuki's face lit up with joy, an expression of sheer elation illuminating his features. "Wonderful. It's Lord Jiraiya and his team. We are saved." The others, too, breathed a sigh of relief, their faces reflecting the exuberance of having survived a dire ordeal. After all, it was no secret that Naruto was Jiraiya's disciple. Surely, Naruto would heed his mentor's counsel. Alas, this was merely a fanciful hope held by the onlookers. Naruto cast only a fleeting glance before resolutely discarding the Rasengan in his hand. In an instant, a thunderous roar erupted. The Rasengan, like a meteor slicing through the void, emanated an overwhelming and terrifying pressure, descending with a cataclysmic force. The shrill sound of the spiraling jutsu mirrored the anguished wails of despair from the crowd. In the depths of hopelessness, let them weep. Chapter 5. Increasingly experienced infants. In an instant, the spiraling shuriken plummeted downwards. There was no suspense, nor any glimmer of hope. Amidst the incredulous gazes of Jiraiya and the others, a thunderous explosion erupted within the ranks of Sarutobi Akihara and his companions, resembling a dazzling orb of light. The overwhelming power of wind intertwined violently, ruthlessly slicing through the bodies of all present without leaving a single escape route. Simultaneously, the ferocious shockwaves surged outward, causing buildings to tremble and the ground to fracture. The villagers within Sunagakure turned their heads in alarm. In another part of the village, Shikamaru's expression suddenly tightened. What was happening over there? Beside him stood several figures, including Sakura and the other members of the Konoha 12. who had come to reconnect with him upon hearing of Naruto's return. To their dismay, they found that such a terrifying explosion had occurred within the village. A sense of unease began to fester within Sakura's heart, prompting her to suggest, "We should go check it out." The others nodded gravely in agreement and instantly moved toward the site of the explosion. Simultaneously, other villagers also rushed toward the source of the chaos. At the scene, Jiraiya and the others could only pause, bracing themselves against the aftermath of the explosion. Moments later, the suffocating blast gradually subsided. Wind release, Spiraling Shuriken has slain Sarutobi Akahara. Okada Gensho, Evil Points 169. Evil Points, 344, how splendid. Naruto beamed at the panel before him, merely by enjoying a bowl of ramen. He had reaped such an abundance of evil points. Who wouldn't he be elated by such fortuitous occurrences? Furthermore, he could send these individuals to the Western Paradise for free, akin to a living bodhisattva. Before Naruto could fully grasp the situation, Jiraiya swiftly appeared beside him, his eyes widening in horror as he surveyed the devastation. Where even the bodies of the deceased had been obliterated, his face turned ashen, and he seized Naruto's shoulders, roaring hoarsely, "Naruto, do you even realize what you have done?" Yet, Naruto maintained a smile, his eyes glimmering. The perverse sage. They insulted me and stirred painful memories. Sending them my spiraling shuriken in return hardly seems excessive. Does it? You. Jiraiya was struck dumb, trembling like a leaf in the wind, rendered speechless. After all, Naruto was the prophesied child he had come to believe in. Yet, he had committed such a shocking act. At that moment, Tsunade and the others had also arrived at Naruto's side. The individuals with her were the pillars of Konoha, elite jounin including Kakashi and Might Guy. However, their pupils dilated in disbelief as they took in the gruesome scene and the calm demeanor of Naruto. Tsunade had already conveyed Naruto's current appearance during their journey, so they could accept his transformed visage. They could also comprehend the use of such a devastating, wide-area technique. However, the fact that he had returned only to massacre dozens of Konoha's citizens was utterly appalling. Although Tsunade harbored a deep disdain for those who employed words to attack others, she could not condone such a horrific slaughter. This was undoubtedly one of the most terrifying events in Konoha's history since its establishment. What was more critical was that most of the deceased were civilians. As this thought crossed her mind, Tsunade's fury surged. She violently pushed Jiraiya aside and seized Naruto by the collar, her voice laced with authority as she chastised, "Naruto, what kind of dark arts have you been practicing over these past 3 years to become so brutal? Did you not vow to become Hokage? Why commit such inhumane acts?" With those words, Tsunade's heart felt as if it were being torn apart. She had always viewed Naruto as the embodiment of hope, which was why she had resolutely returned to assume the role of Hokage. Yet now, before everyone, he had killed so many. How could she defend him? Even though Naruto, as a Jinchuriki, would not face execution, he would surely be shackled with heavy chains, imprisoned in eternal darkness. Tsunade Baba Naruto's lips curled into a slight smirk as he pointed at the remnants on the ground, a mocking smile gracing his face. "I told you they insulted me, so I killed them." Before Tsunade could respond, Kakashi, the guiding jounin of Team 7, could no longer contain himself. He stepped forward urgently, his tone frantic. "Naruto, stop talking nonsense. Lady Tsunade, there must be a misunderstanding." He rushed to separate the two, but Naruto, upon noticing, lifted his gaze in surprise. Kakashi was stepping forward to defend him. In a fleeting moment, Naruto realized the reason. 3 years prior, during the battle at the Valley of the End, Kakashi had arrived too late to prevent the mutual slaughter of his students. Now, with the Watergate team reduced to him alone, Kakashi surely did not wish to see a repeat of that tragedy, prompting him to stand up for Naruto with this thought. Naruto nodded slightly. Kakashi was not a bad guy. If an opportunity arose, he would surely retrieve Obito's eyes for him. "Tsunade, the Jinchuriki is out of control. This matter should be entrusted to me," Jiraiya remarked with a forlorn expression. Suppressing her anger to prevent the situation from escalating, Tsunade nodded in agreement. "Very well." She then led Naruto toward the Hokage building, surrounded by Kakashi and the other elite jounin to prevent any further issues. Unfortunately, things did not unfold as they had hoped. The remaining villagers, who had managed to escape the initial chaos, now surged toward the scene like a tidal wave. Their faces were contorted with rage as they shouted, "Hokage-sama! The nine-tailed fox has gone mad. Quickly slay him. Indeed, how dare he slaughter so many of our comrades? He shall not escape death. If we do not bring him to justice immediately, we will petition the daimyo for your removal." The crowd's anger swelled, becoming impossible to contain. Simultaneously, more and more ninjas arrived from afar. The expressions of Tsunade and the others grew grim as the worst-case scenario unfolded. The situation had spiraled out of control. In stark contrast to their expressions, Naruto's eyes sparkled with excitement, his grin widening. Another wave of bountiful experience points. Just as Tsunade prepared to dispatch the Anbu to disperse the surrounding villagers, 3 pivotal figures finally emerged. At that moment, from a distance, Shattering Danzo, resembling a weary old ox, leaned on his cane, flanked by 2 advisors, as he stumbled through the crowd to confront them. Suddenly, the air was pierced by a cacophony of whistling sounds. In the next instant, hundreds of root ninjas appeared, encircling the scene tightly. Indeed, upon hearing of Naruto's massacre of Konoha's citizens, Danzo was nearly beside himself with excitement. For, with the Jinchuriki acting in such a manner, no one could stand in his way of seizing control. Thus, the root had mobilized entirely, intent on capturing the nine-tailed Jinchuriki, Uzumaki Naruto. Tsunade, the Jinchuriki has lost control. It is time to hand him over to me. So much experience, it will be exhilarating. Chapter 6, a solo battle against Root. If worst comes to worst, we will sink Konoha. The words of Danzo and Naruto echoed simultaneously, both of their faces adorned with an uncontrollable excitement, as if they had laid eyes upon a mesmerizing beauty. Tsunade, upon hearing this, cast a bewildered glance at Naruto. However, she refrained from questioning him and instead, with a grave expression, addressed Danzo sternly. Danzo, abandon this notion. The old man would never hand Naruto over to you, and I certainly will not. Tsunade's voice resonated through the air, carrying an undeniable authority. After speaking, she surveyed the surroundings with a hint of anger and continued. Are you attempting a coup by mobilizing Root? Instantly, the atmosphere grew exceedingly tense, as if an explosion were imminent. The ninjas of the Hokage faction immediately entered a state of alert, their eyes darting around, ever ready to respond to any sudden developments. Danzo suddenly let out a cold chuckle, his laughter jarring amidst the tension. Were it not for the large crowd, fearing for his reputation, he might have genuinely attempted a coup. After all, he had orchestrated the assassination of Hokage before. Naturally, he would not voice these thoughts aloud. Instead, he coldly regarded Tsunade and stated, Tsunade, do not place any unwarranted accusations upon me. The Jinchuriki has killed so many. Do you truly believe that you can shield him simply because you are Hokage? Tsunade, this matter is far too significant. The public demands an explanation. At this moment, Mito Gate Hayashi also spoke up. Beside him, Tsubaki nodded in agreement, exclaiming, yes, the Jinchuriki has spiraled out of control. We must rein him in. Logically, these 2 advisors would not overly support Danzo, yet the severity of the situation was simply too terrifying. As the 3 elder advisors spoke, the emotions of the surrounding crowd were once again stirred, and they immediately began to shout. Indeed, the Nine-Tails has lost all humanity. Konoha will be doomed in his hands. I suggest we execute him to eliminate future threats, or hand him over to Lord Danzo. Otherwise, we cannot find peace. Creaking, Tsunade's fists clenched tightly, and veins bulged on her forehead. Were it not for the multitude present, she would have unleashed a devastating kick to make Danzo understand who the true Hokage was. Meanwhile, Kakashi and the other Jonin wore grim expressions, the seriousness of the situation far exceeding their expectations. It was possible that Tsunade's position as Hokage was in jeopardy. Everyone, do not panic. Jiraiya's face was ashen, but he stepped forward, speaking with measured calmness. We will certainly provide everyone with a satisfactory explanation, so please remain patient. With his words, the surrounding commotion noticeably subsided. However, even if the crowd was willing to cooperate, the 3 elder advisors would not relent. After all, what of the 3 ninjas? They were once figures of immense power in Konoha. Would they fear anything? Unbeknownst to them, the situation had transformed into a standoff between the 3 ninjas and the advisory council. Whoever showed weakness would find themselves at a disadvantage in the future. At this moment, Danzo coldly addressed Jiraiya and Tsunade. You have been far too indulgent with the Jinchuriki. His icy gaze locked onto Naruto like a venomous snake. Today, for the peace of Konoha, I must. However, before he could finish, a voice laced with mockery reverberated throughout the venue. 3 old dogs. Do hundreds of ants dare to capture me? Are you all utterly foolish, or just profoundly foolish? Upon the utterance of these words, everyone present was struck dumb, gazing incredulously at the source. At this moment, Naruto had freed himself from Tsunade's grasp. He strode forward with pride, looking down upon everyone present. And that dominating proclamation had indeed come from his lips. Naruto, cease your reckless words. Return at once. Jiraiya's expression instantly hardened, as he reached out to pull Naruto back. Unfortunately, Naruto's body flickered slightly, and he had already moved several meters away. Danzo's eyes gleamed with malice, his heart filled with scorn. To be honest, Naruto's transformation was so drastic that if not for his subordinate's prior alerts, he might not have recognized him. Yet he did not expect that, despite the change in Naruto's appearance. His brash and foolish demeanor remained unchanged. To dare speak so brazenly before such a crowd was sheer audacity. No matter how Tsunade defended him, she could not prevent him from being taken away. With this thought in mind, a feigned fury appeared on Danzo's aged face, and with a thunderous shout, he declared, boldly, to dare so openly insult the advisors is truly insane and utterly inhumane. Do you wish to make an enemy of all of Konoha? As his words fell, Danzo swung his hand forcefully and commanded, Root members, prepare to capture this wretch. In an instant, whoosh, hundreds of Root ninjas swiftly drew their weapons. The glint of steel illuminating the scene, and a chilling aura of ruthlessness enveloped the area like a dark tide. Naruto's previous actions were indeed ruthless, but Tsunade would never simply watch as he was captured. Thus, she commanded, "Anbu, assemble." She immediately intended to call upon the Anbu for assistance. Meanwhile, the Jonin aligned with the Hokage stood with grave expressions, fully prepared for an imminent violent clash. However, our protagonist Naruto merely surveyed the surroundings with a dispassionate gaze before revealing a look of disdain and coldly remarking, "Make an enemy of Konoha? Then we shall simply sink Konoha." As soon as the words left his lips, Naruto swiftly formed hand seals. In an instant, bang bang bang. A series of explosions filled the air with smoke, enveloping the surroundings tightly, leaving everyone feeling as if the space had been compressed to an unbearable degree. Once the smoke began to dissipate, disbelief washed over the faces of the onlookers. For, at that moment, thousands of Narutos emerged on the scene, each resembling a fierce tiger descending a mountain, glaring fiercely at Danzo. What? 1,000 shadow clones. Most were left utterly speechless, their bodies trembling in shock. Is this still a human? It is as though he possesses some kind of cheat. Truly, a single person has become an army. Kakashi and the others, however, remained relatively composed, having grown accustomed to such spectacles. Danzo was slightly taken aback, but quickly regained his composure, waving his wrist and commanding, "Root, control the Jinchuriki." Following their leader's orders, the Root members suppressed their shock and charged at the myriad of Narutos, weapons drawn. Seeing this, Tsunade erupted with fury, bellowing, "Stop! Do you not regard me as your Hokage?" Unfortunately, the brainwashed Root members only heeded Danzo's command. The Anbu had already gathered around, and Tsunade was about to order them to prevent the unfolding chaos to protect Naruto. However, Jiraiya held her back, saying helplessly, "Let the Anbu evacuate the civilians first. Then deal with the aftermath. Naruto's strength is sufficient to handle them." Tsunade was taken aback, yet the next scene unfolded like a revelation, instantly clarifying Jiraiya's words. For in the next moment, thousands of Narutos had already engaged in a fierce battle with the Root ninjas. No sound of weapons clashing could be heard. Only the agonizing cries of flesh meeting flesh reverberated throughout the battlefield. The Root members found themselves utterly subdued by Naruto's shadow clones, rendered powerless to retaliate. In an instant, the thudding of impacts echoed as the Root members were sent scattering in all directions, crimson blood cascading like raindrops, accompanied by the chilling sound of bones snapping. Remarkably, none of Naruto's shadow clones vanished. How could this be possible? The martial prowess of these clones surpassed even that of elite Jonin. Chapter 7. The Flying Thunder God Strikes the Forbidden Deity. As the voice resonated, the figure was unceremoniously sent hurtling away, the air thick with the pungent scent of blood. A scene of unrelenting brutality. How infuriating. How could this little brat? Danzo's countenance darkened, anger spreading across his features like a dark cloud. This was a collective assault from the Root organization, despite earlier considerations for the safety of the civilians, which prevented the use of lethal force. The sheer number of skilled practitioners should have been sufficient to dominate. Yet, Naruto, single-handedly, managed to suppress them. Had the Jinchuriki truly grown this formidable in just 3 years? As this realization dawned on him, Danzo witnessed the Root members being pushed back in utter disarray and humiliation. He bellowed, "Retreat! Fall back!" Why yes, the Root ninjas, having received the order, fled in panic, resembling frightened strays as they scrambled back to Danzo's side. Their masks lay shattered, their faces bruised and battered, their once imposing demeanor utterly diminished. The shadow clones of Naruto, instead of pursuing their advantage, dissipated into wisps of smoke, having not even unleashed their full potential. After all, one cannot harvest all the chives in a single sweep. Kakashi and the other elite Jonin were engrossed in assisting the Anbu in evacuating the crowd. They were profoundly shaken by the unfolding spectacle. So powerful, incredibly powerful. Even accounting for Naruto's accumulation of chakra and shadow clones, it was still astonishingly outrageous. If a melee battle were to ensue, merely sending Naruto into the fray would suffice to crush any foreign adversaries. Such is the vigor of youth. Might Guy's eyes shimmered with envy, pondering how splendid it would be if he too could manifest so many shadow clones like Naruto. "Stop dreaming, Guy," Kakashi interjected mercilessly, sighing softly. It appeared that during his 3 years under Jiraiya's tutelage, Naruto had not only transformed his character, but also surpassed my strength. Tsunade, her expression grave, fixed her gaze upon the unfolding scene, then turned to Jiraiya, speaking in a hushed tone. "Jiraiya, even if you had forewarned me, I still find it hard to believe. Naruto's physical prowess has reached a level comparable to ours. Let us put that aside for now." Jiraiya's lips curled into a bittersweet smile, his eyes reflecting resignation. While the Root members were being soundly defeated, the true concern lay with those Naruto had slain, including members of the Anbu. How infuriating. Those vile wretches, having mocked others, now left us to clean up their mess. Tsunade, gradually coming to terms with the situation, snorted coldly. After all, within the ninja world, there were numerous instances where those lacking in strength taunted others, only to meet their demise. Regrettably, Those who had been vanquished by Naruto would never again have the chance to repent. At this moment, Naruto's attention was firmly fixed on the panel before him. Child. I am Shatura. Thousands of shadow clones fiercely defeating the Mountain S. Chiu Tiao, Oil Girl Baya. Evil value 689. Current evil value, 1033. Ding. Evil value reached 500. Unlocking S-rank lightning release technique. Purple lightning. The purple lightning dragon shocks the heavens. Ding. Evil value reached 1000. Unlocking 4th Hokage level space-time ninjutsu. Flying Thunder God. A phantom traversing 1,000 miles in an instant. In the next moment, a warm breeze akin to a spring zephyr enveloped Naruto, and he felt as though he had instantaneously mastered these two techniques. His understanding of lightning release and space-time ninjutsu deepened significantly. Unlike the reward of a single Tomo Sharingan, these two techniques began at an unparalleled level of mastery. While Naruto was still immersed in this newfound comprehension, the bystanders had already been cleared from the vicinity by the Anbu. Danzo's expression was as dark as thunderclouds as he coldly addressed Naruto. It seems you have indeed progressed in strength over these 3 years, but before me, you remain but a fledgling. Jinchuriki, bow down quickly, do not provoke my wrath. With that, Danzo struck the ground with his cane, kicking up clouds of dust, as if preparing to mete out punishment. Naruto, with a disdainful smirk, retorted, and what if I don't? You are simply an old dog who cannot even compete for the title of Hokage. In Naruto's eyes, Danzo's reliance lay solely in his Sharingan and the so-called strongest Jinjutsu, Kodowa Tsukimi. However, Naruto's soul, having fused through 2 lifetimes, had become incredibly resilient, reaching an unfathomable height. Over 3 years of adventures had led Naruto to face countless formidable foes, including many masters of Jinjutsu. Yet, their illusions had no effect on him. Thus, he held absolute confidence in his ability to resist the encroachment of Kodowa Tsukimi. Of course, the most significant factor was the glaring inscription on the system panel, Jinjutsu Immunity. How infuriating. Danzo, struck at his core, felt his pupils dilate. His visage contorted in a ghastly snarl. You will pay dearly for your words, brat. Enough of your bluster. How Naruto is handled is not for you to dictate. Tsunade could no longer remain silent and stepped forward, her voice ringing with authority. Danzo, now seething with rage yet maintaining a cold smile, addressed his 2 old friends behind him. Mito, Koharu, Tsunade has colluded with the Jinchuriki in a disgraceful partnership. I propose we strip her of her title as Hokage and report to the daimyo. What do you think? However, no response came from behind him. Confused, Danzo turned to find Mito and Koharu had already vanished. A bruised root member approached Danzo, whispering a few words. Danzo's expression darkened to an ominous shade. Those worthless fools. It turned out that Mito and Koharu had seen Naruto single-handedly, sending the root members into a panic and had chosen to flee without hesitation. Truly, they were like reeds swaying in the wind. Danzo, suppressing his seething anger, glared at Naruto with hawk-like intensity. Child, even if your physical prowess is formidable, remember that my hesitation to unleash ninjutsu was for the sake of the civilians. Do not grow too confident, no matter how strong your physical abilities. They cannot rival the might of our collective ninjutsu. With that, the root members swiftly reformed their stance, embodying the quintessential formation of collective ninjutsu. Jiraiya, witnessing this, shouted furiously, Danzo, what are you planning? How dare you employ large-scale ninjutsu within the village? Do not forget, the Anbu and we are present. Danzo's lips curled into a sinister smile. The Anbu and the J-Nin have no time to assist you now. Jiraiya and Tsunade were taken aback. Quickly glancing toward the distance, they realized, to their shock, that an ever-growing throng of civilians had surged to the periphery, each one howling for retribution against Naruto. Meanwhile, the Anbu and J-Nin were overwhelmed, struggling to manage the sheer volume of the crowd, akin to fish flooding the river. They could only exert their utmost effort to hold the line, with no strength left to support Jiraiya and Tsunade. Neither Tsunade nor Jiraiya dared to command the Anbu and J-Nin to assist, knowing that should Danzo lose control, he would stop at nothing. If the crowd were to breach their defenses while Danzo unleashed ninjutsu, the consequences would be unfathomable. At this moment, it was as if Naruto, Tsunade, and Jiraiya were standing against the entirety of the root organization, confronting the overwhelming assault of hundreds of ninjutsu. Danzo's expression was one of sinister glee. History, after all, is written by the victors. He has now developed a murderous intent towards Jiraiya and Tsunade. Once he eliminates them, others will be powerless to stop him. And he can crown himself as Hokage. Not only that, but he could also capture the Jinchuriki in one fell swoop. Truly, a double triumph. However, while Danzo remains lost in his delusions of grandeur, Naruto gradually crouches down, picking up a small stone from the ground and clasping it tightly in his hand. Upon witnessing this, Danzo erupts into a cacophony of derisive laughter. What? Are you planning to use that as a shuriken? Yet, Naruto pays him no heed, his chakra subtly pulsating in his palm. In the next moment, with a swift motion, Naruto hurls the stone, accompanied by a fierce gust of wind, hurtling towards Danzo. I expected more from you. It seems that after 3 years of training, all you've mastered is taijutsu. Danzo scoffs, his expression dripping with disdain. In the blink of an eye, the stone reaches Danzo's face. A cold smirk creeps across his lips as he slightly turns, allowing the stone to graze past him. However, he fails to notice the mysterious sigil inscribed upon the stone, faintly glowing and emanating a terrifying spatio-temporal disturbance. In the next instant, a thunderous soundtrack of the flying thunder god erupts. With a dazzling explosion of black and gold light, Naruto bursts forth from its midst. One hand grips the stone, while the other lunges towards Danzo's bandaged eye with tremendous force. It's too fast. Danzo scarcely has a moment to react. With a blood-curdling scream, a Sharingan, radiating an overwhelming ocular power and as crimson as fresh blood, is forcibly extracted from Danzo's eye socket, still tethered by remnants of bandage. Chapter 8. Unveiling the darkness in an instant, the battle unfolded. With a swift strike, Naruto seized Tuanzang's coveted Manjiki Sharingan, earning himself a surge of villainous points. At that moment, blood gushed from Tuanzang's mouth, his vitality waning rapidly. The unexpected counterattack from the Flying Thunder God technique had struck at his core, leaving him grievously wounded. What kind of jutsu was that, executed with such swiftness? Lord Tuanzang. The members of Root gasped in shock upon witnessing the scene. Until now, only Minato and Tobirama had mastered the Flying Thunder God technique, and they had rarely employed it in front of the Root members, leaving them unable to recognize it. The breathtaking spectacle had transpired far too quickly for them to react. By the time they comprehended the situation, they hastily brandished their weapons, charging at Naruto, who stood beside Tuanzang with an eerie smile on his face. Yet, Naruto regarded these minions with utter disdain, his icy gaze fixated on Tuanzang, who resembled a beaten dog, a wretched cur, relying on the strength of others to act so arrogantly. Do you truly believe yourself invincible? Do you think I am Sarutobi Hiruzen, who would indulge you endlessly? With that, Naruto delivered a fierce kick to Tuanzang's back, sending him sprawling to the ground in a pitiful state. Humiliated Tuanzang, villainous points 59. In the very moment that the Root members charged, a dazzling black gold sigil of the Flying Thunder God flared to life beside Jiraiya, and Naruto's figure materialized there instantaneously. The golden light, could it be? Kaze, witnessing the failed assault of the Root members, was taken aback. However, he had no time to ponder. He hurriedly helped the fallen Tuanzang to his feet. Gasping for breath like a dying beast, Tuanzang's eyes shimmered with resentment and shock. He realized that it was indeed the Flying Thunder God technique. The consequences of being ambushed due to overconfidence and complacency were dire, rendering him completely defenseless. In stark contrast to Tuanzang's venomous expression, Jiraiya's face was etched with disbelief as he stammered, "Naruto, is that the Flying Thunder God technique?" He could hardly believe his own eyes. He had yet to master this technique himself. How had Naruto acquired it? And judging by his prowess, he was not at all inferior to his father, Minato. Beside them, Tsunade's beautiful eyes sparkled with astonishment as she mused silently. Could it be that Naruto has even mastered Minato's unique jutsu? Second Hokage, that belongs to me. That belongs to me. With a smirk, Naruto's lips curled slightly upward as he slowly opened his right hand, revealing the Sharingan, radiating an overwhelming power that dazzled the onlookers. The crimson light danced like flames, the tomo quivering, as Shirsue's unmatched ocular prowess returned to the world. Jiraiya and Tsunade trembled in shock, exclaiming, "The Sharingan!" Their gaze shifted toward Tuanzang, whose blood-stained eye sockets left them in sudden realization. Without hesitation, Tsunade's voice thundered, "Tuanzang, as an advisor of Konoha, how dare you wear the Sharingan of the fallen Uchiha clan? What are you plotting?" Her voice, as formidable as her spirit, resonated throughout the vicinity. The previously boisterous crowd fell silent, confusion etched on their faces. Tuanzang, wearing the Sharingan in secret. I remember that Tuanzang has always been at odds with the Uchiha clan. Wait, didn't the bodies of the Uchiha clan go missing? Could it be? The murmurs of the crowd grew louder. The darkness hidden beneath the surface began to unravel. Beneath the bandages lay the Sharingan. At that moment, Kakashi gingerly touched his eye socket, his expression one of shock, as if struck by lightning. He had never expected that in Konoha, apart from himself, another individual without Uchiha blood would possess the Sharingan. And that individual was none other than the least likely, Tuanzang. Tuanzang, meanwhile, fixated on the Sharingan in Naruto's hand. His fists clenched in fury, his heart pounded painfully as if struck by a heavy blow. That was Shirsue's Manjiki, a treasure he cherished and rarely used. Yet it had been forcibly taken from him. But Tuanzang had no time to dwell on his loss, hastily asserting, "That was a gift from an old friend of the Uchiha." With a whoosh, the hidden figure of Kakashi approached, skepticism in his eyes as he spoke. "Senior Uchiha Kagami? No, his body was reported missing. Could it be? I never claimed it was him." Tuanzang interrupted, his expression darkening as he feigned nostalgia for a deceased friend. It was another old friend of the Uchiha. He then presented a fade of heartfelt emotion. Yet, the expressions of the onlookers twisted in disbelief, as if they had heard the greatest joke in the world. Who in Konoha did not know that Tuanzong had perfectly inherited the second Hokage's will and harbored an extreme hatred for the Uchiha clan, apart from Uchiha Kagami, which Uchiha did not long for his life. Yet now, Tuanzong audaciously uttered such words. Did he truly believe everyone to be a fool? Tuanzong, do you even believe your own words? Jiraiya's expression contorted in disbelief. Tuanzong understood that from the moment the Sharingan was revealed, all his opportunities had evaporated. You may choose to believe or not. Tuanzong scoffed coldly. As for you, Tsunade, I no longer care for the Jinchuriki. Take care of yourself. With that, Tuanzong turned to leave. However, Tsunade would not allow him to escape so easily and prepared to intervene. Suddenly, an ear-splitting sound erupted from Naruto's direction. The crowd turned to see Naruto, enveloped in a swirling mass of purple light, crackling with the power of thunder, the deafening noise reverberating through the air. That was none other than the purple lightning. Is that Chidori? Kakashi exclaimed in astonishment. In the next moment, buzz. Tuanzong felt a surge of chakra stirring within his eye sockets, remnants of the flying thunder god mark left by Naruto's earlier strike. Before he could fully comprehend the situation, boom. The black gold light erupted once more as Naruto, shrouded in swirling purple thunder, vanished from his position and reappeared beside Tuanzong. The purple lightning was dazzling, resembling the wrath of the heavens, illuminating the world. In the next instant, Naruto triumphantly shouted, "Purple lightning!" That terrifying thunder, capable of severing all in its path, surged toward the shackles binding Tuanzang's right arm. Unquestionably, the perfect fusion of the flying thunder god and purple lightning had reached its apex. Crack! The shackles on Tuanzang's arm shattered under the force of the purple lightning, which continued its relentless descent. Aya! Tuanzang's anguished wails echoed through the air. Thud! The arm bedecked with the Sharingan fell to the ground like a broken branch. Severed Tuanzang's right arm. Villainous points 129. Naruto observed the reappearing system panel, a slight smile gracing his lips, before retrieving Tuanzang's severed arm and activating the flying thunder god to return to Jiraiya's side. The breathtaking scene left everyone present utterly speechless. Yet, Naruto offered no opportunity for others to speak. With a swift flick of his wrist, he tossed Tuanzang's arm into Tsunade's hands. Tsunade was momentarily stunned, gazing at the arm she now held. In an instant, she was rendered completely speechless. The gazes of all present converged upon her, and soon, they too were struck dumb, their pupils quivering violently. Before them lay a grotesque arm, adorned with an array of Sharingan. At that moment, Danzo's dream of becoming Hokage was irrevocably shattered. The enigma surrounding the disappearance of the Uchiha clan's corpses was laid bare. The Uchiha clan, once the pride of Konoha, had now been desecrated by the upper echelons. Their transgressions so grievous that they were utterly appalling. If this matter were not handled with care, the great clans of Konoha would likely be left disenchanted with the village altogether. Withdraw quickly, provide me cover to escape from Konoha. At this juncture, Danzo resembled a dying dog, fully aware that he could offer no defense. He bellowed desperately towards the root. With his declaration, the weight of his desecration of the Uchiha clan's remains was firmly established. Tsunade, regaining her composure, seemed to have recalled something of significance. She immediately raised Danzo's right arm, her voice resonating throughout the vicinity. The Konoha advisor Danzo has desecrated the remains of the Uchiha clan. Following this revelation, Naruto Uzumaki initiated a thorough investigation. The individuals recently exterminated were indeed Danzo's accomplices. This revelation has brought Danzo's crimes to light. As her words echoed, an oppressive silence enveloped the scene. Naruto's expression flickered with agitation. Upon entering the fray, would there not be a great scholar to defend my cause? Chapter 9. Children make choices. I want them all. Yet, as Tsunade fervently defended herself, Naruto felt justified in accepting her rationale. Deep down, he harbored a fervent desire to seize every opportunity. He then turned his attention to the system panel. Perfect Sage Mode, 99. Evil value required for advancement, 500. Sharingan, Single Tomo. Evil value required for advancement, 1000. Evil value, 1258. Which one should he enhance first? Naruto found himself in a quandary. While the allure of the Pinnacle Sage Mode was undeniably enticing, the mesmerizing Sharingan bore its own unique charm. Just as he remained indecisive, an uproar erupted around him. What? Is it really like this? Have we misunderstood him? Yet, the evidence seemed irrefutable. Danzo's malevolence was palpable. Indeed, just moments ago, he had dared to threaten the Hokage. Those present, who had not been close enough to witness, gradually began to accept this narrative. They recalled hearing the ramen shop owner ominously warn Naruto, Lord Danzo will never let you go. Soon, public opinion swayed overwhelmingly against Danzo. The unfortunate man became the target of collective ire, silently shouldering all blame, transformed into a scapegoat. Sigh. Jiraiya sighed deeply, yet acquiesced to Tsunade's stance. After all, Danzo's reputation was irreparably tarnished. What difference would another accusation make? It could even serve as a final, feeble contribution to Konoha. However, Danzo would not accept this fate quietly. As the mud was flung at him, he barely mustered the energy to retaliate, turning sharply to shout, "Tsunade, do not speak recklessly. Those individuals are not my accomplices. It is the Jinchuriki who slaughters indiscriminately." Unfortunately, his words fell on deaf ears, swallowed by the void. Tsunade paid him no heed, and the populace would not be swayed by his protestations. With a swift motion, Tsunade whipped her cloak and, clenching her fists, declared, "Danzo, for the sake of the Uchiha clan, for the sake of Konoha, you shall meet your end today." With that, she slammed her right leg into the ground, unleashing a terrifying force that seemed to shatter the earth beneath her, creating a massive crater as she charged toward Danzo, her intent to kill him burning fiercely. Jiraiya, witnessing this, felt a surge of determination and proclaimed, "Tsunade, I shall lend you my strength." He too rushed toward Danzo and the root members. The two legendary Sannin charged forth, their presence commanding terror. Anyone would be struck with panic. The injured Danzo, pale with fear, sweat beading on his forehead, shouted, "Root, root." Quickly used ninjutsu to stop them. At the helm, Yamashiro Tsukasa and the root members felt a wave of dread wash over them. Yet, years of indoctrination allowed them to suppress their fear. Fire-style ninjas, forward. Use group ninjutsu. Yamashiro Tsukasa barked. Immediately, dozens of root ninjas surged forward, their hands weaving through seals. With a roar, a torrent of violent fire chakra erupted from them, the air itself shimmering in the heat. This technique was undeniably formidable. Even shadow-level warriors would hesitate to face it head-on. Alas, Tsunade was far too swift, already upon them. Painful heaven kick. This move, imbued with enough force to shatter all existence, crashed down like a meteor upon the gathered ninjas. In the next moment, the earth trembled as if disturbed by a colossal beast, and the ground beneath the feet of the root members collapsed, sending them flying, unconscious from the impact. The group ninjutsu had utterly failed. With a single kick, Tsunade had decimated dozens of elite root members. Though the root members were caught off guard, the spectacle was nothing short of astounding. This was the legendary Sannin, a force of nature. "Damn it, they are too close. Cover Lord Danzo's retreat." Yamashiro Tsukasa commanded decisively. Several root members rushed to support Danzo, attempting to flee to safety. However, Jiraiya had anticipated this. "This path is blocked." With a flash, he appeared beside Danzo, swiftly knocking the root members and Danzo to the ground. In this moment, Jiraiya and Tsunade had effectively encircled the root members. Danzo, awakening to the reality, realized the Sannin had evolved beyond recognition, their power unfathomable, far surpassing his own. They could contend with the entire root by themselves. Yet, Danzo would not succumb to despair. He was convinced that should he find Orochimaru, he could rise again. Resolute, Danzo commanded, "Team A, Team B, hold them off. Tsunade will not strike to kill. Team C, assist me in breaking through." Yes, the root members responded affirmatively. One could not deny Danzo's remarkable ability to manipulate. Despite the dire circumstances, the root members complied with his orders. Attempting to break through, Tsunade's gaze sharpened, fury igniting within her. "Jonin squad, assemble." At her command, the remaining Jonin, who had been maintaining order, moved with purpose. In mere moments, they surrounded Tsunade, forming an impenetrable barrier. These individuals represented Konoha's elite forces. The root was now trapped with no escape. Danzo's eyes burned with resentment as he hissed, "Tsunade, do you truly intend to eradicate us all?" However, before he could finish, a flash of black and gold erupted beside him, and Naruto reappeared, his hand like a vice as it clamped down on Danzo's eye socket. With a sudden jerk, he lifted Danzo by the head and slammed him into the ground. With a sickening thud, Danzo's head sank into the earth, blood splattering as he lay inverted like a daffodil uprooted. Meanwhile, Naruto's left hand surged with wind chakra. In an instant, a spiraling Rasen Shuriken materialized, spinning violently, exuding an aura of devastation, as if it sought to tear the very fabric of reality itself. Before anyone could react, Naruto hurled the Rasen Shuriken into the midst of the root members. The next moment, an earth-shattering explosion erupted, unleashing a torrent of wind that devastated all in its path. Limbs shattered like wilted leaves, blood raining down like a crimson storm, the cries of agony echoing as if hell itself had descended upon them. Everything transpired in the blink of an eye. Indeed, Naruto had just resolved the dilemma. Rather than agonize over which skill to enhance, he would simply seize more opportunities. Forcefully humiliating Shimura Danzo. Evil value 99. Wind release. Rasen Shuriken annihilates Shimura Yato. Steel Gate Nobunaga. Evil value 713. At this moment, Naruto resembled a Shura emerging from a sea of blood, his entire being drenched in crimson, revealing a set of white teeth that appeared exceedingly sinister. Only a child would make choices. I desire them all. System, grant me enhancements in Sage Mode and the Sharingan. Chapter 10. The Kaleidoscope of Creation. As the words fell, The system panel immediately began to shift. Consume 500 evil points to advance to Sage Mode. Consume 1,000 evil points to advance to the Kaleidoscope Sharingan. Ding. Advancement successful. Status after skill points allocation. Sage Mode, Pinnacle. Kaleidoscope Sharingan. Next advancement point, 5,000. Kaleidoscope Sharingan. A pair of divine eyes exclusive to deities. Devoid of inherent ocular techniques. However, it possesses the ability to devour any eye's power for my use. The devoured will lose their corresponding strength. Naruto's azure eyes widened in astonishment. The kaleidoscope of creation? To devour the ocular techniques of others? Is this the kaleidoscope bestowed by the system? It was utterly beyond comprehension. He had initially anticipated the classic combination of Amaterasu and Tsukuyomi. Yet, before Naruto could delve deeper into his thoughts, an instant later, the unique warmth of the system's power enveloped him entirely. In mere moments, Naruto fully embraced his new abilities. Is this the kaleidoscope of creation? He couldn't help but lightly trace his fingers around his eye socket. Even unactivated, he could sense the unfathomable power of the kaleidoscope. A divine gaze capable of devouring all ocular techniques. Even the Rinnegan and Byakugan would bow in submission before it. However, amidst Naruto's burgeoning excitement, the scene around him had devolved into a horrific hellscape. The bloody mist billowed like thick smoke, a nauseating stench pervading the area, accompanied by the agonized wails of root members echoing relentlessly. The synchronization of the Flying Thunder God technique and the instantaneous Spiral Shuriken was astounding. The root ninjas were caught utterly off guard, and compounded by their own misdeeds, nearly a third of them fell in a single strike. This scene resembled the very descent of hell upon the earth. How ruthless. The demon. Naruto Uzumaki is truly terrifying. The onlookers were starkly shocked. A wave of revulsion washing over them. Run. He is a demon, a demon. The surviving root ninjas, now fully aware, shattered their stoic facades. Faces contorted in terror as they scattered in all directions. Unfortunately, the surrounding jonin continued to encircle them. Although their expressions were equally grim, they still pressed on, forcing the root ninjas back. Tsunade, regaining her composure, leaped toward Naruto, grasping his wrist. Naruto, what have you done? Even if they were in the wrong, this slaughter is excessive. Tsunade had initially aimed to eliminate Danzo, and perhaps a few root ninjas as a warning. No one anticipated Naruto's violent outburst, instantly slaying so many root members. This was utterly against humanity. The remaining root ninjas, witnessing Tsunade's actions, found their will to live overpowering Danzo's brainwashing. They knelt on the ground, pleading for mercy. Lady Tsunade, we were wrong. Please, spare our lives. Some iron-willed root members erupted in fury, bellowing, you traitors! Where have you cast aside Lord Danzo's teachings? Yet, no sooner had these iron-willed words been uttered, than, bang, 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 they were met with a merciless assault from Jiraiya, rendering them unconscious. After dealing with them, Jiraiya swiftly moved to Naruto's side, grasping his other wrist, his eyes filled with gravity as he whispered, Naruto, do not continue. What transpired has already been addressed by Tsunade. If you persist, everyone will regard you as a bloodthirsty demon. Naruto, upon hearing this, remained silent, merely nudging the head of Danzo still embedded in the ground with his foot, a cold smirk gracing his lips. Not dead yet, perfect for another round of plundering. Upon hearing this, both Jiraiya and Tsunade trembled violently. Though they could not fully comprehend his words, they understood Naruto's intention to continue his assault. In an instant, a tremendous surge of chakra erupted from the two, rushing toward the arms gripping Naruto's. Empowered by this chakra, their arms strengthened, gripping him even tighter. Simultaneously, their other hands struck toward the back of Naruto's neck. Jiraiya and Tsunade could not allow Naruto to continue his rampage. Therefore, they resorted to force in an attempt to subdue him into temporary slumber. Alas, all efforts proved futile. Heh! Naruto let out a chilling laugh. In the next moment, a terrifying torrent of natural energy surged into his body, unleashing an overwhelming aura of sage art. The distinctive orange eyeshadow of Mount Myaboku gradually appeared around his eyes, revealing the sage mode of Mount Myaboku. In the blink of an eye, Naruto's wrist surged with power. Enhanced by sage mode, he resembled a fierce beast, forcibly shaking off Jiraiya and Tsunade's grips. Both were propelled back several dozen meters. This breathtaking scene left all present in stunned silence. What just happened? How did Naruto break free? Kakashi's Sharingan spun rapidly, his expression one of shock. Might Guy stared in disbelief. In a split second, under such adverse conditions, Naruto had repelled two formidable Kage-level opponents, perhaps my seventh gate. At that moment, Tsunade, having been knocked back, wore an expression of horror, her eyes glimmering with astonishment. What is happening? Where did this power come from? Before she could finish her thought, Jiraiya interjected, Mount Myaboku's sage mode. His features quivered violently as he gazed at Naruto. Naruto, I clearly saw you did not use Shadow Clone to gather natural energy. How could you activate sage mode in an instant? Jiraiya's reaction was understandable. Naruto's actions were simply extraordinary. While Naruto could accumulate natural energy through shadow clones, The ability to enter Sage mode instantaneously without any means was unprecedented. However, Jiraiya failed to notice the greedy glint in Naruto's eyes. At that moment, Naruto regarded Jiraiya and Tsunade with an avaricious gaze. For at that instant, Sage mode repels Jiraiya and Tsunade. Evil points 301. What a delightful bounty. It was simply too sumptuous. Merely repelling them had granted him such a wealth of evil points. Naruto could hardly fathom how much he could extract from Jiraiya and Tsunade. Yet, Jiraiya had taught Naruto for 3 years, and Tsunade had just transformed into a great sage for him. Naruto was not one to be ungrateful. He could always find non-violent means to reap rewards later. Contemplating this, a smirk crept onto Naruto's face as he proudly declared, "Only the instantaneous sage mode can achieve the true essence of a sage." Before Jiraiya could respond, Naruto's right hand shot upwards. Sage art, 5 elements Spiral Shuriken. In an instant, boom, the surrounding power of sage arts surged wildly into his palms, swirling incessantly, manifesting 5 terrifying spirals of energy. Simultaneously, an array of 5 elemental chakras erupted from Naruto's being, resembling 5 agile dragons, each gracefully coiling into a single sage art spiral. In the blink of an eye, the colors of each spiral began to shift, and layers of radiant rings, akin to planetary belts, gradually emerged. Flames soared to the heavens, thunder rumbled, torrents of water cascaded, earth shattered, and winds howled. Instantly, the 5 spiraling shurikens, gleaming with resplendent light and shaking the very void, were unleashed, each capable of annihilating all existence. They continuously contracted and rotated, unleashing a tempest of energy that shot forth like a storm of arrows, bombarding the ground into a myriad of craters. This spectacle left the onlookers utterly astonished. What a remarkable ninjutsu, what unparalleled power. They could hardly believe that Naruto had grown to such formidable heights. At this moment, Naruto raised the 5 spiraling shurikens high, a glint of cold determination flashing in his eyes as he looked down upon the masses and declared with pride, "To show mercy to one's enemies is to be cruel to oneself. Within 10 breaths, those unrelated must vacate this place, or they shall bear the consequences." Chapter 11. Annihilate the roots and attain the undying form of the evil deity. A gentle breeze caressed the air, while clouds billowed like tumultuous waves. At that moment, a suffocating silence gradually spread across the battlefield, akin to a plague. However, it was swiftly followed by a chorus of swallowing sounds. Gazing upon the 5 spiraling shurikens, radiating an overwhelming might and blinding light akin to the sun, the spectators felt as though their thoughts had been momentarily frozen, stripped of their capacity for judgment. Alas, the terrifying aura, which seemed capable of annihilating all, could not deceive the senses. Run! The people, awakening from their stupor, screamed as they fled into the distance, abandoning any remnants of their earlier arrogance. Nevertheless, the members of the Anbu and the elite Jonin, though their expressions were equally grim, remained steadfast, showing no signs of retreat before Tsunade had issued her orders. What level of ninjutsu is this? And Naruto possesses the power of all 5 elemental natures, augmenting his Rasengan with such prowess. This is a capability that even the old man could scarcely comprehend. Sarutobi Asuma, perspiration beading on his forehead, exclaimed in shock. Hiss! Kakashi's Sharingan flickered as it scrutinized Naruto, his expression grave. What has Naruto endured in the span of 3 years? Even a prodigy could not possibly attain such a fearsome level. The unfamiliarity of this spectacle rendered him speechless, as he witnessed the original work of the Sage of 6 Paths come to fruition. In stark contrast to the murmurs of the others, the root ninjas trembled uncontrollably. The oppressive force of the 5-element Rasengan bore down upon them, nearly crushing their spines. Concurrently, Naruto gained a modicum of villain points. Could it be that we are truly to perish here? Yamato murmured, his gaze cast downward. Cease this. Tsunade suddenly regained her composure, her voice booming. No. They must be subjected to Konoha's judgment. You cannot continue this indiscriminate slaughter. Otherwise, at this juncture, Tsunade's brow furrowed deeply, her tone growing increasingly somber. If you do not relent, I shall not stand idly by and allow you to continue your rampage. With that, Tsunade's chakra erupted anew, her Byakugo seal radiating brilliant light, her hair cascading like a waterfall in the wind, exuding an aura of fierce determination. Indeed, Tsunade was correct. Jiraiya, hands forming seals, resolved to put aside his concerns about Naruto's sage mode, and, with a serious expression, declared, "We cannot allow you to proceed. If you do, your humanity will be swallowed by your bloodlust. As your master, I bear the responsibility to guide you back to the right path." In that moment, the atmosphere became increasingly suffocating. Is there hope? The members of the root felt a flicker of hope ignite once more. Whoa! Danzo, buried deep underground, slowly regained consciousness, yet all he could muster was a vague murmur. Regrettably, in his incapacitated state, he could not extricate himself from his predicament. Bang! Naruto suddenly kicked Danzo, earning some villain points while his gaze turned icy as he looked forward. Pervy Sage, you should be aware of the power of this technique. If you wish to stop me, you may certainly try. Naruto, do not act impulsively. Jiraiya trembled at the words, fully aware of the devastating potential of the Rasengan. If it struck, it would obliterate every ninja in its path. Moreover, this was a 5-element Rasengan empowered by Sage techniques. However, Naruto, seemingly deaf to Jiraiya's warnings, remained cold and detached, slowly counting down. 10, 9. Tsunade's eyes widened in alarm as she cried out, Naruto, quickly withdraw. 8, 7. Seeing Naruto's lack of response, Tsunade surged forward, intent on stopping him. Yet, Jiraiya firmly grasped her wrist, sighing, we must allow everyone to evacuate. Once he unleashes this technique, even if the user is attacked, the jutsu will not cease. Upon hearing this, Tsunade shuddered violently, yet she knew Jiraiya would not deceive her. Ultimately, after a moment of internal struggle, she shouted hoarsely, evacuate, retreat from this place. Yes, the Jonin and Anbu responded in unison. They swiftly abandoned their positions, dashing away into the distance. They had long wished to escape. The root had previously relied on Danzo's authority, exuding arrogance and contempt. Their relationships with the rest of Konoha had been fraught with animosity. Why would they willingly sacrifice their precious lives for the root? Jiraiya and Tsunade exchanged one last reluctant glance at Naruto before resolutely abandoning the root, vanishing in an instant. Those who recognize the situation are truly wise. Naruto nodded in satisfaction. The root members, realizing that Tsunade had forsaken them, recognized their newfound freedom and immediately took to the skies. Flee, scatter. He cannot kill us all. Regrettably, all of this proved futile. Naruto had previously set up several Sage clones, lying in wait for the opportune moment. Upon witnessing the root's attempt to escape, they leaped forth to intercept. Empowered by Sage mode, the clones, akin to gods of war, effortlessly felled the fleeing root members. Simultaneously, the clones stood resolute, unleashing their Sage energy, thoroughly obliterating any possibility of escape. Spare us, we beg of you. The root members, seeing no hope of survival, fell to their knees in desperation, resembling lost dogs. You have only yourselves to blame for following the wrong master. Naruto's voice was as cold as ice. Then, before the astonished onlookers, he hurled the 5-element Rasengan. Boom! The 5 spiraling shurikens roared forth like 5 colossal dragons, their destructive might tearing through the air, causing the very void to tremble in their wake. In the next instant, boom! The deafening roar resounded throughout the heavens and the earth, a staggering mushroom cloud shooting skyward. The terrifying power of the 5 elemental natures intertwined violently within, wreaking havoc like a demon, cloaking the sky in blinding light, mercilessly annihilating every living being within its grasp. Simultaneously, the overwhelming shockwave surged outward. The earth cracked open, and buildings crumbled like fragile sand sculptures. How formidable! Even the residual energy is terrifying. The distant onlookers could only raise their arms, struggling to withstand the force of the shockwave. Thankfully, all the civilians nearby had already evacuated, otherwise, the consequences would have been unimaginable. At the epicenter of the explosion, without a hint of suspense, all the root had dissipated like dust, consumed entirely by the power of the 5 elements. The darkest organization in the ninja world had, in an instant, turned to vapor. Yet, this claim is not entirely accurate. For before the explosion, Naruto had extracted the old dog Danzo, sparing him from meeting the 3rd Hokage. After all, this old fool had committed countless atrocities, and he must suffer greatly. Naruto was adamant that it was not merely to exploit him further. At this moment, the system panel underwent another transformation. The 5-element Rasengan has decisively slain Shimura Danzo, granting villain points 1897. Current villain points, 2,691. Historical villain points, 4,321. Ding. Historical villain points have reached 3,000. Unlocking skills randomly. Ding. Unlocking the immortality technique akin to Haiden. Evil deity, ha ha ha. Chapter 12, The Destruction of Danzo. Revealing identity. In the next instant, a crisp sound echoed from Naruto's body, as if his cells and bones were undergoing constant reorganization, swiftly transforming into the immortal form of Haiden, the malevolent deity. Is this what is referred to as an immortal body? Naruto withdrew from Sage mode, savoring the moment, and couldn't help but marvel at this extraordinary ability. Unless one could reduce me to mere dust in an instant, even if only my head remained, I could still survive. Having thought this, Naruto seized the incapacitated Danzo, a smile gracing his lips as he expressed his gratitude. Danzo, I must thank you and the root for this. Once again, I am able to reap the rewards. You. Danzo gasped for breath, severely wounded and struggling to articulate a coherent response. Yet the resentment and shock in his eyes were unmistakable. He could hardly comprehend how Naruto had grown to such a terrifying extent. Simultaneously, he lamented his decision to lead the root to this place, pondering if it would have been wiser to quietly plot for the position of Hokage. He cursed Hiruzen Sarutobi, wishing he had taken Naruto under his wing sooner to prevent this dire situation. Listen to me, Danzo, the password, is utterly irrelevant. Unfortunately, no amount of anger within Danzo could alter the harsh reality. Moments later, the earth-shattering explosion gradually subsided, leaving behind a colossal crater, where the terrifying power of the five natures still raged. Observing this, Naruto swiftly formed hand seals, channeling earth-released chakra into the ground. In an instant, the earth trembled violently, and countless mounds of soil surged toward the pit, filling it in the blink of an eye, transforming it into a flat expanse. Even after the battle, I can tidy up the aftermath. I truly feel like a living Buddha. Naruto chuckled to himself, then casually dragged the defeated Danzo toward Jiraiya. I refuse to accept this. Danzo wailed internally, desperately attempting to gather chakra. He aimed to activate the four-symbol seal and perish alongside Naruto. Suddenly, an eerie wave surged from Danzo, reminiscent of a ferocious beast from the depths of hell, poised to devour everything in its vicinity. Naruto's eyes narrowed as he instantly discerned Danzo's intent, and with a swift flick of his wrist, he discarded him like refuse, sneering in disdain. What? Do you wish to drag me down with you? Though Danzo fell to the ground, he struggled to regain his footing. He then, in a fit of madness, violently tore off his tattered robes, revealing skin covered in terrifying black markings, exuding an aura of dread. Undoubtedly, this was the four symbols technique. How familiar? What technique is that? Tsunade observed from a distance, a sense of deja vu stirring within her. Just then, Jiraiya furrowed his brow, suddenly recalling something, and shouted to Naruto, "Naruto, run. That is one of the strongest sealing techniques, the four-symbol seal. Just a small trick to seal a bridge." Naruto replied, tilting his head slightly, a hint of regret crossing his features. What a shame. This will be the last time I can reap the rewards. As his words fell, a torrent of terrifying black water erupted from Danzo, akin to a fountain, resembling the river of the underworld, imbued with a suffocating sealing power. Danzo, his face contorted in rage, dragged his broken body toward Naruto, letting out a frenzied roar. For Konoha, for the ninja world, you cannot be allowed to live. With that, Danzo opened his arms, charging at Naruto in a moment of desperation, attempting to embrace him and plunge them both into an abyss of death. The black water surged violently from his body, like an unstoppable eruption of hellish magma. Yet, Naruto maintained his composure, unfazed. In response to the four symbols technique, which was difficult to evade once activated, he swiftly opened his right hand. In that instant, a violent surge of chakra erupted from his palm, manifesting a terrifying Rasengan. Immediately, the Flying Thunder God technique activated. In a flash, Naruto appeared beside Danzo, and before Danzo could react, the Rasengan struck his head with devastating force. There was no room for doubt. Danzo's head shattered like fruit ravaged by a tempest, obliterated by the overwhelming spiral power, reducing it to mere remnants. His body collapsed to the ground, and the four-symbol seal erupted in a cataclysmic explosion. The next moment, a colossal black sphere, resembling a demon's gaping maw, surged from Danzo's body, engulfing everything within a radius of dozens of meters. The sphere emitted a deafening roar, signaling the obliteration of all. Naruto had already distanced himself using the Flying Thunder God, standing at a safe distance, observing the spectacle with interest, while his interface updated. The Rasengan annihilates Shimura Danzo. Evil value 499. Seeing this, Naruto couldn't help but exclaim, still, slaying a shadow-level opponent is quite profitable. Danzo alone is worth a quarter of the evil value from the root. A moment later, the terrifying black sphere finally ceased its onslaught. Naruto surveyed the ground, now stripped bare, and waved his hand dismissively. This is no longer my concern. With that, he approached Jiraiya and the others with a relaxed demeanor, secretly anticipating that Jiraiya and Tsunade would soon turn their attention to him. After all, this would grant him a legitimate opportunity to accrue more evil value. Meanwhile, Tsunade, recovering from her shock, leaned closer to Jiraiya and whispered, "Jiraiya, what do we do now? How should we handle Naruto?" With the root and Danzo eradicated, determining how to deal with Naruto had become a thorny issue. Although Tsunade felt a flicker of anger at Naruto's slaughter, she couldn't deny that deep down, she didn't wish to take action against him. Alas, humans are inherently selfish. Sighing, Jiraiya remained silent, his thoughts mirroring Tsunade's. As Naruto's mentor and a figure akin to a grandfather, how could he possibly act against his own grandson? Just as the two hesitated, Fukasaku appeared like a timely savior, swiftly approaching them. As Konoha's strategist, he discerned their thoughts with ease. Lord Hokage, Lord Jiraiya, since Danzo and the others have been eliminated, coupled with the fact that the root attempted to harm the Hokage, we can easily bestow upon Naruto the title of hero who eradicated the dark forces. As he spoke, Fukasaku's pupils contracted, his expression growing grave. Then, it is imperative to publicly reveal his identity. This turmoil will surely subside. Moreover, Naruto's current strength makes it unnecessary to stand opposed to him over a now-defunct root. One must admit, Fukasaku displayed remarkable insight and wisdom. Upon hearing these words, both Jiraiya and Tsunade shuddered violently. Reveal their identities? Chapter 13. He is the son of the fourth Hokage. As the words left their lips, an indelible image emerged in their minds. It was a man with hair like cascading gold, strikingly handsome, and though his stature was not as towering as a mountain, he exuded an awe-inspiring presence that commanded the admiration of all. This man was none other than the fourth Hokage, Minato Namikaze. He descended upon Konoha like a brilliant star, a commoner who surpassed all the scions of noble clans. He was, moreover, the father of Naruto. In the next moment, a wave of melancholy surged within Jiraiya's heart as he recalled Minato's departure, which felt like an unhealable scar, deeply piercing his soul. This was not merely his personal agony. It was a collective sorrow for all of Konoha. Had he still been alive, the village would undoubtedly have flourished, and many of the current troubles would never have arisen. However, in an instant, the despondency in Jiraiya's gaze transformed into unwavering resolve, and he proclaimed loudly, "Very well. Let us reveal Naruto's identity." Tsunade nodded in agreement. In the current situation, a revelation of such magnitude was indeed required to stir the hearts of the people. At the very least, announcing Naruto as the orphan of the fourth would surely fill the populace with astonishment, for they had long mocked the once Navii boy. Just then, Naruto strode forward, standing before Jiraiya and Tsunade, a menacing aura swirling around him. The Anbu, witnessing this, instinctively reached for their weapons, their expressions growing gravely serious. Their tension was understandable, for Naruto's recent actions had genuinely unsettled them. Clutching their weapons tightly was perhaps the only source of comfort they could muster. Yet, Naruto remained unfazed by their apprehension, almost inviting them to attack him. After all, how could he let such an opportunity to confront his adversary slip away? With a glimmer of anticipation in his eyes, he turned to Jiraiya and smiled. "Pervy sage, are you also going to weigh my worth?" However, before he could finish, Jiraiya suddenly seized his wrist and raised it high, his voice booming like thunder. "Danzo has defiled the remains of the Uchiha clan and sought to usurp the Hokage position. Naruto Uzumaki has discovered the heresy and eradicated them in one fell swoop. He is hereby designated as Konoha's hero in the fight against darkness." His proclamation reverberated like rolling thunder, sweeping through the crowd. What? A hero against darkness? The citizens who had just fled the scene were rendered speechless, their expressions a mix of disbelief and astonishment. They had barely accepted the title when Naruto had merely slain a few individuals. But the utter annihilation of the entire Root organization was a narrative too far-fetched for them to digest. A remorseless killer was being hailed as a hero? Was this not the height of absurdity? I refuse to accept this. How can such a person be called a hero? Just moments ago, he sought to eliminate us all. What kind of hero is this? He is nothing short of a madman. An uproar ensued, voices rising in fervor. But in the next moment, it felt as though an invisible hand had gripped everyone's throats, silencing them instantly. For Tsunade had stepped forward, her demeanor commanding respect as she declared solemnly, "At this moment, I must announce something. The hero of Konoha, the fourth Hokage, has a surviving heir." She paused, elevating Naruto's arm high, her voice resonating with authority. "It is none other than Uzumaki Naruto." With those words, the clamor faded like a receding tide, leaving an eerie silence in its wake. It was a stillness that felt akin to death itself. It seemed that all was settled. Kakashi, covering his Sharingan once more, murmured softly, "Since the identity of the fourth's heir has been revealed, the downfall of Danzo and his cohorts has become nothing short of a farce." Indeed. The next moment, the crowd erupted with astonishing discussions, resonating throughout the area. "What? He is the son of Lord Minato. How is this possible? But Tsunade-sama, as Hokage, would never lie? Wait, look closely at his appearance. He seems strikingly similar to the fourth." As the realization dawned upon them, they turned their gazes toward Naruto, scrutinizing him intently. In an instant, their bodies trembled, freezing in disbelief. Distinct azure eyes, a strikingly handsome visage. If one disregarded his current dark hair and remembered his former golden locks, there was no one else in Konoha who resembled the fourth Hokage so closely. The truth was unequivocally clear. Uzumaki Naruto was indeed the heir of the fourth Hokage, and those who had been saved by the sacrifice of the fourth had allowed his offspring's childhood to be steeped in suffering and despair. In that moment, lamentations filled the air as people fell to their knees, weeping profusely. "I am not human. How could I have spoken ill of the son of Lord Minato? Indeed, I even sold him expired food. I am no better than a beast. I have wronged Lord Minato. I have wronged Konoha." These foolish citizens found their hearts overwhelmed with guilt in that moment. Their reverence for Minato had always been profound, and now, upon learning the truth, their reactions were entirely understandable. Among the crowd, the young ninjas had gathered, their faces etched with shock. They had yet to come to terms with Naruto's transformation or the annihilation of the Root organization, only to uncover such a staggering secret. "I once said such terrible things about Naruto." Sakura's eyes fell, murmuring in pain. She had once told Sasuke that Naruto was an orphan, without upbringing. In retrospect, she felt less than human. Shikamaru wore an expression of knowing. "So it was all as I suspected. His fate was meant to be incredibly illustrious. Neji, contemplative, felt the veins in his temples throb as he activated his Byakugan, gazing intently at Naruto. Upon perceiving the overwhelming chakra within him, Neji's heart skipped a beat, his eyes widened in disbelief. How could he possess such power, capable of standing against an army single-handedly? The expressions of the other young ninjas mirrored this realization. Tsunade, observing their reactions, felt a sense of relief wash over her. At the very least, with Naruto's identity as the fourth heir revealed, the people could no longer cast aspersions upon him. At that moment, Narashikaku suddenly stepped forward, adding, "The rumors about Naruto being a demon fox were also spread by Danzo's root organization." This revelation struck with impeccable timing, like the finishing touch on a masterpiece. Upon hearing this, the crowd froze, then a wave of anger surged through them. Danzo, that despicable creature. How could he treat Lord Naruto so inhumanely? He is nothing short of a beast. Indeed, if not for his slander, how could we have disrespected Lord Naruto? He deserves every punishment. Truly the worst of the worst. Lord Naruto, well done. Such was the nature of the people of Konoha. Even when they erred, they would shift all blame to another. However, at this moment, the matter of eradicating Danzo and the root has finally reached a resolution. The populace will not remember Naruto's ruthless elimination of his kin. They will only recall his decisive actions against the traitors for the sake of Konoha. This aligns with the will of the people, a testament to what is deemed righteous. Observing this, Jiraiya managed to suppress the turmoil within his heart entirely. He then shifted his gaze to discern Naruto's reaction. However, what he did not anticipate was the utter calm in Naruto's eyes, devoid of any turbulence. His expression remaining remarkably indifferent, showing no signs of being shaken. Could it be? At that moment, Jiraiya was abruptly awakened, his thoughts racing wildly. The sudden evolution of talent, the shifting personality, and the recently unveiled Flying Thunder God technique, all pointed to an imminent revelation. The truth was clear. During the Nine-Tails Chakra rampage 3 years prior, Naruto had encountered the contingency left by Minato, uncovering the entire truth. Thus, he harbored resentment, and his character underwent a profound transformation. Simultaneously, Minato's contingency had allowed the innate talents of the Uzumaki clan to fully manifest. Furthermore, it bestowed upon Naruto the knowledge of his own abilities. This is what enabled Naruto to attain such extraordinary prowess within a mere 3 years. Were Naruto to be privy to Jiraiya's current thoughts, he would likely be doubled over in laughter. I am a time traveler. Where is this Minato's contingency coming from? Yet, as Jiraiya contemplated this, his entire being trembled violently. An overwhelming sense of guilt flooding his gaze as he stammered, "Naruto, did you know all of this from the very beginning?" Chapter 14. The Intimidation of the Advisory Council. As Jiraiya voiced his doubts, Tsunade and the others quickly turned their gazes towards Naruto. Yet, Naruto appeared oblivious. His eyes sharp and piercing, fixed intently on the crowd, filled with scorn. If repentance were truly effective, then what purpose would death serve? Having merged memories, he was acutely aware of the original owner's past sufferings. Subsequently, Naruto ceased to regard anyone present and began to stroll towards the original owner's residence. He harbored no fondness for the ignorant denizens of Konoha. He was not the Naruto influenced by Ashura's will from the original narrative. Had he been a typical person, he would have long since reduced Konoha to ashes. He could have unleashed the Nine-Tails mode and obliterated the village with a tailed beast ball. However, having just vanquished the root organization, he relished the thrill of the battle and, being a living Buddha, was not inclined to end their existence just yet. Primarily, he wished to preserve these wretched souls for later, allowing them to fatten up and serve as his reservoir of malice. With this thought, Naruto strode through the throng, and the villagers instinctively lowered their heads, burdened by guilt and fear, unable to meet his gaze, parting to grant him a wide passage, murmuring softly, "Lord Naruto, we are sorry. We were wrong. Please forgive us." Naruto absorbed their pleas, then suddenly turned, a warm smile gracing his lips. "Strive to become stronger. Only then will you earn the right to stand before me and apologize, too. Become the objects of my exploitation." The latter part of his statement remained unspoken, yet the crowd's emotions ignited like a powder keg, erupting in unison. "Lord Naruto, we will." Jiraiya, initially anxious as he observed Naruto departing, contemplated calling him back. However, witnessing Naruto's gentle words to the villagers alleviated much of his concern, prompting him to muse. It seems the people's remorse can indeed transform Naruto. Tsunade nodded in agreement. Such thoughts would be silenced once Konoha lay in ruins at Naruto's hands. Meanwhile, Naruto, a sardonic smile playing on his lips, cast one last glance at the crowd before turning away. Suddenly, a sharp female voice pierced Naruto's ears. "Naruto." At the sound, a glimmer of mockery flickered in his eyes as he turned back. Sakura, accompanied by the rest of Team 7, had reached his side. The voice belonged unmistakably to her. At that moment, Sakura's beautiful eyes sparkled with a complex light, yet she struggled to maintain her composure as she spoke. "Naruto, would you like to join us for barbecue?" It's been 3 years since we've seen each other. Come, let us catch up on what has happened during that time. In agreement, Kiba chimed in, while Akamaru barked excitedly as if celebrating their reunion. Chips crunched as Choji opened a packet, the enticing aroma wafting toward Naruto. You must try these chips, Naruto. They are my prize collection. Even Shikamaru, who typically shunned complications, placed a hand gently on Naruto's shoulder, his usually lifeless eyes shimmering with enthusiasm. Come on, Naruto. Hinata timidly called out, her voice as sweet as wind chimes in a gentle breeze. Faced with the fervor of his companions, Naruto found himself momentarily taken aback. However, he swiftly regained his composure and replied, maybe next time. I've just done something quite taxing and feel a bit weary. With that, he swiftly snatched Choji's entire bag of chips and distanced himself from the group. Naruto could clearly sense the sincerity of his friend's feelings, compelling him to suppress the urge to exploit them. Despite being a killer, he was not one to engage in senseless slaughter. Naruto. Sakura called out again as he walked away. No need to shout for him. Shikamaru waved dismissively, his gaze fixed on Naruto's retreating figure, a look of relief washing over his face. At least he still regards us as friends. As Naruto continued to distance himself, the crowd gradually dispersed. This farce ultimately concluded with the downfall of Danzo and the entire Root organization, alongside the revelation of Naruto's identity as the fourth Hokage's son. Naruto's cottage. Creaking, Naruto slowly pushed open the somewhat dilapidated wooden door, stepping inside. Before him danced a few small creatures on the table, while clusters of spiders reveled in the corners. On the bed, 2 mice nestled together, sharing warmth. Suddenly, a suffocating, musty odor assaulted his senses. He quickly covered his nose and frowned deeply. This place has become a den of filth. Without hesitation, he slammed the door shut. In an instant, he vanished, teleporting to the Hokage building. This environment was unbearable. He needed to reside in a grand estate. Moments later, at the Hokage building. Swish, a sharp sound sliced through the air as Naruto materialized before the Hokage's office. Just as he reached for the door, a cacophony of voices erupted from within. Tsunade, how could you reveal the identity of the Jinchuriki? What will the world think of us during the third Hokage's administration? Indeed, people will only believe we treated the hero's son unfairly. How am I to maintain my position as an advisor? You 2 old fools, how could you not foresee this? I have yet to chastise you for siding with Danzo, and now you dare question me. Listening to the unfolding drama, a smirk crept onto Naruto's lips. Ah, look, the opportunity for malice has presented itself. With that thought, he gently pushed open the door. Creak, as the door swung open, the clamor inside the office ceased abruptly. Tsunade spoke. Who is it? It's me, Granny Tsunade. Naruto entered, a broad smile on his face. Instantly, Mito Kazan and Tsubaki Shuko were struck as if by lightning, their bodies trembling, faces awash with embarrassment and fear. Tsunade, noticing their reaction, grinned widely, dripping with sarcasm. Now that the original owner has arrived, speak up if you have any grievances. Tsunade, what are you talking about? We have no grievances. Mito Kazan quickly forced a smile. Yes, if there is nothing, we'll take our leave. Tsubaki Shuko hurriedly added, and in an instant, they slipped out as if their feet were greased, leaving no trace of lingering sentiment. Mito Kazan followed closely behind, not daring to utter a sound, haunted by the memories of Root's demise. However, just as they attempted to pass by Naruto, he abruptly extended his hands, firmly grasping their shoulders, halting their steps. Cold sweat broke out on their foreheads, sensing their lives were in jeopardy. Naruto, what is the matter? Mito Kazan stammered. Is there something you need us to do? Tsubaki Shuko asked, her voice quaking with fear. They possess a remarkable self-awareness, recognizing that in the presence of Naruto, they must speak with utmost civility. Otherwise, do they truly believe they can rely on brute force? It is evident to any discerning observer that Naruto embodies a fusion of the Flying Thunder God technique of Minato and the sage prowess of Jiraiya. Otherwise, how could he so effortlessly annihilate the Root organization? There is no need to be anxious. I have no intention of devouring you. At this moment, Naruto smiled gently before continuing with an air of amusement. There must still be some individuals in the village who harbored deep animosity towards me. Could you assist me in gathering them all? Before the 2 elder statesmen could respond, Tsunade suddenly gasped and exclaimed, Naruto, you don't intend to do away with all of them, do you? Very well. We shall organize. Before Tsunade could finish her sentence, Mito Minion eagerly chimed in, fawning like a lapdog. Indeed, those who harbor malice towards you, the hero of justice, are undoubtedly nefarious individuals, a lingering threat to Konoha. Chunshin Koharu also spoke with righteous fervor, as if she were an emissary of justice. With the tables turned, the 2 elders had no choice but to acquiesce to Naruto's demands to preserve their own lives. This marked an undeniable descent into darkness for the upper echelons of Konoha. Excellent. I shall give you a few days. Off you go? Naruto smiled with satisfaction. He then turned his gaze towards Tsunade, a glint of menace flickering in his eyes as he bared his teeth, sharp as a wolf's fangs, and coldly declared, I truly cannot find rest until they are eliminated. Chapter 15. Fusion. The the most potent illusion of the heavenly deity. As the words fell, Naruto's hands swiftly moved to the wrists of Mito and En. In the next moment, a ripple of spatial fluctuations emanated from Naruto's palms. As the unique flying thunder god seal blossomed upon their wrists like an enchanting demonic flower, exuding a terrifying aura. This is the flying thunder god mark. A jolt surged through Mito's heart, his expression darkening. It seems our lives hinge upon his whim. The color drained from Nara's face as she spoke with a heavy heart. To be marked with this seal is akin to being bound by the chains of death, with little hope of escape. Should Naruto harbor murderous intent, they would have no time to react. That will suffice. Naruto slowly withdrew his hand, a faint smirk gracing his lips. Do not even think of fleeing. As long as you exist in this world, I will find you. I understand, Mito replied respectfully, even with a hint of obsequiousness. Go. Naruto gently lifted his arm and commanded. We will give it our all. The two bowed eagerly, resembling eager hounds, before hastily opening the door. The longer one lives, the greater their power, and with it, the deeper their fear of death. Marked by Naruto's seal, they had no choice but to submit entirely, becoming his slaves. Once the two departed like lost dogs, Tsunade could no longer contain her inner anxiety and inquired urgently, Naruto, do you truly intend to eradicate those people? A scoff escaped Naruto's lips, his tone icy. If they harbor hatred towards me, it signifies their murderous intent. If they wish to kill me, then they must perish. As he spoke, a glint of cold light flashed in his azure eyes, and a terrifying aura, reminiscent of hell itself, filled the vast space. Tsunade's face twitched, and she raised her hand as if to say something, yet ultimately lowered it in resignation. At this point, she knew it was futile to persuade Naruto to reconsider. Instead, she resolved to find a way to quell the resentment of those who bore animosity towards him in the coming days. Perhaps this would offer a glimmer of hope for their survival. With this thought, a spark of determination ignited in Tsunade's eyes as she declared, if they can let go of their hatred, then spare them. Upon hearing her words, a smirk of mockery crossed Naruto's face, and he lightly uttered 4 words. One hatred begets another. What? Tsunade's face displayed confusion. Yet Naruto offered no further explanation, merely smiling faintly. Tsunade, find someone to take me to my parents' former home. Tsunade trembled, her heart echoing with realization. Indeed, this child knew everything, just as Jiraiya had said. Without hesitation, she called out into the air, Anbu, Hokage-sama. And Anbu immediately appeared, kneeling before Tsunade. Take Naruto to the former residence of the 4th Hokage. Tsunade commanded. Yes. The Anbu replied dutifully. He then stood and respectfully gestured to Naruto. Lord Naruto, please follow me. Naruto nodded slightly, and in the blink of an eye, the two vanished from their location. Tsunade gazed in the direction they departed, her brows furrowing slightly as she sighed. Konoha, we owe your family far too much. At the former residence of the 4th Hokage, with a sharp sound of air slicing, Naruto and the Anbu materialized before the house. Naruto raised his azure eyes, surveying the grand abode, a satisfied smile gracing his features. Now, this is a place worthy of habitation. With that, he strode directly towards the entrance. Wait for me, my lord. The Anbu hurriedly followed. The door was slightly ajar, unlatched, seemingly narrating tales of its owner's past glory. It harbored no fear of thieves. For who would dare to rob the residence of the 4th Hokage? As Naruto gently pushed open the door, it creaked open slowly, as if welcoming back a long-lost kin. Upon entering, Naruto was greeted by a living room that, while not brand new, was impeccably clean. The furniture was arranged neatly, devoid of any signs of vermin, and the faint aroma of life lingered in the air. Clearly, this house had been regularly maintained to remain in such pristine condition. Quite nice. Naruto smiled slightly, stepping into the room. As he entered, a photograph of Minato and Kushina caught his attention, leading him to approach it swiftly, his brow furrowing slightly. For a moment, the atmosphere in the house became eerily quiet. Gulp. The Anbu, witnessing this, could not help but swallow hard, the sound echoing starkly in the stillness. As a member of Konoha's Anbu, he was well aware of Naruto's tragic past of being ostracized by the entire village during his childhood. Now confronted with the image of his deceased parents, coupled with the realization that their sacrifices were made to protect those who had once shunned him, the fury that brewed within him was palpable. It was entirely possible that he would unleash all his pent-up rage, and he might become the object of that wrath. Is my fate to be one of misfortune? The Anbu's face, concealed behind his mask, reflected a hint of sorrow, as if the entire shinobi world was against him. However, his concerns were unwarranted. As Naruto caressed the photograph, he mused aloud. Still, he doesn't hold a candle to my looks. Indeed, the reason for his frown was simply that he had discovered that Minato appeared even more handsome than he remembered. His countenance was comparable to that of the readers present. Even the visage he had assumed after merging with the original body paled in comparison. How absurd. What? The Anbu was utterly bewildered, finding this entirely different from his expectations. Before he could ponder further, Naruto waved his hand and said, You may leave. The Anbu, feeling as though he had been granted a reprieve, quickly bowed and said, "Yes, my lord." With that, he vanished in an instant, eager to escape the house. He dared not linger before the formidable Naruto, fearing that a moment's carelessness might bring about his demise. Am I truly that terrifying? Naruto mused, shaking his head helplessly as he watched the Anbu's retreating form. He then settled onto the living room sofa, his gaze flickering as his thoughts soared. With the matter of the great wilderness resolved, it was time to address the issue of the heavenly deity. At this thought, Naruto's azure eyes trembled slightly. In the next instant, a flash of blood red surged through his azure gaze. An overwhelming pressure of his ocular prowess erupted, as three bizarre tomo spun like luminous stars within his eyes. Soon, the tomo began to attract one another like magnets, gradually merging together. Ultimately, they formed an exquisite pattern, radiating an immense ocular power that instilled fear in all who beheld it. The sun-patterned Sharingan, symbolizing the light of creation. And this was none other than Naruto's Mangekyou Sharingan. The power of his gaze was truly astounding. Naruto traced his fingers lightly across his eyes, revealing a hint of a whirlpool-like grin. This kaleidoscope lacks the inherent ocular techniques and has yet to master even the Susanoo. Nevertheless, all of this is trivial. The true terror lies in its essence, capable of absorbing all ocular arts. Even if offered in exchange of the Rinnegan with Naruto, he would undoubtedly refuse. For a given time, he would harness this pair of kaleidoscopes to absorb every ocular technique in existence, attaining a height unattainable by any of the Tsutsuki clan. Contemplating this, Naruto formed hand seals with one hand. Boom! A cloud of smoke erupted before him, revealing a scroll emerging from within. Naruto gradually unfurled the scroll, formed hand seals once more, and proclaimed loudly, "Sealing, release." In an instant, another explosion of smoke erupted from the scroll, and a special vessel containing a Sharingan materialized, emanating a faint yet terrifying ocular energy, as if a demon's breath was seeping forth. Indeed, it was Shursue's kaleidoscope. Observing this, a smile graced Naruto's lips. "Let you be my first kaleidoscopic ocular technique." With that declaration, boom, the sun kaleidoscope within Naruto's pupils trembled violently, and an eerie light imbued with the essence of devouring all things burst forth, hurtling towards the Sharingan within the vessel. In a fleeting moment, the Sharingan began to spin furiously, its ocular power dispersing instantaneously, transforming the three tomo into a four-cornered pinwheel kaleidoscope. Yet, in the next instant, the exquisite patterns began to melt away, morphing into bizarre black beams that shot into the void, subsequently flowing into the sun kaleidoscope. Before long, tranquility returned to the scene. At this moment, Naruto's right hand subtly concealed one kaleidoscope, revealing a hint of crimson, his expression adorned with pride as he declared, "The strongest illusion, Koten Zanshuan, is now mine." Chapter 16. The Might of the Ninja World. Saving my Gaara. As the words fell, Naruto's eyes narrowed slightly. In an instant, a tremendous illusionary pressure, as if capable of controlling all things in the world, erupted from his right eye, instantly engulfing the entire room, rendering the very air dreamlike. This was, indeed, the manifestation of the bewitching heavenly deity. Through the kaleidoscope, Naruto sensed that this fusion of the bewitching heavenly deity, as described in the original text, was merely a short-term forced control illusion, aptly named momentary bewitching heavenly deity. The permanent version, however, resided naturally in Itachi's possession. Yet, the momentary bewitching heavenly deity was not without its merits. At the very least, its cooldown time was significantly reduced. Just as Naruto prepared to close the kaleidoscope after gathering enough understanding, his gaze inadvertently swept over a vessel. To his astonishment, the previously dissolved patterns of the kaleidoscope in the vessel re-emerged, shimmering with an eerie and terrifying brilliance, akin to a phoenix reborn. Naruto's attention sharpened. It seemed that even if the ocular technique had been absorbed, the essence of the kaleidoscope remained intact, far surpassing the basic functions of the three tomo. Just as he contemplated this, a sudden realization struck him, and he activated the solar kaleidoscope once more. With a whoosh, a strange, devouring light erupted over the vessel. However, moments later, there was no reaction whatsoever. Is it not possible? A look of confusion crossed Naruto's face, and with a flash of his pupils, the kaleidoscope faded away. He had just realized that Shursue's eyes possessed the formidable Susanoo ocular technique and intended to absorb it again, only to find it utterly unresponsive. Naruto then scrutinized the Sharingan with keen focus, and soon he came to a realization. It seemed that to absorb the power of Susanoo, both kaleidoscopes needed to be present. Otherwise, the absorption would be impossible. With this thought, a faint smile graced Naruto's lips. There was no need to rush. He could take his time. Having concluded this series of thoughts, he swiftly performed a sealing technique, encasing the vessel back within a scroll. After completing these actions, Naruto's brilliant azure eyes swept the room rapidly. Ultimately, his gaze landed upon the kitchen, and a smile crept back onto his face. Then let me also try to use the kaleidoscope Sharingan to fry a delectable egg. As the crimson sun gradually descended, the night swiftly gave way to dawn. The events of the previous day in Konoha had rapidly spread across the various nations. In the rock village, within the Tsuchikage's tower, Inoki's expression was grave as he stared at the intelligence scroll in his hand. After a long moment, he slowly closed it, sighing and shaking his head. The Nine-Tails Jinchuriki has grown to this extent. I never anticipated he would be the son of the fourth Hokage. Furthermore, he has mastered the Flying Thunder God technique. Could it be that the ninja world is about to plunge into a dark era once again, shrouded by a yellow flash? Inoki's memories of the Third Great Ninja War were still vivid. At that time, Iwagakure had the upper hand, only for Konoha to suddenly produce a wave of Minato Namikaze. With merely one person's strength, he had turned the tide of battle. As he pondered this, Inoki's grip tightened around a stone on the table, crushing it with rage. Why do all the geniuses reside in Konoha? And just when we finally had one, he defected. You're talking about you, art is a star. Calm down, old man, interrupted Kuratsuchi, who was munching on candy. The Nine-Tails Jinchuriki has returned and eradicated the entire root organization, demonstrating his intense killing intent. If we send someone to sow discord, perhaps Konoha will meet its demise at his hands. Oh, Inoki's eyes narrowed as he fell into contemplation. Moments later, the old fox's fury dissipated, replaced by a cunning smile. Send orders to the spies. Seek an opportunity to strike at Konoha civilians, framing it as the work of the Nine-Tails Jinchuriki. This will sever his ties with Konoha completely. In the land of lightning, at the Cloud Thunder Gorge, a thunderous roar erupted, akin to a celestial storm. A terrifying blue lightning surged forth, resembling a roaring dragon, illuminating the heavens and the earth. Simultaneously, a voice of immense authority echoed through the skies. A yellow flash has departed. Yet another has arrived. An evolved version of the yellow flash combined with the Nine-Tails Jinchuriki. As the thunderous light gradually faded, the figure within was revealed, none other than the fourth Raikage. However, at that moment, it was firmly gripping the face of a burly man, none other than Killer Bee. Oh, foolish big brother, let go of me. I still have a concert to perform. Killer Bee protested, his face a mask of reluctance as he dissed A. Upon hearing this, A's anger surged, his forehead veins bulging. In an instant, a terrifying wave of lightning erupted from within him, causing his hair to spike up like a porcupine, enveloped in a layer of blue lightning, radiating an aura of dread. This was, unmistakably, the lightning release chakra mode. With the lightning release chakra mode activated, A hurled Killer Bee into the air, his fists charged with energy as he bellowed. The Jinchuriki of Konoha has become so powerful, and you still think about your concert? Defeat me, and you may leave the Cloud Thunder Gorge. With that, it transformed into a streak of blue lightning, soaring into the sky, raising his right hand to deliver a crushing elbow strike upon Killer Bee. No, big brother. Oh, baby. Meanwhile, at Konoha's Hokage building, Tsunade's expression was grave as she glared at the letter in her hands, the signature unmistakably from Sunagakure. Jiraiya leaned against the desk, his voice low. I never expected the Akatsuki organization would dare to so openly attack the Kazekage for the sake of the tailed beasts. Sighing, Tsunade closed the letter slowly, turning to Jiraiya. Now that Sunagakure seeks our aid, given their ability to capture the Kazekage, their strength must be formidable. If we send ordinary J-Nin, they may just walk into a trap. Jiraiya waved his hand, acknowledging the dilemma. As Hokage, you need to maintain the overall situation, so you cannot leave. Meanwhile, I must quell the disturbances from yesterday, leaving me equally constrained. Suddenly, Jiraiya's eyes brightened as an idea struck him. He raised a finger, continuing. I have a plan. Let Team 7 go. With Naruto, Kakashi, and your prized pupil, it should be foolproof. Let Naruto go, Tsunade exclaimed, a bitter smile appearing on her face. I worry that if there are loose tongues in Sunagakure, provoking Naruto could lead to a catastrophe. Though Tsunade left her words unspoken, the implication was clear. Jiraiya fell silent for a moment. However, moments later, a smile broke across his face. I believe that won't happen. After all, Sunagakure has no enmity with Naruto. Such a scenario is unlikely. Tsunade, however, appeared even more resigned. In this world, even without enmity, there are plenty of loose lips. Yet, in light of the current situation, there truly seemed to be no better alternative, and she could only nod. Then let it be so. Not long after, with a resounding thud, Naruto, who was diligently exercising in the living room, was suddenly taken aback by the sound of a knock at the door. Could it be that someone was seeking him at this hour? Intrigued, he opened the door, only to be greeted by the sight of Kakashi and Sakura. Before Naruto could utter a word, Sakura, brimming with urgency, exclaimed, Naruto, the Akatsuki has launched an assault on Sunagakure, and Gaara has been captured. Lady Tsunade has dispatched our team to lend assistance. At this revelation, Naruto's eyes widened in astonishment. By the timeline, it seemed quite plausible. At this very moment, Gaara was likely being taken away, rendered unconscious by Deidara. Naruto, are you going? Kakashi inquired, aware that no one would dare compel him if he was reluctant. After all, Naruto's strength was well known. However, upon hearing this, Naruto grinned widely and declared with enthusiasm. Of course I'm going. I relish the thrill of rescuing others. Chapter 17. Kakashi-sensei, let's try to snatch the bells again, really? I knew Naruto. You still have a kind heart. Sakura beamed, blissfully unaware of the hidden implications in his words. She wished to use this task as an opportunity to rekindle Naruto's former personality. As a companion, she was prepared to employ any special means necessary. Don't get the wrong idea, you too. Kakashi's eyes glinted with a hint of satisfaction as he proclaimed, then it's settled. Let us go, Naruto. However, Naruto waved his hand lightly, a teasing glint in his gaze as he smiled. Kakashi-sensei, do you remember the initial team assessment? Huh. Kakashi's face contorted in confusion. Snatching the bells? Sakura pondered aloud. In that instant, cold sweat trickled down Kakashi's forehead, his expression suddenly twisting in alarm. Naruto, you don't mean to challenge me again. As expected of Kakashi-sensei, he grasped it at once. Naruto couldn't help but give a thumbs up. Kakashi's complexion darkened to an alarming degree, his pupils widening in disbelief. Naruto, are you trying to drive me to madness? What kind of joke is this? Playing a game of bell snatching with someone who commands the Flying Thunder God technique is akin to a writer challenging Tyson to a duel. Moreover, Kakashi felt a chill creeping down his spine as Naruto spoke. Seeing this, Naruto chuckled softly. If you're not willing to play, then I want to go. In the end, Kakashi yielded under Naruto's formidable presence. At the Konoha training ground, the wind howled. The autumn breeze swept across the earth, causing Kakashi's mask to flutter, as if it too were eager to unveil his true face. Yet, Kakashi remained focused, his gaze locked on Naruto and Sakura before him. Kids, please go easy on me, he said helplessly. With that, Kakashi slowly lifted his forehead protector, revealing his left eye. In an instant, a scarlet light flickered forth like lightning, emanating an overwhelming power that belonged to the Manjiki Sharingan, its three tomo glimmering ominously. The moment he activated the Sharingan, it was clear that Kakashi-sensei was serious. Sakura gasped in awe, then turned to Naruto, only to find him unperturbed, as if he held the reins of the situation. She remembered that Naruto's strength had long surpassed Kakashi's. Yet, Sakura felt a surge of pride, knowing she could not lag behind. With determination, she raised her fists and declared, Naruto, I'll cover for you. In the next moment, she propelled herself towards Kakashi, the ground quaking beneath her feet as she charged forward. With a fierce momentum, she unleashed a powerful punch enveloped in blue chakra, crashing towards Kakashi with the force to shatter everything in its path. Super Strength Fist. After 3 years under Tsunade's tutelage, Sakura had undergone a remarkable transformation. Kakashi, though resigned, swiftly formed hand seals and slammed his hands onto the ground. Earth Release, Earth Flow Wall. In the next instant, the ground trembled violently as a colossal wall adorned with a canine head erupted before Kakashi, towering protectively. Sakura, undeterred, shouted, Don't underestimate me. With renewed vigor, her punch collided with the dog-headed wall. The impact sent shockwaves reverberating through the earth, and in an explosive display of strength, the wall shattered, sending debris flying and obscuring the surroundings in a cloud of dust. Smash it! Sakura roared, her voice booming. Ultimately, her overwhelming strength prevailed. The wall crumbled entirely, disintegrating into rubble and raising a tempest of dust, obscuring the environment. Yet, Sakura pressed on fearlessly, her fists charged with energy. However, in the next heartbeat, Sakura froze, her fists halting midair. A kunai had inexplicably pressed against her back, and Kakashi's voice echoed eerily from behind her. Sakura, recklessly advancing without understanding the enemy is unwise. The scene shifted. Kakashi had somehow positioned himself behind her, his right hand gripping a kunai, poised against her spine. In an instant, the outcome seemed predetermined. Yet, as Kakashi's words faded, a stone emitting strange spatial fluctuations shot through the air, silently zipping past him. Oh no! It's the Flying Thunder God. Kakashi gasped in alarm. As a disciple of the fourth Hokage, he was acutely familiar with the Flying Thunder God technique. At that moment, the stone that whizzed by bore a perfect replica of his teacher's Flying Thunder God seal. Sure enough, in the next heartbeat, dazzling black and gold light erupted from the stone, a terrifying spatial force engulfing the area as Naruto appeared beside Kakashi. As soon as he materialized, Naruto's hand dove towards the spot where the bells were placed. Kakashi's body failed to react in time. His Sharingan whirled like a rapidly spinning windmill, struggling to keep pace, yet his body could not match Naruto's speed. In that moment, Kakashi grasped why other nations feared his master so profoundly. One could perish before even having a chance to react. Who wouldn't he be terrified? But this was to be expected. After all, as an S-rank space-time ninjutsu, slaughtering anyone below the shadow level was akin to killing chickens. Even beyond the 6 paths level, no one could catch up. This was the absolute confidence of the fastest ninja in the world. As Naruto's hand approached the bells, suddenly, boom, Kakashi's form exploded like a bomb, dissipating into a cloud of smoke that enveloped the area. Simultaneously, the ground behind Naruto erupted as Kakashi leapt out, hands outstretched with the wind howling. Indeed. At the moment Sakura shattered the earth wall, Kakashi had seized the opportunity to create a shadow clone to subdue Sakura, while his true self stealthily burrowed underground. Ever wary of Naruto. Now, the moment was ripe. I win. Kakashi chuckled softly. Yet, Kakashi-sensei, how dare you use shadow clones in front of me? Naruto replied. His back turned to Kakashi, a smirk playing on his lips. In an instant, Naruto too erupted into a cloud of smoke. What? Kakashi froze, his mind momentarily blank. He had clearly not seen Naruto forming any seals. But before he could regain his composure, whoosh, a brand new stone, bearing the mark of the sword of shinobi love, streaked through the air like a meteor, hurtling towards Kakashi's back at breakneck speed. Once again, he failed to react in time. A dazzling and resplendent black-golden radiance erupted from the mark of the sword of patience, and in an instant, Naruto's true form manifested. As he appeared, Naruto clasped his hands together with great fervor. Crouching low, his face contorted with an expression of unparalleled madness, he roared, "Flying Thunder God, 1,000 years of pain." With that proclamation, he unleashed an immense force with his hands, striking with a terrifying velocity towards Kakashi's rear. Ah! The ultimate technique of Konoha's 1,000 years of pain struck Kakashi. Villain points 93. The chrysanthemum wilts, leaving a trail of devastation. Chapter 18 Shio. Are you scolding me? In the land of wind, Sunagakure, the desolate desert, with its lonely smoke, is engulfed by swirling sands that swirl endlessly through the air, heavy enough to seem as if even the sun's rays have been devoured. Amidst such harsh conditions, a squad leader of Sunagakure stands silently at the village gates, accompanied by several sand shinobi, seemingly awaiting someone's arrival. As time slowly drifts by, suddenly, look, isn't that someone from Konoha? A sand shinobi exclaims, pointing excitedly in a direction. The others quickly turn their attention. In the distance across the desert, four figures gradually emerge, becoming more distinct. However, one of the figures appears to be limping. Perhaps it is a unique training method, the sand shinobi speculate as they rush to greet them. The four figures are, indeed, Team 7 come to provide assistance. The reason there are four of them is that they encountered Temari on their way to Sunagakure and decided to travel together. At this moment, Sakura notices the scene and exclaims, "Kakashi-sensei, Sunagakure has spotted us. Yes, let us quicken our pace." Kakashi nods, then ruefully glances at Naruto while rubbing his backside. "What splendid weather. Do you think we can get away with some looting today?" Naruto, however, pays him no mind and strides straight towards Sunagakure, whistling. The two groups meet. Konoha's esteemed guests, the Sand Shinobi squad leader greets, bowing respectfully. His gaze then shifts to Temari, surprised. "Lady Temari, you are here too." "Indeed," Temari nods. "Everyone, please follow me." The Sand squad leader speaks again, his eyes flickering toward Kakashi. In that instant, a jolt runs through him as if struck by lightning. He stiffens, cold sweat trickling down his back, and stammers, "Uzumaki Naruto what? The Konoha star who annihilated hundreds of root operatives?" The other Sand Shinobi are utterly astonished. The rapid dissemination of information cannot be underestimated. Tales and images of Naruto's exploits have spread across the great nations. Thus, they are genuinely filled with trepidation towards this formidable being who single-handedly dismantled Root. Do not be alarmed. He is Konoha's reinforcement. Temari, already accustomed to the situation during their journey, hastily clarifies. My apologies. The Sand Squad leader regains his composure, hurriedly apologizing. "It is truly the illustrious Naruto-sama. I hope for your understanding." With that, he leads the way ahead. Kakashi and the others follow suit, while the other Sand Shinobi merely gaze at Naruto's retreating figure until it vanishes. Soon after, one of the Sand Shinobi, drenched in cold sweat, hastily speaks to the others. As expected from the ruthless figure who obliterated Root alone, even without any deliberate intent to exude killing intent, he still instills fear. Another Sand Shinobi echoes. "Terrifying, is he perhaps mentally unbalanced?" Silence. Quickly relay the message. No one in the village must speak ill of him. Along the way, the Sand Squad leader recounts the incident involving Kankuro. What? Even Kankuro? Temari, struck by lightning, turns pale with shock. The squad leader continues, "Indeed. And Kankuro has been afflicted by an unknown toxin. There is currently no antidote. If this continues, damn it." Temari exclaims in anger. Sakura, upon hearing this, grows serious and urges, "Let us hurry, Temari. Perhaps I can help with the toxin." Temari looks at Sakura as if seizing a final lifeline, gratefully responding, "I'm counting on you." Before long, they arrive at the corridor of the Sunagakure hospital. Simultaneously, a wailing sound reminiscent of hell itself reaches their ears. Ah, that is Kankuro's voice. Temari's expression becomes grim, as if covered in frost. Finally, they reach the operating room door. Inside, Kankuro lies on the bed, wailing in agony, his limbs appearing as if ravaged by demons, exhibiting various distressing symptoms, seemingly in excruciating pain. Surrounding him, the medical staff and seasoned veterans of Sunagakure are in a state of utter disarray, completely at a loss. Seeing this, Temari rushes forward, her voice trembling with urgency. "Kankuro? Are you alright? Regrettably, Kankuro, on the brink of death, is unable to respond to his sister's words. Temari, is there anyone else? As Temari enters, the others in the operating room snap back to reality. A look of joy appears on Maki's face. The reinforcements from Konoha have arrived. Let me see. Without hesitation, Sakura rushes forward to assess Kankuro's injuries, while Chiyo and Ebizo direct their attention toward Kakashi and Naruto. In an instant, a deafening buzzing resonates in Chiyo's head, her body freezing in place, veins bulging on her forehead. The image of the white fang of Konoha suddenly appears before her eyes, merging with Kakashi's likeness. Gradually, the two become one. It is the infamous white fang of Konoha, the very man who slaughtered her son and daughter-in-law. Chiyo's face contorts with rage, her fury boiling over as she bellows. Damn you, white fang of Konoha! How dare you come to Sunagakure? Today, I shall rend you to pieces. With that, Chiyo leaps into the air, arms raised, charging at Kakashi with ferocity. Rage has completely clouded Chiyo's judgment. She fails to consider that, should this truly be the white fang as a puppet master, engaging in close combat with him would be tantamount to seeking her own demise. The others are equally taken aback. Chiyo? Temari's pupils tremble violently as she cries out, attempting to intervene. Alas, it is already too late. Prepare to die, white fang of Konoha. Chiyo's fist, imbued with terrifying force, hurtles toward Kakashi, who stands momentarily stunned. However, at this critical juncture, Naruto steps forward with a smirk, leisurely extending his hand toward Chiyo. Without a hint of doubt, smack. Chiyo's fist is grasped firmly by Naruto. Her body abruptly halted midair. What? Chiyo gasps, her eyes darting to Naruto, her anger surging as she demands, who are you, brat? Do you wish to accompany the white fang to his grave? Chiyo, having long secluded herself from the world, was just summoned by Maki to heal Kankuro, and thus remains oblivious to the events in Konoha. Chiyo, stop. Maki, recognizing Naruto, is struck with alarm, urgently exclaiming, that is the Konoha star. According to the intelligence, he can be ruthless even to his own. Yet, alas, it is all too late. Naruto gazes at Chiyo, a glint of mischief flickering in his azure eyes as he grins, revealing his white teeth, and remarks, you scolded me? Chapter 19, The Pressure of Sand Hidden. As the words fell, they resonated with an awe-inspiring authority. A palpable and terrifying aura of murderous intent enveloped the arena, leaving everyone breathless, as if the very air had frozen. You. Chiyo's pupils trembled violently, leaving her momentarily speechless, as if a thorn had lodged in her throat. The smile of the figure before her had transformed in her eyes into a visage more ghastly than that of a hellish demon. This is bad. Kakashi, suddenly jolted awake, hastily grasped Naruto's shoulder, his voice urgent. Naruto, do not act impulsively. This old lady has merely mistaken you for someone else. Maki rushed over in a flurry, bowing deeply in apology. My apologies, Lord Naruto. Granny Chiyo is a bit out of touch with the world. She has offended you. Please, have mercy and forgive her. As Maki spoke, he cast anxious glances at Eyes. Eyes seemed to grasp the gravity of the situation, quickly interjecting, I apologize, young friend. My sister is of advanced age and has become a bit muddled. Yet, Naruto remained unmoved. His azure eyes glinted with intense killing intent, penetrating the very depths of Chiyo's heart. Killing intent instills fear in Chiyo. Evil points 73. Chiyo let out a pained groan. She could not fathom why this seemingly ordinary child exuded such terrifying murderous intent and strength. Even during the brutal previous Ninja World Wars, she had never encountered someone with such extreme killing intent. Naruto, please, do not be reckless. Kakashi anxiously shook Naruto's shoulder, his voice trembling. A cold smile crept across Naruto's lips as he sneered. Old hag, consider yourself fortunate that I have not yet harbored thoughts of killing today. As his words fell, he swung his right arm fiercely. Whoosh! Chiyo was sent hurtling through the air, crashing violently against the surgery room wall, before collapsing helplessly to the ground. A mouthful of crimson blood erupted from her lips. Public humiliation injures Chiyo. Evil points 93. Sister. Ai's face changed dramatically as he rushed to support her. Maki, however, wore a look of gratitude, deeply bowing to Naruto. Thank you, Lord Naruto, for your mercy. It was no wonder he felt this way. Based on rough intelligence estimates, Maki calculated that even if Sunagakure exerted all its might, it would likely only achieve a mutual destruction with Naruto. After all, their Kazekage had already been abducted. Naruto did not respond, merely emitting a disdainful chuckle before seating himself on a nearby bench. Maki was overthinking. Naruto had spared Chiyo's life simply because he believed that amidst the turbulent ninja world, one needed to cultivate their own power. Moreover, Gaara had shown a distinct favoritism towards Naruto, making him an obvious choice to rally. Thus, Naruto chose to spare Chiyo's life to revive Gaara. However, that perception did not extend to others. Naruto had indeed changed since his return to Konoha. Sakura pondered silently, then redirected all her focus onto Kankuro. Kakashi's eyes shimmered with a sense of pride. Naruto, I will ensure you return to your former self. Moments later, Chiyo struggled to rise again, her breath weak. Yet her gaze bore an expression of profound astonishment, fixed upon Naruto. A mere boy of 15 or 16 had reached such heights. Though their exchange was brief, Chiyo had already discerned that Naruto was undeniably an existence that transcended the ordinary shadow level. She had once thought Gaara, so young yet holding the position of Kazekage, was an unparalleled prodigy. Little did she expect that someone even more formidable existed. Whose subordinate could this be? Oh right, from Konoha. Simultaneously, Chiyo's gaze shifted back to Kakashi, her body trembling as she suddenly realized something was amiss, her face a mask of confusion. You are not the White Fang. Indeed, you have mistaken me, old lady. Kakashi quickly waved his hands, a hint of embarrassment creeping onto his face. The scene fell into a heavy silence. Then, suddenly, Chiyo burst into laughter, her eyes narrowing with mirth. Ah, once one ages, one's eyesight may fail. After which, she bowed to Naruto, saying, young friend, I sincerely apologize. My old eyes have deceived me, and I inadvertently offended you. I hope you do not hold it against this soon-to-be-forgotten old woman. After a considerable time had passed without a response from Naruto, Chiyo, sensing the atmosphere, stepped aside. Others followed suit, none daring to sit before Naruto. Such was the ironclad rule of the ninja world. Power commands respect, the strong reign supreme. Seeing this, Naruto furrowed his brows, his expression darkening like a storm cloud. Why aren't you seated? If those from neighboring villages see this, they might think I bully the elderly. Ah, we shall sit. We shall sit. The Sunagakure crowd hurriedly complied. Kakashi, witnessing the scene, found himself momentarily speechless but silently reassured himself. At least Naruto had not resorted to killing. Meanwhile, Sakura had discerned Kankuro's ailment and prepared to commence the surgery. Moments later, under Sakura's skilled hands, Kankuro slowly regained consciousness. The crowd then gathered around the bedside, exchanging pleasantries. So what is the status of the Akatsuki pursuit? Kakashi inquired first. Maki's expression turned grave as he replied. Initially, Kankuro pursued alone. And then he ended up like this. Subsequently, we dispatched a small team, but they vanished without a trace, and even one of our higher-ups has inexplicably disappeared. Listening to Maki's account, Kakashi's expression grew increasingly somber, and he promptly said, then please take me to the location where Kankuro fought. Do not be deceived by my appearance. I am an expert in tracking, and perhaps I can. However, before Kakashi could finish his sentence, Kankuro weakly interrupted, there is no need. He turned to a nearby sand shinobi. My puppets should have all been retrieved. Please assist me in bringing them here. Yes, the sand shinobi promptly agreed. Soon, Kankuro's severely damaged sand puppets were brought forth. Kankuro then spoke again. There were 2 individuals on the opposing side. We can track them by Gaara's scent. And even if the enemy splits into 2 paths, I have a method. With that, he instructed someone to retrieve a coarse needle used for puppetry, which bore a fragment of black cloth. Kankuro removed the fragment and stated solemnly, this is a piece of black cloth I obtained during my battle with Sasori. It should allow us to track him. Truly impressive, Sand Shinobi. Kakashi could not help but exclaim as he took the fragment. He then swiftly formed hand seals and slapped his hands onto the ground. Summoning technique. In the next moment, a violent cloud of smoke erupted in the arena, and the ninja dog squad appeared. 8 ninja dogs reporting in. Pakken barked loudly. Then, Pakken caught the familiar scent, his dog eyes widening in surprise. Is that you, Naruto? You've changed so much. If it weren't for this unique scent, I might not have recognized you. It's been a while, Pakken. I feel like my physique has improved significantly, Naruto replied with a grin. Pakken felt a chill run down his spine. Enough, Kakashi interjected hastily, presenting the fragments of black clothing to the pack of dogs. Now, please assist us in tracking the enemy by scent. Upon hearing this, the dogs eagerly began to sniff the air. In an instant, the 8 ninja dogs vanished, darting away in pursuit of the scent. Observing this, Kakashi reassured the group. Rest assured, we shall locate them swiftly. Words cannot express my gratitude. Maki exclaimed gratefully. Meanwhile, Naruto stood up, stretching his limbs, reciting softly, finally, we have arrived at Sunagakure. Let us explore and see what mischief we might conjure. With that, he nonchalantly strolled out. What? The inhabitants of Sunagakure were struck dumb, their eyes widening in shock. Without a moment's hesitation, Maki and Kakashi hurried after him. This was no jest. With no one to supervise Naruto, who knew which reckless soul in Sunagakure would provoke him, the village was likely to be reduced to ruins. Chapter 20. Farewell to the Nine-Tails. The following day, the morning light bathed the earth. Before the gates of Sunagakure, Kakashi, with a serious expression, addressed Naruto. Our foremost principle as ninjas is to endure. Do you understand? A cold smirk crept onto Naruto's lips. Upon noticing this, Kakashi felt a tightening in his chest, hastily wiping the cold sweat from his brow. The scenes of yesterday flashed through his mind like a film. As soon as Naruto departed, some foolish individuals from Sunagakure attempted provocation. Had it not been for his timely intervention with Gaara, Sunagakure would have surely been reduced to a desolate wasteland by now. Relieved, Kakashi patted his chest, grateful that he was still the swift man he had always been. At this moment, Sakura looked up at the sky, her face filled with confusion. Kakashi-sensei, aren't the people from Sunagakure coming with us? They will arrive shortly, Kakashi replied. Not long after, Temari leaped down from a high building, accompanied by several sand shinobi. Kakashi quickly adjusted his forehead protector and proclaimed, "Excellent. Let us set forth immediately to rescue Lord Gaara." He then produced a map from behind him, pointing to a specific location with gravity. According to Pakin's reconnaissance, Gaara is currently at this location. Understood. Temari nodded firmly, determination gleaming in her eyes. As the group prepared to depart, a sudden voice interrupted. Temari, you cannot go. The higher-ups in the village have other plans, came the reluctant voice of Gaara. What? Temari gasped, her anger boiling over. But he is the Kazekage. Shouldn't we, the sand shinobi, go to his aid? He is my brother. The higher-ups fear that if you leave, the news of the Kazekage's disappearance will spread, potentially inviting an attack on the village, Gaara explained, his face troubled. But Temari was about to argue further when Naruto interjected, a sly grin forming on his lips. Temari, it seems to me that the higher-ups in Sunagakure are nothing but a decayed bunch. Do you need me to teach them a lesson? It would be on the house, Lord Naruto. Absolutely not. There is no need for you to exert yourself, Gaara stammered, waving his hands in haste. At that moment, an ancient voice floated down from above. Allow me to go. The group looked up in surprise to find Chio standing atop the high building. Before they could react, Chio leaped down, landing gracefully before Kakashi and the others. But, Chio-sama, are you really alright? Temari asked, her heart racing with concern. It was no wonder Temari felt this way. Chio appeared frail and aged, giving the impression that a gentle push could send her tumbling to the ground. I am in my prime, Chio retorted, a hint of nostalgia in her voice. Moreover, I wish to take this opportunity to discipline my little grandson. Ultimately, Team 7 and Chio embarked on their quest to rescue Gaara. In the border forests of the Land of Wind, Kakashi and his companions darted through the trees like bolts of lightning, the rustling leaves accompanying their swift movements. Sakura, unable to contain her curiosity, turned to Naruto and softly inquired, Naruto, when did the Akatsuki begin to target you? 3 years ago, Naruto replied nonchalantly. Then why have they not acted sooner? Why target Gaara first? Sakura asked, puzzled. Now, I rather look forward to them seeking me out. Naruto's azure eyes twinkled with mischief. Kakashi fell into contemplation, speculating that Jiraiya must have been providing Naruto with close protection for the last 3 years. After all, he was one of the legendary Sannin, and the Akatsuki members would undoubtedly hesitate to act recklessly. As he pondered, Kakashi glanced at Naruto, silently mourning the fate of the Akatsuki. Once, Naruto had indeed been weak and needed protection, but now he was a perfect amalgamation of the fourth Hokage and Jiraiya. Any member of the Akatsuki attempting to capture the Nine-Tails would surely meet a disastrous fate. Just then, Chio sharply interrupted, No, that is incorrect. According to intelligence reports, they have merely been unprepared for extracting the tailed beasts, which is why they have remained inactive. Tailed beasts? What are those? Sakura asked, bewildered. As Tsunade's disciple, you do not know this? Chio exclaimed in surprise. Indeed, in our Konoha, tailed beasts are classified information. Kakashi quickly interjected. I see. Chio nodded in understanding. The tailed beasts are soon. Chio elaborated on the general situation regarding the tailed beasts. Sakura finally grasped why Naruto was referred to as the Nine-Tails Fox. It was because he housed the Nine-Tails within him. Simultaneously, she noticed Naruto's expression darkening. Concerned, she asked, Naruto, are you alright? However, Naruto appeared oblivious to her concern, as most of his consciousness had already ventured into his inner space. Chio's mention had reminded him that he still contained the Nine-Tails within him. Over the past 3 years, Naruto had contemplated whether to attempt awakening the Nine-Tails. However, the thought of losing control and becoming a burden again was simply too daunting, leading him to dismiss the idea. But now, 3 years had passed, and Naruto had gained sufficient confidence in his strength. Awakening the Nine-Tails was undoubtedly within reach. With that, he began to walk slowly towards the deepest part of his inner space. The closer he got, the more intense the oppressive atmosphere became. This was the unfathomable abyss of darkness, the culmination of the Nine-Tails' resentment over the millennia. At last, Naruto stood before the colossal sealing gate, gazing at it thoughtfully, pondering. How should I awaken the Nine-Tails? Should I use chakra? Or perhaps release the seal? Forget it, I'll try one by one. After concluding, Naruto swung his right hand vigorously. In the next instant, countless chakra surged from within him, racing towards his hand and gradually coalescing into a blue chakra chain. As soon as the chain materialized, Naruto hurled it towards the sealing gate. With a swift motion, the chain shot forth like lightning, accompanied by a piercing sound as it penetrated deep into the sealing gate. Suddenly, the chain came to a halt, as if it had encountered an indestructible barrier. Got it! Naruto exclaimed with delight, realizing he had made contact with the Nine-Tails. He quickly flicked his wrist, channeling an even greater surge of chakra into the chain. In an instant, the end of the chain split into numerous branches, resembling dragons emerging from the sea, wildly fanning out until they each latched onto something colossal. Seeing this, Naruto yanked back with force. In that moment, an overwhelming power awakened, revealing itself in all its terrifying glory. With a thunderous roar, the chain surged forth like a ferocious, giant python, swiftly propelling an unknown creature toward the grand entrance. It soon came to a halt before the door with unwavering steadiness. Naruto gazed at the slumbering behemoth before him, a faint smile curling at the corners of his lips. The Nine-Tails seems to be enjoying a rather comfortable slumber. Chapter 21. The Awakening of the Nine-Tails and the Appearance of Itachi Uchiha. Before Naruto loomed a colossal figure, the Nine-Tails Kurama. Its plush, orange fur danced like flames in the wind, undulating continuously. Yet, in stark contrast to its previously fearsome visage, the Nine-Tails now rested with its eyes tightly shut, its chest rising and falling rhythmically, exuding an aura of serene tranquility. One might easily mistake it for a cherished pet of the Senju clan. At that moment, Naruto flicked his wrist, and the chakra chains dissipated into mere illusions. He then gently placed his palm through the crack of the ceiling gate, his hand resting softly upon the Nine-Tails' forehead. The sensation was surprisingly delightful. Naruto found himself taken aback. In the next instant, he eagerly pressed both hands against the Nine-Tails' forehead, reveling in the sheer joy of petting its fur. He could now comprehend why so many in his past life delighted in petting cats and dogs. The feeling was akin to that of smooth silk, utterly irresistible. Moreover, the Nine-Tails remained in slumber, posing no threat of sudden aggression. After indulging for a while, Naruto's expression shifted, and he suddenly exerted force with his arms. In an instant, a terrifying surge of chakra erupted from within him, illuminating the entire inner space, before violently converging in his palms. With a determined thrust, he directed this immense chakra towards the Nine-Tails' brow, aiming to pierce through its depths and awaken it. However, contrary to his expectations, the Nine-Tails remained sprawled in place, its heavy breathing resonating like distant thunder, devoid of any unusual response. Could chakra alone not suffice? Naruto cradled his chin, brow furrowed in contemplation. The Nine-Tails, reputed to be a fusion of hatred and malice, might respond better to a blend of murderous intent and chakra, perhaps. Without hesitation, Naruto's azure eyes sparkled with resolve. In an instant, an overwhelming wave of murderous intent surged forth, enveloping the entire inner space, transforming the surroundings into a dreamlike realm. At that very moment, the Nine-Tails' grand brows, reminiscent of a majestic beast, quivered slightly. Though subtle, this movement did not escape Naruto's keen observation. His face lit up with joy. Indeed, one could summon the fierce with fierce intent. With that thought, Naruto wasted no time. Boom. The terrifying amalgamation of murderous intent and chakra surged forth like two colossal dragons, merging in a cataclysmic display of power before crashing into the Nine-Tails' being. In the next heartbeat, the Nine-Tails' body trembled violently, its fur standing on end like needles. An overwhelming aura of resentment and hatred rapidly engulfing the space. Suddenly, a bizarre, blood-red hue erupted forth, reminiscent of a blood moon hanging in the sky. It was the color of the Nine-Tails' pupils. It had awakened. The newly awakened Nine-Tails, still dazed, surveyed its surroundings in confusion. Clearly, the sudden slumber 3 years prior had left it somewhat disoriented. Meanwhile, Naruto withdrew his hands, ceasing the outpouring of murderous intent and chakra. A smile gracing his lips as he gazed at the Nine-Tails. Hey, great fox, did you sleep well these past years? The Nine-Tails froze momentarily. Then its gaze fell upon Naruto standing before the ceiling gate, only to be met with bewilderment. Who are you? It suddenly recognized the inner space of the young Uzumaki Naruto. How had this striking young man with black hair entered? Fox, you still seem as foolish as before. Naruto chuckled, his amusement evident. What do you mean? The Nine-Tails faltered. Then, sensing the aura radiating from Naruto, realization struck. The young man before him was none other than the little brat, Uzumaki Naruto. Memories from 3 years prior flooded back. How Naruto's sudden surge of power had plunged him into a prolonged slumber. A torrent of wrath and murderous intent surged within the Nine-Tails. Twisting its features into a grotesque mask, its slitted pupils glimmering with a chilling light, fixated on Naruto. It roared, baring its fangs in a deafening howl. You wretched human, how dare you toy with me? I shall devour you whole. With that, a cataclysmic explosion of chakra erupted from the Nine-Tails, its right paw raised high, descending upon Naruto with an overwhelming force, as if the very heavens would be rent asunder by its might. This strike contained the power to obliterate any being beneath the rank of a shadow. Yet, alas, no matter its might, it could not overcome the everlasting seals. In the next instant, the beast's paw collided with the gate with a thunderous crash. Clang! Accompanied by the piercing sound of metal meeting metal, the Nine-Tails' paw became ensnared. As if caught in a vice, rendered immobile. Despite its elongated claws, it could not reach Naruto. You look quite the fool in this predicament. Naruto laughed heartily at the sight before him. How dare you mock me? I will ensure you meet a fate worse than death. The Nine-Tails roared, its fury igniting an even more terrifying aura, crimson chakra engulfing the space in a sinister glow. Yet, Naruto remained unfazed, his gaze fixed upon the Nine-Tails with intrigue. What is this? The Nine-Tails felt a chill run down its spine. Before it could comprehend the situation, Naruto let out a chilling laugh, his hands clenched. You mischievous fox, it seems you require a firm hand to teach you obedience. Unlike the original host, who fancied persuasion through words, Naruto understood that true influence was wielded through strength. And coincidentally, his fists represented that strength. With that, Naruto strode toward the gate, raising his right hand toward the ceiling symbols inscribed upon it. What is this little brat scheming? The Nine-Tails pondered, perplexed, recognizing Naruto's intent to tear away the seals and free himself. But why did a profound sense of danger suddenly surge from deep within? Now, Nine-Tails, it's time for a proper lesson. Naruto's azure eyes gleamed as he prepared to unveil the seals. Suddenly, his hand froze mid-air as he murmured, "Oh, is that the proud brother of the second pillar arriving?" With that, he withdrew his hand, offering a congratulatory remark to the Nine-Tails. "Fox, you are fortunate. Once I finish my business outside, I shall return to bestow upon you a lesson in virtue." As Naruto's consciousness dissipated, the Nine-Tails was momentarily stunned before erupting in fury. "You little brat, cease your tricks. If you dare unveil that seal, I will ensure your demise." Yet, despite its bluster, the Nine-Tails felt an unexplainable sense of relief within. In the real world, Naruto's consciousness returned to his body, his azure eyes glinting with mischief as he regarded the scene ahead. Akin to a cat toying with its prey. Meanwhile, Kakashi and the others stood ready for battle, their expressions grave, weapons in hand, prepared for whatever may come. "Be cautious. His Genjutsu is formidable," Kakashi shouted, his voice resolute. Before the gathered crowd, a solitary figure stood silently. The person's long, raven-black hair danced in the wind, and his countenance was strikingly handsome, with two distinctive tear troughs at the corners of his eyes that added an air of enigmatic allure. Yet, what captivated the onlookers most were his intensely crimson eyes, within which three black tomos spun incessantly, causing the atmosphere around him to grow increasingly tense. Adorned in a flowing black robe emblazoned with red clouds, the answer was all but apparent. This individual was none other than the Scarlet Phoenix of Dawn. Uchiha Itachi. Chapter 22. Itachi, your secret will haunt me for a lifetime at this moment. A gentle breeze unexpectedly swept through the forest, causing the leaves to rustle softly. Uchiha Itachi's Akatsuki cloak fluttered slightly, and his right hand dangled limply, his Sharingan devoid of any ripple, quietly observing Kakashi and the others. Yet, this seemingly simple gesture cast a heavy pall over the atmosphere. "Hey, Itachi," Naruto greeted him with a smile. Chio, upon hearing this, felt a sudden jolt of shock. Itachi? The infamous S-rank rogue ninja who had slaughtered his entire clan. So, he was Sasuke's elder brother. Sakura clenched her fists tightly, her veins bulging. In her mind, Itachi was the source of endless pain and tragedy for Sasuke. At this moment, Itachi lifted his gaze, his expression unchanged. "Captain Kakashi, Naruto, it's been a while." Despite having seen Naruto's image beforehand, Itachi couldn't help but glance at him again. They say women change greatly by the age of 18. But Naruto had transformed significantly as well. Nevertheless, Itachi maintained an air of serene indifference. Kakashi, upon hearing Itachi's words, promptly adjusted his forehead protector to reveal his crimson Sharingan, his face serious. "Itachi, you were sent by the Akatsuki to stop us, weren't you?" As expected of Captain Kakashi, Itachi's voice was calm, yet it carried an undeniable weight. Just as Kakashi was about to inquire further, Naruto stepped forward, pushing Kakashi behind him. "Itachi, still trying to play coy, huh?" Naruto's azure eyes sparkled with mischief as he smiled. "You must be aware that I annihilated the root, right?" At this remark, Naruto turned to face Itachi, only to find him utterly unmoved. Immediately, Naruto unleashed his trump card. "I already have that eye, and as for the secret from that night." Indeed. As soon as Naruto spoke those words, Itachi's eyelids twitched violently, and he interrupted Naruto abruptly, sounding like a cat whose tail had been stepped on. "Naruto." Itachi's usually impassive face was now filled with astonishment. "How on earth did you achieve such prowess in 3 years? Have you mastered the Nine-Tails? Moreover, your appearance has changed drastically." Internally, Itachi lamented, realizing that Naruto seemed to know the truth behind the massacre. In his inquiry, he also aimed to divert the conversation away from the family secret. However, such an obvious attempt to shift the topic was not lost on the perceptive. "That eye? That secret?" Kakashi murmured, his curiosity piqued. Ignoring Itachi's words, Naruto wore a half-smirk, continuing, "That secret regarding the Uchiha massacre." "What? The Uchiha massacre?" Kakashi and the others were struck dumb, their ears perked up, ready to hear the earth-shattering revelation. However, just as Naruto was about to unveil the truth, Itachi suddenly lost his composure, bellowing, "Shut up." In an instant, he clasped his hands together, moving with lightning speed. Almost in the blink of an eye, He formed the hand seals. A searing heat enveloped the air, as if intent on igniting the world. Fire release, great fireball technique. Itachi intoned softly. Boom. A colossal fireball, exuding terrifying heat, shot forth, carrying the power to incinerate everything in its path, roaring towards the group. The temperature soared into the thousands, causing the surrounding air to hiss in agony. What a rapid hand sign. Such formidable fire release. Chio gasped, realizing that the one capable of decimating the Uchiha clan was indeed no ordinary foe. Even the most basic fire release technique wielded by Itachi could unleash earth-shattering might. Sakura's face darkened, her expression grim. The enemy of Sasuke was astonishingly powerful in every gesture. Meanwhile, Kakashi prepared to defend with water release. Yet, before he could form the seals, the moisture in the air surged dramatically. Suddenly, a massive wall of water, towering like a colossus, rose before them, radiating an aura of impenetrable protection. Kakashi turned in alarm, realizing it was Naruto who had conjured the water release. When did Naruto acquire water chakra? Kakashi's mind was flooded with confusion, but there was no time to ponder. The terrifying fireball surged toward them like a ferocious beast. The two forces collided, and in that instant, a cataclysmic explosion erupted, water and fire intertwining like a colossal conflagration, sending steam roaring skyward, enveloping the surroundings in a thick mist. Suddenly, a flurry of sharp kunai, glinting with deadly intent, sliced through the air. Watch out! Kakashi's Sharingan spun rapidly, and he shouted. In the same breath, he deftly deflected the incoming kunai with his own. Pressing their backs together, they braced for any surprise assault. Chio, her expression grave, cautioned, stay alert. Sakura, not daring to slack, immediately complied. Without a Sharingan, she struggled to see through the fog. Kakashi, recalling his previous harrowing experience with Itachi's Tsukuyomi, did not hesitate to join them. They stood closely together, ensuring that even if ensnared in Jinjutsu, they could swiftly break free with each other's aid. Naruto, come over quickly. Be wary of Itachi's ambush. Kakashi called out. However, Naruto did not respond as expected. On the contrary, he yawned nonchalantly, a smirk playing on his lips as he scoffed. Itachi, the false you holds no interest for me. Stop playing these childish tricks. In the next moment, Naruto formed hand seals with fervor, the wind howling fiercely around him. Wind release, great breakthrough. Instantly, a tempestuous gale erupted from Naruto, sweeping outward with overwhelming force, obliterating the mist that concealed Itachi's form. Revealed now, Itachi clutched several shuriken imbued with explosive tags, intent on launching them. Yet, his actions were laid bare. Coughing slightly, Itachi retracted the shuriken into his sleeve. His crimson Sharingan fixed on Naruto, a hint of gravity in his gaze. No wonder you could dismantle the root. These two jutsu of yours have already surpassed that of an elite ninja. Chuckling coldly, Naruto replied with keen interest, on a moonless, windy night. The downfall of the Uchiha clan was. Naruto, hold on. Itachi interjected, his eyes flashing with a mix of resignation and urgency. He simply could not fathom how Naruto had uncovered his secret. However, judging by the reactions of Kakashi and the others, it appears that Naruto has not yet reported this matter. Nonetheless, it is imperative that Naruto remains silent about it. Even if only a handful of individuals are present, the news is bound to spread like wildfire. At that point, how will the ninja world perceive Konoha, and how will they regard the Uchiha clan? Given these circumstances, the only recourse is to employ Jinjutsu to force Naruto to forget this incident. With this thought in mind, Itachi's Sharingan swiftly focused, the three tomos spinning like a tempest. In an instant, a terrifying power surged forth, bearing down on Naruto. This is bad. It's Jinjutsu. Naruto must not look into his eyes. Kakashi was instantly alarmed, fully aware of Naruto's exceptional prowess. Yet Jinjutsu is notoriously insidious. Given Itachi's mastery of Jinjutsu, it was not beyond the realm of possibility for Naruto to fall victim. However, in the next moment, an unexpected scene unfolded. How dull. Naruto appeared utterly disinterested, unaffected in the slightest by the Jinjutsu. Itachi was momentarily stunned by this sight. Undeterred, he attempted once more to unleash his Sharingan Jinjutsu. Unfortunately, the illusion cloaking Naruto remained ineffective. What on earth is happening? Itachi was filled with shock, unable to comprehend the unfolding events. The Jinjutsu. Has it truly failed? Kakashi, equally bewildered, was at a loss. Meanwhile, he pondered why Itachi refrained from switching to his Manjiki Sharingan. Could it be that, as he had surmised earlier, Itachi's vision had deteriorated to such an extent that he feared using it? Before he could contemplate further, Naruto gradually crouched down, picking up a stone from the ground and rubbing it, all the while flashing a smile at Itachi. Itachi, if you wish for me to swallow this matter, then come find me with your true self and another eye. With that, Naruto suddenly hurled the stone forward. Whoosh! The stone sliced through the air with lightning speed, reaching Itachi in the blink of an eye. In that instant, a dazzling black and gold radiance flickered from the stone as Naruto's figure erupted forth, his right hand swiftly opening. Rasengan. A torrent of chakra surged into his palm, and a crimson-blue Rasengan materialized, exuding an aura of dread. Subsequently, Naruto descended upon Itachi like a divine being, unleashing the Rasengan upon his chest. What in the world? Is that a combination of Flying Thunder God and Rasengan? The Nine-Tails within Naruto had been secretly observing everything, unable to contain its astonishment any longer. Everything transpired so swiftly. The Flying Thunder God was a peerless technique crafted specifically to counter the Uchiha. With the three Tomo, Itachi had no time to react. It was only when the Rasengan struck his chest that he coughed up blood, his expression one of disbelief. How could you? However, Naruto merely smiled nonchalantly in response, swiftly declaring, "Come quickly with that eye." Without allowing Itachi a moment to respond, Naruto's right hand tightened, causing the Rasengan to whirl violently like a ferocious tornado. In the next moment, boom. Itachi's dark cloak was torn apart like fragile paper, his body propelled outward as the Rasengan's tremendous force distorted everything in his chest. All that remained on the battlefield were Naruto's mocking words. "Itachi, this secret of yours, I shall savor for a lifetime." Rasengan obliterates Uchiha Itachi. Evil value 239. Chapter 23. The Nine-Tails Jinchuriki. Has the time come to strike? With a clap of his hands, Naruto declared, "All done." At that moment, Itachi lay sprawled on the ground, his chest hollowed out by the terrifying force of the Rasengan, leaving behind a ghastly void that appeared utterly tragic. The sight resembled that of a complete and utter demise. What? Kakashi's pupils constricted in disbelief as he gazed upon the scene. Itachi, dead just like that. This was Itachi, the very one who had single-handedly annihilated his entire clan, the same individual whose Tsukuyomi had incapacitated Kakashi for an extended period. Yet, such a formidable figure was so easily vanquished. Kakashi stood frozen, unable to accept this reality. Sasuke's brother gone? Sakura, too, was stricken with horror. Her petite hands pressed tightly against her mouth. "Stop being so dramatic. This is merely a shadow clone," Naruto explained with a hint of exasperation. The trio fell silent. Taken aback. A shadow clone. Kakashi sprang into action, kunai in hand, cautiously approaching what he believed to be Itachi's lifeless form. As he drew near, it became clear that the figure on the ground was not Itachi at all. Or perhaps it was Itachi, but merely a fleeting manifestation of his power upon another's body. A technique that allowed one to envelop a portion of their strength onto another, thus achieving a brief manifestation and engaging in long-distance combat. Kakashi sheathed his kunai, his expression shifting to one of enlightenment. Such a bizarre technique indeed exists. Chio approached slowly, her gaze fixated on the face of the figure on the ground, and she gasped in shock. The visage belonged to our village's Jonin, Yura, the very high-ranking shinobi from Sunagakure who had vanished. Kakashi's face contorted in confusion. Yes, Chio nodded, a hint of melancholy in her voice. Sunagakure was already teetering on the brink. The loss of another Jonin was undoubtedly a devastating blow, rendering their situation even more precarious. Sakura listened intently to their conversation, her eyes darting to the figure draped in Akatsuki robes, whose face was not Itachi's. She began to unravel the peculiarities of the situation. Her expression turned grave. If Itachi's clone possessed such terrifying power, what could be said of his true form? Though she refrained from voicing her thoughts, the worry in her gaze thickened like fog. In that moment, Sakura felt lost, uncertain of how Sasuke could possibly confront his brother. Just as the three were engulfed in their contemplation, Naruto waved his hand and urged, "Let us move. You're all flustered over a mere clone. What would you do if you encountered the real deal?" Kakashi's face flushed with embarrassment. He knew he would undoubtedly kneel the moment he faced the original. Seemingly sensing Kakashi's discomfort, Naruto chuckled softly. "Kakashi-sensei, you should watch less of Intimate Paradise and practice more." With that, Naruto vanished in a flash, teleporting towards the land of rivers. Kakashi's expression darkened with embarrassment. Intimate Paradise. Was that not the work of the perverted Sannin? It seemed Kakashi's tastes diverged greatly from his appearance. Chio cast Kakashi a disdainful glance before following Naruto. Sakura, suppressing her shock over Itachi, stepped beside Kakashi and gently patted his shoulder, offering comfort. "Kakashi-sensei, I agree with Naruto." Following her words, she too vanished, chasing after the two. Kakashi stood frozen in place, his two disciples' words echoing in his mind. His pupils slightly trembled as confusion washed over him. Was it truly time to watch less and practice more? A peculiar seed of thought was quietly planted. Meanwhile, in the cave of the Akatsuki's branch in the Land of Rivers, Gaara was suspended in midair by a mysterious blue chakra. His face contorted in agony as cracks erupted across his forehead. Before him, a colossal, ghastly figure emerged from the darkness, resembling a demon clawing its way from the depths of hell. Its appearance was grotesque, with skin resembling desiccated wood and sharp teeth, its forehead adorned with 9 eye sockets, as if a true Cthulhu-like entity had descended upon the world. This was indeed the outer path, Preta. Its horrific, fetid maw continuously expelled blue chakra, enveloping Gaara and voraciously siphoning his tailed beast power. Ugh! Gaara's cries of anguish echoed within the cave. The monstrous figure's hands rested upon the ground, palms facing skyward, each fingertip bearing a human-like apparition. Undoubtedly, these were members of the Akatsuki. At that moment, Itachi's ethereal form trembled slightly before slowly opening his blood-red eyes. A sinister crimson glimmer flickered in the darkness, and as the Sharingan whirled, Itachi's voice resonated heavily. I have failed. Already? Devapath Pain exclaimed, astonished. He was well aware of Itachi's capabilities. Even a shadow clone was not something an ordinary jonin could contend with. As Devapath Pain pondered, the other Akatsuki members erupted into chaos. I told you to let me handle this. The Lord of the Evil God will surely absolve them. Haiden's apparition sneered. It seems I squandered an opportunity to collect bounties, Kakuzu lamented. I've said from the start it should have been me. Sasori's voice was frigid as ice. Yet Itachi, seemingly unfazed by their chatter, continued. The intelligence is accurate. The Nine-Tails Jinchuriki, Naruto Uzumaki, possesses strength that far surpasses that of a jonin. Even in a brief clash, I could profoundly sense that an ordinary Kage would be no match against him. Indeed, Itachi is correct. My clone witnessed the entire battle, Black Zetsu chimed in. With those words, the atmosphere grew heavy with tension. The oblivious Haiden, however, laughed boisterously. Ha, Itachi. Just practice more if you're weak. It's still my turn. Yet before he could finish his sentence, Devapath Pain shot him a cold glare, his Rinnegan flashing with ominous light, and a terrifying pressure surged towards Haiden. Ugh! Haiden emitted a muffled groan, his face paling to a ghostly white. Even in the absence of his true form, the apparition was still controlled by mental energy, and the Rinnegan's pressure was undeniably effective. But Haiden was not one to cower. Regaining his composure, he shouted defiantly, so what if the leader is impressive? Does that give him the right to bully the members? Upon finishing his words, Haiden attempted to complete his hand seals, aiming to forcibly interrupt the extraction of Gaara's power. However, Devapath replied coldly, if you cause the extraction to fail, I will ensure you are imprisoned and forced to witness as I eradicate every matter related to the evil god from this world, rendering the evil god silent forever in the shinobi realm. At these words, Haiden's body shuddered, his wrist frozen in midair. Nonetheless, Haiden regained his composure, his hands clasped tightly as if in a vice, fearing the technique's failure, and he muttered in complaint, I understand. Boss, could you refrain from making such terrifying statements? For Haiden, death held no true dread. After all, no one has yet claimed his life. However, to imprison him and obliterate everything related to the evil deity within the ninja realm, that would be akin to the very heavens collapsing and the earth shattering. It would be far more unbearable than killing him. As the brief interlude involving the rebellious Haiden came to a close, the terrifying Rinnegan of pain emanated a chilling gaze, akin to two icy beams piercing toward Itachi. Itachi, has Naruto Uzumaki already mastered the Nine-Tails? He was unaware, as he had not utilized it during our battle. Itachi gently shook his head. Is that so? To possess such formidable strength without having harnessed the Nine-Tails yet is indeed astonishing. Pain's countenance darkened instantaneously, realizing that he could not allow this individual to continue his ascent. The plan to capture the Nine-Tails must be expedited. At this juncture, Pain fixed his gaze upon the several unawakened eyes of the Outer Path statue. His Rinnegan intensified, aware that the tailed beast had not yet been fully extracted. It was imperative to avoid any interference, and thus, he could only reluctantly dispatch for slightly weaker avatar clones to impede Naruto Uzumaki. With that said, Pain surveyed his surroundings and inquired, who among you is willing to go? I will, Haiden exclaimed eagerly. Yet, before his words could fully escape his lips, the cavern suddenly trembled violently, rocks cascading like raindrops from the ceiling, while the surrounding walls cracked incessantly, as if the entire cave were groaning in agony, evidently under the fierce assault of an overwhelming external force. What is happening? Pain's heart raced with alarm. Shortly thereafter, the group heard a mocking voice resonate within the cave. Members of Akatsuki, the Nine-Tails you have longed for has arrived. Upon hearing this, Pain's Rinnegan narrowed in disbelief. What? The Jinchuriki of the Nine-Tails has come knocking so soon. Chapter 24, Breaking the 5 Sealing Barriers. The ultimate transformation of lightning release. In the ensuing moments, before Deva Pain could utter another word, a deafening rumble echoed as the cavern began to tremble violently. Countless fragments cascaded down upon the Outer Path golem, which, despite its formidable presence, was not entirely impervious to the tumult. The 10 towering fingers, once steadfast, now swayed precariously with the quaking ground. The other members of Akatsuki remained merely as projections, largely unaffected. However, both Scorpion and Deidara, in their true forms, were nearly thrown off balance, their precarious positions threatening failure in their extraction of the tailed beast. With no viable offerings left for the shadow clones, Deva Pain's projection spoke in a grave tone, his Rinnegan reflecting the weight of the situation. Outside the cavern, a multitude of Raisingans surged forth, Thousands of Narutos wielding elemental Rasengan bombarded the cave from every direction. The explosive cacophony accompanied by the rapid dissemination of chakra representing wind, fire, lightning, water, and earth enveloped the area. The cavern, under this relentless bombardment, appeared on the brink of collapse. The real Naruto stood to the side, his gaze fixated on the sigils etched upon the boulder at the cave's entrance, his eyes shimmering with determination. Indeed, the essence of the world is the power to overcome all obstacles. The so-called 5 ceiling barriers mentioned in the original text necessitated the simultaneous unveiling of the boulder's sigil and the 4 other ceiling symbols to access the cave. However, such actions were mere trifles for someone of Naruto's caliber, who could shatter them with sheer force. His rapid arrival was facilitated by his continuous Sage Mode activation during his journey, where he effortlessly hurled a flying thunder god marker far enough to teleport directly to it, propelling himself forward at an extraordinary pace. When the opportune moment arose, Naruto dismissed all his shadow clones. With a sudden flourish, his right hand opened wide, summoning a terrifying gale of wind chakra that surged into his palm. The air howled as if heralding a tempest. In an instant, a spiraling shuriken of unparalleled might materialized, radiating an aura potent enough to obliterate all in its path. As it manifested, the winds intensified, bowing before its regal presence. Inside the cavern, urgency pierced the atmosphere. "We cannot delay any further," the Nine-Tails Jinchuriki declared, the jutsu in his hand brimming with the power to devastate the cave interior. Scorpion shouted in distress, having observed Naruto's every move through his external information puppet. "Damn it, watch as I obliterate him with my art," Deidara exclaimed in rage. Meanwhile, the projection of Conan, representing Akatsuki's white tiger, expressed her concern to Deva Pain. "Pain, what should we do now?" As Deva Pain's projection contemplated the question, Scorpion's voice rang out urgently. "There's no time. He's about to strike." With no other choice, a flicker of resolution crossed Deva Pain's Rinnegan as he commanded. "Immediately halt the extraction of the tailed beast. Scorpion, Deidara, take the one-tailed Jinchuriki and hide behind the golem. Once the onslaught subsides, retreat to the Rain Village without hesitation." "Understood." Scorpion and Deidara replied in unison, swiftly leaping to conceal Gaara behind the golem. Simultaneously, Deidara reached into his pouch, preparing to craft his formidable clay explosives. Yet, just as they completed their preparations, Naruto unleashed his wind release, Rasen Shuriken. With a thunderous crash, Naruto hurled the fearsome shuriken towards the boulder, obliterating the sigils in an instant. The boulder shattered into countless fragments, disintegrating into dust. The Rasen Shuriken surged forth, resembling a ferocious dragon, its might undiminished, piercing into the cavern. Ultimately, it erupted before the outer path golem with a cataclysmic explosion. In that fleeting moment, a colossal vortex of energy manifested, akin to a black hole, as the wind whirled violently within, voraciously consuming everything in its vicinity. The ground was ravaged, forming a gaping chasm that seemed to extend into oblivion. Undoubtedly, should this attack strike a living being, annihilation would be instantaneous. After a brief period, the terrifying explosion began to wane, revealing the silhouette of the outer path golem within the cavern. Remarkably, the golem, the ultimate vessel of the 10 Tails, endured the cataclysmic detonation with only a minor display of disarray. Meanwhile, Deidara and the others behind the golem remained unscathed. Suddenly, a stone radiating an overwhelming aura of space and time shot into the cave. In an instant, a brilliant black and gold light exploded within as Naruto materialized. Seizing the stone with interest, gazing at the golem. "So this is the outer path golem? Quite resilient, I see. Oh, you actually recognize the outer path golem." A thunderous voice emanated from behind the golem. Naruto turned to see the bizarre illumination coalesce into the projections of Akatsuki members. The voice belonged to Deva Pain's projection, which now focused its Rinnegan intently on Naruto, unleashing a formidable pressure. "What exquisite eyes," Naruto remarked, completely unfazed by the oppressive gaze, a hint of avarice glimmering in his own emerald orbs. Were it not for the fact that his opponent was merely a projection, he would have long been tempted to absorb the Rinnegan's ocular techniques with his own eternal Manjiki Sharingan. Hearing Naruto's words, Deva Pain's projection momentarily faltered, a foreboding sense of dread creeping in regarding the potential loss of his eyes. Yet, as the leader of Akatsuki, he suppressed his tumultuous emotions, his Rinnegan flashing with a commanding aura. "Vortex Naruto, answer the divine inquiry." "I'll respond with a damn," Naruto retorted dismissively, raising his hand to unleash a 5-element Rasengan aimed straight at his foe. The terrifying chakra of 5 elements surged around him. This strike, though not as earth-shattering as the Rasen Shuriken, was nonetheless formidable. However, the projections of Deva and his companions were intangible and thus impervious to harm. Consequently, Naruto maintained a singular focus, the outer path golem. In the current ninja world, threats to his existence were few, yet the golem stood among them. Therefore, if given the chance, it must be rendered powerless. Not good. Deva Payne's projection realized the imminent danger. While the golem possessed a tough exterior, allowing it to be recklessly damaged could lead to unforeseen consequences. With this thought, Deva Payne hurriedly formed hand seals, but just before Naruto's Rasengan could make contact, the golem dissipated into smoke. As the golem vanished, dozens of small white insects erupted from its previous location, fluttering towards Naruto with frenzied intent. Art is an explosion. Huh? Deidara's manic voice echoed. The insects writhed momentarily before detonating with cataclysmic force, engulfing Naruto in a terrifying blaze. Art. Success! Deidara exclaimed, his face alight with exhilaration. As though he had accomplished a monumental feat beside him, Scorpion expressed a hint of confusion, pondering whether it was truly over. Yet, in the next moment, Naruto's voice, tinged with a playful tone, echoed from outside the cave. To ambush a young man with explosives, how uncouth. What a disgrace. As his words faded, Naruto stepped further into the cave, seemingly vanishing in an instant. Was that the Flying Thunder God technique? The Deva Path Shadow observed, deep in thought. Humph, did he fail? Then I shall detonate again. Deidara scoffed at the sight. Do not underestimate him. He is formidable. Scorpion cautioned gravely. The Deva Path, with its Rinnegan fixated on Naruto, suddenly bellowed, Deidara, create a clay bird and retreat. However, Deidara's face twisted in displeasure upon hearing this. He had intended for Naruto to truly appreciate his fleeting art. First, let us retrieve the Jinchuriki, and then you will have ample time to showcase your artistry. The Deva Path's voice reverberated through the cavern. Under relentless urging, Deidara reluctantly abandoned his aspirations, swiftly molding a lump of clay, the small mouth in his palm voraciously chewing away. In an instant, a colossal clay owl emerged within the cave. Hurry! Scorpion exclaimed, seizing Gaara from the ground and leaping atop the owl. Understood, Deidara replied, following closely while tossing several explosive spiders toward Naruto. With a powerful flap of its wings, the owl ascended to the cave's apex before soaring toward the azure sky outside. The Deva Path, witnessing this, exhaled in relief, its enigmatic Rinnegan now fixed upon Naruto. Speaking with authority, Nine-Tails cherished this moment. However, Naruto merely chuckled coldly. Then, with a swift motion, he unleashed a surge of lightning chakra, obliterating the clay spiders and dismissing the Deva Path's presence, fixating instead on the clay owl above, taunting, "You think you can simply leave before me? Do you truly regard me as a mere puppet?" With that, Naruto swiftly formed hand seals. The air crackled with a profound energy, the pinnacle of lightning chakra. Upon completion, Naruto raised his right hand high. Suddenly, a terrifying violet lightning radiance erupted forth, cascading outward with overwhelming might, unleashing a tempest of thunderous power that ravaged the earth, exuding an absolute aura of dominance. In the presence of the Akatsuki members, Naruto roared, "Violet lightning, absolute shadow spear." At that moment, the violet lightning in his grasp surged dramatically, coalescing into a spear forged from the very essence of lightning, emanating an aura capable of annihilating all. This was the culmination of mastering the ultimate form of violet lightning, resulting in an unparalleled transformation of its properties. As the absolute shadow spear manifested, it elongated fiercely, akin to a wrathful dragon awakening, propelling itself toward the clay owl with the ferocity to obliterate all in its path. Empowered by Naruto's immense chakra, the reach of this spear vastly exceeded that of Sasuke's Chidori spear from the original narrative. Furthermore, its speed was unparalleled. How swift! Scorpion exclaimed, captivated by the spectacle. Yet, before he could finish his thought, a piercing sound sliced through the air as the absolute shadow spear struck. In the blink of an eye, the clay owl had no opportunity for resistance, being pierced cleanly through. Naruto's wrist flicked again, and the spear sliced through the owl's form. In that moment, a cacophony of thunder erupted as relentless lightning powers surged from the spear, cleaving the clay owl in two without mercy. In an instant, the two halves lay separated. A gruesome sight to behold. Chapter 25. A severe blow to Deidara. Tend, witnessing this scene, felt his Rinnegan involuntarily tremble, as tumultuous waves surged within his heart. What? This level of lightning release? How is this possible? It is no wonder that Tend struggled to maintain his composure. The might displayed by the purple lightning spear was undeniably terrifying. Even the distant enemy high in the sky could be struck. Such power was simply awe-inspiring. At this moment, Deidara and Scorpion, having lost the support of the owl, began to plummet towards the ground. Scorpion reacted swiftly, maneuvering the tail of his Rin to firmly grasp the unconscious Gaara. He then turned to Deidara and shouted angrily, "Deidara, quickly create another owl." Understood, Deidara replied loudly, his expression grave, for he alone was aware that the greatest nemesis of his clay was the lightning release technique. The situation had indeed become exceptionally precarious. Yet, with no time to ponder, he began to chew the clay in his palm, then abruptly withdrew it and flung it into the air. Swish! A brand new clay phoenix surged into existence, spreading its wings as it spiraled through the air, ready to catch Deidara and Scorpion. Without hesitation, it sped towards the cave's exit. To be fair, the speed of the clay phoenix greatly surpassed that of the owl. In mere moments, they had escaped the cave, soaring beneath the blue sky. Although Naruto attempted to pursue with the lightning spear, even the most formidable techniques have their limits. The distance was too great, and the altitude too high. The lightning spear was evidently incapable of intercepting them. Seeing this, Ten felt a sense of relief wash over him, then disdainfully remarked to Naruto, "Kaibai, just wait. Once we absorb the first-tailed beast, you will be the first to face our wrath." His tone was overwhelmingly domineering, completely disregarding Naruto. "Deal with me. I hope when I arrive at Rain Village, you won't be weeping." Naruto retorted with a cold laugh. He then slightly shook the wrist holding the lightning spear, and a terrifying surge of lightning chakra instantly flowed into it. Unfortunately, the enhanced lightning spear merely trembled without showing any signs of extending its pursuit. Deidara seemed to sense this as well, and the clay phoenix halted midair. He looked down at Naruto, laughing arrogantly. "Ha! No matter how strong your lightning release is, what can it do? You still cannot touch me." Witnessing this, Ten's Rinnegan flashed with light as he coldly declared, "Give up. Your technique has reached its limit. The first-tailed beast is as good as ours." He paused momentarily, then spread his arms wide, continuing with undeniable authority, "Should you dare to come to Rain Village, I will make you plunge into the depths of hell." Feeling what true pain is, what true divinity is. We are pain, we are gods. With that, an overwhelming pressure from the Rinnegan descended upon the scene, making the air feel denser. It seemed there was indeed a hint of divine might. However, aside from Conan, the other members of the Akatsuki organization exchanged glances of disbelief. For instance, Haiden, leaning against Kakazu, skeptically remarked, "Hey, Kakazu, do you think the boss is a bit unhinged, always calling himself a god?" "Agreed." Kakazu nodded in agreement. What are you discussing?" Ten suddenly turned his head sharply, his Rinnegan flashing with displeasure, as if someone had touched a sore spot. How dare they whisper while he was in his grandiose moment? "Nothing, boss. You are truly like a deity descending upon us." Haiden quickly raised his thumb in flattery. He dared not provoke this madman. If he truly imprisoned him, it would be disastrous. He was merely a normal person, meant to bestow favors upon the dark deity. "Haiden, you've grown." Tend, hearing this, felt a sense of satisfaction flicker in his eyes, then turned his attention to Naruto. Speaking with a chilling tone, "Kaibai, mere mortals cannot hope to contend with deities." A sense of helplessness crossed Naruto's face as he thought, "Who understands my family? I've encountered someone with a severe case of delusions." With that, he chose to ignore Ten's nonsensical ramblings. Meanwhile, Deidara looked down from his elevated position, believing that Naruto truly could do nothing to him, and once again mocked, "Haha, what a joke." With that, Deidara even manipulated the clay pelican to circle triumphantly twice in the air, his arrogant demeanor drawing attention. "Deidara, stop playing around. We must leave quickly, or we may face unforeseen circumstances." Scorpion spoke solemnly, a sense of unease lingering in his heart. Hearing this, Deidara immediately smirked dismissively. What unforeseen circumstances could there be? If they had a plan, we would have already crashed. I simply enjoy watching him try to attack me while being utterly helpless. However, before Deidara could finish his sentence, Naruto suddenly raised his head and coldly laughed. "What has led you to believe that I cannot do anything to you?" "What do you mean?" Deidara was momentarily taken aback, then realization dawned upon him. At that moment, a crackling sound erupted. The lightning spear suddenly unleashed an overwhelming surge, radiating an intense purple light that illuminated the entire sky. Then, amidst the astonished gazes of all present, the lightning spear spectacularly disintegrated in midair, transforming into countless bolts of thunderous light, suspended in the void, obscuring the sun. What does he intend to do? Conan's expression turned puzzled. Itachi, who had remained silent until now, also sensed something unusual. His Sharingan spun rapidly, fixating on the bolts of lightning, before he exclaimed in astonishment. "Those are countless needles forged from lightning." Indeed, this was no ordinary lightning. This was the culmination of Naruto's chakra transformation, creating innumerable needles composed of purple lightning. The chakra Naruto had channeled into the lightning spear was not intended to extend its reach, but rather to set the stage for this breathtaking moment. Immediately after, Naruto raised his right hand high, then swung it downward, calling out, "Purple lightning, universe 1,000 needles." Seeing this, Ten's heart jolted as if he sensed something, and he shouted, "Deidara, run." How could he possess such a technique? Deidara sensed the imminent danger and urged the pelican to speed away. Regrettably, it was all too late. In an instant, the countless lightning needles tore through the void, carrying a force capable of piercing the divine, thundering toward the clay pelican. The magnitude and speed were simply unstoppable. The seemingly proud speed of the clay pelican appeared as mere childish play against the oncoming lightning needles. In the blink of an eye, it was about to be caught. Damn it, why is it so fast? Deidara cursed inwardly, simultaneously flinging his right hand. Swish, swish, swish. Dozens of clay spiders surged forth like a swarm of locusts, attempting to intercept the onslaught of lightning needles. Scorpion also unleashed a multitude of poisonous needles from his H-Rin, seeking to resist. Alas, all of this proved futile and ineffectual. Deidara was already at a disadvantage against the lightning release, and before the spiders could even detonate, they were effortlessly pierced by the needles, instantly reduced to mere rubble. The scorpion's venomous stinger was somewhat better, barely able to contend with its adversary, yet the disparity in numbers resembled an insurmountable chasm, swiftly leading to its utter annihilation. Subsequently, the outcome was beyond doubt. The myriad of needles surged forth. In an instant, the clay pelican was pierced by countless needles, its entire form engulfed in a tempest of purple lightning, rendering it utterly incapacitated as it plummeted downward along with Deidara and his companions. Although Scorpion S controlled Crimson Puppet, the H-Rin was also struck by many of the thunderous needles. It ultimately did not affect Scorpion's true self. Gaara, on the other hand, was fortunate to be shielded by the H-Rin, suffering only negligible effects. However, Deidara's plight was truly dire. Despite his utmost efforts to evade, he was ruthlessly struck. The moment the needles made contact, they transformed into a surge of thunderous energy that coursed over his body. This electrical force, while not fatal, wreaked havoc upon him. And under the extreme property counteraction, Deidara was rendered utterly incapable of fighting back. At this moment, even self-detonation became a distant luxury. Deidara, create another great bird. Hurry, Scorpion urged anxiously once more. Yet, Deidara was completely incapacitated, unable to even utter a word due to the relentless assault of the thunderous energy, merely plummeting towards the ground. Observing this, Naruto turned his gaze towards the figure of pain, offering a faint smile. Truth be told, I never wished to be a temporal enforcer, but what about now? Thunderbolt. Universe of 1,000 Needles severely injures Deidara. Villain points 521. Chapter 26. The battle begins. Naruto versus Sasoryu. Tendo Pain was momentarily at a loss for words. Yet the reality stood before him. At this moment, Deidara was rendered almost incapacitated, devoid of any mobility. Sasori too was uncertain of his ability to stand alone. The one tail, it seemed, was unlikely to be taken away. Contemplating this, a surge of fury welled up in Tendo's eyes, and he coldly declared, "Kyubi, you have truly succeeded in provoking my wrath. I await your arrival in Konoha at any moment." Naruto wore a disdainful expression. In his current state, how could he possibly fear the so-called six paths of pain? Apart from Tendo, the other five were utterly insignificant. After all, the feat of Konohamaru single-handedly defeating the human path remained fresh in memory. Even the only threatening Tendo was merely slightly stronger due to his almighty push technique. However, with a 5-second cooldown post-usage, one could only imagine how many times Flying Thunder God could take him down in that span. The Swift Ninja was indeed the natural nemesis of Tendo. This was precisely why, in the original narrative, Pain had arranged for Guy's team to be absent from Konoha during the invasion. Otherwise, at the speed of the 8 gates, Guy could have easily incapacitated all the Pains within 5 seconds. Very well. Excellent. Tendo's voice was heavy, and a murderous intent emanated from his Rinnegan. It had been a long time since he had felt such anger, and it was evident that Naruto had successfully stirred his ire. Tendo resolved to gather all the forces of the Akatsuki to eliminate this troublesome Naruto. Indeed, the Akatsuki was preparing for a full-scale battle. Meanwhile, as the two exchanged words, the airborne artistic duo descended rapidly. Although Deidara was already incapacitated, Sasori would not simply await his demise. At this moment, a flash of red light flickered in Sasori's crimson eyes, and with a swift motion of his right hand, 5 chakra threads shot forth, ensnaring Deidara's limbs. Simultaneously, the ghastly face behind Sasori opened wide, and a large piece of black cloth billowed out. With another flick of his left hand, 5 more chakra threads flew out, each securing a corner of the black cloth, causing it to swell under the gusts of wind, forming a rudimentary parachute. Subsequently, with a series of deft maneuvers, they safely landed from that height. Naruto's attention was drawn to this spectacle, and he couldn't help but exclaim, as expected of Sasori of the Red Sand. Truly a name well-deserved. Sasori retracted the chakra threads, his soulless gaze turning towards Naruto as he spoke in a low voice. "How do you know my name?" In this world, few were aware of his moniker, especially considering he was currently within the confines of Sasori's body, making it seemingly impossible for recognition. "You guess." Naruto merely smiled faintly. Sasori's expression hardened, and he coldly proclaimed, "I had no intention of making a move, but since you have forced our hand, let you become my masterpiece." In an instant, with a crackling sound, Sasori's maw opened wide once more, and countless sharp needles erupted like a torrential downpour from his throat, launching towards Naruto with deadly intent. Each needle was laced with Sasori's most potent venom. A single touch would be fatal. While these poison needles might have been ineffective against the non-living Thunder Thousand Needles in the air, against the living Naruto, even a mere graze would undoubtedly lead to his demise. Noticing this, Naruto's lips curled into a serene smile. Sasori, perhaps such a trivial technique should be withheld. As he spoke, Naruto waved his right hand. Purple lightning, cosmic thousand needles. With a swoosh, purple lightning surged forth, and countless thunder thousand needles shot into the air, meeting Sasori's poison needles. A fierce clash ensued, the sounds of metal and thunder resounding in a cacophony. However, the poison needles, being tangible, had their limitations in supply. Even though Naruto merely flicked his wrist, ultimately, the poison needles were defeated. As the last of the poison needles dissipated, the remaining 1,000 needles surged towards Sasori. Such trivial lightning. A glint of ferocity sparkled in Sasori's eyes as the metallic tail on his back quivered and met the oncoming barrage of needles. The tail swung wildly, effortlessly intercepting the purple lightning needles, which transformed into arcs of violet electricity upon contact. However, as a puppet, he would not fear the ravaging of lightning. Moreover, while the purple lightning 1,000 needles possessed formidable crowd control against a shadow-level opponent, their damage seemed somewhat inadequate. Deidara had merely fallen victim due to extreme attribute restraint and the difficulty of defense while airborne. Otherwise, any shadow-level ninja could have easily withstood such an attack. Tendo observed the scene, his Rinnegan flickering with intensity. It appeared he glimpsed a sliver of hope amidst the darkness. He eagerly addressed Itachi. Itachi, what is the situation with Kisame? We're still engaged in battle, Itachi responded. Indeed, shortly after Team 7 went to assist Sunagakure, Tsunade had drawn the short straw. Her luck could not bode well. Feeling a sense of urgency, Tsunade hastily dispatched Guy's team for support. As in the original story, Kisame utilized the water clone technique to intercept. Yet, in the absence of Naruto's overwhelming presence, the battle would not conclude easily, but rather devolve into a grueling struggle. Is that so? Tendo's expression darkened. He had initially intended to send Kisame's clone to aid Sasori, but it now seemed an unrealistic wish. However, Tendo's gaze shifted, and he seemed to resolve himself. He bellowed once more, Itachi, Kakazu, Haiden, you are closest to the land of rivers. Head immediately to assist Sasori and Deidara. Understood. The three replied in unison. Subsequently, Tendo's Rinnegan gazed towards Sasori. Sasori, hold on for half a day. I will lead the pains to your aid. Indeed, Tendo had decided to take matters into his own hands. As Tendo's voice echoed, the illusions within the cave dissipated, restoring an eerie silence. Undoubtedly, regardless of when Itachi and the others would arrive, the proximity between the land of rain and the land of rivers would allow the 6 paths of pain to reach in half a day. Sasori narrowed his eyes, an extreme chill emanating from him. Half a day? Perhaps by the time the leader arrives, this boy will have transformed into a fine piece of art. Naruto couldn't help but chuckle at this, his face betraying a mocking expression. They will only witness the broken puppets lying on the ground. You dare to call me a puppet? Sasori erupted in anger. And why not? Does such a grotesque puppet even deserve the title of art? Naruto retorted, his tone dripping with disdain. Very well, I shall ensure that with eternal beauty, you will wail in despair. Sasori shouted, his voice growing increasingly hoarse and grating. As his words fell, with a crack, Sasori's dark maw opened once more, a pitch-black iron pipe emerging from his throat. After a violent tremor, a torrent of purple mist erupted from the pipe, surging towards Naruto like a raging tide. The air it touched seemingly resonating with a haunting tremor from the venomous fog. This mist was composed of Sasori's most potent poison. Just a whiff would inflict excruciating pain throughout one's innards, rendering them incapable of fighting back. Moreover, within 3 days, it would lead to a complete demise and despair. Moreover, should one attempt to disperse this poisonous mist with wind techniques, not only would it yield no results, but it would also exacerbate the diffusion of the toxin in the air. For an ordinary person confronted with such a miasma, the only viable option is to flee in panic. Well, that pertains to ordinary individuals. Simultaneously, Scorpion, in order to thwart Naruto's use of the Flying Thunder God technique for close combat, has shrouded the surroundings with a layer of poisonous fog, encasing himself in protection. As for Deidara and Gaara beside him, they merely require a specially concocted antidote candy to remain unharmed. After executing these measures, a fierce glint flickered in the pupils of F.I.L.H., followed by a low, mocking laughter. Vortex Naruto, in this moment, what else can you do but escape in a disgraceful manner using the Flying Thunder God? Heh. Naruto let out a cold chuckle, then drew several kunai. Chakras surging around him, the Flying Thunder God markings instantly manifesting on each kunai. Upon witnessing this, Scorpion mistakenly believed Naruto intended to hurl the kunai beyond the reach of the poisonous mist to utilize the Flying Thunder God for a hasty retreat. However, even as the toxic fog encroached upon him, Naruto remained utterly still. What is he planning? Scorpion was momentarily perplexed, until the mist completely enveloped Naruto. Cough cough. Naruto immediately erupted into violent coughing, collapsing onto the ground, his pupils dulled like ashes, as if he had succumbed to grave poisoning, with little time left. Observing this, Scorpion's confusion dissipated in an instant, as he manipulated F.I.L.H. to unleash a cacophony of derisive laughter. Ha ha. Foolish. To think you could endure the poisonous fog. Then, F.I.L.H.'s body trembled violently as he surged toward Naruto in the cave, emitting a series of sinister chuckles. Once I extract the nine tails, I shall mold you into the most exquisite work of art. Ah. Naruto continued to writhe in agony on the ground. Ha ha ha. F.I.L.H.'s laughter grew increasingly maniacal. Finally, he stepped into the cave, mere inches away from Naruto. Gazing at the seemingly lifeless Naruto, F.I.L.H. triumphantly brandished his formidable tail, exuding arrogance, proclaiming that the strongest new star of the ninja world was nothing more than this. Yet, before he could complete his sentence, an unexpected turn of events transpired. Slap. Naruto's right hand suddenly grasped F.I.L.H.'s tail, and his previously vacant azure eyes sharpened with focus, his body springing to life with a playful smirk. Fool, I deceived you. At that very instant, whoosh, multiple kunai imbued with the flying thunder god technique streaked through the poisonous fog like meteors, bearing an overwhelming spatial pressure, hurtling toward F.I.L.H. In less than 0.5 seconds, the kunai reached F.I.L.H.'s side. In such a brief distance, who could possibly outpace the flying thunder god? Damn it. Why does my poison have no effect? F.I.L.H. roared in a mix of astonishment and fury. At the moment his voice fell, a surge of black golden light erupted around him. As Naruto's silhouette emerged from the radiance, his right hand outstretched, a terrifying chakra coalescing in his palm. The five-nature spiraling sphere materializing, crashing down upon F.I.L.H.'s ghastly visage. Unveil your true self, and let us engage in battle once more. Chapter 27. The True Form of the Puppet, Mastering the Art of Combat. For those who are not fond of prolonged battles between Scorpion and Naruto, feel free to skip to Chapter 35, where Naruto demonstrates his prowess against Obito, which is undoubtedly exhilarating, as Naruto's words echoed. The spiraling sphere infused with the chakra of the five natures struck fiercely against the hardened back of Fei Lu-Hu. In an instant, accompanied by a deafening roar, the overwhelming force of the five-nature spiral surged forth like a ferocious beast, mercilessly tearing apart every inch of Fei Lu-Hu's corporeal form. The once indomitable visage of the demon face shattered into countless fragments, while Fei Lu-Hu's colossal body began to splinter, the Akatsuki cloak disintegrating into dust. Subsequently, the spiral power erupted entirely, coalescing into a colossal, multi-hued energy orb, enveloping Fei Lu-Hu completely. The five natures interwove, compressing, spinning, and exploding with wild abandon, ruthlessly obliterating everything within the luminous sphere. Moments later, the notification rang out. The five-nature spiral has decisively defeated Fei Lu-Hu. Evil points 323. That should suffice. Naruto gradually retracted his hand, and as he did, the terrifying orb began to dissipate. Crack. Fei Lu-Hu tumbled out, his once formidable form now charred and riddled with grotesque cracks and damages, appearing utterly defeated. Yet it must be acknowledged, his defenses were indeed remarkable, for he had not been entirely obliterated by the five-nature spiral. In the next moment, Fei Lu-Hu suddenly disintegrated, countless remnants flying outward. A red-black silhouette darted through the debris, soaring swiftly toward the cavern's exit. Naruto's gaze fixed upon that figure as he murmured, "At last, I behold your true form. Scorpion of the red sand." The red-black figure landed beside Deidara, halting at last. It was only then that the visage, long concealed in shadow, was fully revealed to the world. A face of exquisite beauty, akin to a porcelain doll, framed by fiery red hair that danced in the wind, exuded an air of defiance. Coupled with the dark robe adorned with fiery clouds, it vividly displayed an unparalleled charisma. Undoubtedly, this individual was the strongest puppet master in the ninja realm, Scorpion of the red sand. Scorpion's countenance bore an eerie lack of vitality. As his eyes moved, they radiated a mechanically unique beauty. This was his ultimate artistry, crafting himself into an ageless puppet body, with the chakra-infused core embedded in his chest. He achieved the possibility of eternal life. This eternal artistry was no mere boast. It was indeed realizable. However, at this moment, even Scorpion's eternally unchanged face betrayed a flicker of astonishment as he incredulously exclaimed, "How is this possible? Why does my poison have no effect on your mere flesh and blood? This poison can incapacitate even the strongest wind shadow." Scorpion could not fathom this. After all, Naruto had inhaled a significant amount of toxic mist. Yet, he was still capable of performing ninjutsu to unleash devastation upon himself. Such a feat was unprecedented in Scorpion's ninja career. He flatly refused to believe that Naruto possessed any immunity to toxins. This was the culmination of his years of painstaking research into the most potent poison, one that no living being could withstand. Naruto, in this moment, raised his eyes thoughtfully, as if savoring something. He mused, indeed, this was quite a challenge before, but now, it merely feels like a slight sting. Certainly, had Naruto faced this overwhelming toxic fog previously, he might have been compelled to rely on ranged techniques for a comprehensive counterattack. But now, endowed with the immortal body of the evil god, such toxins posed no significant threat to him beyond a mere discomfort. As for pain, having once been the king of assassins in his former life, if he could not endure such minor agony, he might as well go collect tailed beast balls at the village gate. Scorpion's mind raced, and suddenly his pupils constricted in astonishment as he realized, only pain, yet no impact on physical capabilities. Could this be the immortal body of the evil god? You are quite perceptive, Naruto replied with a sly smile. Upon receiving this response, Scorpion's pupils dilated in shock. How is this possible? This madman's physique. How could it have succeeded twice? He was well aware that the evil god sect had dedicated everything to creating Haiden's immortal body. How could another Uzumaki Naruto emerge so suddenly? Absurd. Utterly preposterous. Is it possible that I am the evil god? Naruto mused, deliberately misleading. Scorpion, understanding the jest, resolved to capture Naruto and dissect him, confident that all would be revealed in due time. With that thought, Scorpion's right hand trembled slightly. In an instant, a hissing sound emerged as an ancient scroll unfurled from his sleeve, exuding an eerie aura. Without delay, Scorpion seized the scroll and flung it with force. The scroll unfurled instantly, revealing a myriad of intricate, sigil-like patterns. Yet, at the very center of this chaotic array, there was an ancient and colossal inscription of 3 characters. Naruto, upon seeing this, understood immediately and spoke softly. Are you planning to summon the legendary strongest wind shadow? Sure enough, as Naruto's words fell, Scorpion's other hand swiftly formed seals. In an instant, a loud bang erupted as smoke billowed from the scroll, and a male figure emerged, suspended in midair. His expression was grim, exuding a mechanical essence, with blue hair cascading like a waterfall, his body ensconced in tattered black robes, and his hollow eyes radiating a chilling aura of death. This person was none other than the strongest of Sunagakure, the 3rd wind shadow. Alas, he had been transformed into a human puppet by Scorpion, with 10 chakra threads visibly shimmering behind him. Scorpion's pupils narrowed as he coldly declared, "Let me reduce you to ashes before my art." As the words left his lips, Scorpion forcefully yanked the chakra threads. Under his control, the previously motionless 3rd wind shadow erupted with an astonishing might. In the next moment, the 2 puppet arms concealed beneath the black robe extended, twisting and morphing into serrated and razor-sharp blades. As soon as the weapons materialized, the 3rd wind shadow charged toward Naruto with blinding speed. The sound of rushing wind accompanied his swift assault, as the weapons carved through the air, leaving fierce arcs in their wake. Wherever they passed, it seemed as though the very fabric of space was at risk of being torn asunder. Should an ordinary person be unfortunate enough to be struck by these weapons, they would surely meet a grim fate. Impressive speed. Naruto merely smiled faintly, drawing a kunai with ease while channeling chakra through his body, instantly imbuing the kunai with the essence of wind chakra. In that moment, the ordinary kunai glowed with a brilliant blue light, transforming into a divine weapon capable of cleaving through all things. At that instant, the 3rd wind shadow had reached Naruto, who met the oncoming assault head-on with his wind-enhanced kunai. Thus unfolded an intense clash between the two. Clang! Amidst the chaotic clash of weapons, the sounds of their incessant collision reverberated throughout the arena, showcasing the exquisite beauty of pure martial arts. Yet, in the blink of an eye, a sudden crack resounded. The wind-released kunai surged forth with a fierce force, ruthlessly severing the blade of the 3rd Kazekage's left hand into several fragments. This unforeseen turn of events caused the 3rd Kazekage to stagger, retreating a few steps. Seizing the opportunity, Naruto raised his right arm high and delivered a thunderous elbow strike aimed at the Kazekage's face. Caught off guard, Scorpion grinned wickedly. In an instant, his hands began to dance with rapid precision, unleashing a dazzling display of chakra. With a swift motion, the 3rd Kazekage's body was propelled backward, while his right hand was raised, palm facing the advancing Naruto. Secret puppet technique, 1,000 hands manipulation, Scorpion intoned in a deep voice. In that moment, a black talisman on the Kazekage's right hand erupted, unleashing a torrent of robust puppet arms from the swirling black mist. These puppet limbs intertwined chaotically, forming a terrifying spectacle that blotted out the sky. They surged forth with a crushing force, aimed directly at Naruto's face. The speed and power were nothing short of horrifying. The air itself trembled as they passed, resonating with an ominous hum. In the blink of an eye, this cataclysmic assault loomed perilously close to Naruto. This was the unparalleled might of Scorpion's ultimate ambush technique, 1,000 hands manipulation. Once Scorpion identified the opportune moment, he would unleash this terrifying killing move with devastating swiftness, leaving his adversaries no chance to react before being obliterated. Chapter 28. The Destruction of the 3rd Kazekage. Immerse yourself in the eternal realm of art, Scorpion whispered, his eyes glinting with anticipation as he yearned to witness Naruto being annihilated by the 3rd Kazekage's puppetry. Alas, fate took a different turn. Although the 1,000 puppet hands could indeed catch most off guard, they were still too sluggish for Naruto, who commanded the Flying Thunder God technique. With a mere one-handed hand seal, Naruto's body flickered slightly. In an instant, a dazzling black-gold radiance burst forth like a meteor, and he vanished from his original position, reappearing at the spot where several kunai had just been thrown. The puppet arms, deprived of their target, flailed aimlessly towards the ground. Boom! The earth shattered beneath the onslaught, riddled with gaping holes, creating a bottomless pit from the overwhelming force of the arms. One can only imagine that should such terrifying power strike flesh, even an immortal would be reduced to dust. Seeing this, Scorpion's expression darkened, his demeanor chilling. Damn that Flying Thunder God. At this moment, Scorpion finally comprehended why the Yellow Flash had commanded respect across the lands during the Third Great Ninja War, becoming the key to ending the conflict. It was all due to the extraordinary Flying Thunder God technique, which placed him in an inherently invincible position. The enemy could neither escape nor pursue. It was as though he had activated a cheat code, rendering the battle futile. Meanwhile, Naruto maintained an expression of calm, softly stating, "Scorpion, if your art is merely this, then it is truly disappointing." Infuriated by the dismissal of his artistry, flames of rage ignited in Scorpion's eyes. In response, he began to orchestrate a frenzied dance with his fingers. Guided by the chakra threads, the third Kazekage swiftly returned to his side. "Now, allow me to unveil the ultimate secret of my human puppetry." With a single hand seal, Scorpion's hand movements shifted rapidly. In the next moment, a chilling aura emanated from the body of the third Kazekage, whose form trembled slightly before his massive dark mouth opened wide. With a piercing sound, a torrent of black particles erupted from the Kazekage's maw. These particles swiftly spread out, enveloping him in a shroud of dense, inky fog, reminiscent of a hellish nightmare. Invoking fear, Naruto observed this scene and murmured, "Oh, is this the iron sand of the third Kazekage?" Scorpion's pupils dilated, an almost maniacal expression gracing his features. "Indeed, in the presence of my unparalleled ultimate art, even a human puppet can wield the bloodline limits they possessed in life. What you behold now is the third Kazekage's ultimate technique. Magnet release, iron sand." As the words left his lips, the next instant, the ominous black iron sand writhed in the air, exuding a terrifying aura, rapidly transforming into countless black iron sand blocks. "Prepare to meet your demise. Magnet release, sand rain," Scorpion commanded, his voice a thunderous decree. In an instant, countless black iron sand blocks sliced through the air, propelled by an unstoppable force. The sheer intensity was overwhelming, a testament to the might of the strongest Kazekage. Naruto squinted, and with a swift motion of his arm, sent several kunai hurtling in all directions. In that fleeting moment, the Flying Thunder God technique activated. Whoosh! Naruto's figure darted among the kunai, enveloped in black gold light, transforming into a series of radiant streaks. Through the continuous shifting of his position via the Flying Thunder God, the sand rain could not lock onto its target. However, Scorpion seemed to have anticipated this. He altered his hand seals once more, a flash of red light igniting in his eyes as he bellowed, "Cover him with indiscriminate strikes." With that command, a torrent of terrifying chakra surged from the third Kazekage, who opened his puppet's gaping mouth, unleashing an even greater deluge of black sand. The sand coalesced into a massive shield, standing resolutely before Scorpion. As the kunai closed in, the ground trembled with the deafening sounds of impact. The kunai crashing into the black sand shield, leaving it riddled with holes, as particles fell like fallen stars. Reinforce it, Scorpion urged, channeling chakra as the third Kazekage continuously expelled black sand to bolster the shield. For a time, both sides found themselves locked in a stalemate. Yet, amid the overwhelming force of the kunai, there would inevitably be vulnerabilities. At that moment, a piercing sound echoed. A kunai imbued with the Flying Thunder God suddenly veered off course, slicing through the shield and striking perilously close to Scorpion. "This is bad." Scorpion turned his head, a sense of foreboding washing over him. Sure enough, in the next instant, a resounding crack echoed as the familiar black and gold radiance erupted from the kunai. Naruto materialized in an instant, his right hand outstretched, chakra surging forth, and the Rasengan manifested before him, crashing down upon the third Kazekage. Scorpion attempted to perform hand seals, but it was far too late. Boom! The Rasengan collided with the third Kazekage's back, unleashing a terrifying force that spiraled outwards, the wind howling as it cleaved him in two. The third Kazekage fell to the ground, instantly reduced to a pile of wreckage. Naruto then turned his gaze towards Scorpion, a mocking smile gracing his lips as he declared, "Now, it's time to enter the third phase. Rasengan obliterates the third Kazekage puppet." Villain points 439. Chapter 29, A Battle of Numbers? "Will you not explode with my 1,000 shadow clones?" As Naruto spoke, his right hand, imbued with terrifying power, reached out towards Scorpion. How infuriating. So fast. Scorpion's face paled in shock as he frantically maneuvered his hands, entangling the chakra threads controlling his puppets, while simultaneously leaping backward in haste. Hiss! Naruto infused wind chakra into his wrist, and with a swift motion, the chakra threads were effortlessly severed, as if they were mere tofu. Observing Scorpion's panicked retreat, Naruto chose not to pursue. Instead, his gaze fixed upon the ground. Scorpion's backward movement had completely exposed the figures of Deidara and Gaara. Deidara, in a daze, was gradually succumbing to the purple lightning and Scorpion's toxic mist, his consciousness becoming increasingly muddled. Naruto crouched down, gently placing his hands over the two, and then mocked Scorpion, saying, "What is wrong? Have you forsaken your teammates and the tailed beast? You." Scorpion's eyes turned crimson, his face twisted with rage. "It seems you truly have abandoned them. Then they shall belong to me." Naruto's lips curled into a faint smile. In the next instant, with a powerful surge of spatial temporal energy, Naruto and the two vanished from the spot. Yet, in but a moment, Naruto reappeared. However, Deidara and Gaara had seemingly evaporated without a trace. Meanwhile, in the Hokage building in Konoha, Tsunade wandered the corridor outside the office, her expression laden with worry. "Jiraiya, why do I feel so anxious? Will they be all right on this mission?" "Rest assured, as long as Naruto is present, there will be no casualties," Jiraiya reassured her. "All right then," Tsunade sighed helplessly, and the two entered the office, slowly pushing open the door. In an instant, their pupils constricted, rendering them speechless. For upon the Hokage's desk lay two figures, one with yellow hair and the other with red, an exceedingly bizarre sight. The yellow-haired one was muttering incoherently, drooling uncontrollably. "Wait a minute." Tsunade snapped back to reality. She was unfamiliar with the yellow-haired individual, but the red-haired one was all too familiar. Wasn't that Gaara, the leader of the neighboring village, captured by Akatsuki? Who placed Gaara and this yellow-haired one on my desk? In the land of rivers, on the battlefield, Scorpion glared at the spot where the two had vanished, fury surging within him as he shouted at Naruto. "Damn it! Vortex Naruto, where have you taken them?" Losing the tailed beast was of little concern to Scorpion. He could always capture it again later. But losing Deidara was intolerable. Though they often bickered, each holding their unique artistic beliefs, it was precisely this rivalry that had spurred Scorpion's artistic talent to flourish in response to Deidara's differing perspective. Thus, despite his outward demeanor, Scorpion held a deep admiration for Deidara, even viewing him as a titan in the realm of ninja artistry. Now that Deidara had been taken by Naruto, his fate uncertain, it was no wonder Scorpion was filled with such wrath. A smirk graced Naruto's lips as he provocatively beckoned Scorpion with a finger, taunting, "Defeat me, and I shall reveal their whereabouts." Scorpion's fury reached its zenith at Naruto's taunting demeanor. With an icy glare, he proclaimed, "Vortex Naruto, this time, I shall not hold back for the organization's desire to capture a living Jinchuriki. I will obliterate you completely." With that declaration, Scorpion suddenly tore off his Akatsuki cloak and flung it into the air, revealing his entirely puppet-like body. It lacked the warmth of flesh, replaced instead by a mechanical elegance. The chakra core in his chest pulsed with a brilliant light, and the four scrolls behind him emanated an overwhelming aura. Scorpion of the red sand, fully unleashed. Naruto, witnessing this transformation, felt excitement bubbling within him. Now, things are becoming truly interesting. Die. Scorpion's pupils glinted coldly as he raised his hands, palms directed at Naruto. Crack. From his palms emerged black tubes, and the first scroll behind him suddenly lit up. With a ferocious roar, he shouted, "Fire release. Hellfire enclosure." In the next instant, a torrential blaze erupted from the iron tubes in Scorpion's palms, roaring forth like a ferocious fire dragon, its claws outstretched toward Naruto. The temperature of the flames was so intense it seemed capable of incinerating the entire world. This was the unparalleled fire stored within the scrolls, its might far surpassing even the great fireball technique, an unstoppable force. Naruto's eyes sparkled as he grinned. "Fire release, is it? How fortuitous. For I haven't used that technique in quite some time." With that, Naruto swiftly formed hand seals. Boom. Smoke erupted beside him, and two shadow clones emerged instantaneously, with Naruto's true form standing among them, forming a neat row. Then, with a thunderous roar, an immense chakra surged from the three Narutos, their cheeks puffing up as if ready to unleash a tremendous force. Fire release, 5 right guards. In the next moment, each Naruto exhibited their own prowess. One gusted forth like the god of winds, another breathed flames like a dragon, and the third spewed oil like a geyser. The trio complemented one another perfectly, intertwining in a chaotic yet harmonious display. In an instant, a terrifying sea of oil emerged, radiating an oppressive heat, akin to a ferocious beast, charging toward Scorpion's fire technique, leaving nothing in its wake. Unlike Jiraiya, Naruto, now mastering the 5 elemental releases, could unleash this astonishing technique merely through his shadow clones. He could even wield it effortlessly without entering Sage mode. Although its power might be somewhat diminished without Sage energy, it was still formidable. This fire technique. Scorpion furrowed his brow, sensing an imminent threat as the first scroll behind him flickered ominously. the flames intensifying in response. The two intense fire techniques collided with a resounding crash. Unfortunately, the moment they clashed, Scorpion's flames were immediately engulfed by the tidal wave of oil, rendered utterly powerless. The oil wave surged forward unabated, swallowing the flames while advancing directly towards Scorpion's position. How could this happen? Scorpion's face was a mask of shock. Yet, the situation was dire. Seeing his fire technique fail, another scroll behind Scorpion flickered to life, and a powerful jet of water shot forth from the iron tubes, crashing into the oil wave. Alas, the water was as futile as a drop in the ocean, only serving to amplify the oil wave's momentum. Damn it! Scorpion exclaimed, exasperated, realizing that neither fire nor water was of any use. Yet, the oil sea loomed like a demonic maw, ready to consume him. With a swift motion, Scorpion utilized the hook from his chest to propel himself toward a nearby mound of earth, narrowly escaping the clutches of the oil wave. Clapping his hands together, Scorpion covered his right eye, his expression dark and twisted as he growled, "I cannot believe you have forced me to this extent. But from this moment forth, there shall be no more surprises." With that, a tremor coursed through his wrist, and the third scroll behind him was drawn forth by chakra threads. It slowly unfurled before Scorpion. Suddenly, the next instant, whoosh, 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 a myriad of crimson specters surged forth from the scroll, suspended in the void. Each visage was grotesque, resembling demons clawing their way out of the inferno. Astonishingly, they were all mere puppets. The atmosphere became palpably tense in an instant. Simultaneously, countless strands of chakra erupted from the chest of Sasori, extending into the ether, firmly binding these red marionettes. At this moment, Sasori once more concealed his visage with his right hand, his pupils glimmering with an undeniable intent to kill. He proclaimed with haughty pride, "This jutsu possesses the power to annihilate a small nation. Prepare to hear your lamentations. Puppet technique, crimson secret art, 100 machine manipulation." As he uttered these words, a cacophony of crackling echoed. 100 terrifying puppets unleashed roars akin to vengeful spirits, their eerie presence slicing through the void as they charged violently towards Naruto. Upon witnessing this, Naruto's eyes flickered with resignation as he remarked, "Are we to engage in a numbers battle? Do you not realize that my forte lies in the multiple shadow clone technique?" As he spoke, Naruto formed seals with his hands. Boom, boom, boom. A terrifying cloud of smoke erupted on the scene, enveloping Sasori's puppets entirely. Following this, thousands of Narutos wielding Rasengan emerged, akin to deities descending upon the earth. Chapter 30, the final scroll of the Scorpion. The scene erupted with a cacophony of sounds as thousands of Narutos descended, their might reaching unprecedented heights. Swish, swish. Each Rasengan in the hands of the Naruto clones spun wildly, a terrifying array of chakra attributes permeating the air, as if the very void itself were about to be turned upside down by this overwhelming power. In terms of momentum, it was a dimensional crushing blow compared to the so-called 100 machines maneuver. How could this be? How could humans achieve such feats? Scorpion, in that moment, was utterly astonished, his mechanical visage trembling slightly. Naruto's eyes glimmered, a faint smile gracing his lips. If this technique can obliterate a small nation, then surely I can conquer a great one. With that declaration, thousands of Narutos charged forth against the puppet army. There was almost no suspense. Each Rasengan that struck resulted in the instantaneous annihilation of a puppet. Moreover, the number of shadow clones was tenfold that of the puppets. Crack, crack. The sound of shattering puppets echoed incessantly. As far as the eye could see, there lay the twisted and deformed remnants of puppets. A gruesome sight that sent shivers down one's spine. And with just this wave of confrontation, the entire puppet army was utterly decimated. Shadow clones shatter the 100 Machines Legion. Evil value 398. Not bad. Naruto chuckled lightly at that moment. How could this happen? Scorpion's pupils constricted violently. Disbelief etched across his face as he trembled. It was no wonder Scorpion was so distraught. Those puppets had been his pride and joy, his most formidable legion. No matter how powerful the adversary, they had never faced such a devastating defeat. Yet today, before Naruto, they appeared weaker than mere chickens. How could Scorpion possibly accept such a stark contrast? What filled Scorpion with despair was that none of Naruto's shadow clones had been dispelled after obliterating the legion. In the distance, beneath the dark, deep shade of the trees, an eerie rustling sound suddenly arose. A mysterious black vortex materialized from thin air, emanating a trembling force of space and time, causing the surrounding air to warp under its terrifying pressure. Following this, a figure clad in a black robe with an orange single-eye mask emerged from the vortex, twisting forth like a malevolent spirit. This individual was none other than the renowned figure of the ninja world, the one who could not hide his tears, Uchiha Obito. As he manifested in the shade, the Sharingan beneath his mask flickered with an ominous red light, and he spoke slowly. Naruto Uzumaki has perfectly inherited his teacher's talents, along with the physical prowess of his mother, Kushina. Just as Obito finished speaking, a subtle stir resounded from the shadows once more. and the black and white Zetsu slowly emerged from the ground. How terrifying! Upon witnessing the battlefield, Black Zetsu couldn't help but exclaim in astonishment. He then turned to Obito and inquired, Madara. The growth rate of the Nine-Tails Jinchuriki is astonishingly rapid. It seems Scorpion has fallen. Should we intervene now? Upon hearing this, a grave expression flickered across Obito's eyes, and he replied solemnly, let us observe the situation a bit longer. I truly do not wish to reveal myself prematurely unless absolutely necessary. Black Zetsu fell silent for a moment, then nodded. Very well. Revealing ourselves too soon could lead to unforeseen troubles. However, at that moment, Obito's heart was already submerged in endless helplessness. He was not afraid of revealing himself too early. Rather, he was acutely aware of his lack of confidence in this battle. Obito understood fully that Naruto's Flying Thunder God technique was on par with that of his father, Minato Namikaze, and that Naruto's other jutsu far surpassed his own. Even after all this time, Obito did not believe he possessed the capability to defeat the legendary Minato. Now, to challenge a Naruto who could be considered an upgraded version of Minato was akin to courting death. It was like lighting a lamp in a latrine, seeking filth. The scene returned to the battlefield. At this moment, the thousands of Narutos spoke in unison, their eyes glinting with mockery as they gazed at Scorpion. Scorpion snapped back to reality, his face contorting with a mix of shock and fury as he roared, do not insult my art. It is eternal beauty. Naruto, at that moment, dismissed all his shadow clones. Amidst a swirling mist, his teasing voice echoed, but your art has been defeated by me. This proves that you are unworthy of the phrase eternal beauty. As Naruto's words fell, Scorpion's pupils shook violently, engulfed in an endless haze of confusion. His voice trembled with despair. I am unworthy? I am unworthy? I am unworthy of eternal beauty. Though his voice was soft, it reverberated across the battlefield, permeating the air with a sense of desolation. The host's words pierced through Scorpion's ninja way, evil value 123. Oh, so verbal jabs can also yield evil value? Naruto mused, feeling as though he had stumbled upon a new frontier. Meanwhile, Scorpion's voice continued to resonate above the battlefield, echoing like a mournful dirge. Yet gradually, his tone morphed into something frenzied, akin to a wounded beast howling in agony. Finally, at that moment, Scorpion abruptly lifted his head. His expression contorted with a primal rage as he roared at Naruto. I am eternal art. I am eternal beauty. With that proclamation, Scorpion's wrist jerked violently, pulling the last scroll from behind him, bringing it before him. With a flourish, the scroll unfurled in the void, an overwhelming pressure descending upon the entire field, while bursts of golden light erupted from within the scroll, shooting into the heavens. Strangely, those golden rays began to coalesce into an incredibly radiant character. It was a colossal Da. Naruto squinted, astonishment flickering in his eyes. The scroll that had never been utilized in the original work was about to manifest at this moment. Indeed, as Naruto's thoughts settled, the very next instant, whoosh, Scorpion's feet slowly lifted off the ground, his body hovering ominously as he glided towards the character Da with a menacing expression. Open for me. Scorpion suddenly activated his hand seals. Whoosh. The character Da instantly disintegrated, transforming into an unfathomably deep golden vortex. Simultaneously, the chakra core in Scorpion's chest began to flicker incessantly, a crimson light illuminating the entire arena. The remnants of the puppets were enveloped by this radiant glow. Then, a shocking sight unfolded. All puppet fragments illuminated by the crimson light quivered violently before ascending, hurtling towards the golden vortex. Behind that golden vortex seemed to lie another realm, and as the puppet remnants entered, they vanished into nothingness. What is happening? Naruto pondered in confusion. Then, it dawned on him. Boom. A deafening sound erupted suddenly, followed by bang. A terrifyingly formidable leg, exuding an industrial mechanical beauty, burst forth from the golden vortex, crashing down upon the earth. Chapter 31, The 100-Meter Titan. The Final Battle. Boom. The colossal mechanical leg of the demon god crashed down upon the earth, instantly causing the ground to shatter and mountains to crumble, fissures radiating outward until total collapse ensued. The mere aura emanating from that leg was enough to convey its terrifying might, clearly beyond the capabilities of an ordinary shadow-level entity. What on earth? Naruto furrowed his brow at the sight. However, as his words left his lips, the next moment, whoosh, a gigantic mechanical claw, resembling a demonic talon reaching out from the abyss, surged forth from the golden vortex. A tempest erupted in its wake. Ha ha ha. At that moment, Scorpion laughed fiendishly in the void, his crimson eyes suddenly piercing toward Naruto as he roared, prepare to witness my true artistry. In an instant, boom. The mechanical hand and legs spread wide. The golden vortex erupted with astonishing might, expanding exponentially, accompanied by waves of overwhelming pressure that sent dust soaring into the sky. Yet simultaneously, an immense presence, akin to a towering mountain, thundered forth, fully descending into the realm of shinobi. This was none other than the master of the mechanical hand and leg. Cloaked in dust, his visage was obscured, Yet the sheer aura he exuded was evidently extraordinary. Gradually, the dust settled, revealing his head. No way. Naruto's pupils contracted sharply at this sight, and he exclaimed in astonishment, "Where on earth did you procure this Gundam?" As Naruto's words echoed, the dust cleared entirely, unveiling the true form of this entity. It was a 100-meter-tall mechanical titan, its entire body a dark crimson. Resembling a fortress of steel, the metallic texture utterly pronounced. Its form was sharply defined, the head featuring a domineering V-shape, its eyes akin to burning crimson flames, radiating endless authority. Its limbs were robust like pillars of heaven, with tightly meshing mechanical joints, though it did not clench a fist. The power it possessed seemed capable of crushing anything in existence. Behind it, a pair of enormous wings spread wide, as if intent on tearing the heavens asunder. Exuding an aura so powerful, it left one trembling in awe. This was undeniably reminiscent of the Gundam from Naruto's past life, in anime. Absurd, utterly absurd. Even Obito, observing from a distance, felt his masked face tremble in disbelief as he muttered, "Scorpion, he possesses such a formidable puppet giant? Its size. It rivals that of a complete Susanoo." Beside him, Black and White were equally astounded. Scorpion, a member summoned through force by Conan, had such terrifying capabilities. The emotions of Obito and Black and White were tumultuous and unsettled. Meanwhile, on the battlefield, absurdity reigned. Naruto was directly overwhelmed by the shock emanating from the mechanical titan, his eyes brimming with astonishment. Yet he quickly suppressed his inner turmoil. Directing his gaze towards Scorpion hovering in the void, inquiring, "Scorpion, such a thing cannot possibly be of your creation. What on earth is going on?" In the air, Scorpion's fierce demeanor softened slightly as he replied, "Indeed, it was not I who created this, but I have restored it." In a swift motion, Scorpion's wrist trembled, chakra threads instantly entwining around the titan's head. He pulled himself up to stand atop the giant's cranium. Continuing his explanation, "I fortuitously acquired a puppet scroll in a small nation. When I summoned it, it was merely a heap of dilapidated scrap, and it took me decades to gradually restore it. Yet even so, at this point, Scorpion's expression turned melancholic. There remained damages that my utmost efforts could not mend." "And what is that now?" Naruto pressed, his gaze scrutinizing the mechanical giant. Naruto suspected that even if this was an unexpected find from Scorpion in another nation, it could not possibly originate from the shinobi world. He surmised that it was likely a remnant from a technologically advanced planet. After all, beyond the shinobi realm, there existed supernatural beings like the Tsutsuki clan. Thus, a world with advanced technology was not beyond the realm of possibility. As Naruto pondered, Scorpion suddenly threw his head back in maniacal laughter, his eyes gleaming with madness as he bellowed, "However, by sacrificing the components of my 100 puppets, I can temporarily mend its damaged areas." This also clarified why those broken puppets had flown toward the golden vortex moments ago. "Is that so?" Naruto mused, his eyes flickering with thought as he continued. "With it, you could upend the current shinobi world. But your reluctance to utilize it suggests there are irreparable flaws." It seemed Naruto had struck a nerve, as Scorpion's pupils abruptly constricted, plunging into a deathly silence. However, in the next instant, Scorpion's eyes glimmered fiercely, and with a sweeping gesture, he declared, "Yes. To command it in battle, one must inject a unique energy. Yet this energy does not exist within the shinobi realm. However, there is another way to forcibly activate it." At this point, Scorpion's pupils were entirely consumed by madness, as he pointed to his own chest and cried, "That is to burn my life core." With that, in the next moment, whoosh. The life core from Scorpion's chest detached, soaring through the air to the center of the mechanical giant's forehead, before a diamond-shaped transparent glass mark. Then, under Naruto's watchful gaze, crack. The glass mark slowly opened, and Scorpion's life core flew inside. In an instant, whoosh, a resplendent light erupted from the titan's forehead, scorching flames rising slowly as Scorpion's life core began to ignite. Simultaneously, reverberating across the battlefield were Scorpion's words tinged with madness. "This is my final battle. The Red Sand Scorpion. Art is eternal beauty." As he spoke, whoosh whoosh whoosh, the ankles of the mechanical giant suddenly shone with brilliant red light, which rapidly climbed, engulfing the entire titan in flames. Its crimson eyes burst forth with true divine might at that moment. Boom! A terrifying pressure erupted from the mechanical giant, sweeping outward with formidable force. In an instant, the earth trembled, hurricanes howled, as if the world had transformed into a hellish realm. Is this truly Scorpion's full power? Obito, from a distance, activated his Sharingan, his eyes filled with disbelief. Naruto, witnessing this, murmured to himself, "To use life as a wager to forcibly activate this mechanical giant? But if I employ the Flying Thunder God technique to escape, won't you be obliterated?" However, as these thoughts unfolded, Naruto suddenly looked up, fixating on the titan's forehead, as though perceiving Scorpion himself, a smirk gracing his lips. "Yet, I shall accept your final challenge, for I too wish to test this Gundam. Kurama, it's time for you to pay your rent." Chapter 32. controlling the Nine-Tails as the words fell. In the next instant, a gentle breeze enveloped Naruto's consciousness, swiftly transporting him to his inner space. What? The Nine-Tails, taken aback, thought to himself, I was merely observing the commotion. How did I become involved in this? Naruto extended his hand towards the Nine-Tails, a beaming smile adorning his face. Nine-Tails, come forth. It is time for you to pay your rent. The Nine-Tails, regaining its composure, suddenly sensed the gravity of the situation and questioned, Hey, kid, how do you know my name? That is of no concern to you. Just hand over the chakra. Naruto insisted. Furious, the Nine-Tails erupted, roaring like thunder. Get lost. I would rather perish in this sealing space, strangled by chains, than relinquish a single strand of my chakra to you. Although the Nine-Tails had witnessed Naruto's prowess, which far surpassed that of the fourth Hokage, as long as he had not reached the realms of Hashirama Senju or Madara Uchiha, the Nine-Tails retained its pride. Not convinced? Then why not grow a pair of Sharingan and control me? Naruto smirked, waving his hand dismissively. Forget it. I am not one for idle banter. Strength it is then. In an instant, a terrifying pressure erupted from Naruto, cascading through every corner of the sealing space. How is this possible? The Nine-Tails was struck with disbelief, recognizing the overwhelming force as the unique power of the Manjiki Sharingan. It was strikingly reminiscent of that wretched Uchiha Madara. Realizing this, the Nine-Tails fixed its gaze upon Naruto, its pupils narrowing in shock, its body trembling involuntarily as it stammered. What? How do you possess the Manjiki Sharingan? In that moment, Naruto's azure eyes faded away, revealing the powerful creation of the Manjiki, its gaze swirling like twinkling stars, an aura of dread emanating from it. Naruto's Manjiki fixated on the Nine-Tails, and he chuckled softly. Now, immerse yourself in the illusion of the Manjiki. In a flash, the technique Kodoame Tsukumi was unleashed. Boom. Naruto's right eye erupted with staggering intensity, the light of Kodoame Tsukumi descending upon the massive form of the Nine-Tails. How can this be? The Nine-Tails' pupils transformed into the shape of the Manjiki, releasing a final, despairing cry. It could not fathom how Naruto had obtained the Manjiki. Was it due to Minato's moral decay or Fugaka's shamelessness? Just as this thought flickered through its mind, the Nine-Tails reopened its eyes. But the ferocity was replaced by a peculiar clarity and simplicity. Husky, come here, Naruto called out, raising his right hand with a warm smile. Woof woof. The Nine-Tails immediately responded like an exuberant pup, barking joyfully before pressing its head against the sealing gate. Naruto placed his hand atop its head, gently ruffling its fur, exclaiming, Now, this is the people's beloved fox. Through the earlier Kodoame Tsukumi, Naruto had briefly redefined the Nine-Tails as a loyal husky. Thus, the Nine-Tails exhibited such behavior. All right. It is time for you to give me your power, Naruto softly instructed. Understood, master. The Nine-Tails extended its tongue, wearing a flattering expression, resembling an eager pet. In the next moment, a thunderous roar erupted. A terrifying crimson chakra surged from the Nine-Tails, imbued with boundless killing intent and hatred, twisting in the air until a brilliant golden light burst forth, causing all the chakra to rush madly towards Naruto's chest. Naruto's eyes lifted slightly, a satisfied smile gracing his features. This is the power of the Nine-Tails, truly extraordinary. Cough. Husky. Woof. Meanwhile, in the outside world, a colossal mechanical giant, towering into the sky, let out a deafening roar. With this roar, its presence was fully revealed to the world. Residents within a 10-mile radius were instantly captivated by the earth-shattering sound, turning to gaze at the mechanical giant, their pupils dilating in shock, bodies trembling violently. What is that? How can it be so massive? How terrifying! How did such a behemoth descend upon our land? Run! It must be a demon from hell, here to punish us. In an instant, chaos erupted as the crowd fled in every direction, panic saturating the atmosphere. Kakashi and his companions, traveling nearby, sensed the anomaly. What kind of monster is that? Sakura gasped, her eyes wide with disbelief, as if witnessing the end of the world. Chio squinted, scrutinizing the distant mechanical giant, her tone laced with uncertainty. It seems to be a giant mechanical puppet? If so, is it the creation of Sasori? Has he reached such a level? What? Kakashi exclaimed, taken aback, before urgently declaring, if that is indeed Sasori's puppet, it means Naruto has engaged them in battle. We must hurry to provide support. With that, Kakashi's figure flickered, accelerating in speed. Sakura and Chio, though astonished, followed suit without hesitation. At the battlefield, the atmosphere was suffocating. After the mechanical giant's roar, its terrifying gaze locked onto Naruto, as if the Grim Reaper had set its sights on him. In an instant, the sky darkened. Boom. The giant's eyes glowed with an intense crimson light, enveloping everything around them. In the area illuminated by the light, nothing could escape its scrutiny. The mechanical giant suddenly turned its head, its gaze like lightning piercing through the shadows of nearby trees. Black Zetsu gasped in horror. Madara. He has discovered us. Obito trembled, ready to activate his Kimyui, but he quickly suppressed his anxiety, feigning calmness. It's all right. That should be under Sasori's control. It won't harm us. Indeed, in the next moment, the mechanical giant withdrew its terrifying gaze, transforming into two brilliant streaks of lightning, once again targeting Naruto. The oppressive force descended upon Naruto, causing the ground beneath him to tremble. However, Naruto remained with his eyes closed, seemingly unaffected. It was as if he deemed himself underestimated. Roar! The mechanical giant bellowed, lifting its right arm, wielding the weight of destruction, as it came crashing down upon Naruto. Yet, that was not the end. Boom! The right arm exploded with blinding light, its elbow erupting in searing flames, hurtling towards Naruto with increased speed and ferocity. In the blink of an eye, it was upon him. But Naruto still had yet to react. What is Naruto doing? Black Zetsu questioned, bewildered. However, just as his words fell, at the moment when Naruto seemed destined to be crushed, an unexpected turn of events occurred. Buzz! The mechanical giant's hand abruptly halted in midair. For at that moment, boom! An immensely terrifying, golden red fox head materialized in the air, its sharp teeth clamping down on the mechanical giant's hand, rendering it immobile. Chapter 33, The Nine-Tailed Battlemech. The final strike. In the next instant, a sharp crack resounded as the golden fox's fangs pierced through the mechanical arm, embedding deeply within it. The once brilliant crimson glow emanating from the arm dimmed instantly. A deafening roar erupted from the mechanical giant, seemingly in pain. Yet, before it could react, the fox's head swung violently, unleashing a terrifying force that threatened to annihilate everything in its path. Boom! The mechanical giant was yanked forward by the immense power gripping its arm, staggering several steps before crashing to the ground, sending plumes of dust swirling around. From a distance, Obito's Sharingan trembled violently, disbelief etched across his face as he murmured, "What is happening? Is that golden fox head the Nine-Tails?" Black and White swallowed nervously, uncertainty lacing their voices. At that moment, in the heart of the battlefield shrouded in dust, Naruto suddenly opened his eyes, his azure pupils replaced by ferocious crimson beastly slits, radiating an overwhelming aura of malice. Simultaneously, the golden fox head began to fade away. Gazing at the fallen mechanical titan, a faint, indifferent smile curled at the corners of Naruto's lips. "If your strength is merely this, then you are unworthy to battle my husky." Woof. Indeed, Kurama echoed in Naruto's mind, his voice laced with disdain. It seemed the mechanical giant sensed Naruto's contempt. With a thunderous roar, it unleashed its left palm. A gale of wind accompanying its strike aimed directly at Naruto's position. The thick dust was instantly swept away, revealing Naruto's form. Unfazed, Naruto's eyes remained calm. Boom! With tension coursing through his legs, he propelled himself high into the air, raising his right hand and suddenly opening it wide. In an instant, a blinding golden light erupted from his being, enveloping the entire sky in a radiant hue, as if seeking to dye the world in gold. An overwhelmingly terrifying chakra pressure descended. Under the astonished gazes of Obito and Black and White, Naruto's entire body was engulfed in crimson gold flames. His short hair blazing like fire as he shot upward, two golden horns sprouting from the sides of his head, 6 black tomo appearing on his chest, and a magnificent golden cloak billowing behind him. Every movement he made seemed to embody the power to tear through the very fabric of space. This was none other than the Nine-Tails chakra mode, the might of the strongest tailed beast. Obito's pupils constricted in disbelief. He has even mastered the Nine-Tails? A chill coursed through Obito's heart. The combination of Flying Thunder God and Nine-Tails mode posed an immense threat. If Naruto were to discover he was the one responsible for his parents' deaths, he would be annihilated the moment he revealed himself. Realizing the gravity of the situation, Obito's gaze hardened with a chilling intent. No, Naruto Uzumaki poses too great a threat, even if it means extending the plan by several years. I must collaborate with Akatsuki to eliminate him. Meanwhile, Naruto, now grounded and in Nine-Tails mode, sensed Obito's presence and let out a derisive laugh. That ultimate sycophant is peeping again. However, as soon as Naruto's words faded, the mechanical giant unleashed a deafening roar, its limbs erupting with azure flames as it soared into the sky. Upon reaching a certain height, it suddenly dove toward Naruto with tremendous force, unleashing a tempest in its wake, the sheer power overwhelming. Yet, Naruto's gaze glimmered with amusement. Decent speed, but your strength is somewhat lacking. With that, he slowly extended his arms. In an instant, crimson gold chakra surged forth, transforming into an enormous pair of golden beastly claws. As the claws emerged, they met the oncoming mechanical giant head-on. With a resounding crack, the golden claws grasped the shoulders of the mechanical behemoth, halting its descent in midair. Naruto's gaze locked with that of the mechanical giant. A thunderous mechanical sound echoed as the massive metallic head emitted a blinding light from its crimson eyes, seemingly incredulous that Naruto could withstand its might. Naruto spoke softly. "Scorpion, you should be able to hear me now." But before he could finish, the brilliance from the mechanical giant's eyes intensified, resembling two burning suns until it reached its zenith. In the next moment, Two scorching beams of light erupted like fire dragons from its gaze, carrying the might to pierce through anything, heading straight for Naruto. The surrounding air grew unbearably hot. In this life and death moment, a colossal golden stream of light tore through the void, colliding with the beam and forcefully rebounding it back toward the mechanical giant. The mechanical titan, realizing the danger, halted the release of the beams, its limbs igniting with blue flames as it distanced itself from Naruto. Once it retreated, the true form of the massive golden stream was revealed. It was, in fact, the 9 colossal tails sprouting from Naruto's back, each resembling a towering pillar, exuding a chilling and terrifying aura. Naruto gazed at the mechanical giant and quipped, "No honor in battle," resorting to sneak attacks again. However, just as his words fell, a series of metallic chimes echoed from the giant's chest, a glass panel flickering while the core flame at its brow dimmed. Naruto furrowed his brow in suspicion. A timer? Running low on energy? As if to affirm Naruto's hypothesis, the mechanical giant began to disassemble, its body and limbs collapsing like a dismembered beast. Soon after, aside from its head, the remaining parts rushed back together as if drawn by a magnet. In an instant, a brilliant white light illuminated the battlefield. As the light faded, a colossal and terrifying doomsday cannon emerged. The remaining metallic head ignited in flames, transforming into a luminous sphere under the heat. Then, before Naruto's astonished gaze, the sphere shot into the cannon's mouth. In a heartbeat, the cannon erupted in a dazzling blue light, the sphere glowing brightly as an immense wave of energy surged into it. The sphere's power escalated exponentially. If unleashed, it would be a cataclysmic strike. Clearly, this was the mechanical giant's final blow, the last artistry of Scorpion. Naruto felt the overwhelming power of the orb, his brows slightly furrowing. However, he soon waved his hand with nonchalance and a confident smile, proclaiming, "Very well, allow me to face your mightiest strike." As the words left his lips, a resounding boom echoed through the air. A surge of golden chakra erupted from Naruto, soaring into the heavens, his figure elevated as if lifted by divine hands. Simultaneously, the ethereal silhouette of the nine-tails fox flickered into view. In the next instant, a thunderous roar resonated, an immense, fully realized nine-tails, resembling a colossal beast tearing through the sky, descended upon the ninja world with a force that shook the very foundations of existence. Chapter 34, A Cataclysmic Collision. The battle concludes with a thunderous roar that resonated through the heavens. The Nine-Tails made its grand entrance. Its form and aura reminiscent of a celestial demon descending upon the earth, akin to the deity of calamity. This was undoubtedly the unparalleled might of the fully realized Nine-Tails. Such power. In the distance, Obito felt his heart race violently, his Sharingan involuntarily activating as he gazed in astonishment. Is this truly the Nine-Tails' genuine strength? The difference compared to its former self in Konoha is as vast as the heavens and the earth. For while the tailed beasts struggle to unleash their full potential, a perfect synergy with the Jinchuriki can bring about a transformative change. The eyes of black and white Zetsu quivered intensely as they unveiled this hidden truth. Obito fell into a profound silence, yet he understood that black and white Zetsu spoke the truth. The Nine-Tails he once controlled in Konoha was hardly comparable to the resplendent creature before him now. After the Jinchuriki and the tailed beast harmonized, it was no longer a simple matter of 1 + 1 = 2. It represented a qualitative leap. At this moment, hope rested solely upon a final gamble with Sasori. With this thought, Obito clenched his fists tightly, silently praying, "Sasori, you must ensure his downfall. In the future, I shall burn 100 puppet beauties for you each year." Perhaps sensing Obito's intentions, the world-destroying cannon suddenly emanated an even more terrifying aura. The spherical projectile began to dissolve, transforming into the purest blue energy that filled the dark void completely. It was energy compressed to its extreme, capable of rending the very fabric of space. If unleashed, this strike could surely obliterate a large ninja village and make the earth tremble. At this moment, Naruto stood atop the head of the fully realized Nine-Tails, witnessing this spectacle, and his eyes narrowed in awe. This attack is truly fearsome. Yet, suddenly, he shifted his tone and laughed heartily. "But I shall not be outdone." As he spoke, in an instant, Naruto raised his hands, palms facing forward, summoning the near-invincible chakra of the Nine-Tails with all his might. The next moment, the fully realized Nine-Tails opened its enormous maw, unleashing a torrent of powerful chakra. Countless black and purple particles tore through the void, gathering before the Nine-Tails' great mouth. The number of black and purple particles surged, and in the blink of an eye, they coalesced into an immense black sphere, resembling a black sun, exuding an aura capable of annihilating everything. This was indeed the tailed beast bomb. However, this was merely the beginning. The Nine-Tails' forepaws positioned themselves beside the tailed beast bomb and began to twist furiously. In an instant, an overwhelming chakra erupted from its paws, filling the air with the essence of the 5 elemental natures, which flowed into the tailed beast bomb. producing a wildly spinning ring of 5 elemental energy that dramatically heightened its power. In a flash, a colossal 5-element spiral-tailed beast bomb emerged. As if a war deity had descended, its internal forces of 5 elemental chakra compressing and rotating, radiating an aura capable of eradicating all existence. Such a technique. How could this be? Obito's Sharingan trembled in disbelief. No wonder he was so shaken. He had once commanded the Nine-Tails to unleash a tailed beast bomb. Yet, compared to this moment, it was as if a flickering candle was vying against the bright moon. No, it was akin to comparing it to the sun. And just then, the world-destroying cannon finally fired. In that moment, it felt as if Sasori's final, desperate cry echoed through the air. Ultimate, cosmic world destruction strike. The next instant, a blinding blue beam sliced through the void like lightning, carrying an overwhelming pressure capable of devouring all, racing toward the fully realized Nine-Tails. As it traveled, the void cried out in anguish, seeming to be ravaged into fragments by this apocalyptic light. However, upon witnessing this, Naruto smiled, then waved his hand. 5 elements, tailed beast stellar spiral sword. As he spoke, the terrifying 5-element tailed beast bomb shot forth, carrying an aura akin to that of a deity. Resolutely meeting the blinding beam, the two forces collided violently. A cataclysmic explosion erupted, reverberating through the void, as the energy at the epicenter compressed and expanded. A blinding white light accompanied by cataclysmic waves surged outward. Where the waves passed, the earth cracked, mountains collapsed, and everything was instantaneously reduced to dust. How terrifying! Obito, enveloped in the white light, felt the suffocating waves and immediately activated his intangibility technique. Meanwhile, Black and White Zetsu resorted to their transient technique, only retreating hundreds of meters underground, murmuring in trepidation. This clash of energies rivals the battles between Hashirama and Madara. The citizens of the Land of Rivers witnessed this breathtaking scene, collapsing to the ground in terror, their lips quivering, their panicked voices filling the air. Is this divine retribution? It's too frightening. Humanity could never achieve such heights. We beseech the heavens, do not cast judgment upon us. Amidst the wails of the populace, Kakashi and others found themselves unable to advance even a step due to the overwhelming waves. Kakashi gazed up at the center of the explosion, his eyes shimmering with profound shock. What sort of extraordinary battle is this? Sakura trembled, stammering. We are utterly powerless to intervene. Chio observed the scene, her aged face slightly quivering, and she sighed. Even during the early establishment of the 5 great ninja villages, in that era where heroes clashed, such a level of battle was indeed rare. In this moment, Chio realized that Sasori, her grandson, had surpassed all puppet masters and had flown to the other shore alone. She also grasped the unfathomable power of the newly emerged ninja star, Naruto Uzumaki. At the heart of the battlefield, the colossal waves of the explosion continued unabated. However, due to the remote location of the battlefield, the Land of Rivers suffered no physical harm. Cursed be this. Are these even human? Obito sweated profusely, feeling that these two were undoubtedly beings of otherworldly prowess. Can humanity truly triumph over such forces? At the very least, before them, his one-eyed self would be as defenseless as a mere chick. Only by gathering the Manjiki Sharingan could he unleash that divine third power. With this thought, a chill flickered in Obito's eyes as he murmured, Kakashi, it is time for that Sharingan to return to its rightful owner. Moments later, the cataclysmic explosion gradually subsided, the dazzling white light receding like a tide, revealing the environment in its aftermath. The trees and flora were utterly eradicated, leaving behind a bottomless chasm, a scar upon the earth. The world-destroying cannon now lay at the bottom of the pit, its exterior charred black. Though not destroyed, it was undoubtedly heavily damaged. Meanwhile, the fully realized Nine-Tails had been consumed by the torrent of the explosion, leaving only a battered golden fox head, barely able to shield Naruto from the onslaught. Gradually, the fox head dissipated, and Naruto reverted from the QB mode. Breathing heavily, he gazed into the depths of the pit at the cannon and sighed. Sasori, no matter what, I acknowledge your artistry. This was the first time Naruto felt the encroaching fatigue since traversing this world. Thus, Sasori was deserving of Naruto's words. However, as his voice faded, Naruto's gaze drifted into the distance, where a silhouette emerged as the obstruction vanished. A smirk of derision crept onto Naruto's lips as he spoke. Well, if it isn't the master of disguise and clandestine observation, the Shura of the ninja world, Uchiha. Madara. Chapter 35. Only 4 minutes left of your intangibility. As Naruto's voice fell, Obito's figure was fully revealed. Hiss. The Sharingan flickered with a crimson hue, and the face behind the mask was etched with confusion and shock. How could Naruto Uzumaki know my current identity? I have not yet revealed myself to anyone. With this thought, Obito suppressed the tremors within and exuded an aura of dominance as he slowly approached Naruto, coldly stating, Nine-Tails. How did you come to know I am Madara? As he spoke, a unique illusion belonging to the Sharingan suddenly descended upon Naruto. attempting to forcefully seize control of his mind. However, Obito's pupils abruptly contracted as he realized that the ocular technique had no effect on Naruto. At that moment, Naruto gazed at the Sharingan with a covetous glint, then smiled nonchalantly. If you beg me, I shall tell you. Obito was momentarily taken aback. Then his irritation flared. You little brat, how dare you mock me? I see you. Yet before Obito could finish his sentence, Naruto flicked his wrist. Whoosh. A flying thunder god kunai instantly pierced through the void, propelled by a terrifying spatial force, and thundered toward Obito. In an instant, it was already at Obito's side. The speed of the flying thunder god kunai. Obito's heart raced, and cold sweat broke out on his forehead. He dared not delay for a moment, immediately activating his intangibility. Simultaneously, his right hand opened slightly, ready to employ the information disparity of the Sharingan to deliver a fatal blow to Naruto, who was about to use the flying thunder god technique. Obito's Sharingan was now laced with blood, his mind intensely focused, like a taut bowstring. Ever since his humiliating defeat at the hands of the fourth Hokage, he had repeatedly analyzed that battle in his mind, seeking a way to turn the tide. Although uncertainty still loomed, perhaps Naruto's flying thunder god technique was not as refined as his father's. Even the slightest pause could allow him to draw Naruto into the dimension of the Sharingan. With this thought, a sinister expression flickered across Obito's face. Preparing to avenge the humiliation he suffered from the flying thunder god. However, even as the kunai flew past Obito, piercing the ground, Naruto did not utilize the flying thunder god to teleport. Obito froze in place. At that moment, a flock of crows slowly flew across the sky, rendering the atmosphere palpably awkward. Naruto observed the scene, a glimmer of mockery in his eyes. Lord Madara, why are you so tense? Are you afraid I might use the flying thunder god to sneak up on you? Hiss. Obito's forehead twitched with veins bulging, his eyes flashing with cold, murderous intent. Did you throw that kunai merely to mock me? No, I am testing your threshold for patience. Naruto replied with a light-hearted wave of his hand. No need to be so tense. Have you been psychologically scarred by my father's Rasengan? Upon hearing this, Obito clenched his fists, his face twitching, ready to reprimand Naruto. Suddenly, he sensed something unusual. How could Naruto know about his father's Rasengan? With this thought, Obito shouted angrily, You brat, where did you learn all this? I won't tell you. Why don't you take a guess? Naruto smiled gently, appearing exceptionally understanding. However, in Obito's eyes, Naruto's demeanor was insufferably arrogant. Yet as Obito pondered, his suspicions were quickly alleviated. It must be a technique left by his teacher, allowing Naruto to know about the past and significantly enhance his talents. This also explained why Naruto had been a complete underdog 3 years prior and had suddenly become such a formidable presence. Everything was a contingency left by his teacher. Obito could not help but marvel. Truly worthy of being my teacher. Even in death, he left behind strategies potent enough to shake the ninja world. Just as Obito was lost in thought, he failed to notice Naruto's next action. With a flick of his wrist, several flying thunder god kunai materialized in his palm, which he swiftly hurled. Whoosh! These kunai tore through the void, propelled by a fierce gust, hurtling towards Obito. Obito instantly regained his composure, his Sharingan's power enveloping him as a hint of derision flickered in his eyes. He declared, whether you're bluffing or genuinely attempting to use the flying thunder god, it is futile in my current state. Is that so? A cold smile curled at the corners of Naruto's mouth as he formed hand signs, causing the kunai to abruptly halt in midair. Ninjutsu is useless. Obito scoffed, a smirk of disdain crossing his lips as he continued to taunt. However, in the next moment, Obito's expression changed drastically, his pupils dilating. That seal? Before his words could finish, Naruto shouted, Shadow Clone Jutsu. In an instant, the airborne flying thunder god kunai began to tremble violently, countless afterimages flooding forth like a tidal wave, transforming into genuine flying thunder god kunai. The sheer number exceeded 1,000. It was as if the sky had been blotted out. Then whoosh! The kunai erupted with potent spatial energy, akin to an endless torrent, launching an overwhelming assault toward Obito. This is bad. Is he going to? A foreboding sense surged within Obito, and he immediately sought to activate his dimensional escape. However, the speed of the flying thunder god kunai was alarmingly swift, already closing in on Obito's face. If he used the Sharingan to flee, his body would undoubtedly become a pincushion upon materializing, just like Niji. No. What on earth is a pincushion Niji? Obito shook his head vigorously, dismissing the absurd notion, and resigned himself to maintaining his intangibility. Crack, crack, crack. The multitude of kunai swiftly pierced through Obito's form, embedding themselves deep within the earth. The sheer volume transformed the ground where Obito stood into a sea of spikes, dense and impenetrable. As the last of the kunai fell, a glimmer of hope flickered in Obito's heart, and he immediately prepared to activate his dimensional escape. Unexpectedly, the thousands of kunai surrounding him ignited with blinding temporal energy, signaling the imminent execution of the flying thunder god technique. Obito was taken aback, abruptly halting that thought and plunging back into a state of intangibility. Yet, Naruto's figure remained conspicuously absent. Obito's fury ignited, and he coldly addressed Naruto. Uzumaki Naruto, what exactly do you intend to do? At this moment, he dared not relinquish his intangibility, knowing full well that if he did, Naruto would undoubtedly teleport right in front of him to deliver a Rasengan. Indeed, as Naruto heard this, a glint of amusement sparkled in his eyes, and he chuckled lightly. If you dare to drop your intangibility, I assure you, you'll swiftly find yourself savoring a delectably fresh Rasengan. Upon hearing this, a chill crept into Obito's heart, yet he feigned composure. So what? I want to drop it. I can keep this up all day. With that hiss, the crimson light of his Sharingan flared ominously, as if to demonstrate the truth of his words. Yet suddenly, Naruto erupted into a fit of laughter, extending 4 fingers in a mocking gesture. You only have 4 minutes left of your invincible time. What? How do you know? Chapter 36, The Impure World. Rin no Era. What? How could you possibly know? Obito's pupils constricted in shock as he exclaimed. Previously, Naruto's awareness of numerous secrets could be attributed to the foresight of his father, the Yellow Flash. But what of now? How could Naruto possess such intimate knowledge of the limits of Kamui's intangibility? Obito was confident that aside from himself, no one else was privy to the duration of Kamui's limits. Not even the true Uchiha Madara or Kagaya were aware of it. Realizing this, Obito angrily shouted, Nine-Tails Jinchuriki, where did you acquire this information? Upon hearing this, a glimmer of mockery flashed in Naruto's eyes as he chuckled lightly. You give me that Manjikyu, and I will tell you, you little brat. How dare you mock me? Obito's fury ignited. The thought of granting Naruto Kamui was absurd. Without the Manjikyu, he would struggle even against Kakashi. Well then, ponder away. Naruto waved dismissively, lowering his voice conspiratorially. I also know other secrets of yours. No sooner had the words left his lips than Obito's body trembled violently, a trace of terror evident in his eyes as he stared fixedly at Naruto. Other secrets? Could he possibly know my true identity? Does he know my plans? Impossible. Absolutely impossible. Obito hastily suppressed his inner turmoil, deciding he must retreat immediately. He could not afford to linger with this enigmatic Naruto. Otherwise, when the intangibility time elapsed, it would surely be his end. In the next instant, whoosh, Obito's body flickered and vanished, instantaneously teleporting to a distance. As long as he stepped beyond the confines of the flying thunder god Kanai, he would activate Kamui and escape into another dimension. Obito murmured softly. However, he was unprepared for what followed. Whoosh, a gust of wind surged beside him, and a figure trailed closely behind. It was Naruto. A smirk lingered on his lips. Obito's eyes widened in shock. He realized Naruto was determined to eliminate him. He awaited the moment his intangibility ended, ready to unleash the flying thunder god Rasengan for a fatal strike. Yet, his speed paled in comparison to Naruto's, and a direct confrontation was futile, unless he took a desperate gamble. With that thought, Obito fixed his gaze on Naruto, and a scarlet light burst forth from his Manjikyu. His right hand stealthily opened behind him. The terrifying power of Kamui silently flowed into his palm, transforming it into an obsidian hue that exuded a suffocating spatial pressure. The next moment, Obito's face twisted in rage as he lunged his palm toward Naruto. Kamui, instant grab. Whoosh. A profound black vortex erupted from his palm, surging toward Naruto. While Obito's intangibility was instantaneously dispelled, this was Obito sacrificing his physical defense to concentrate Kamui's power into his right hand for a lethal strike. The vortex's devouring speed was amplified 4 to 5 times faster than usual. This was a countermeasure he painstakingly devised after reflecting on his battles with the 4th Hokage. Although he still felt hopeless in a direct confrontation, employing such a close-range ambush was undoubtedly a lethal technique. As expected, in an instant, whoosh, the vortex engulfed Naruto entirely, drawing him into the realm of Kamui. I won. Obito stared in disbelief as Naruto was consumed, momentarily rendered speechless. But soon after, he erupted into maniacal laughter, his pupils glinting with exhilaration. Ha ha ha, I have triumphed. I have defeated the flying thunder god. I won. However, before Obito could finish his celebratory proclamation, suddenly, the next instant, whoosh, a flying thunder god Kanai shot forth from behind, its speed so swift that it reached the back of Obito's head in an instant. What? Obito's laughter was abruptly silenced, a chill creeping up his spine as he hastily turned. Alas, it was too late. Whoosh, a black golden light erupted behind him, and Naruto's teasing voice rang out. Oh, so happy to absorb my shadow clone, huh? What? A shadow clone? Obito's pupils dilated in shock. The Naruto he had drawn into Kamui's realm was merely a shadow clone. Obito's face turned pale with fear, and he hastily attempted to enter Kamui's intangibility. Unfortunately, the recent use of power had left Kamui in a brief cooldown. This meant that Obito was now entirely corporeal. In the next moment, Naruto's voice echoed in Obito's ear once again. This is the flying thunder god. Rasengan. In that instant, hiss. Obito felt a familiar chakra fluctuation from his back, reminiscent of the Rasengan taught by his former master. Indeed, the next moment, boom, a terrifying force of destruction descended upon Obito's torso, instantly shredding his clothing into tatters while relentlessly pounding against his flesh, producing a cacophony of fearsome sounds. Aya! Obito shrieked in agony, his cries reverberating all around. It was a lament of blood and flesh, a humiliation of being struck by the same technique after decades. Subsequently, bang! Obito was blasted into the ground by the overwhelming might of the Rasengan, creating a deep pit that stirred up clouds of dust. Rasengan injures Uchiha Obito. Evil value 293. Naruto's true form re-emerged, a mocking smile gracing his face as he gazed into the pit. The inventor of the shadow clone technique truly was a genius. Even the Manjikyu cannot see through it. Second Hokage, thank you. With that, Naruto slowly approached the pit, tauntingly saying, to be hit by Rasengan twice. Should I call you foolish or foolish? Never mind. Allow me to elevate the legacy of Kamui. Yet, just as Naruto finished speaking, hiss. An incredibly terrifying fluctuation of ocular power surged from the pit. Unlike the Manjikyu's aura, it was a far more sinister form of ocular power. The next moment, bang! A cloud of smoke erupted behind Naruto, and Obito emerged from within, his massive hand imbued with terrifying spatial power, ruthlessly reaching for Naruto. You learned to ambush from behind? Naruto scoffed, unimpressed. He had anticipated this. Whoosh! A flash of black golden light surged forth as the Flying Thunder God technique activated, and Naruto instantaneously distanced himself from Obito. Appearing at another Kunai's location, Naruto glanced at Obito, noting he appeared unscathed, causing him to frown. However, upon further reflection, he quickly relaxed, a smile breaking forth as he remarked, so you used the cost of blindness to forcibly alter reality with Izanagi, just as Rasengan was about to hit. Huh. Obito was taken aback by this, but his expression soon turned cold as he replied, you know quite a bit, little brat. Consider this a victory for you this time. I shall repay you tenfold in the future. With that, Obito activated Kamui. Whoosh! A vortex of space-time suddenly appeared, ready to engulf Obito. This time, Naruto did not intervene. He merely wore a teasing expression, whispering, poor Kakashi-sensei, all alone. I must do something. Indeed, that is. As he spoke, a flicker of extreme mockery gleamed in Naruto's eyes, and a smirk spread across his lips. That is, the impure world, his former comrade, Rin Noara. Crack! The Kamui vortex abruptly stalled. Chapter 37. Let Rin-senpai marry Kakashi-sensei. In an instant, the proud Kamui vortex dissipated entirely upon Naruto's utterance. The air vibrated with intensity as Obito trembled violently. The visage concealed beneath his mask had long been consumed by a grotesque expression, and his Sharingan was suffused with crimson threads, clearly agitated. Then, Obito's eyes flickered with an inexhaustible murderous intent directed at Naruto. His voice icy yet quivering slightly. What did you just say, you brat? He could scarcely believe his ears. Naruto had dared to utter such words. In contrast, Naruto's gaze shimmered with mischief as he replied, Obito-senpai, why do you ask? This is none of your concern. At this juncture, Naruto waved his hand dismissively at Obito, urging, be off with you. I shan't pursue you any longer. I have my teacher's pursuit of happiness to attend to first. What? Obito's fury erupted, seething at the implication that it was not his affair. Rin belonged to him. She would forever be his. Of course, it was his business. Just as he was about to unleash his ire upon Naruto, Obito suddenly recalled that he was, at present, Uchiha Madara, and he forced himself to suppress the turmoil within. He continued coldly, I am merely curious as to why you suddenly spoke such words in the heat of battle. The moment those words escaped his lips, Obito's pupils jolted with realization. His earlier rage had clouded his judgment, and now he recognized the anomaly. Why had Naruto suddenly chosen to voice such sentiments? The answer loomed before him. Naruto must have discerned his true identity. But how could that be? Even his father had failed to notice. How could Naruto possibly know? With this thought, Obito clenched his fists, his gaze fixed intently on Naruto, eager to extract the truth from him. However, Naruto merely waved his hand nonchalantly, chuckling softly, oh, it's nothing. It was just seeing you with a Sharingan that made me think of Kakashi-sensei. Pondering for a moment, Naruto added, besides, Kakashi-sensei is always lost in his euphoric paradise. Therefore, I plan to use the impure world reincarnation technique to bring back his comrades, so they can accompany him and help him break this habit. Upon hearing this, Obito fell silent, yet he inwardly sighed in relief, thankful that Naruto had not seen through his disguise, attributing his words merely to sentimentality. It was entirely reasonable for Naruto to associate a Sharingan with Kakashi. One could only commend Obito's astute reasoning, a true hallmark of the Uchiha's brilliance. Then, Obito's eyes glimmered with a frigid intensity as he coldly retorted, you little brat. You dare to claim that you will use impure world reincarnation on Kakashi's comrades? Do you truly possess such mastery over the technique? What connection do I have with you? Naruto's tone dripped with mockery. How infuriating. Damn you, Naruto Uzumaki. You should have been filled with explosive tags at birth to obliterate you. Obito seethed internally, his anger boiling over. Yet, after a moment's contemplation, he gradually regained his composure. Setting aside whether Naruto could genuinely perform the impure world reincarnation, the mere fact that Rin's cells were required for the technique rendered the endeavor futile. After all, Rin's remains had been preserved by him. With this realization, the fury in Obito's gaze began to wane, replaced by a haughty demeanor. You little brat. I have been quietly observing every movement in the ninja world. The girl you speak of, whom you wish to resurrect, her remains are nowhere to be found. What can you do about it? However, Obito's words were abruptly interrupted. Actually, Kakashi-sensei personally took us to her home. It was unkempt, with hair everywhere. Naruto interjected, fabricating a story with ease. Surprisingly, his fabrication struck a chord suddenly. Obito trembled anew, terror evident in his eyes, his masked face twitching in disbelief. Indeed, since Rin's passing, her bedroom in Konoha had been neglected, with strands of her hair still lingering there. If Naruto could procure even a single strand, his beloved Rin could be brought back through impure world reincarnation, to stand by Kakashi's side once more. No, this absolutely cannot be allowed. With this thought, Obito resolved swiftly, activating his Kamui. A swirling vortex of space-time emerged, the opposite end leading to Konoha. He intended to destroy those precious strands of hair before Naruto could gather them. No, he meant to safeguard them with utmost care. Everything about Rin was so exquisite. Even the scent of her presence was delightful. Her hair, despite enduring a decade of time, would surely retain its fragrance. Impatiently, Obito prepared to step into the Kamui vortex, racing towards Konoha. However, at that moment, Naruto called out, "Hey, Obito-senpai, hold on a moment." Naruto then thrust his right hand into his pocket, grinning. "I just happened to have collected some hair myself, and it's right here in my pocket. Obito-senpai, I've shared so much with you. Just be a witness for me." As he spoke, Naruto ostentatiously summoned a shadow clone. The moment the clone appeared, it executed the Flying Thunder God technique and vanished in an instant. Apologetically, Naruto added, "My bad. I sent my clone to capture a bandit nearby as a living sacrifice. Please wait a moment." It must be said, this ploy of Naruto's might have failed against others, but against Obito, it was effortless, a game played to perfection. At that moment, Obito felt as if he were plummeting into an abyss, despair flooding his heart, and his knees seemed to lose all strength, nearly collapsing to the ground. Was Rin truly to be resurrected by this brat and accompany Kakashi? He wished to intervene. Yet, his strength was utterly insufficient to thwart Naruto's actions. Pain. Exquisite pain. Yet, a flicker of hope lingered in Obito's heart. He desperately sought to awaken Naruto's conscience. Thus, he admonished in a senior's tone, "Naruto Uzumaki, this technique is a desecration of the deceased. Do you still consider yourself a ninja?" Upon finishing, Obito clenched his small fists, yearning for his words to spark enlightenment in Naruto, to lead him back from this misguided path. Alas, our Naruto Uzumaki had lost all sense of morality. Naruto seemed utterly unfazed by Obito's words. On the contrary, a glimmer of extreme mockery sparkled in his eyes as he feigned seriousness, declaring, "How about this? Once Rin-senpai is resurrected, let's have her marry Kakashi-sensei." With Naruto's declaration, the atmosphere fell into an oppressive silence, a stillness akin to death. Bang! Obito could no longer endure the overwhelming agony, collapsing to the ground. An onslaught of torment surging through him, tears welling in his Sharingan. In that moment, the world seemed to turn to shades of gray. The sky had fallen. Obito's world had utterly crumbled. Uzumaki Naruto's verbal assault has breached Uchiha Obito's defenses. Evil Points 339. Chapter 38. Despair of Obito. Pain. It hurt so much. Obito felt as though his heart had become numb. A venom named despair continuously coursing through his veins, seeking to bring him to his demise. The Kaleidoscope Sharingan was suffused with endless tears. Within those tears, Obito seemed to glimpse the memories of yesteryears. Those were the beautiful childhood days he spent with Rin in the Hidden Leaf Village. In those times, Rin was gentle and warm, remarkably understanding. Even when he caused troubles day in and day out, Rin was always willing to clean up his mess and comfort him, their bond inseparable. They were truly childhood sweethearts. However, Kakashi's sudden emergence altered everything. Rin's gaze was no longer solely fixed on him. Instead, it now included Kakashi. Kakashi, who was so aloof, captivated Rin, her eyes brimming with an admiration that could not be concealed. No, it was a deep affection. Although he had deceived himself, attributing it all to curiosity about a genius, Rin's eyes reflected her true feelings. Fortunately, until he was buried beneath the boulder, Rin had never truly expressed her love for Kakashi in front of him. As long as those words remained unspoken, it meant that nothing had ever transpired. Therefore, the one Rin loved must be him. As he thought of this, the images of the past in Obito's eyes gradually morphed into a photograph of him and Rin joyfully embracing. Tears in his pupils seemed to recede slightly due to this beautiful fantasy, and a faint smile of happiness graced his lips. However, in an instant, Naruto's words, "Let Rin-senpai and Kakashi-sensei get married," pierced through Obito's mind, echoing incessantly. In that moment, the illusion of their shared photograph was utterly shattered. New scenes flooded his sorrowful kaleidoscope Sharingan. There was Rin, her face filled with love as she gazed at Kakashi. There were images of Rin abandoning him to go on dates with Kakashi. There was Rin, endlessly praising Kakashi's exceptional qualities in his presence. Ultimately, these scenes were consumed by an unnamed fury, culminating in an image of Rin, clad in a gown as white as snow, hand in hand with Kakashi, entering the sacred hall of marriage. At that moment, the pain in Obito's heart transcended all prior anguish. Buzz, accompanied by violent tremors throughout his body. The tears in Obito's kaleidoscope could no longer be restrained, cascading down in a torrent mixed with his sobs. Simultaneously, he uttered anguished whispers. Why, even after Rin has died, must she be cruelly taken away from me? Why? Who could have anticipated that the one now collapsed on the ground, weeping bitterly due to unrequited love, would eventually become the instigator of the fourth great ninja war and the second sage of six paths? Naruto gazed at this scene with a flicker of astonishment. He never expected his words would wound Obito so deeply. However, this was precisely his intention. With that thought, Naruto decided to stoke the flames, plunging Obito's suffering into an abyss of despair. He slowly approached Obito, who remained unresponsive, lost in his agonized sobs. Seeing this, Naruto's eyes glimmered with mischief. He crouched down, moving his head closer to Obito's ear and taunted, "Obito-senpai, why are you crying? Did my words evoke memories, making you yearn for the sanctity of marriage?" Obito remained silent, merely weeping, his anguish palpable. Naruto, wearing a playful smile, continued, "It's all right. When Kakashi-sensei and Rin-senpai's wedding occurs, you should come too. That way, you can witness the grandeur of their nuptials firsthand." Naruto's tone was sincere, as if genuinely inviting Obito. In that moment, Obito could no longer suppress the emotions within him. He abruptly lifted his head, tears of profound sorrow gushing forth. His gaze fixed on the azure sky, letting out a desperate roar. Why? Why must you treat me this way? Obito Uchiha's defenses shattered again by words. Evil value 393. Is this the power of words? How exhilarating. Naruto watched the reappearing system panel with a smirk. Meanwhile, Obito completely disregarded Naruto's presence, continuing to howl at the heavens. Why? Why must this world treat me so cruelly? His painful cries reverberated through the air, tears pooling on the ground. Seeing this, Naruto squinted slightly, thinking, it is time to unleash my ultimate technique. With that thought, Naruto clapped his hands. In an instant, a kunai from the Flying Thunder God technique erupted with brilliant black and gold light, and two figures emerged from the radiance, descending onto the scene. They were Naruto's recently departed shadow clone and a petite girl with a gentle visage, adorned with purple markings and faint cracks on her face. She was none other than Rin Noera. Of course, this Rin was not the real Rin, but merely a transformation of Naruto's shadow clone. However, this deception was sufficient to momentarily mislead Obito. As expected, the moment Rin appeared, she directly entered Obito's line of sight. Time seemed to freeze. Buzz. The tears in Obito's eyes abruptly ceased, his body no longer trembling, his kaleidoscope fixated on Rin before him, as if the world had vanished, leaving only her existence. Rin had truly been resurrected through the impure world reincarnation. A surge of intense excitement washed over Obito's heart, but it was swiftly drowned in endless anguish. For Rin's appearance signified that Naruto was indeed intent on leading Kakashi and her to the altar of marriage. At this realization, Obito's face twisted beneath his mask, and as tears threatened to spill again, Rin approached him slowly, a hint of concern on her face. Obito stood frozen in place, utterly bewildered. When Rin reached his side, she gently lifted her small hand and placed it softly on his mask, her expression deepening with empathy as she spoke. "Your aura feels so familiar. Why are you so sad? Seeing you in pain makes my heart ache." Obito remained silent, yet a flicker of excitement sparkled in his eyes. Rin could still sense his presence despite his drastic changes. This was enough to affirm his significance in her heart. However, in the next moment, Obito's hopes shattered again. Rin, with a look of concern, spoke in the gentlest tone, "But if you attend my wedding with Kakashi, you will surely be happy." Chapter 39, Obito. Be my and Kakashi's best man at this moment. As Rin's words fell, the flickering flame of hope that had ignited in Obito's heart was extinguished, utterly and completely. Unlike the words of Naruto, an outsider, this was spoken by Rin herself. The wound inflicted upon Obito's soul was exponentially more profound than Naruto's earlier words. In an instant, a tremor coursed through Obito's entire being, the pain piercing his heart, permeating every fiber of his body. Tears streamed endlessly from beneath his mask, mingled with traces of crimson. Then, Obito sprang to his feet, grasping Rin's hand resting on his mask, and cried out in despair, "No, Rin, don't marry that scoundrel Kakashi, please." As he spoke, tears cascaded down his face, pooling on the ground, an evident reflection of his shattered psyche. Seeing this, Rin struggled to suppress her amusement and feigned confusion. Why? Why can't I marry Kakashi? At her words, Obito cast aside any thoughts of the Eye of the Moon plan or becoming the next sage of 6 paths. Without a moment's hesitation, he ripped off his mask, revealing a face slightly contorted with anguish. His pained gaze fixed upon her as he shouted, "Because I am not just anyone. I am Obito. I am still here, Rin. You cannot marry Kakashi." "What? You are Obito. You're alive." Rin's pupils dilated in shock. Yes, I am alive. I am alive." Obito nodded vigorously, a hint of madness in his grip on Rin's hand, continuing, "Rin, I have been plotting a new world, envisioning your rebirth within it, but now I disregard everything. I only wish for you to be by my side in this moment." Hearing this, a glimmer of happiness washed over Rin's cheeks. "Obito, thank you. I never knew you were doing all of this for me. No wonder I never saw you in the Pure Land." With that, she plunged into Obito's embrace, resting her head gently on his shoulder, as if savoring the past. Meanwhile, Naruto observed from the sidelines, nodding in approval. Their shadow clone technique was indeed impressive, nearly deceiving the boss into revealing all. Obito, however, felt his body stiffen, a faint blush creeping onto his face as he struggled to articulate his thoughts. Yet he forced down his tumultuous emotions and quietly asked, "Rin, will you still marry Kakashi?" "Don't ask, just hold me," Rin replied softly. At her words, Obito's body trembled, an indescribable wave of bliss surged within him. After decades, he was experiencing the world's beauty once more. In that moment, he ceased to speak, slowly extending his arms to embrace Rin tightly. As he furtively gazed at Rin nestled against him, the anguish within him dissipated completely, and all his worries vanished. He finally understood just how profoundly joyful he was to have Rin back in his life. Once, he had contemplated resurrecting her through Nagato's Rinnegan, but fear had gripped his heart. He dreaded the uncertainties of her revival, especially whether she would still harbor feelings for Kakashi. Yet now, it seemed Rin's affections were directed toward him. After all, the embrace of the person in his arms was irrefutable. With this thought, visions of a beautiful future shared with Rin flooded Obito's mind, casting aside the notion of her marrying Kakashi. Simultaneously, a glint of cold resolve flickered in his eyes as he silently vowed, "Nagato, it is time for your Rinnegan to fulfill its purpose. Use it to truly bring Rin back to this world. This shall be your ultimate glory." Moments later, Obito gently embraced Rin, his tone tender. "Rin, let us retreat into seclusion together. Wherever you wish to go, I shall follow." However, before he could finish, Rin, resting her head on his shoulder, interrupted him. Leaning closer, she whispered sweetly into his ear, "Obito, will you be Kakashi's best man?" It was a disaster, utterly catastrophic. Obito's face froze in disbelief as he mechanically uttered, "Rin, what did you say?" Rin extricated herself from his embrace, her hands gracefully clasped behind her back, her expression brimming with anticipation as she continued, "Be the best man for Kakashi and me." This declaration struck Obito's heart like a dagger. After an exhilarating high, he was met with an abyss of despair. The once invincible kaleidoscope in his eyes dimmed, leaving only a profound silence. His expression twisted in agony as he fell to his knees, murmuring in despair, "You want me to be? To be the best man for you and Kakashi." Obito's voice echoed around him, saturated with sorrow. Meanwhile, Rin continued to beam at him, saying, "I beg you, Obito. My future child will recognize you as their godfather." As her words sank in, Obito was suddenly overwhelmed by a deafening ringing in his ears. He trembled, tilting his head skyward to gaze at the blinding sun. Then, a torrent of blood tears began to flow from his eyes, his visage enveloped in the purest form of anguish. "This is hell." At that moment, Obito collapsed backward, blood tears streaming forth, his gaze hollow as he stared vacantly at the sun, as if all vitality had evaporated from his being. His heart had perished. He was no longer concerned with anything in this world. Naruto, witnessing this, chuckled softly, his eyes sparkling with mischief as he added, "Let Kakashi-sensei spend his remaining days in solitude. Rin, you shall remain by my side." Rin obediently nodded, then leaped into Naruto's embrace. The two held each other tightly, resembling a pair of sweet lovers, inseparable. Obito's already dormant gaze now turned to a deeper shade of despair. Chapter 40. With Obito, who would not tease. Observing Obito's utterly despondent demeanor and the system panel reappearing before him, Naruto nodded with satisfaction, inwardly reflecting on the immense value of their goddess might. With mere verbal prowess, he had effortlessly extracted thousands of villain points from Obito. This was truly more than he had garnered from the complete annihilation of the root members last time. Moreover, verbal prowess indeed proved to be the strongest form of evasion, perfectly suited for this extraction. As Naruto pondered, Obito, lying on the ground, surprisingly began to speak. His eyes shimmered with profound anguish as he trembled, barely parting his lips to utter, "Naruto, I killed your parents during the Nine-Tails incident. In my life, let me atone for your parents." Naruto, taken aback, found himself momentarily stunned. Obito was actively seeking death. However, upon a swift reconsideration, he realized that Obito, having just suffered from the portrayal of Rin by his clone, might believe that death was his only escape from this hellish world. Unfortunately for him, Naruto would never grant him such a wish. To pass away so easily? Absolutely not. How could the souls of those who perished at Obito's hands find peace in that? At the very least, he intended to extract every ounce of value from him before allowing him to languish in endless torment. For Obito, the most excruciating form of suffering would undoubtedly be to have Rin, transformed by Naruto's clone, provoke him. Resolutely, Naruto decided to play the role, addressing Rin with a mockingly mischievous tone. Rin-senpai, how did you view Obito-senpai before? Rin, resting her chin on her hand in feigned contemplation, eventually smiled sweetly and replied, I see him as someone I dislike, yet extraordinarily reckless. Then why does he seek you out, yet you still acknowledge him? Naruto queried, a glimmer of amusement in his eyes. Without hesitation, Rin responded with a light laugh, why not tease a dog? Naruto's smile broadened as the system panels continued to pop up, revealing his success. Overcoming Obito's heart, while reaping such rewards, was remarkable. Truly, Obito was a chosen vessel for his schemes. Others would never achieve such results. Naruto posed several more questions, and Rin answered each one in front of Obito, causing his villain points to skyrocket. At that moment, Obito felt his heart sink into despair. Unable to contain himself any longer, he turned his head sharply. Blood and tears streaming down his face as he screamed at Naruto, hurry, Uzumaki Naruto, kill me. I am your sworn enemy. I'd rather not. Naruto replied with a chuckle, shaking his head. Rin then squatted down, leaning closer to Obito, timidly asking, Obito, do you truly wish to die? You no longer need to be Kakashi's best man. You can just be Naruto's. Obito's forehead twitched with rage. He longed to curse. Yet at the sight of Rin's celestial beauty, the words caught in his throat. Deep within him, an impulse to acquiesce to Rin's request began to stir. At that moment, Rin gently placed her delicate hand on Obito's forehead, her soft voice tinged with a hint of pleading. Obito, could you bark like a dog? I really want to hear you do it, please. Obito fell silent, his gaze drifting elsewhere. Seeing this, Rin forced a few crystalline tears to spill, crying, Wha? Obito, do you hate me now? You won't even consider my trivial request. Upon hearing her words, the heart that had long been ashen stirred with a ripple of emotion. Slowly, Obito turned his head to gaze at the weeping Rin. A surge of intense guilt engulfing him. Ultimately, his affection for Rin triumphed over all other sentiments. A hint of remorse surfaced on his face, and he let out a clear, albeit reluctant, bark. Woof woof. As soon as the sound left his lips, Rin erupted into joyous laughter, rising with gleeful excitement. Pointing at Obito, exclaiming to Naruto, this is why I treat him this way. Who doesn't he love dogs? Perfect, perfect. Naruto thumbed up, marveling at the prowess of his clone's heart-wrenching tactics. Wait, isn't the clone me? Just as Naruto pondered this, Obito's pupils constricted sharply, an overwhelming sense of shame flooding over him. He could no longer bear it. He raised his right hand abruptly. Boom. The terrifying power of his Manjiki Sharingan surged forth, enveloping his hand, and he aimed his palm at his own forehead. He could no longer withstand Rin's tormenting words. He wished to die to assert his resolve. Yet, just as his palm approached his forehead, it froze in place. Buzz. Obito felt as though his heart were being devoured by a myriad of venomous insects. Cold sweat cascading down his brow, rendering him powerless over his own body. This was the curse placed by Madara on Obito's heart, activated. The curse had no significant purpose other than to prevent Obito from inflicting harm upon himself. Thus, at this moment, Obito had been ruthlessly stripped of even the right to choose death. Naruto, observing the scene, understood that Obito could not end his own life, even if he somehow succeeded. What of it? He had yet to reveal his ultimate plan, which would ensure Obito experienced endless suffering. With this thought, Naruto crouched down slowly, a gentle smile gracing his lips as he addressed Obito softly. Obito-senpai, even if you die, it's of no concern. I will reincarnate you. You shall retain your consciousness and witness the blissful life Rin-senpai, and I will share. Upon hearing this, Obito's previously vacant pupils filled with boundless terror, and his hand, once poised to end his life, trembled as it pointed accusingly at Naruto, exclaiming in despair, Demon, you are a demon. A true demon. Obito had traversed the ninja world for decades, weathering storms and encountering countless individuals, yet he had never met someone like Naruto. He did not kill. He instead struck at the heart. Furthermore, even in death, he would be forced to be reincarnated, enduring the torment of his own psyche. Is this still human? Is this still human? A demon? Naruto, contemplating, then flashed a radiant smile at Obito, correcting him. Obito-senpai, I am not a demon. I am merely the perfect husband destined for Rin-senpai. Verbal prowess penetrated Uchiha Obito. Villain points 66. You are nothing but a soulless beast. Obito's face contorted in despair as he roared in anguish. Suddenly, 3 figures appeared on the distant horizon, swiftly arriving before Obito. Naruto, seeing this, smiled gently at the foremost figure and waved, beckoning. Kakashi-sensei, you've arrived at the perfect time. Come see your former comrade. Chapter 41, Obito Kakashi. How dare you toy with Rin? As Naruto's words faded, the figures of three individuals became fully visible. Indeed, they were Kakashi and his companions, who had just arrived. At this moment, Kakashi, weary from his relentless journey, had not fully grasped Naruto's words and instead anxiously inquired, Naruto, has the battle ended? Has the enemy? However, before Kakashi could finish his sentence, Rin's petite visage reflected in his eyes. In that instant, a tremor coursed through Kakashi's entire being, as if his very bones were threatened to disassemble. His handsome face froze, and his lips trembled as he murmured, You are. Alas! The overwhelming shock constricted his chest, preventing him from uttering the remaining words. Rin, upon seeing this, smiled sweetly. It's been a long time. Kakashi, you are Rin. Rin. Upon hearing her words, Kakashi felt an immense relief wash over him as he finally called out the name that had been lodged in his chest. His eyes filled with disbelief. Rin, the companion who had perished beneath his Raikiri, had inexplicably returned to life, standing right before him. Yes, Rin said, covering her mouth with a gentle laugh. Kakashi, now assured, trembled and stepped back, his pupils filled with astonishment and confusion. Rin had returned. The love of Obito, who had died beneath his Raikiri, had returned. How was this possible? How could one who had died be resurrected? Surely, there was some trickery afoot. In a flash, Kakashi lifted his forehead protector, revealing the crimson Sharingan, its terrifying power surging forth as he scrutinized Rin's form. It must be said, Kakashi was indeed a prodigy among his peers, his intellect surpassing Obito's. At the very least, he was capable of harboring doubt. Unfortunately, Naruto's shadow clone, embodying Rin, would not afford him the opportunity to continue questioning. Just as Kakashi's Sharingan locked onto her, Rin leapt into his embrace, wrapping her arms tightly around his waist, weeping, Kakashi, I truly missed you. Every single day? On the ground, the unfortunate Obito suffered yet another blow. Kakashi's body stiffened once more, but as he listened to Rin's cries, his doubts began to dissipate, transforming into profound guilt as he softly murmured, Rin, I missed you too. As the words left his lips, a tear slipped from the corner of Kakashi's eye, born of intense longing and remorse. He ceased to ponder whether Rin was truly Rin, for even if she were not, as long as she bore her visage, he could never bring himself to harm her. Would he once more wield Raikiri against her? Was he still human? Moreover, Rin stood beside Naruto. This indicated that it was indeed possible that the true Rin had returned to the world, a gift from Naruto to his teacher. With this thought, Kakashi raised his hands, gently embracing the enchanting figure before him, unable to suppress the torrent of emotions within his gaze. He whispered, Rin, I am sorry. I did not uphold my promise to Obito. I failed to protect you. It's all right. Rin trembled in response, nestled in Kakashi's arms. Kakashi's wrist lifted slightly, entangling Rin's hair, as he inquired, Rin, how is Obito in that world beyond death? At the moment his words fell, Kakashi's gaze dimmed, his eyes inadvertently casting downwards, filled with guilt. Yet, in an instant, he froze. He had not noticed before, but now he recognized. The man on the ground, his face twisted in agony, blood and tears streaming from his countenance, was staring at him with a gaze interwoven with despair and anguish. Despite the grotesque mask of suffering, the contours of his face were hauntingly familiar, etched into Kakashi's memory. This was none other than his dear friend, the enlarged version of Uchiha Obito. Their gazes met across the void. Before Kakashi could speak, Obito emitted a mournful wail, his eyes filled with boundless despair and rage. Kakashi, how dare you? How dare you toy with Rin? Obito's voice resonated like thunder, striking Kakashi's heart. His pupils constricted as he felt a surge of tension, almost crushing Rin in his embrace. Rin gasped softly, yet Kakashi was too preoccupied to notice. For that furious voice was one he knew all too well. It was Obito's tone. Even after all this time, it remained etched in his mind. But Obito was supposed to be dead. Had he, like Rin in his arms, also returned to life? Yet why had Obito's form matured into that of an adult? As Kakashi pondered, Naruto intervened unexpectedly. Kakashi-sensei, he is the real Uchiha Obito. He never died. His eyes sparkled with mischief. What? Kakashi felt as though struck by lightning, trembling uncontrollably, his eyes wide with shock. Although he was uncertain how Naruto had come by this knowledge regarding Obito, Kakashi firmly believed that Naruto would not deceive him. The evidence was clear. Rin still bore the appearance she had in death, undoubtedly affirming her past demise. Yet, Obito appeared to be of a similar age to himself. This indicated that Obito had indeed survived. He had lived until now. He truly had not perished. An overwhelming surge of exhilaration coursed through Kakashi, the news of his friend's survival igniting a fervor within him. Just as Kakashi intended to inquire why Obito had not returned to Konoha, he was interrupted once more. You dare to play with Rin? Obito's voice rang out once again in pain. What? Kakashi suddenly realized the implication of Obito's words, for he was tightly embracing Rin, who had nestled her head against his chest in a manner that appeared intimately affectionate. A wave of intense shame washed over Kakashi, compelling him to hastily push Rin away, stumbling back several steps as he trembled and explained, "Obito, it is not as you think, it is not as you imagine. You toy with Rin." Obito's gaze remained filled with anguish as he continued to wail. "Obito, no, you are mistaken." Kakashi's brow dripped with cold sweat as he endeavored to clarify. Unexpectedly, before he could finish, Rin swiftly moved to stand before Obito, raising her small hand to cover his face. Slap. The crisp sound of a slap echoed, accompanied by Rin's mildly reproachful voice. "Obito, how could you speak to my Kakashi like that?" Chapter 42. The obedient Obito. The setting sun cast its waning light over a desolate landscape, accompanied by the mournful whispers of the autumn breeze. "Obito, how could he dare to address my idol in such a manner?" Rin's palm, infused with indignation, pierced Obito's heart like the sharpest of swords, leaving him in a state of torment. It seemed as if she grasped the intangible hilt of that blade, twisting it mercilessly within his soul. Suddenly, the atmosphere grew silent, as if the world held its breath. Sakura, standing nearby, involuntarily swallowed hard, her wide eyes reflecting shock as she observed this dramatic entanglement of love and ethics. Lacking the full details, she could only deduce from fleeting clues that this girl harbored feelings for Kakashi-sensei, while the man on the ground adored her, and Kakashi, in turn, had a peculiar bond with him. Oh heavens, what a melodramatic love triangle was unfolding before her eyes. Sakura was utterly perplexed, her fingers tangling in her hair in frustration, only to have her gaze suddenly narrow as a realization struck her. Once, Naruto had harbored feelings for me, while I was infatuated with Sasuke, who, in return, shared a unique connection with Naruto. Was this not a mirror reflecting the very scene before her? In a panic, she hastily severed the thought. She had no desire to become ensnared in such a convoluted narrative. Cautiously, she cast a glance at Naruto. Observing his current composed demeanor, she surmised that he no longer held feelings for her, and a wave of relief washed over her. She gently patted her chest, silently thanking fate. Thankfully, our Team 7 would not descend into such chaos. In truth, Sakura's anxieties were unfounded. The Naruto of today was leagues away from harboring any affection for her. If she dared to utter a complaint to Naruto, who had just returned to Konoha, her grave would be overrun with grass. Meanwhile, Rin slowly withdrew her hand, her eyes flickering with a hint of anger. "Obito, have you learned your lesson yet?" Wailing uncontrollably, Obito could no longer contain himself, his tears flowing like a river of blood, his cries resembling the tormented howls of a damned soul, dreadfully unpleasant yet infused with a fervid essence. Yes, the essence of a devoted admirer. Seeing this, Kakashi's pupils constricted in alarm, and without a moment to explain, he urgently interjected to Rin. "Rin, please do not treat Obito this way. He is not at fault." However, before Kakashi could finish his plea, Obito erupted in a furious roar. "Silence. Kakashi, it's not your place to reprimand Rin." His voice, laden with blood and snot, echoed around them. Kakashi was momentarily taken aback, speechless, pointing at Obito in shock. He was trying to defend him, yet here he was being berated. Witnessing this, Rin shot another sharp rebuke at Obito. "Obito, I have told you repeatedly not to speak to Kakashi like that. Apologize to him immediately, or I shall ignore you forever." "What?" Obito's heart trembled violently, his tears ceasing abruptly as he gazed at Rin with desperation. Upon seeing her earnest expression, he realized that if he did not apologize, she might truly never acknowledge him again. No, even if Rin were to marry another, she must still regard me. Ultimately, Obito's deep-seated affection for Rin triumphed over all his reservations. He turned to Kakashi, sniffling and gritting his teeth. "Kakashi, I'm sorry. It's all right, it's all right." Kakashi, visibly flustered, rushed to help Obito to his feet. "Do not touch me." Obito suddenly barked as Kakashi reached for him, causing Kakashi to freeze in place. Rin's brows furrowed in irritation, her voice laced with displeasure. "Obito, why must you always behave this way?" Hearing Rin's words, Obito's face twitched again, and after a moment of internal conflict, he finally extended his hand towards Kakashi, offering a hint of apology. "Rin, I'm sorry. I won't do it again." Despite Rin having said and done many hurtful things, Obito still regarded her as the most pure and beautiful moonlight in his heart. Such is the essence of pure love. Who dares to label Obito as a mere sycophant? I shall not be provoked. With Kakashi's support, Obito gradually rose to his feet. However, the sorrow that enveloped him lingered like a shroud. Kakashi, Rin, and Obito formed a stable triangle, each gazing at one another. Nearby, Chiyo observed this spectacle, her aged face twitching in disbelief. To be honest, in all her years, she had never witnessed such a bizarre and melodramatic love triangle. It was truly an eye-opener. Yet, Chiyo's thoughts remained fixated on Sasori, and she turned to Naruto, inquiring, "Naruto-kun, where is my grandson, Sasori?" As she spoke, her gaze swept the surroundings, She knew he had likely fallen, perhaps even met his demise, yet as a grandmother, she yearned for certainty. Naruto's eyes sparkled with mischief, a smile creeping upon his lips as he struggled to contain his laughter. Upon hearing Chiyo's words, he could no longer hold back. Ha! His laughter erupted, spurred by the sheer amusement of Obito's heartfelt demeanor. However, he quickly composed himself, pointing to a large charred crater nearby, speaking nonchalantly. That. The blackened lump over there is him. What? Chiyo's face paled as disbelief washed over her. Upon closer inspection, she recognized the scorched iron puppet within the pit. A wave of sorrow crashing over her heart. Unable to suppress her emotions, Chiyo leaped into the pit, gently caressing the iron puppet. Her eyes filled with anguish and guilt. Sasori, was this the remnants of your final artistry? If only I could have protected your parents. Perhaps your fate would have been different. With that, Chiyo retrieved a photograph from her bosom, placing it delicately atop the iron puppet. It depicted Sasori as a child, alongside his parents. Naruto, witnessing the scene, chose to remain silent, instead directing his attention towards Kakashi, Obito, and Rin. Pondering to himself, since both Kakashi and Obito are present, should I fulfill my previous intention of bestowing Obito's other Sharingan upon Kakashi, transforming him into the wielder of dual Kamui? When Naruto had decimated the root organization, Kakashi had stood up for him, and in that moment, Naruto had contemplated assisting him in acquiring both Kamui. However, as this thought crossed his mind, a grin spread across his face. Never mind, I, Naruto, am not one to keep my promises. With that, Naruto strode towards Obito and Kakashi, his eyes glimmering with an otherworldly crimson light. A chilling aura of ominous power about to be unleashed. Dual Kamui. It shall be mine. Chapter 43, Devouring the Might of the Two Gods. However, Obito was entirely oblivious to this. He merely gazed longingly at Rin, and though his heart was engulfed in anguish, the sight of her unparalleled beauty brought him a sense of contentment. Soon after, Obito seemed to find solace, his gaze turning resolute. Rin, I have come to understand that no matter whom you marry, I will protect you both for a lifetime. Upon hearing this, Rin gently placed her hand on Obito's head, her eyes shining with warmth. Obito, you have finally grown up. As she spoke, she continued to tousle his hair, her actions akin to training a well-behaved puppy. Even more astonishing was Obito's bashful response. Thank you, Rin, he said, his voice dripping with flattery. Kakashi, witnessing this scene, was momentarily frozen in disbelief, unable to fathom the peculiar transformation of the two. Just as he pondered this, Obito turned to him, his tone laced with a hint of admonition. Kakashi, if Rin chooses you, you must not be too forceful. Otherwise, I won't show you any mercy. Kakashi's face was a picture of shock, his eyes nearly bulging from their sockets. Was this truly the words of a human being? Nevertheless, Obito paid no heed to Kakashi's astonishment, instead closing his eyes and immersing himself in Rin's gentle touch. After all, this could be considered a form of intimate contact. At that moment, Naruto approached the trio, extending his hands to clasp Kakashi and Obito's shoulders. Kakashi, taken aback, asked Naruto, "What are you doing?" Obito, with a tone of guilt, replied, "Naruto, I just wish to silently stand by Rin's side and atone for your parents." Naruto said nothing, merely offering a smile. In the next instant, amidst the shocked gazes of the others, Naruto's azure eyes transformed, as if stained with blood, into a deep crimson hue. 3 jet-black tomo emerged, revolving ominously, emanating an unsettling chill. What? The Sharingan. Kakashi's heart quivered, disbelief etched across his face. Even Obito, though preoccupied with Rin, felt his pupils constrict in astonishment. Just moments ago, Naruto had azure eyes, and now they had morphed into the Sharingan, an ability only the Uchiha clan could wield at will. Wait a moment, Obito's eyes widened in disbelief as he continued. Could it be you are not the child of Minato-sensei at all, but instead, a bastard of the Uchiha clan? A colossal ethical secret began to resonate within Obito's mind. Was it the Uchiha clan that had enchanted the 4th Hokage? Or was Kushina forced into it? The entire truth lay hidden within the realm of ninjas. I am the one and only Uchiha Obito. Ahem, pardon me. I digressed. At this moment, Naruto raised his gaze toward Obito, a smirk of mockery gracing his lips as he declared, "Well, I am Uchiha Obito's father." In that instant, a thunderous explosion erupted as Naruto's 3 tomo began to intertwine violently, rapidly expanding until they formed the shape of a sun, unleashing an overwhelming pressure of ocular power. It was, indeed, the creation of the eternal Mangeki Sharingan. Obito trembled at this spectacle, disbelief plastered across his face. You possess the eternal Mangeki Sharingan. Moreover, Obito could distinctly sense that Naruto's Mangeki was unlike any he had encountered before. It felt as if this pair of eyes belonged to a malevolent spirit from the depths of the abyss, stirring an endless dread within him. It seemed as though something precious was on the verge of slipping away. As expected, the moment Obito uttered those words, Naruto smiled nonchalantly. Light of creation, plunder. In the next instant, a terrifying torrent of ocular power surged from Naruto, two blinding rays of light slicing through the air, aimed directly at Kakashi and Obito's Sharingan. What is happening? Both Kakashi and Obito trembled, their faces filled with horror. Suddenly, their Sharingan began to convulse violently, automatically morphing into the shape of the Mangeki Sharingan. Before either could comprehend the situation, the Mangeki Sharingan rapidly dissolved, transforming into strands of terrifying ocular power that surged toward Naruto's Mangeki. With the enhancement of Naruto's Mangeki, the brilliance of his eyes intensified. Moments later, the Mangeki Sharingan quietly reverted to the three-tomo form, signifying the successful devouring by the creation of the eternal Mangeki. Naruto then slowly withdrew his hands from the two, his Mangeki now radiating with brilliance, and he smiled calmly. Kamui, as the words left his lips. A mysterious and unfathomable force enveloped Naruto, transforming him into an invincible ethereal form, impervious to any physical attack. Was this truly the strongest Mangeki in the original narrative? It certainly lived up to its reputation. Naruto, with a hint of arrogance, lightly brushed his fingers over his eyes. Moreover, Naruto could distinctly feel that the duration of his ethereal form had not only extended but tripled, lasting a full 15 minutes. Additionally, the range and speed of Kamui's remote absorption had significantly increased. He even had mastery over Kamui's Susanoo. However, all of this was entirely within reason. After all, Naruto had absorbed an entire pair of Mangeki Sharingan. It was only when both were united that their true power could be unleashed. This was the genuine strength of the Mangeki Sharingan. Kakashi and Obito, having just experienced the absorption of their ocular power, were momentarily entranced, only to awaken from their daze. Obito clutched his Sharingan tightly, terror etched across his face as he stammered, "What have you done to me?" "Just borrowing your power." Naruto replied with a playful smile, casually waving his hand. "What? Borrowing my power?" A sense of foreboding surged within Obito as he hastily activated his ocular power, his Sharingan spinning rapidly into the Mangeki form. "Kamui," he shouted. No response. "Kamui," he shouted again. Silence reigned. Obito's pupils suddenly contracted as he realized the gravity of the situation, pointing at Naruto in disbelief. "You actually devoured my ocular technique?" "Indeed," Naruto said with a subtle smile. "So that was it." Kakashi, upon hearing this, gently covered his Mangeki, murmuring softly. He had only recently become aware of his own Mangeki's existence, having never used it even once. Now that his Mangeki technique had been devoured by Naruto, he felt no bitterness. In fact, after the absorption, his chakra seemed to have swelled. As for why Naruto possessed the Mangeki, he dared not inquire further. Nor did he feel entitled to do so. He only wished to ask Obito why he had not returned to Konoha, how he had spent the intervening years, and so forth. With these thoughts, Kakashi gazed fondly at Obito. Upon receiving Naruto's answer, Obito's heart trembled violently. He was all too aware of the implications of losing his Kamui. He would be forever marked by the shame of being a shadow-level disgrace. As these thoughts crossed his mind, Obito's gaze inadvertently swept over Rin, and in that instant, his heart found tranquility. Then, Obito seemed to find solace, offering Naruto a faint smile as he spoke. Take it all. As long as I can see Rin, I am content. Even if you take everything, what does it matter?" However, before Obito could finish his words, Rin suddenly waved at him, her smile enchanting. In the next moment, a loud bang echoed as Rin's form exploded, transforming into a familiar cloud of shadow clone smoke, dissipating into the air. Rin was a shadow clone. Upon witnessing this, Obito was instantly petrified. Chapter 44, The Kaleidoscope of Divine Might, Second Awakening. In an instant, a suffocating sensation, akin to a colossal serpent, coiled tightly around Obito's heart, nearly rendering him breathless. The image of Rin suddenly exploding into a cloud of smoke replayed incessantly in his mind's eye, contorting his features into a mask of agony and despair. Just as he teetered on the brink of collapse once more, Kakashi, standing nearby, momentarily froze, yet managed to maintain a semblance of composure. With a hint of confusion, he inquired, "Was Rin communicating with us through shadow clones all this time? Where is her true self?" Kakashi's words pierced through Obito's turmoil like a lifeline, pulling him back from the precipice of despair. Yes, indeed. A flicker of hope ignited within Obito's eyes as he scanned the surroundings like a radar, calling out gently, "Rin, why aren't you showing yourself? Are you playing hide and seek with me? I promise I will behave from now on." Alas, the only response was an oppressive silence. As if the air itself had stilled, Naruto, observing the scene, felt a mischievous grin spreading across his face. Kakashi, lacking a deep understanding of Rin, was not privy to the truth. Yet, how could Obito, who cherished Rin's image so dearly, remain oblivious to the possibility of her using shadow clones? At last, Naruto could no longer restrain himself. He chuckled lightly at Obito. "Stop searching. That was just my shadow clone. There's no Edo Tensei involved." In that fleeting moment, bang. Naruto's proclamation struck Obito's heart like a cataclysmic meteor, laden with an overwhelming sense of despair. Blood erupted from Obito's mouth, a vivid crimson stream. Yet he seemed unfazed. How could this be? How could this be? He muttered, lost in a frenzy, his expression twisting into a grotesque mask of rage as he pointed a trembling finger at Naruto, shouting, "You lie! You lie!" Rin felt so real. How could she have been a mere illusion? Give Rin back to me. With that, Obito sprang to his feet, his eyes ablaze with unbridled fury, reaching for Naruto's shoulders. Still deceiving yourself? Naruto smirked, his lips curling upwards. With a swift motion, he delivered a sharp elbow strike. Bang! Obito's cheek was instantly struck, sending him hurtling backward, stirring up a cloud of dust. Elbow strike on Uchiha Obito. Evil value 99. Kakashi, who had been lost in the shock of Naruto's revelation, snapped back to reality upon witnessing his dear friend's plight. Obito! He exclaimed, his voice laced with alarm. Without a moment's hesitation, he zipped through the dust cloud, lifting Obito with a profound concern etched across his face. Obito, are you alright? Rin. Obito's face was a disfigured mess, resembling a swollen visage, yet he continued to murmur the name of his beloved. Upon recognizing Kakashi's presence, a flicker of hope reignited in Obito's eyes. Trembling, he rasped, Kakashi. He must be lying. He has to be lying. Kakashi's pupils trembled violently at Obito's words, and he lowered his head, engulfed in a suffocating silence. The earlier elation of having a companion return was now overshadowed by the unsettling truths emerging. Rin's affection for him was undeniable, but how could she treat Obito so cruelly? Thus, it must be that Naruto had transformed into Rin. The motive behind Naruto's masquerade was likely to torment Obito. Contemplating this, Kakashi's expression darkened, a storm cloud gathering in his eyes, as sorrow welled up within him. Now, he could not condemn Naruto. His power was formidable enough to transcend the constraints of morality, allowing for reckless abandon. However, as Kakashi felt the warmth of Obito against his palm, much of his sorrow dissipated, for Obito was undeniably real, not a mere construct of Naruto's design. After all, the pressure emanating from Obito's Kaleidoscope Sharingan was irrefutable. Moreover, Naruto could not have orchestrated this spectacle solely for his own benefit. Just as Kakashi pondered, Obito, with his swollen face resembling that of a caricature, erupted once more. Kakashi. Why aren't you answering me? Kakashi, upon hearing this, returned to the present, yet when his gaze met Obito's, words lodged in his throat, rendering him mute. He couldn't bear to unveil the harsh reality to Obito, though perhaps Obito already grasped the truth, unwilling to accept it. Please, tell me this is all a lie. Obito wailed, shaking Kakashi's shoulders with a frantic intensity, his visage contorted in anguish. Kakashi remained silent, observing this. Naruto's delight appeared to intensify. In the next heartbeat, he stepped forward, his figure flickering as he materialized beside Obito. Teasing, still deceiving yourself? How about this? If you truly desire it, I can summon Orochimaru to bring forth a Rin for you. However, at this juncture, a playful glint sparked in Naruto's eyes, his tone taking on a mocking lilt. Kakashi-sensei must have his turn with Rin first. You, on the other hand, will have to wait in line. Upon hearing Naruto's dual blow, Obito felt as though struck by lightning, clutching his head in torment, unleashing a cacophony of anguished wails. How is this possible? You're lying. Rin is real. Rin is real. No, Kakashi cannot play first. Kakashi cannot play first. Blood, tears, and frantic babbling poured forth as Obito seemed on the verge of madness. Yet, unexpectedly, as his cries persisted, an odd phenomenon began to unfold. His Kaleidoscope Sharingan started to warp subtly, its form exhibiting peculiar changes. Noticing this, Naruto's eyes narrowed with intrigue. What is happening? Aya! Obito continued to wail, his voice piercing, as the fluctuations of his Sharingan intensified. What is happening? It hurts. Suddenly, Kakashi shouted in shock, as his own Kaleidoscope Sharingan began to flicker erratically, undergoing transformations of its own. In an instant, both voices ceased. Then, with a jolt, they each lifted their heads as if electrified, their Kaleidoscope Sharingan unleashing a cataclysmic power, their pupils quaking violently, beginning to expand. In the blink of an eye, the original three-blade pinwheel shape morphed into five. Naruto, witnessing this, furrowed his brow. What is this? Second Awakening of the Kaleidoscope. Chapter 45, A New Kaleidoscope. The Power from Hell. Indeed, as Naruto's voice faded, the form of the Manjiki Sharingan solidified, transforming into a remarkably new five-spoke windmill. In the next moment, a surge of profoundly strange ocular energy erupted, sweeping violently in all directions. The very fabric of space seemed to tremble, emitting sounds reminiscent of tearing. Kakashi and Obito's bodies radiated a terrifying aura, as if drawn from the depths of hell. Naruto's eyes widened in astonishment. This is absurd. The Manjiki can mutate further? Even Sage of Six Paths would be frightened. However, before Naruto could finish his thought, an unexpected upheaval occurred. Extreme hell, I murder. Kakashi and Obito's Manjiki suddenly intensified, both shouting simultaneously. In an instant, a tremendous ocular force erupted from their eyes, conjuring a gigantic vertical pupil that tore through the void. Standing imposingly before them, this vertical pupil, black as ink with a lifeless crimson iris, exuded an aura of utter malevolence. As soon as it materialized, it turned its gaze sharply towards Naruto. A new ocular technique. Naruto furrowed his brow, astonished. Even if it mutates, it should still be based on Kamui. This vertical pupil. Yet, before Naruto could voice his concerns, a sharp pain struck his chest as if something had pierced him, creating a horrifying gaping wound that cleaved through to his back. Blood gushed forth from him, pooling on the ground in an alarming crimson lake. The injury was undoubtedly fatal. Naruto. Sakura screamed, her voice hoarse with panic. Initially, she had stood in shock, processing the chaos that had unfolded, feeling unqualified to intervene. But now, witnessing Naruto's grave injury, the gravity of the situation hit her like a tidal wave. Swiftly, she dashed to Naruto's side, hands outstretched towards the gaping wound on his chest. The unique green light of medical ninjutsu enveloping him. At that moment, however, Naruto grasped Sakura's shoulders firmly, urging, "Sakura, step back." Tears welled in Sakura's eyes, cascading down her cheeks as she cried, "Naruto, don't move. I can save you. I will definitely save you." In response, the healing green light emanating from her hands grew even more intense, seemingly slowing the relentless flow of blood from Naruto's chest. Yet, it was merely a drop in the bucket. Such a horrifying loss of blood would be beyond even divine intervention to mend. Nonetheless, Naruto's expression remained unfazed. Ignoring Sakura's pleas, he forcefully pushed her to Chiyo's side in the pit. He then gazed down at the gaping wound in his chest, a self-deprecating smile gracing his lips. I underestimated this. This vertical pupil must be capable of launching invisible attacks. Only, as he pondered, Naruto raised his gaze towards Kakashi, his eyes glinting with confusion. But Kakashi, you would turn against me? Kakashi offered no response, his eyes cold and unfeeling, silently scrutinizing Naruto. In stark contrast, Obito's visage twisted in a grotesque snarl, his eyes ablaze with murderous intent as he bellowed, "Naruto Uzumaki, how dare you deceive me with Rin? I shall tear you to shreds, obliterate you, and annihilate everyone you hold dear." With that declaration, Kakashi and Obito's Manjiki once again crystallized with intensity. The terrifying vertical pupil hovering before them trembled ominously. In an instant, Naruto's legs were struck by the unseen attack. A blood hole appearing as crimson fluid began to flow profusely. However, Naruto's expression bore no trace of pain. His eyes remained fixed on Kakashi. Naruto. Sakura's heart twisted in anguish, desperate to rush to his aid once more. Don't go. Look at Naruto. He's not panicking. He surely has a plan. Don't be a burden. Chiyo urgently restrained Sakura, speaking with heartfelt gravity. Yet, as she uttered those words, a fleeting glimmer of something unrecognizable flickered in her eyes. Naruto Uzumaki is incredibly powerful. If he were to perish here, perhaps the future of the ninja world might retain some semblance of balance. Chiyo thought quietly, masking her true intentions with a facade of calm as she reassured Sakura, "Do not worry. You are his companion. Have faith in him." Meanwhile, Obito erupted into manic laughter at the sight of another wound appearing on Naruto. His laughter abruptly ceased, morphing into a visage of extreme distortion, glowering at Naruto like a malevolent spirit. "Have you given up on fleeing? It makes sense. With such an injury, escape is no longer an option." As he spoke, Obito wiped his neck, his eyes brimming with malice, as if they could consume Naruto whole. "Once I kill you, I shall seek out Orochimaru and have him reincarnate you and your parents. I will humiliate them before your very eyes, making you experience the psychological torment I just endured." With that, he activated the newly transformed five-spoke Manjiki once more. The massive vertical pupil trembled, as if countless malevolent spirits roared within it. And a blood hole materialized on Naruto's arm. The ground around them was already saturated with his spilled blood, creating a ghastly spectacle. Yet, Naruto remained entirely indifferent to his injuries, continuing to fixate on Kakashi. Noticing a hint of distraction in Kakashi's eyes, Naruto suddenly understood. It seems this mutated Manjiki has granted you the power to control Kakashi. Otherwise, he wouldn't have joined forces with you against me. "Oh, you're quite clever," Obito scoffed, a cold smile curling his lips, before tauntingly declaring, "It's all thanks to you. My immense suffering has allowed me to ascend to a second-level Manjiki. This means I possess absolute control over this pair of eyes. Anyone who bears my eyes will be under my influence." At this point, Obito covered his right eye with a hand, revealing an expression of frenzied arrogance. "This Manjiki, it has transcended Kamui. It can wield the power of hell. It possesses the ability to overturn everything." "The power of hell, you say?" Naruto pondered thoughtfully. "Indeed. This is the ocular technique of my left eye. Extreme hell. I murder, which conjures the scorching, wicked light from the depths of hell to attack others. And no one but me can perceive this light. Even if one wishes to evade it, they would not know how to act." Seemingly assured of victory, Obito pointed at the enormous vertical pupil, a wicked grin spreading across his face. In response, Naruto's pupils betrayed no sign of disturbance, only a slight nod. That skill is quite impressive. With that, in the next breath, Naruto raised his blood-stained right hand, brushing his dark hair back, the blood trickling down to his face, rendering his visage even more ominous in its crimson hue. Then he slowly lifted his bloodied gaze, his eyes shimmering with intensity as he licked the blood from his lips, revealing a countenance more frenzied than Obito's. Obito, you have truly angered me. Chapter 46, Shattering the Kaleidoscope. The Art of Seduction. Xianlin's technique as the words fell, in an instant, boom. An overwhelming aura of murderous intent erupted from Naruto, soaring into the heavens. The surrounding air seemed to freeze, engulfed in an oppressive chill. Gradually, a skull of a demonic god, forged from pure malice, emerged from the void. This was the epitome of unleashed killing intent. At that moment, all present felt their pupils constrict, their hearts trembling, including the nearly deranged Obito. The level of killing intent was such that not even the strongest warriors of the Warring States period could have matched it. This was a force born from an unfathomable number of lives extinguished. They could hardly fathom how Naruto had reached such a realm. Even if Naruto were exceptionally gifted, with immeasurable strength at the tender age of merely 15, how many lives could he have taken? It was utterly inconceivable. Indeed, Naruto's age seemed incongruous with such a display of murderous intent. However, if one were to consider a king of assassins who had claimed countless lives, everything would fall into place. At that moment, Naruto covered his face with one hand, his kaleidoscope Sharingan spinning rapidly in his eye socket. His gaze dark and frenzied. The eye of Satan from hell? What a pity, for I am the Satan of this world. Before his words could fully resonate, in the next instant, whoosh, a black golden radiance erupted from Kakashi's back. This was the flying thunder god mark that Naruto had inscribed on Kakashi during their time in Konoha. Now coming into play, as the light blazed, Naruto's figure vanished from his original position, only to reappear from the brilliance. Upon materializing, his right hand surged with an icy, bone-chilling energy, lunging fiercely towards Obito. It was lightning fast, catching him off guard. This is bad. Obito felt a shiver run down his spine and quickly mobilized his chakra. The kaleidoscope began spinning furiously, barely enabling his body to react as he leaped away just in time to evade the blow. However, Naruto's target was never Obito. It was Kakashi. The right hand was merely a feint, while his left was already striking towards Kakashi's face. Not good. Obito's expression darkened, his kaleidoscope vibrating violently as he struggled to command Kakashi to resist. Buzz. Kakashi's kaleidoscope trembled as if infused with boundless power, preparing to unleash its devastating ocular technique. Yet, it was too late. Naruto's attack had already arrived. Smack. His left hand clamped onto Kakashi's face, halting the release of his eye technique. With a sudden burst of strength, Naruto lifted Kakashi high. Subsequently, his other hand swiftly struck, aiming for Kakashi's kaleidoscope Sharingan. In an instant, accompanied by Kakashi's agonizing scream, the kaleidoscope, radiating immense ocular power, was brutally extracted. Successfully extracted Kakashi's Sharingan. Evil value 196. Naruto then carelessly tossed Kakashi towards Sakura's position, easily pinching the kaleidoscope between two fingers, taunting Obito. Obito, I shall take your new eye. Damn it, give it back. Obito's eyes burned crimson, nearly spewing flames. This newly awakened kaleidoscope, with its techniques yet to be fully utilized, was being snatched away. How could he accept such a fate? Without hesitation, Obito activated his ocular power again, causing the eye of Satan to tremble violently. Then whoosh, countless beams of hellish light, capable of piercing through all, surged forth, aiming to obliterate Naruto. Alas, all was in vain. Bang! The beams merely passed through Naruto's form, striking the ground in the distance, creating deep, bottomless craters, sending clouds of dust into the air. Yet, Naruto remained unscathed. Obito's expression darkened further. Damn it, that is my Kamui. Indeed, Naruto had already activated Kamui, rendering his body intangible, impervious to external forces. A faint smile graced Naruto's lips. No, that is mine. And now, this new kaleidoscope is also mine. As he spoke, Naruto's kaleidoscope suddenly solidified, unleashing its ocular power. In that moment, boom. The light capable of consuming all ocular techniques shone forth like a blazing sun, directly illuminating the kaleidoscope. Its form dissolved into strands of terrifying ocular energy, flowing into Naruto's kaleidoscope. Damn, damn, damn. Obito's face twisted in agony, as he frantically urged the eye of Satan, attacking like a machine gone haywire. Countless beams shot forth like a torrential downpour, bombarding the ground beneath Naruto, yet still failing to reach him in his Kamui state. At that moment, Obito finally understood. The agony and revulsion of others resisting his Kamui were unbearable. It was as if he were a mere phantom. In an instant, Naruto had completely absorbed the kaleidoscope in his hand. The radiance of the new kaleidoscope now shone even more brilliantly, exuding a terrifying aura. Then, Obito, if you plead with me, I may return it to you. Naruto raised the dim kaleidoscope mockingly towards Obito. Upon hearing this, Obito's pupils ignited with rage, ready to roar in fury. However, as he caught sight of Naruto's alarming wounds, he quickly suppressed his anger, retorting with cold mockery. Plead with you? Heh. With all these wounds, how long can you possibly survive? When your blood runs dry, all will belong to me. Naruto, upon hearing this, revealed a hint of mockery in his eyes. Run dry of blood. Even if my head were severed, I would stand proudly in this world. Moreover, these scattered wounds are insignificant to me. With this thought, Naruto gently placed the kaleidoscope on the ground before him. He then lifted his right foot slowly, positioning it above the Sharingan, preparing to crush it. Seeing this, Obito cried out in alarm. No? Yet, Naruto's foot came down mercilessly. Pop! The kaleidoscope shattered instantaneously, its fragments scattering like snowflakes. From this moment, Obito could no longer piece together a complete kaleidoscope. Obito trembled with rage, his face contorted like a demon. Screaming hoarsely, "You will die? Die!" In that moment, whoosh! The eye of Satan unleashed a barrage of hellish light, surging towards Naruto with such force that the very void it traversed seemed to wail as if torn apart. However, with Obito's eye now fused within him, Naruto could clearly perceive the oncoming hellish rays. Utilizing the simplest body flicker technique, he effortlessly evaded all attacks. Next, Naruto clasped his hands together, an insidious smile crossing his face as he softly intoned, "The art of seduction, Xianlin's technique." It's exploded. It's exploded. The next chapter is under review. Chapter 47. The unhinged Obito. The name Chikurin no Jutsu elicited a flicker of confusion on Obito's face, despite his raging fury. However, before he could delve deeper into his thoughts, the air erupted with a cacophony. Boom, boom, boom. Thousands of smoke trails exploded around Naruto, enveloping the battlefield in a dense, swirling mist. Upon witnessing this, Obito's expression turned icy. Is this the smoke of shadow clones? To employ such a technique to dispel solitude is an affront to me. Uzumaki Naruto, I shall. Yet, Obito's words were abruptly cut short. From within the smoke, seductive voices echoed, enchanting and ethereal, causing a tremor in the very essence of one's soul. Obito, Obito, come play with us. The instant he heard those words, Obito's body shuddered. His pupils constricting in horror, he recognized the voice. It was Rin. Yet he was acutely aware that this was merely Naruto's transformation technique impersonating Rin. Obito's countenance darkened to an extreme, his eyes ablaze with fury. Uzumaki Naruto, you beast. I shall not be swayed by your tricks again. With that, he activated his Manjiki Sharingan, unleashing a torrent of terrifying power. In an instant, he levitated into the air, positioning himself behind the Eye of Saitan. Then, he thrust his hands into its back with ferocious intent. As Obito executed this maneuver, the aura of the Eye of Saitan surged dramatically, emanating an oppressive force that was nearly suffocating. This was the derivative ability of his right eye's Manjiki, Eye of the Human. He could seamlessly merge his body with the Eye of Saitan, acquiring greater power from the depths of hell. At that moment, Obito's visage transformed into a mask of malevolence, akin to a ghoul emerging from the abyss. He bellowed at the ground below, Uzumaki Naruto, prepare to meet your demise. In the blink of an eye, the Eye of Saitan trembled violently, a bizarre, purplish light coalescing within its depths, radiating an aura capable of rending the very fabric of existence. This was the terrifying power from the underworld, void magic light. Such light could disregard any spatio-temporal ninjutsu and strike directly at the core. Furthermore, once touched by the magic light, one would be marked by a demonic seal, pursued relentlessly regardless of distance. This implied that neither the phasing of Kamui nor the instantaneous escape of Flying Thunder God could evade the onslaught of the void magic light. This was precisely why Obito had claimed that this Manjiki had transcended Kamui. However, wielding such a technique came at a tremendous cost. 1 month of life would be sacrificed to the underworld. But at this moment, Obito was consumed by a singular thought. Naruto must perish. The purplish light gathering in the Eye of Saitan intensified, and the air reverberated with a deafening roar. In Obito's eyes, murderous intent swelled like a tempest. Go to hell and reunite with your parents. With those words, the purple magic light reached its zenith, bursting forth from the eye, poised to annihilate. Yet, at that very instant, Obito's face went rigid, for the smoke below gradually dissipated, revealing the scene beneath. There were thousands of Rin clones, each embodying unparalleled allure, liberated from all restraints, confronting the tranquility of nature in the most natural manner imaginable. They faced Obito with a boldness that surpassed the original seductive technique. In that moment, Obito's entire being froze. This. His previously menacing expression faded, replaced by a stunned gaze directed at the scene below, his words faltering into incoherence. Yet, it was evident that his skin was visibly warming with a deep blush. The once chilling aura of the Manjiki Sharingan dissipated, giving way to a profound embarrassment. The void magic light, once primed for release, vanished into the ether due to Obito's shifting mindset. Simultaneously, A certain sapling of wood release within him began to undergo a wondrous transformation, slowly evolving from a mere seedling into a towering tree. It stood. The children stood. In the distance, Sakura, previously troubled for Naruto, now twisted her expression in helplessness as a deep sigh escaped her. Naruto. Indeed, he cannot change this peculiar obsession. Meanwhile, Kakashi, who had been rendered unconscious after Naruto's brutal act, miraculously awoke, murmuring incoherently, Rin. However, before Kakashi could finish, Sakura, with no mercy, delivered a swift punch to his forehead, plunging him back into a void of darkness. Kakashi-sensei, don't look, this is for your own good, she whispered, a hint of shyness gracing her features. Chiyo, unable to contain herself, rubbed her forehead and chuckled softly. The youth of today, such audacious play. At this moment, Obito could no longer suppress his inner turmoil, releasing a primal roar akin to a lion's. Rin, Rin, Rin. Blood gushed from his nostrils, scattering like crimson rain in the air. Concurrently, the wood release chakra within him surged uncontrollably, the great tree of wood release reaching its zenith, on the verge of breaking free from his body. And below, the gentle, melodic voice of Chiyo echoed once more, Obito, come play with us. As the words resonated, a gentle breeze swept through, scattering the hair of the thousands of Rins, revealing boundless allure. Listening to this chorus, Obito's chakra erupted with fervor, culminating in a cataclysmic release. He yanked his hands from the eye of Saitan, eyes shimmering with uncontainable excitement, roaring, Rin, I am coming. With that declaration, a violent surge of chakra shattered the chains binding him, the towering tree of wood release standing defiantly in the void, exuding a suffocating pressure. Following this, Obito extended his tongue, licking his cheek, a maniacal glint in his eyes. He charged toward the legion of Rins, embodying a demonic possession, utterly bereft of reason. Chapter 48, Severing the Great Tree of Obito. Sakura, witnessing the scene unfold, hastily covered her eyes, her cheeks flushed crimson. Is this really a serious battle? Sometimes, the unexpected, much like the unpredictable variables on the battlefield, leaves one utterly defenseless. Chiyo spoke softly, though her gaze sparkled with a peculiar light. This individual, named Obito. Is he not rather advanced in age? Indeed, I refer to age, which is by no means the antonym of Might Guy's little acorn, a dog's head for self-preservation. At this moment, Obito had already plunged directly into the midst of 1,000 Rins. His face twisted into that of a frenzied beast, his eyes ablaze with fervor. Rin, come, come. As he shouted and ran, the blood in his veins surged with intensity. In truth, Obito's mind was as clear as crystal. He understood these were mere manifestations of Naruto's transformation. Yet, the primal impulses encoded in his very being rendered him entirely unable to restrain himself. As a sentimental figure in the ninja world, confronted with 1,000 radiant moons, Obito's reason had long since been devoured by the flames of desire. However, just as Obito's feet touched the ground, an unexpected turn of events occurred. Ha ha ha! The Rins suddenly erupted into a chorus of melodious laughter, scattering in all directions while casting flirtatious glances back at Obito. Obito, come chase us. Obito's pupils instantly morphed into two blazing hearts, saliva dripping from his chin, and the great tree of wood release trembled uncontrollably. He then fixated on the nearest Rin, madly sprinting toward her. A surge of terrifying ocular power erupted from his Sharingan, enveloping the majestic tree and enhancing its might. It was evident that should this Rin fall into Obito's grasp, she would endure unspeakable torment at the hands of the wood-release tree. I've got you. Obito's hand firmly grasped the shoulder of this Rin, excitement gleaming in his eyes, as though he had envisioned a sumptuous feast before him. Just as he was about to command the demonic tree of wood release to inflict merciless suffering, a sudden anomaly transpired. Boom. The Rin in his grasp transformed into smoke and dissipated. Simultaneously, the thousands of Rins around him vanished in a similar manner, shrouding the scene in a thick fog. No. Obito's grip on flesh suddenly met emptiness, leading him to emit a heart-wrenching wail, causing even the great tree to wilt. Yet, before he could continue his lamentation, a flurry of flying thunder god kunai tore through the mist, imbued with an overwhelming spatio-temporal force, launching toward him. Each kunai was cloaked in wind-release chakra, accelerating their speed exponentially, far beyond the norm. In an instant, the kunai had breached Obito's side. Under ordinary circumstances, he would have found it challenging to counter the flying thunder god technique, especially now, with his body inundated with blood and his thoughts tumultuous. He stood utterly defenseless against the sudden onslaught. In that fleeting moment, a surge of black gold radiance burst forth from the kunai, accompanied by a rousing theme. As Naruto emerged from the brilliance, his appearance had transformed. His brows and eyes were enveloped in the fiery hues of a sunset, enhanced by a rich orange shadow. His presence magnified several-fold. Lo and behold, he had entered the sage mode of Mount Myaboku. The moment he materialized, Naruto's left hand lunged fiercely toward Obito's abdomen. Sage Art, Frog Kata. In the next heartbeat, the surrounding natural energy surged violently, and before Naruto's right hand could connect with Obito, a torrent of invisible sage power struck first. Obito immediately spewed a mouthful of blood, his body contorted like a shrimp, his face distorted in agony. Enduring such proximity to a frog kata while in a state of blood saturation was unimaginable in terms of pain. Yet, this was not the end. This right eye is also mine. Before Obito could muster any resistance, Naruto's right hand seized his forehead, lifting him forcefully. Concurrently, the left hand that had just executed the frog kata redirected toward his eye. This action mirrored the earlier seizure of Kakashi's Sharingan, hence the outcome was inevitable. Squelch. The vivid crimson of the five-wheeled windmill Sharingan was violently extracted, enveloped in a cloud of blood mist, laid bare before the world. Obito's wail resonated through the heavens, as though he sought to rend the very fabric of reality. Frog Kata brutally assaults Obito Uchiha, violently extracts Uchiha Obito's Manjiki Sharingan. Evil value 639. Amidst Obito's near-frantic cries, a sinister smile crept across Naruto's face. This version of you is precisely what I favor. With that, Naruto's Sharingan coalesced once more. The light of creation surged toward the five-wheeled windmill Sharingan in his hand. Hiss! As the ocular power stirred in the air, all techniques of the five-wheeled Sharingan were utterly consumed by Naruto's own. Having completed his task, Naruto smirked, tossing the now-dull Sharingan into Obito's mouth as one would discard refuse. Simultaneously, he clutched Obito's throat, forcing him to swallow it whole. Cough, cough. The vile metallic taste flooded Obito's mouth, triggering a violent bout of retching, the overwhelming nausea eclipsing his physical torment. Seeing this, Naruto promptly discarded him. Gag, gag, gag. Upon hitting the ground, Obito erupted into a frenzy of vomiting. The disgusting mixture of filth and blood intertwining in a grotesque display. What a splendid scene. Naruto chuckled lightly, raising his arms and stretching his waist, a gleam of delight dancing in his eyes. A mission initially aimed at rescuing Gaara had inadvertently incapacitated the foremost scourge of the ninja world, Obito, while also assimilating his Manjiki techniques. It was nothing short of an unexpected windfall, utterly delightful. Just as Naruto reveled in this joyous contemplation, he was taken aback by Obito's miraculous words. His face, twisted in pain, bore the weight of desperation as he pleaded, Naruto, please, transform once more into Rin. Let me try. Just once, I beg you. With that, the great wood-release tree, towering like a colossal spire, surged skyward once more, radiating an eerie and enigmatic aura. Though Sakura felt a pang of shyness, she could not resist stealing glances at the spectacle, raising her thumb in awe, exclaiming, Kakashi-sensei's former friend, you are truly remarkable. Naruto, observing Obito's pitiful plea, smirked, a playful glint in his eye. Very well, I shall grant your request. Thank you. Obito trembled with excitement, the agony on his face gradually fading, replaced by an intoxicating sense of euphoria. Seeing this, Naruto's lips curled upward as he summoned chakra within him. In an instant, a layer of light blue water chakra enveloped his right arm, morphing into a razor-sharp, glistening water blade. Obito, here it comes, Naruto declared, his eyes shimmering with mischief, as he brought the water blade crashing down. Come, Obito eagerly responded, his face alight with anticipation. Yet, alas, reality often diverges from imagination. The water blade sliced through the void, seemingly aimed at the base of the tree. Something felt amiss. Obito sensed a chill beneath him. In the next moment, with a resounding crack, the towering wooden tree of the earth was cleaved in two, crashing down to the ground with a thunderous thud. In that moment, a heart-wrenching scream of agony reverberated through the cosmos. Ah! Water blade severed the earthly treasure. Villain points 639. Chapter 49. The Animal Rankings of the Ninja World, a Grand Convergence. In this moment, Obito had irrevocably lost the entirety of his world. The kaleidoscope of his Sharingan had slipped from his grasp, Rin had departed from him, and even his cherished treasures had abandoned him. At this juncture, it seemed that even if Rin were to be resurrected and willingly wed him, Obito would possess no capacity to respond. He might even be met with Rin's merciless lament. What more can you do besides drenching me in saliva? Yet, there was no recourse. For once severed, bonds are forever severed. Naruto, his eyes shimmering with myriad emotions, allowed a smirk of mockery to grace his lips. Obito, I dare say you can feel the depths of pain now, can't you? Ah! Obito offered no retort, merely howling in anguish until he succumbed to unconsciousness. Observing this, Naruto approached and delivered two forceful kicks to his groin, taunting, What is this? Is this all your strength? You cannot endure such trivial pain? And already you fainted. With that, Naruto unleashed several more kicks. Obito was violently roused, his face contorting in sheer agony, the torment coursing through his body almost rendering him unconscious once more. However, Naruto had squatted down, his tone dripping with amusement, declaring, This isn't over yet. Since you can no longer be a man, I shall consign you to the wild prison of the Cloud Village, where, at this point, Naruto's voice took on an increasingly mischievous tone. There, it is perpetually populated by males, and the brutes have long been ravenous. You are just the right morsel to satiate their appetites. As the words fell, Obito's body shuddered violently, an overwhelming dread engulfing him, drowning out the physical agony, as he despaired and roared. No, do not send me there. Naruto Uzumaki, you are a demon. A demon. In a moment of desperation, Obito raised his right hand, attempting to bring an end to his own suffering, hoping to protect the delicate flower of the ninja world he cherished from ruin. Alas, the curse set by Madara at his heart stood as an insurmountable barrier, thwarting all his efforts once more. Seeing this, Naruto's lips curled into a sinister grin reminiscent of a devil. Fear not. I shall employ the art of seduction to transform you into the form desired by the brutes, and I will ensure to treat you at intervals, guaranteeing you a life of comfort. You are even more terrifying than a demon. At the sound of Naruto's inhumane declarations, Obito's voice trembled with unparalleled fear, and he began to froth at the mouth, ultimately fainting from sheer terror. Thus, this battle, be it through murder or psychological torment, reached its flawless conclusion. At that moment, the systems panel reappeared. Verbal assault breaks Obito Uchiha. Evil points 199. Ding. Historical evil points have reached 10,000. Randomly selecting a skill. Selection successful. Burn your youth to the utmost, becoming an existence surpassing the 5 Kage. 8 gates of bypass technique, equivalent to Might Guy, can utilize the death gate thrice without injury, has been granted. In an instant, a torrent of searing energy surged into Naruto's mind, allowing him to grasp the 8 gates of bypass technique in a heartbeat. As he felt the power of this technique within him, Naruto's pupils constricted in astonishment. The 8 gates of bypass at the level of Guy, and I can utilize the death gate thrice without harm? System, this is utterly outrageous. Curiosity piqued within him. Naruto pondered what it would be like if Obito, by some twist of fate, managed to absorb the 10 tails and transformed into an existence of 6 paths level. Then, if he were to open the death gate thrice and deliver 3 kicks to him. No, it should be called Night Naruto. What would Obito's expression be after 3 kicks from Night Naruto? Obito Uchiha bastard, are you trying to kill me? Just as Naruto became lost in thought, Sakura, from the pit below, witnessed the grim spectacle of Obito, and her eyes widened with fear, trembling as she murmured, Naruto, this method is too. Yet, Sakura ultimately refrained from completing her sentence. Instead, she hoisted Kakashi and leaped towards Naruto's position. Meanwhile, Chiyo, still in the pit, released a sigh of relief, her eyes reflecting her gratitude for surviving. How terrifying. I am fortunate that I ceased provoking him in Sunagakure. Otherwise, I might have ended up in that prison of the Cloud Village, subjected to At this point, Chiyo cast her gaze towards the black iron cannon, lamenting, Sasori. Thankfully, you are a puppet master, transforming into this iron cannon. Otherwise, your delicate appearance would likely not have spared you from Obito's misfortune. In that moment, Chiyo had mentally labeled Naruto. Anyone can be provoked, but never provoke Naruto Uzumaki, lest you experience the affections of the Cloud Village brutes. Had Naruto heard this, he would have undoubtedly retaliated with a resounding slap to Chiyo, followed by a fierce rebuke. At this time, Sakura approached Naruto, carrying the unconscious Kakashi. Gazing at the grotesque wounds adorning Naruto's body, she felt an involuntary surge of worry, even as she recognized their insignificance to him. Naruto, let me tend to your wounds first. Upon hearing this, Naruto gathered his scattered thoughts of kicking Obito 3 times and surveyed his injuries, waving his hand dismissively. No need. These minor wounds will heal in an instant. As soon as the words left his lips, in a flash, whoosh, Naruto's consciousness surged into his inner space, calling out to Kurama, Nine-Tails, unleash your chakra to its fullest and aid my recovery. Woof. The Nine-Tails always obeys its master. Kurama immediately donned a sycophantic expression, extending its tongue as it harnessed its entire chakra to heal Naruto's wounds. Such a good boy. Naruto's lips curled upward in a gentle smile as he caressed Kurama's for a couple of times. Woof woof. Kurama, thrilled by the affection, barked joyfully in response. One can only imagine the despair and humiliation Kurama would feel once the control of the other celestial being was lifted. As Kurama poured its chakra into Naruto. Outside, hiss, the grotesque blood holes on Naruto's body began to heal at an alarming rate. In the blink of an eye, Naruto's exterior returned to its pristine state, as if he had never been harmed at all. Sakura, witnessing the miraculous recovery, was filled with disbelief and shock, yet ultimately sighed in resignation. Sigh. At this point, whatever happens to you, Naruto, will no longer surprise me. Even if, at that moment, Naruto were to transform into a deity, Sakura would find it perfectly reasonable. Just as Sakura finished speaking, an unforeseen event transpired. Swish. A violent gust of wind suddenly erupted in the sky, and a large gray bird materialized on the distant horizon, swiftly approaching Naruto and the others. In an instant, It soared above their heads. Caw caw caw. The great bird let out a thunderous cry, echoing like thunder, before diving down and landing steadily opposite Naruto. In the next moment, whoosh whoosh whoosh, 6 figures clad in fiery cloud robes leapt from the great bird, their presence ghostly and eerie. Their pupils shimmering with an otherworldly purple pattern reminiscent of demons. Simultaneously, whoosh, from the distant horizon, 3 figures enveloped in fiery cloud robes sped towards Naruto. One of these figures bore eyes that burned with a crimson, blood-like Sharingan, exuding terror. Naruto, witnessing this, revealed an endless sense of mockery in his gaze. Chuckling softly, just as I finish dealing with the first on the animal rankings of the ninja world, the second and third arrive at my doorstep impatiently. It appears that today marks a grand assembly of the ninja realm's beast rankings. Who do you think will occupy the top 3 positions on this illustrious list? Nonetheless, it is indisputable that the foremost contender is Obito. Chapter 50, Itachi. I am your grandfather. As the words fell, 3 figures rapidly approached Naruto from the distant horizon. Cloaked in fiery robes and adorned with the headbands of rogue ninjas from various nations, they were none other than Itachi, Akatsuki, and Haiden. And the figure with the 6 paths eyes, shimmering with purple patterns, was none other than Pain of the 6 paths. In stark contrast to Naruto's playful demeanor, Sakura suddenly trembled as she sensed the overwhelming presence of the 3 individuals before her, recognizing them as beings surpassing even elite jonin. Instantly, she sprang into a defensive posture, her eyes fixed on the Akatsuki cloaks worn by Pain and his companions, her face etched with seriousness as she exclaimed, "You? Are you members of the Akatsuki organization?" However, the members of Akatsuki paid no heed to Sakura's presence, not even offering a flicker of response. At this moment, Pain, with his Rinnegan glowing intensely, cast his gaze towards the cannon in the deep pit, seemingly aware of everything. His voice resonated with authority. "It appears Sasori has already been dealt with by you. Such a pity so many puppets. If sold, they could fetch a considerable fortune." Kakuzu lamented, shaking his head in regret. Haiden let out a sinister chuckle, then licked his cheek with his tongue, his face twisted in madness. "What a waste. I told you I should have come. Is that so? Just because of you?" Kakuzu scoffed dismissively. "What? You bastard Kakuzu, say that again." Haiden erupted in fury, drawing his scythe and preparing to strike. "Are you afraid? You are just the perfect target for a money exchange." Kakuzu's right fist detached violently from his arm, propelling towards Haiden like a cannonball. The imminent clash between the two was about to ignite. Just then, at the critical moment, enough! Pain bellowed, his terrifying Rinnegan-esque power descending upon the immortal duo, instantly weighing down their bodies. Very well, Kakuzu narrowed his eyes and, under Pain's pressure, slowly retracted his tentacle fist. Humph! Haiden lowered his raised scythe, veins bulging on his forehead, yet he remained silent. It seemed there was no choice. Unable to overpower the leader, they had to concede for the time being. Upon witnessing their ceasefire, Pain withdrew the suffocating pressure of his gaze. Simultaneously, a trace of deep helplessness flashed in his eyes. Who understands the burden of family? Before even engaging the enemy, my own comrades are about to turn against each other. What kind of people have I gathered in this organization? Sakura observed in confusion. What is happening? Is this infighting? Yet, unlike the others, Itachi's gaze remained fixed intently on Naruto. His Sharingan spun incessantly, strange powers surging forth as if attempting to penetrate Naruto's being to unveil the monumental secret he concealed, which had led to his current state. Unfortunately, he found himself empty-handed. Naruto, sensing Itachi's intense scrutiny, turned his head and beckoned with a playful gesture, his eyes glimmering with mockery as he spoke. "Itachi, what about the other Sharingan I requested?" At this, Itachi's eyes flickered momentarily, but he maintained his composure, replying solemnly, "Naruto Uzumaki that cannot be entrusted to you, oh? Is that so?" Naruto pondered for a moment before suddenly channeling chakra to his core, his voice booming, "Everyone." The truth behind the Uchiha massacre lies within the higher echelons of Konohagakure. However, before Naruto could finish, Itachi's 3-tomo Sharingan abruptly transformed into the Manjiki. Blood vessels spreading across his eyes, crimson blood trickling down his cheek. Amaterasu. Itachi unleashed, attempting to interrupt Naruto's revelation forcefully. A torrent of intensely scorching black flames manifested before Naruto, radiating a terrifying heat capable of obliterating anything in their path, intent on incinerating him completely. Alas, all efforts proved futile. Naruto's azure eyes swiftly shifted into the Manjiki, activating his Kemui. Whoosh! The Amaterasu flames missed entirely, crashing onto the ground where Naruto stood and ravenously consuming the earth, yet failing to harm him in the slightest. Seeing this, Naruto couldn't help but chuckle softly. Obito's ability is truly exceptional. As long as I don't seek death, all 6 paths of existence are powerless against my Kemui. In contrast to Naruto's ease, Itachi was struck as if by lightning, his pupils constricting violently, his face suddenly filled with disbelief as he exclaimed, "That's the Manjiki Sharingan? How is that possible? How could you possess it? Had Naruto always been in the Manjiki state, Itachi might not have reacted so dramatically. But he had just witnessed Naruto transition from Azure to the Manjiki. Without the Uchiha bloodline, how could one wield such power? The answer dawned upon him. Naruto was of the Uchiha clan. As this realization struck, Itachi trembled violently, seemingly uncovering a monumental secret. Could it be that the fourth Hokage was betrayed by someone from my own family? But how could that be possible? Who could match the speed of the fourth Hokage? Furthermore, he had never detected any Sharingan in Naruto before. Kushina, Minato, you are so impressive. Wait, is it over? In that moment, Itachi's pupils narrowed, filled with profound confusion as he inquired, Naruto Uzumaki, what exactly is the nature of your eyes? Naruto, gazing at Itachi's astonished expression, comprehended his thoughts. A wave of mockery surged within him, and as he shifted his gaze, he replied teasingly, because I am also of the Uchiha clan. In fact, I could be considered your closest kin. What? Itachi exclaimed, his voice trembling, his pupils constricting sharply. Had he truly guessed correctly? The Uchiha clan had indeed betrayed the fourth Hokage. Could it be? Who was the one responsible? No, wait. Naruto just said he was his closest kin. Could it be his father? Just as Itachi was overwhelmed with shock and contemplation, Naruto interrupted his thoughts with a light laugh. Indeed, Itachi. I am your grandfather. Hiss. Itachi's forehead instantly throbbed with veins, and he realized Naruto was mocking him, fury surging within him as his expression darkened to an extreme. Uzumaki Naruto, you are playing with fire. Chapter 51. The art of words and the breaking of Uchiha Itachi's defenses. At this moment, the members of Pain's Akatsuki, including the Deva Path, stood still, their eyes slightly narrowed as they entered a silent state of observation. The ever-mysterious Uchiha Itachi had piqued their curiosity. They were eager to discover why a mere few words from Naruto could so easily breach his defenses. Upon hearing Itachi's words, Naruto's lips stretched into a wide grin, reaching nearly to his ears. All right, I was just joking, he said. However, he paused, resting his chin in his hand, a glimmer of sentiment flickering in his gaze. But, truth be told, my eyes are indeed deeply connected to the Uchiha clan. What connection? Itachi, suppressing his fury, inquired. A hint of mockery danced in Naruto's pupils as he regarded Itachi with an expression akin to that of a predator. Because my eyes are a collective gift from the souls of all the Uchiha you slaughtered. Naruto's gaze grew increasingly playful, revealing that the purpose behind this ocular gift was to compel him to eliminate you, the treacherous wolf who betrayed his clan for the sake of the village. As he spoke, the kaleidoscope within his eyes flared to life, as if an endless stream of wronged Uchiha souls were about to emerge. What? Itachi staggered back several steps, his pupils constricting as a look of anguish crossed his face. The souls of my clan. They transformed into these eyes. How could such a thing be possible? Though Itachi's expression was one of skepticism, his heart had begun to waver. For if this were not a supernatural occurrence, how could Naruto possess such an ever-shifting Sharingan? Lost in thought, Itachi instinctively lowered his gaze, unable to meet Naruto's eyes. He felt justified in the lives he had taken, knowing that those who sought to betray Konoha were deserving of their fate. Yet, the innocent lives lost, the elders and children who had shown him kindness, weighed heavily on his conscience. Thus, he could not meet Naruto's gaze. He feared seeing the faces of those innocent souls, witnessing their desperate pleas for mercy, begging him not to take their lives. As these thoughts consumed him, Itachi's hands trembled uncontrollably, the pain of his clan's demise ever present, never fading. Just then, Naruto struck at his heart once more. By the way, Fugaku and Mikoto's souls specifically told me they regret it. They regret bringing forth such a heartless wolf like you. You sacrificed your clan only to fail at protecting Sasuke, allowing Orochimaru to lure him away. With each word, Naruto's tone grew sharper, each phrase cutting deeper. They lamented their impulsive decision to unleash such a callous creature upon the world. At last, Itachi could no longer contain himself. An overwhelming wave of anguish washed over his features, a heart-wrenching pain engulfing him, nearly suffocating him. Then, with a thud, Itachi's legs gave way, collapsing to the ground as tears streamed from his eyes. For years, Itachi had endured this mental torment, buoyed only by the words of his parents before their passing, words that expressed pride in him, even amidst conflicting views. Yet, hearing Naruto's accusations, even unverified, shattered his resolve, unleashing torrents of sorrow from his eyes. Simultaneously, a stream of crimson blood erupted from Itachi's mouth, splattering the ground, a physical manifestation of his inner suffering. He was no saint. He was merely an Uchiha, a young man burdened by the weight of his choices. Years of repression culminated in a moment of vulnerability, brought forth by Naruto's relentless words. Ah, the art of words truly does have its charm. Naruto observed with a serene smile. Haiden, unable to contain himself, whispered, Hey, Kakuzu, what are they babbling about? And is this weeping figure really Itachi? Kakuzu sighed in exasperation, lamenting Haiden's lack of intelligence. Meanwhile, Pain observed the scene, his Rinnegan glowing ominously. He realized that the truth behind the Uchiha massacre was likely shrouded in deeper mysteries. However, this was not the time for distraction. They could not allow their elite force to be shattered by mere words. With that thought, Pain unleashed the full might of his ocular power, extending his right hand towards Itachi. Shinra Tensei. With a rush, a formidable gravitational force pulled Itachi towards Pain's side. Itachi, still weeping, remained silent. But the visible pain etched on his face deepened. Seeing this, Pain grasped Itachi's shoulders firmly, his voice softening slightly. Itachi, do not let Naruto deceive you. There cannot be souls that bestow gifts. Especially not the Mangeki Sharingan. What your parents supposedly said must be fabrications. Yet, despite Pain's earnest attempts to reason with him, Itachi remained vacant, tears continuing to fall silently. Ha ha ha. Naruto burst into laughter, pointing at Pain in jest. No way, the king of suffering is here to comfort someone. At that moment, Pain's expression twitched slightly, and he turned, ready to let Naruto experience the weight of his own suffering. However, upon seeing Itachi's sorrowful visage, Pain's anger subsided, and he continued to console him. Itachi, perhaps there are hidden secrets behind your clan's demise, but what is done is done. There is no turning back. Instead, as he trailed off, a glint of ruthlessness appeared in Pain's admiring gaze. Why not join me in capturing Naruto? Once we have him, you can discern the truth behind his words. With that, Pain awaited Itachi's response. Finally, whether it was Pain's words or an epiphany within him, Itachi suddenly raised his hand, swiftly wiping away his tears. His red Mangeki Sharingan locked onto Naruto as he shouted, "All right, let us take him down together." In that moment, Itachi momentarily forgot his identity as a spy within Konoha. His sole focus was to subdue Naruto and uncover the truths he held, and then, perhaps find a way to let him go. After all, Konoha was paramount. If Naruto were aware of Itachi's final thoughts, he would undoubtedly give him a thumbs up, exclaiming, Obito was merely Rin's fool. But you, my Itachi, are the true warrior of the entire village of Konoha. After some reflection, it seems Nagato should be the one at the top of the suffering rankings. I have a rough idea of his fate, but Itachi's remains uncertain. Any thoughts? Also, I would appreciate it if everyone could leave a review and rate the story. Any stars will do. Grateful for your support. Chapter 52. The revelation of Obito's identity. A collective shock as Itachi's words echoed. The atmosphere shifted dramatically. The Rinnegan in Pain's eyes blazed with a chilling light. With a powerful tremor, he commanded, "Excellent. Akatsuki Suzaku, Santai Beidou. Capture Naruto, Uzumaki." Yes. Itachi and the others responded in unison, unleashing an overwhelming aura. Instantly, the tension in the air became palpable, making it difficult to breathe. Sakura's pupils dilated in fear as she grasped Naruto's sleeve, her voice trembling. "Naruto, there are too many of them. We should retreat." "There's no need for that," Naruto replied with a calm smile. He effortlessly tossed Sakura and Kakashi back to Chiyo's side with a firm grip on her shoulder. Crossing his arms, a playful glint sparkled in his eyes as he declared, "Capture me. Do you even have the qualifications for that?" With that, Naruto delivered a swift kick to the unconscious Obito. In an instant, Obito's battered form hurtled through the air towards Pain. A nauseating stench lingered in the wake of his passage, the foul odor emanating from his loss of bodily control before fainting. Pain furrowed his brow, extending his hand as he intoned, "Universal pull." A terrifying gravitational force erupted from his Rinnegan, seizing Obito's body mid-flight and holding it a meter away. Staring at the bloodied figure before him, a sense of eerie familiarity washed over him, despite never having met. His Rinnegan narrowed in confusion. Who is he? Why does he seem so familiar? Pain felt a strange sense of recognition, as if he had encountered this person frequently. Haiden, regarding Obito with disdain, scoffed, "How disgusting. Has he lost everything? No one would want to trade for that." Kakuzu remained indifferent, while Itachi's brow furrowed deeply as he scrutinized Obito's face, lost in thought. Gradually, Itachi's body trembled. Disbelief etched on his features as he whispered, "Could it be? Could it be?" Noticing their reactions, Naruto smirked, teasing, "Why not sense it for yourselves?" Haiden and Kakuzu exchanged puzzled glances, failing to grasp Naruto's words, while Pain and Itachi began to sense Obito's chakra. In the next moment, what? Pain's Rinnegan contracted sharply, his previously expressionless face now a mask of shock, as if he had encountered the most terrifying of monsters. It's him, the masked Uchiha Madara. How could he have ended up like this? Itachi's eyes flickered with turmoil as he recognized the figure that had once annihilated his clan. Madara? Haiden questioned, bewildered, like an innocent child. Kakuzu, no longer mocking Haiden's intellect, felt a chill of fear and explained, "He is the former friend of the Sage of the Six Paths, the ancestor of the Uchiha clan. His power is formidable, second only to the sage himself." "What? So powerful?" Haiden's simple mind registered the weight of this revelation, his expression shifting to one of awe. While he may not recognize others, the illustrious name of the Sage of the Six Paths, Hashirama Senju, was well known to him, the first ninja, renowned throughout history. To be merely a notch below the sage indicated that Uchiha Madara was indeed extraordinarily powerful. Hayden gasped, a surge of desire for the evil god's favors swelling within him, only to catch himself, narrowing his eyes at Kakuzu. Did you just say you fought the Sage of the Six Paths? Indeed. We battled fiercely for over 100 rounds, neither able to claim victory. Kakuzu boasted, his pride swelling as he elevated his chin. Please, you couldn't even kill me. What are you bragging about? Why not say you fought the Sage of the Six Paths? Hayden retorted with contempt, spitting at Kakuzu's feet in disdain. Furious, Kakuzu prepared to unleash his wrath on Hayden, but Pain interjected, enough. He commanded, striving to quell his own shock as he scrutinized Obito's face, his mind racing. So young beneath that mask. Clearly, you are not Uchiha Madara, merely an imposter. As Pain contemplated, Kakuzu, also solemn, shook his head affirmatively. He is definitely not Madara. I witnessed Madara's true form 60 years ago. He bears no resemblance to this man, and their auras are worlds apart. Indeed. Pain absorbed this information, contemplating. Itachi's Sharingan whirled rapidly. He had known all along that the masked man was not Madara. His astonishment stemmed from the horrific transformation Obito had undergone. Itachi was aware of the masked man's Tsukuyami. It was arguably the strongest defensive ocular technique. Moreover, the paleness of his left eye indicated he had used Izanagi. Yet, the result was this pitiful state. His own power had even vanished. As these thoughts raced through his mind, Itachi's gaze sharpened as he turned towards Naruto. He could not fathom how Naruto had completely subdued the masked man. It was terrifying, indeed too terrifying. In that moment, Itachi resolved to unleash his full power in the impending battle, leaving nothing to chance. He would wield every artifact at his disposal, for otherwise, he would surely be plunged into an abyss from which there was no return. Perhaps sensing Itachi's thoughts, Naruto suddenly turned to him, flashing a bright smile. Itachi, like Obito, your eyes will also belong to me. Obito. Itachi instantly grasped the key message in those words, and a flood of memories surged forth, leading him to unearth the true identity of the masked man. The fallen hero of the Third Shinobi World War, the underdog of the Uchiha clan, Uchiha Obito. The once underestimated underdog had not perished. Instead, he had awakened the Mangeki Sharingan and orchestrated a series of catastrophic events in the ninja world. Truly, the Uchiha clan was inherently a frightening and malevolent force. As the guilt for his clan's extinction began to recede, Itachi's expression turned cold. His actions in the past appeared justified. If even that underdog could rise to such heights, what terror might the other Uchiha pose? Indeed, his actions had been without error. His clan was a cancer to Konoha, a blight upon the ninja world. Clenching his fists tightly, Itachi's resolve solidified. If the second Hokage were to witness this, he would surely exclaim, "Child, the sixth Hokage must be none other than you. You are my pride, Senju Itachi." Chapter 53. The moment of instantaneous flight. The tug of war beside him. Tendo Pain cast a final, penetrating gaze at Obito. Subsequently, with a subtle flick of his wrist, the power of his Rinnegan emerged instantaneously. Universal pull. In an instant, Obito's body was enveloped by a powerful gravitational force, forcibly drawing him toward Naruto with tremendous speed. In the blink of an eye, Obito crashed down before Naruto. Seeing this, Naruto wore a disdainful smile. With a swift motion, a tempest of sage chakra coalesced in his right fist, propelling it forward to strike Obito's face. In the next moment, bang! Obito's visage was indented by the force of the blow, spinning 360 degrees in midair before hurtling away into the distance. Eventually, he became deeply embedded in a mound of earth, a pitiful sight indeed. Poor Obito, unconscious and subjected to such inhumane treatment. Let us observe a moment of silence for the sorrow of his godly prowess. Tendo, observing the scene, displayed no sign of emotion in his eyes. After all, a crippled figure like Obito had lost all semblance of value, rendering him less useful than a mere kunai. Then, Tendo raised his hand forcefully and declared, "Seize him, Naruto Uzumaki." Hee. Hayden erupted into maniacal laughter, licking his lips with fervor. At last, I can add new followers for our Lord of Evil. As his words fell, Hayden abruptly shed his Akatsuki cloak, brandishing his crimson scythe, and leaping toward Naruto with wild abandon. This should fetch a handsome price. Kakuzu smirked coldly, unwilling to be outdone, as he raised his arms toward Naruto. In the next moment, whoosh! Kakuzu's fists detached from his arms, propelled by dark tendrils, hurtling toward Naruto with terrifying momentum. The synchronized assault from the two was potent enough to incapacitate and slay most ninjas in an instant. Sakura, witnessing the impending danger, felt a surge of concern swell in her eyes, and she shouted, "Naruto, be careful." However, Chiyo shook her head firmly, asserting, "Sakura, fret not. This level of attack is mere child's play for Naruto." At that moment, the onslaught from the immortal duo approached. Yet, unexpectedly, Naruto sighed, casting a scornful gaze at Pain. "Pain, if you wish to capture me, do it yourself. Must you send these insignificant fools to embarrass themselves?" As his words echoed, Naruto's left hand suddenly opened wide, a torrent of sage energy surging into his palm, where a formidable sage art Rasengan materialized. Without hesitation, he launched it toward Haiden. Lord of Evil. Haiden, rather than feeling fear, resembled a frenzied beast, growing more exhilarated. In an instant, the two forces collided. Crack! Haiden's scythe was obliterated by the Rasengan's impact, and the overwhelming force continued, detonating against Haiden's abdomen. His midsection was gruesomely destroyed, propelling him backward as anguished. Deranged wails filled the air. It hurts. So painful, yet it feels so good. Accompanied by Haiden's frenzied cries, his body followed in Obito's wake, embedding itself into the distant ground, sending clouds of yellow dust into the air. Rasengan sends Haiden flying. Evil value 293. In an instant, having disregarded Haiden's immortality, Naruto effortlessly dispatched a shadow-level adversary. Yet, this was far from sufficient. After sending Haiden flying, Naruto swiftly redirected his attention to Kakuzu's terrifying tendril-like punches. Swish, swish, swish. Kakuzu's fists moved with lightning speed, far too swift for an ordinary individual to evade, threatening to pierce through with their lethal precision. Unfortunately for Kakuzu, in Naruto's Sage mode, those punches appeared agonizingly slow. Naruto unleashed a burst of energy, forcefully seizing both flying fists. Damn it! Kakuzu's brow furrowed in disbelief. He had never anticipated Naruto could catch his fists, and he attempted to retract them. However, before he could do so, Naruto concentrated the surging sage energy into his palms. As a seasoned fighter, Kakuzu instinctively sensed the peril and bellowed, hardening technique. In an instant, whoosh. Kakuzu's fists transformed, their skin hardening to an iron-like toughness, exhibiting an eerie black hue. This was Kakuzu's signature technique, significantly enhancing his defense and rendering him immune to most physical attacks. Regrettably, today he faced Naruto. Seeing this, Naruto smirked disdainfully. A foolish technique. As he spoke, he compressed the sage energy in his hands. Useless, Kakuzu retorted coldly. Yet in the next moment, impossible? Kakuzu's eyes widened in disbelief as he exclaimed. For at that moment, boom, countless fissures appeared on Kakuzu's fists, which were then utterly crushed by Naruto's grip. Naruto crushes Kakuzu's fists. Evil value 231. Logically, Kakuzu's hardening technique was indeed impenetrable. However, sage energy possesses formidable penetrating power, directly targeting the interior. Under the effects of resonance, even the most formidable external defenses could shatter like fragile porcelain. What now, Kakuzu? Naruto's lips curled into a teasing smile as he extended his hands forward, seizing the black threads that had disconnected from Kakuzu's fists. In a sudden motion, Naruto yanked forcefully. Such strength. Shock flickered in Kakuzu's eyes as his body was lifted, hurtling uncontrollably toward Naruto. He struggled to resist. Yet, Naruto's grip on the black threads was unyielding, rendering Kakuzu unable to break free. As Kakuzu was about to be pulled closer to Naruto, Tendo, who had been searching for an opening, could no longer contain himself. He extended his right hand toward Kakuzu and shouted, "Universal pull." Instantly, boom. An overwhelming gravitational force erupted from Tendo, firmly anchoring Kakuzu in midair, preventing him from advancing. Naruto, witnessing this, flashed an even brighter smile. "You wish to compare strength? Bring it on." As he spoke, Naruto's hands erupted with power, yanking the black threads backward with great force. Whoosh. Kakuzu, who had just stabilized himself, lost control again, hurtling toward Naruto. "Damn you, Naruto Uzumaki," Tendo uttered coldly. A more terrifying gravitational force surged from his Rinnegan. Kakuzu's body stabilized once more in midair. Yet, he was caught in a relentless tug of war between the two, oscillating back and forth like a game of strength. Neither party yielded, each exerting their power with fervor. As Kakuzu was subjected to this relentless strain, a look of utter resentment marred his face. "You two bastards. Let me down. The immortal duo is far too weak," dispatched in an instant. "Any suggestions would be appreciated. Lastly, I humbly request a book review." Chapter 54. The Annihilation of the Four Horrors of the Earth. Resentment. Regrettably, Kakuzu's grievances were in vain. At that moment, he resembled a mere puppet, manipulated by Naruto and Pain, subjected to an unbearable level of torment. However, in the next instant, Pain suddenly bellowed, "Come to me." His right hand swiftly closed, unleashing the terrifying repulsive force of the universal pull to its utmost extent. In a swift motion, the previously rigid scene shattered, and Kakuzu was propelled toward Pain. Yet, while his body advanced, the dark threads at both ends of Kakuzu's arms were firmly grasped by Naruto, stretching them further and further. These black threads seemed endless, extending for dozens of meters. Kakuzu's body had already been transformed by the Earth Resentment, composed almost entirely of these black threads. Thus, when pulled, his physique crumpled significantly. If Naruto completely extracted the black threads, he would undoubtedly lose a considerable portion of his combat prowess. "Leader, cut the black threads on my arms," Kakuzu decisively exclaimed, making the optimal choice. Pain, upon hearing this, remained silent. However, the Azura path behind him suddenly sprang into action, bending low as mechanical sounds emanated from its back. In the next moment, a serrated tail shot forth like lightning from the Azura path, aimed directly at the black threads connecting Kakuzu's arms. Instantly, the black threads were severed, and Kaku, feeling a profound sense of relief, arrived beside pain, entirely freed from Naruto's entanglement. As soon as he landed, Kakuzu glanced at his pitiful hands, and rage erupted from his visage. He gritted his teeth and shouted at Naruto, "Damn you, Uzumaki Naruto! I will carve out your heart for my own use." Haha. Naruto chuckled derisively, the fire chakra in his palms surging forth, immediately igniting the black threads of earth resentment that had just been violently extracted. Amidst the blazing flames, Naruto regarded Kakuzu with an expression of utter disdain. "An elderly man, having endured the passage of time, yet your strength is so feeble. Were I in your position, I would have long since succumbed to shame and despair, unable to endure this existence. Damn it, I will tear you limb from limb." Kakuzu roared, instantly enraged. He swiftly tore open his Akatsuki cloak, revealing the 4 earth resentment masks on his back. In an instant, the 4 masks seemed to come alive, detaching from Kakuzu under the manipulation of the black threads, transforming into independent monsters. Each of these 4 creatures emanated a chakra pressure that was truly daunting. Indeed, they represented the 4 elemental masks of earth resentment: wind, fire, lightning, and water. Each mask possessed strength rivaling that of elite jonin. This was precisely why Kakuzu, despite his mediocrity, had been able to roam the ninja world with impunity for so long. After all, foes initially believed they were facing Kakuzu alone. Little did they expect that, amidst battle, he would summon 4 elite-level monsters. Who could withstand such an onslaught? As soon as the masked monsters appeared, they lunged forward, opening their gaping maws and unleashing their respective ninjutsu. Wind release, pressure damage. Fire release, phoenix fire. Lightning release, false darkness. Water release, water prison technique. The 4 distinct elemental jutsus intertwined in midair, ultimately merging perfectly. In an instant, a thunderous roar erupted. The composite ninjutsu transformed into an intensely heated crimson shockwave, tearing through the void with a terrifying force, hurtling toward Naruto. The very air resonated with chilling, bone-rattling shrieks in its wake. One could only imagine the overwhelming power of this strike. Alas, it had chosen the wrong opponent. Naruto, without even lifting his gaze, proclaimed proudly, "If this is all you're capable of, you may as well be outclassed by the most insignificant of my village's shinobi." With that, Naruto suddenly spread his right hand. In a heartbeat, a cataclysmic surge of 5 elemental chakra erupted from him, harmonizing with the energy of the sage technique in the air, and surged into his palm. Instantly, a rotating, compressing, and seemingly all-consuming 5 elemental spiraling shuriken materialized with a resounding boom. The shuriken was adorned with a vibrant planetary halo, shredding the surrounding space as it voraciously absorbed energy, its aura growing increasingly ferocious. How formidable, Itachi observed, his brow furrowed. He could deeply sense that without the aid of Susanoo, he would be utterly incapable of withstanding such a technique, let alone Kakuzu. Kakuzu appeared to realize this as well, bellowing with all his might, "Release it." As he spoke, the 4 masked monsters erupted with even more potent chakra, their unleashed ninjutsu growing increasingly fearsome. Yet, Naruto remained unfazed, casually flicking his wrist to hurl the spiraling shuriken forward. At that moment, the 2 assaults collided in midair with a cataclysmic crash. Boom. The terrifying explosion shot into the sky. Waves of destructive energy surged outward like a tsunami, ravaging the battlefield, enveloping it in a swirling storm of dust. However, in the next instant, amidst the ear-splitting cacophony, the spiraling shuriken penetrated through the dust, barreling through the composite ninjutsu shockwave, relentlessly advancing toward Kakuzu. Damn it! Why is it so strong? Kakuzu's eyes widened in shock as he desperately attempted to summon back the earth resentment masks. Yet it was all in vain. The 5 elemental spiraling shuriken barreled through all ninjutsu defenses, forging ahead with unstoppable momentum. In an instant, it reached the 4 masked monsters. Not good, Kakuzu thought, a sense of dread washing over him as he hurriedly tried to call back the masks. But alas, it was too late. The 5 elemental spiraling shuriken detonated before the 4 monsters. Boom. The explosive force erupted like a dazzling meteor, shooting into the sky. The quintessence of 5 element chakra intertwining and enveloping the 4 monsters, reducing them to ashes in the blink of an eye. 5 elemental spiraling shuriken obliterates the 4 horrors of earth resentment. Evil value 396. Damn it, with 4 hearts simultaneously destroyed, Kakuzu's face turned ashen, his breath feeble. Yet, the explosion's momentum showed no signs of abating, continuing to surge toward Kakuzu. In his weakened state, he found himself incapable of evading, helplessly facing impending doom. Suddenly, in the next moment, swish. The hungry ghost path leaped forth from behind Pain, standing resolutely before Kakuzu. Raising both hands, it Its Rinnegan erupted with a chilling, ocular power. A pale purple barrier materialized, emanating an aura of all-consuming might, directly intercepting the explosion of the 5-elemental spiraling shuriken. The cataclysmic blast, capable of annihilating all, diminished before the shield until it vanished entirely. Once the explosion subsided, the hungry ghost path slowly lowered its hands. Did we survive? Kakuzu, narrowly escaping death, felt a sense of confusion wash over him. Pain then spoke. Kakuzu, take Haiden and retreat. This battle is no longer within your control. Understood. Kakuzu, regaining his composure, cast a wary glance at Naruto before swiftly moving to rescue Haiden, who was still embedded in the earth. Meanwhile, Chiyo, observing from the deep pit, was equally taken aback, her expression filled with disbelief as she exclaimed, "What was that technique?" It actually absorbed Naruto's terrifying ninjutsu. Wait. At this moment, Chiyo suddenly recalled something, her pupils instantly sharpening, and she exclaimed in disbelief. What? Is that the legendary eye, the Rinnegan? And there are 6 pairs. Chiyo was so astonished that her jaw nearly dropped to the ground. She had previously failed to notice, but now she clearly observed the pupils of Tendo and his companions. As a renowned elder of Sunagakure, she had certainly encountered records of the Rinnegan, yet she had always regarded it as a mere figment of myth. Little did she expect to encounter a total of 6 pairs here. This revelation utterly shattered the old woman's worldview. Chapter 55, Conan. After all, I am Naruto's woman. In an instant, a wave of dread surged through Chiyo's heart. She immediately shouted at Naruto, "Naruto, that is the Rinnegan, the eye of the sage of 6 paths. It is certainly not something a single person can contend with. We must retreat at once." The sage of 6 paths, the Rinnegan. Sakura trembled. Though she was unfamiliar with the specifics of these eyes, she understood that any connection to the legendary progenitor of ninjas was of grave significance. The individual they had just encountered had effortlessly rendered Naruto's formidable jutsu useless, a testament to their unfathomable power. With this thought, worry flickered in Sakura's eyes as she urgently implored, "Naruto, let us withdraw. We can strategize further once we return to Konoha." Ah, Tendo observed this, a slight smile creeping across his lips, thoroughly pleased with Chiyo and Sakura's reaction, a surge of dark satisfaction swelling within him. Subsequently, Tendo spread his arms wide, the Rinnegan gleaming with an intimidating radiance as he declared with overwhelming authority, "Naruto, Uzumaki, submit to the divine pressure." However, to Tendo's astonishment, Naruto's eyes sparkled with a greedy glimmer, and an unmistakable eagerness crossed his face as he thought, "I wish to possess your ocular techniques immediately." What? Tendo was momentarily taken aback, then seemed to grasp the situation with sudden clarity. A surge of rage welled up within him as he bellowed. "These are the divine ocular techniques. You, a mere mortal, dare to harbor such impudent thoughts. Preposterous." With that, Tendo abruptly raised his right hand towards Naruto. Universal pull. The overwhelming force of the Rinnegan's gravitational pull surged forth, attempting to drag Naruto forcibly before Tendo. Observing Naruto's apparent lack of resistance, a haughty pride flickered in Tendo's Rinnegan. "Come forth and face your demise." The terrifying repulsion of the Rinnegan was already surging beside him, poised to unleash the almighty push the moment Naruto was drawn closer. However, to Tendo's dismay, this was merely a figment of his own desires. Naruto remained resolutely in place, unaffected, and even mocked, merely a jester's trick. "What is happening?" Tendo gasped in disbelief. He could not fathom why Naruto had not been pulled in. This was his pride and joy, the universal pull, a manifestation of divine power. It had always been infallible. Surely, he had miscalculated the angle. Resolving this, Tendo unhesitatingly amplified the power of his Rinnegan, employing the universal pull once more. Boom. The terrifying gravitational force of the Rinnegan swept over a radius of several meters around Naruto. "Come to me," Tendo screamed, his voice hoarse with rage, preparing to unleash the almighty push at any moment. Regrettably, all of it proved futile. Naruto stood firm, completely unaffected. What is the meaning of this? Tendo squinted, beginning to perceive the peculiarity of the situation. After all, no physical entity could simply disregard the universal pull. Could it be? Just as Tendo's thoughts reached this conclusion, Itachi suddenly flicked his wrist, launching a kunai towards Naruto. As the kunai passed straight through Naruto's body, Itachi spoke solemnly. "He is likely not a physical entity. His Manjiki is continuously emitting ocular power. This is evidently his ocular technique. He possesses abilities akin to Masked Madara." Upon hearing this, Tendo's pupils constricted, and he scrutinized Naruto closely. He then noticed that Naruto's Manjiki was subtly trembling, continuously releasing immense ocular power that enveloped him. Clearly, Itachi's deduction was spot on. It was a nauseating phantasmal ocular technique reminiscent of Masked Madara's. In that moment, Tendo suddenly recalled Obito's recently hollowed right eye, a revelation striking him like a bolt of lightning. He questioned, "Uzumaki Naruto, have you appropriated the eyes of Masked Madara for yourself?" However, as soon as the words left his mouth, Tendo sensed something amiss. After all, Masked Madara possessed only one Manjiki, Yet Naruto bore two, each adorned with distinct patterns. They were, in every regard, incomparable. Clap, clap, clap. Naruto, unable to contain his amusement, applauded, a mocking smile gracing his features as he teased Itachi. Not bad. Although you are fundamentally a beast, your analytical skills are quite commendable. As for... Here, Naruto turned his gaze toward the suspicious Tendo, continuing. As for whether or not I took someone else's, you shall understand once I shatter your eyes. Upon hearing Naruto's audacious declaration, Tendo was engulfed by a furious blaze of wrath. He roared, Nine-Tails, how dare you speak so arrogantly? I shall suppress you now. With that, swish, swish, swish. The five pain bodies leaped into action, standing before Tendo, their Rinnegan flashing with eerie light as they glared fiercely at Naruto. A monumental battle was on the verge of erupting. At that moment, a sudden commotion arose in the sky. Rustle, rustle, rustle. A flurry of white paper fluttered down like dancing butterflies, gradually coalescing into a graceful female figure that alighted behind Tendo. This figure was none other than Conan, the white tiger of Akatsuki. Tendo promptly turned, and upon seeing Conan, his anger softened slightly as he spoke gently. Conan, what brings you here? Due to the proximity of the land of rivers to the land of rain, Nagato could control the 6 paths of pain from Amigakure, and thus had not tasked Conan with guarding him, remaining unaware of her movements for the time being. I was a bit worried about you, Conan replied, her expression clouded with concern. However, just as she finished speaking, her pupils momentarily flickered, only to return to normal. Meanwhile, a subtle smile graced Naruto's lips, the light of the Mangeki shimmering in and out. Tendo, listening to Conan, became increasingly serene as he continued. Conan, please wait a moment. This battle will soon come to an end. All right, Conan obediently responded, though a glimmer of intensity flickered deep within her pupils. Tendo then turned back, his Rinnegan fixed on Naruto, arms outstretched, exuding an overwhelming authority. Nine-Tails, submit to the gaze of the divine. And with that, swish, swish, swish. The other 5 pain bodies immediately sprang into action, their hands manifesting numerous black chakra rods, surging toward Naruto with terrifying force. As Tendo domineeringly surveyed the scene. The next moment, an unexpected twist occurred. PSHH, accompanied by the sound of flesh being pierced, a white paper sword suddenly erupted from Tendo's chest, stained with crimson blood and shredded flesh. Simultaneously, a sultry voice emerged from behind. My apologies, but I am Naruto's woman. Chapter 56. The long gate of red warmth. At this moment, the atmosphere in the scene was bizarre, exceedingly bizarre. The 5 formidable figures of pain, who had been charging fiercely toward Naruto, abruptly halted their menacing advance. Their bodies became incredibly stiff, standing frozen in place. Meanwhile, the Rinnegan of Deva Path Pain suddenly constricted intensely. He slowly tilted his head back, his eyes filled with astonishment and disbelief, his lips trembling as he spoke. Conan, what are you doing? With a slight shake of the white paper sword in her hand, Conan pressed her head against Deva's shoulder, letting out a mocking laugh. I told you, I am Naruto-sama's woman. As she finished speaking, Conan's right hand exerted tremendous force, and the white paper sword instantly radiated the might to sever all. At such a close distance, and wielded by the most trusted friend in the world, Deva Path Pain was rendered incapable of reacting. He was momentarily in a daze. In the next instant, the sword descended with a swift motion, slicing from Deva's chest to his waist, blood splattering onto the detached blade. A massive gash was carved into his midsection, and the severity of the injury left no room for doubt. The once mysterious Rinnegan in his eyes lost all luster, and his body collapsed to the ground. Offer your head as a sacrifice to Naruto-sama, Conan exclaimed, her eyes shimmering with a brilliant reverence. She immediately raised the white paper sword again, aiming for Deva's head. At that moment, a clang resounded. Itachi suddenly shot out several shuriken, intercepting Conan's assault, and swiftly moved to Deva's side, supporting him while leaping toward the position of the other pains. Seeing this, Conan couldn't help but cover her mouth and chuckle lightly. Oh dear, what a pity. As she spoke, she transformed into a flurry of white paper, fluttering gracefully toward Naruto's location, finally coming to a gentle stop before him, regaining her enchanting form. As soon as she landed, Conan displayed a delicate demeanor, rushing into Naruto's embrace, her eyes filled with a pitiful glimmer. Naruto-sama, I failed to complete my mission. Will you punish me? While speaking, Conan elegantly arched her body, seemingly inviting Naruto to draw closer. Fool. Naruto's face softened with a look of affection as he reached out to gently stroke Conan's nose. With a smile, he added, not only will I not blame you, but I will also reward you. What reward? Joy immediately sparkled in Conan's eyes. You will know tonight. Naruto replied, caressing Conan's silky hair, smiling slightly. This scene left all present utterly astonished. Within the deep pit, Sakura's heart raced suddenly, her pupils filled with disbelief. What is Naruto doing? Who is that woman? Chiyo's eyes were equally wide with astonishment, questioning aloud. From what we just witnessed, could it be that Naruto had already infiltrated the Akatsuki as an insider? In stark contrast to their bewilderment, the members of the Akatsuki were truly struck by thunder, unable to accept the reality before them. Kakuzu had just unearthed Haiden from the pit when he beheld this scene. His pupils dilating in shock as he exclaimed, "What am I seeing? The white tiger actually injured the leader and has defected." It is well known among the Akatsuki that if there was anyone Deva Path Pain trusted most, it was undoubtedly Conan, a fact known to all within the organization. After all, it seemed that even before the Akatsuki's founding, the two had been inseparable. Moreover, it was evident to all that Conan looked at Deva Path Pain with tenderness and attachment. Furthermore, Conan typically obeyed Deva Path Pain's words without question, adhering strictly to his commands. To think that Conan would now kill Deva Path Pain and betray them, this was nothing short of absurd. Kakuzu would rather believe in the improbable notion of having fought Hashirama Senju for hundreds of rounds than accept what was unfolding before him. Yet alas, this scene had indeed transpired, and at this moment, Conan was behaving like a docile kitten, nuzzling against Naruto, continually seeking his affection. On the other side, Itachi, supporting Deva, stood behind the other Pains, his gaze fixed solemnly on Conan, seemingly deep in thought. Conan, how could this be possible? Deva Path Pain's Rinnegan twitched violently, an overwhelming sense of shock engulfing him, rendering him incapable of accepting the events that had just unfolded. Especially upon witnessing Conan's delicate demeanor before Naruto. A chill ran through him. The air around his lifeless body seemed to emanate intense heat, clearly entering a state of red warmth. Deva's thoughts raced wildly. He first considered that this Conan must be an illusion created by someone else. However, reality coldly informed him that this Conan was undeniably real. For that unique paper technique, no one else in the history of the shinobi world could possess. But why would Conan turn against him? And why was she so subservient to Uzumaki Naruto? It must be Uzumaki Naruto's doing. With this thought, an endless fury surged in Deva Path Pain's eyes as he shouted fiercely at Naruto. Uzumaki Naruto, what have you done? What have you done to her? However, before Naruto could respond, Conan slightly raised her gaze, coldly regarding Deva. A fierce killing intent surged in her eyes as she coldly declared, "Silence. Do not speak to my man like that." A jolt ran through Nagato, far away in Amigakure. Upon hearing those words, his already weakened body trembled violently, as if his heart were about to burst from his chest. At that moment, Nagato's face flushed crimson, thoroughly entering a state of red warmth. Conan's words struck through to his heart, delivering a lethal emotional blow. He could accept losing in love to Yahiko. After all, he was his dearest friend. But he could never accept that Conan would be with the Nine-Tails Jinchuriki, whom he had originally viewed as cattle. With this thought, Nagato's countenance grew ever more flushed. In a fit of rage, he coughed up a mouthful of foul blood, splattering deep crimson across the darkness. Yet, Nagato disregarded his own condition, his gaze darkening as he once again commanded the 6 paths of pain. Pain's eyes were filled with anguish as he incredulously called out to Conan. "Conan, what has happened to you? He is the enemy. He is the enemy." Upon hearing this, Conan revealed a disdainful smile, gently resting against Naruto's chest as she replied, "What enemy? You are the one who is my enemy. He is my man." Chapter 57 Shaonan. Perform an act of eating for your brother Pain. In the Hidden Rain village, Nagato was immediately enraged, spitting out a mouthful of blood, his entire body flushed with a crimson hue. However, he had no time to concern himself with his physical state. He was about to command the Deva Path to continue speaking when, wait a moment, Itachi suddenly interrupted the Deva Path, his Mangeki Sharingan spinning like a windmill as he spoke slowly. "Whatever you say now is futile. She must have fallen victim to Naruto Uzumaki's Mangeki Jinjutsu. When did this happen? How did I not perceive it?" The Deva Path was taken aback. He had clearly sensed no fluctuations of Jinjutsu. How could Naruto control Shao Nen without his awareness? After all, he possessed the Rinnegan, which should have allowed him to sense such things in advance. As the Deva Path pondered, Itachi continued, his voice growing heavy. "Ordinary Mangeki Jinjutsu would naturally be detected by us, but if it were that technique, then it would be undetectable." That technique. The Deva Path's expression shifted to one of puzzlement. Itachi did not respond but narrowed his eyes, his thoughts swirling. It must be only Shursue's Kodo Tsukumi that could achieve this. Yet, I did not see him use Shursue's eye just now. Am I mistaken? With this thought, Itachi furrowed his brows tightly. At that moment, Naruto interrupted Itachi's musings with a teasing tone. "Stop guessing, brother. That Kodo Tsukumi of yours is quite impressive." Buzz. Upon hearing this, Itachi trembled, clenching his fist, a flicker of anger in his gaze. "So it truly is. Kodo Tsukumi." However, his anger was soon replaced with confusion, and he questioned, "But, you clearly did not use that eye. Logically, you shouldn't be able to employ Kodo Tsukumi." Naruto's pupils glimmered with mischief, a strange smile playing on his lips. "As I said, the moment I crushed your eyes, you would understand." "The moment you crushed the eyes?" Itachi furrowed his brow, deep in thought. The Deva Path, witnessing this, immediately asked, "Itachi, what is Kodo Tsukumi? What is it?" Itachi snapped back to reality, his expression grave as he explained. It is the strongest Mangeki Jinjutsu of Shisui Uchiha. It can silently invade another's mind, forcibly altering their will. Even if the victim realizes their will has been changed, they will consider it a natural occurrence. What? Such an outrageous ocular technique exists in this world. The Devapath's expression turned pale with shock, but simultaneously, he grasped Itachi's arm. Anxiety lacing his tone. Can this technique be undone? Will Shaonin be under its control for a lifetime? At this point, the Devapath trembled violently as waves of anguish surged within him. He could not bear to think further. If this technique could not be undone, then just the thought of Shaonin's current state made him fear she would be compelled to bear 100 children for Naruto. Furthermore, given Naruto's character, he might even cruelly torment Shaonin right in front of him. Just as the Devapath entertained these thoughts, a chill washed over him, forcing him to quell his musings, afraid to delve deeper. However, the Devapath was soon relieved when Itachi spoke, uttering the words he longed to hear. There is no need to undo it. The Kodo Amatsukami he possesses can only control a person's will temporarily. Once the time elapses, it will be ineffective. What? So simple. The Devapath exclaimed in delight, all previous concerns dissipating in an instant. Simultaneously, the expressions of the 5 paths of pain returned to their original state. Then, in the next moment, the Hell Path decisively clasped its hands together. In an instant, rumbling sounds echoed as a terrifying giant visage of Yama rose from the ground, emanating an eerie aura that instilled fear in all who beheld it. As Yama's head appeared, it opened its gaping maw wide. Whoosh! A massive tongue shot forth, ensnaring the battered body of the Devapath, drawing it into its mouth, where it began to chew frantically. Chiyo, witnessing this, furrowed her brows and exclaimed, "What is happening? Are they fighting amongst themselves? Have they even devoured their own leader?" However, moments later, crack, crack, the Yama head suddenly opened its mouth like a machine, and a wrist slowly emerged from within, revealing the full figure. It was none other than the unscathed Devapath. What is going on? How could his injuries have healed so completely? Sakura and Chiyo were astonished, fully aware of the severity of the Devapath's previous injuries. Such grave wounds could not possibly heal. Itachi, observing this, also furrowed his brows. This bizarre healing ability was indeed extraordinary. He suddenly realized that there were more formidable individuals in this world than himself. Now that the Devapath had regained its confidence, it lifted its arms high, exclaiming triumphantly in the face of the astonished crowd, "This is the power of a god, indomitable." Heh! Upon seeing the Devapath assume its previously arrogant demeanor, Naruto let out a cold laugh, gently patting Xiaonan's back. How annoying! Prompted by the hint, Xiaonan pouted and then turned her disdainful gaze towards the crowd, declaring, "What divine power? It is merely the function of the Hell Path Yama to repair corpse puppets." Repairing corpse puppets? Chiyo's expression turned quizzical upon hearing this technical term. At this moment, Xiaonan wrapped her arms around Naruto's neck, her eyes sparkling with affection, continuing, "Indeed, all the pains before you are merely controlled corpses. Had his true body endured my previous strike, he would have perished long ago." At this, the next moment, what? Itachi and the others found their pupils constricting in disbelief. The so-called 6 paths of pain before them were merely superficial puppets, not the true body at all. In contrast to Chiyo and Sakura's astonishment, Itachi and Kakuzu's expressions shifted to one of realization. So, after all this effort, they had never even glimpsed the true form of their leader. However, Xiaonan paid no heed to their reactions. She simply clung tightly to Naruto, sweetly murmuring, "Lord Naruto, I am right, am I not?" "Yes." Naruto smiled gently, nodding. Receiving praise from her lord made Xiaonan incredibly happy, prompting her to hug him even tighter. As Xiaonan revealed all her secrets. The Devapath felt an oppressive anger rising within him, yet he could not express it. Nevertheless, knowing Xiaonan would soon return to normal, he swallowed his fury. Then, the Devapath's gaze turned icy, directed at Naruto, as he coldly stated, "Just wait. Nine-Tails, when she returns to normal, it will be your demise." "Oh, you also said it would take a while for her to return to normal, so now." A glimmer of amusement flickered in Naruto's eyes. The Devapath sensed a foreboding feeling and bellowed in anger. "What are you planning?" Upon hearing this, Naruto cast a mocking glance at Pain. Subsequently, he extended his hands, gently cradling Conan's delicate face, and leaned in closer, speaking in a teasing tone. "Come now, Conan, perform a little show for your Pain brother." Chapter 58, The Unraveling of Nagato. The devoted Conan. Upon hearing these words, Conan's exquisitely sculpted cheeks blushed with a radiant hue, and she playfully protested, "Naruto, you're so annoying." With so many people around. Nevertheless, despite her words, she leaned in, her ruby lips eagerly meeting his, igniting a fervent battle of wits and kisses. Naruto, with his bright eyes, gazed at Pain, his voice trembling with blissful hesitation, uttering, "Pain is so smooth." As he spoke, He slowly closed his eyes, surrendering himself entirely to this sweet duel of affection with Conan. The air was filled with the sounds of their playful exchanges, a cacophony that left everyone present in a state of shock. Sakura's face contorted in disbelief, and she could no longer restrain herself. Placing a hand to her forehead and sighing, "What is happening?" In the midst of battle, Naruto has given away his first kiss. Yet, as her words fell, a jolt of realization struck her. Naruto's first kiss had long been bestowed upon Sasuke 3 years prior. This thought caused Sakura's expression to twitch again, but as she observed the intimate interaction between Naruto and Conan, a subtle smile crept onto her lips, revealing a glimmer of yearning in her eyes. "Sasuke, when will you two share such moments with me?" At that moment, Itachi, witnessing the scene, felt a flicker of nostalgia in his deep gaze as he whispered softly. Though seen by others as aloof and charismatic, he too was merely a naive youth, untouched by the world's harsh realities, retaining the innocence of his first kiss. Meanwhile, the reactions of others paled in comparison. The 6 paths of pain trembled violently, their breaths coming in heated gasps, crimson veins streaking across their Rinnegan eyes, exuding an aura of dread. It was evident that their psychological defenses had crumbled entirely, and if the 6 paths of pain were in such turmoil, it was even more apparent that Nagato, their controlling entity, was faring no better. In the hidden village of Rain, Nagato roared in the darkness of the towering structure, his Rinnegan's dreadful power surging forth, radiating a murderous intent that enveloped the entire village. Even the incessant rain of the hidden village seemed momentarily halted under the weight of his overwhelming presence. At that moment, Nagato felt as though his very soul were being torn apart, the light of his Rinnegan growing ever more blinding. He had accompanied Conan for so long, without ever tasting the sweetness of such moments. Yet, in an instant, Naruto had effortlessly seized it away using an illusion. Moreover, he flaunted it right before Nagato's eyes. The pain was unbearable. As he thought of this, Nagato's face twisted in agony, his chakra surging violently as his furious roars echoed throughout the tower. "Damn you, Naruto Uzumaki. I will see you buried without a trace. I will obliterate you completely." What a terrifying sight. Is the god truly enraged? Outside the tower, the rain ninjas knelt in fear, trembling uncontrollably, too afraid to venture inside to uncover the truth. Alas, no matter how fervently Nagato raged, it was all in vain. On the battlefield of the Land of Rivers, Conan, in a playful tone, called out, "Naruto." Her voice was melodious, and her eyes sparkled with endless allure. Unable to withstand Naruto's playful banter, "Don't speak," Naruto replied with a soft chuckle, liberating his hands entirely to unleash a Rasengan directed at Conan. This audacious scene caused even the seasoned Chio to blush furiously. Finally, Pain could no longer contain himself, unleashing a furious roar as he directed his right hand toward Conan, shouting, "Shinra Tensei." In an instant, the Rinnegan radiated a sinister light, and a terrifying gravitational force sought to wrench Conan from Naruto's embrace. The reason for not pulling Naruto along was clear. Having witnessed Naruto's formidable close combat skills and his phantasmal ocular technique, Pain understood that inviting Naruto closer would be akin to courting death. At that moment, under the influence of Shinra Tensei, Conan cried out, "Ah!" But she clung tightly to Naruto's shoulders, desperately pleading, "No, I don't want to leave Naruto. Damn it." Pain's face contorted in a grotesque mask of rage, and he intensified the power of his gaze. With a whoosh, Conan's lower body lifted off the ground. Her heels pointed toward the 6 paths of pain. Yet, her hands remained firmly grasped around Naruto's shoulders, wailing, "Naruto, please, help me. I don't want to return to Pain." Naruto, with his hands casually resting behind his back, appeared unfazed and teased Pain. "Look, your beloved goddess, before others. She's just a devoted follower." Upon hearing this, Pain's entire being flushed crimson, his composure shattered as he roared back, "Kyubi, you deceitful charlatan. I will tear you limb from limb. I shall destroy everything connected to you in Konoha, making you feel my pain." Unexpectedly, before Naruto could respond, silence. Conan suddenly turned to Pain, her voice filled with fury, and then turned back to Naruto, her face displaying the utmost despair as she pleaded, "Naruto, please don't make me go back. I am your devoted follower, always. I will bear your children. I truly don't want to return." This was the formidable power of Kotoeme Tsukumi. Even when Naruto had just referred to her as a devoted follower, Conan remained unfazed, accepting it as her due. "Conan, you must awaken." Pain's face reflected immense suffering as he witnessed this. Feeling Pain's anguish, Itachi's heart stirred slightly. In truth, he could easily wield another Kotoeme Tsukumi to negate Conan's condition. However, as soon as that thought crossed his mind, he resolutely dismissed it. After all, he had reserved this Kotoeme Tsukumi for Sasuke, hoping it would lead him back to the righteous path. It must not be squandered on a woman who bore no significance to him. With that thought, Itachi cast a glance at Pain, a hint of pity flickering in his eyes as he silently lamented, "Brother, it seems this bull-headed individual is bound to you. Naruto, please help me." Conan continued her desperate pleas. Finally, all right. Naruto sighed, adopting an expression of reluctant acceptance, addressing pain. You see, this is not me forcibly taking her. She is the one who insists on sticking with me. Before Pain could react, a resounding boom echoed as Naruto's Sharingan suddenly intensified, unleashing an overwhelming wave of power directed at Conan. In that instant, a swirling vortex as dark as ink materialized before Conan, exuding a terrifying force that seemed capable of devouring all, forcibly drawing her into its depths. With the target lost, the gravitational pull of the Rinnegan rendered ineffective. Naruto, at that moment, covered his nose with his palm, savoring the lingering fragrance of Conan, and bestowed upon Pain a playful smile. After this battle, I shall thoroughly explore the depths of Conan. Chapter 59, The Eye Technique of Obito, Marvelous. How infuriating. Return Conan to me. At this moment, Devapath Pain was seething with rage, his eyes ablaze, helplessly watching as Conan was consumed by the vortex of time and space, his heart shattering in an instant from Naruto's provocation. Immediately after, a resounding crash echoed as the 6 paths of pain disregarded everything, forcefully shattering the ground and propelling themselves towards Naruto's location. The Rinnegan in their pupils flickered ominously, a terrifying pressure enveloping the entire battlefield. The 6 of them charged forward, their bodies unleashing a relentless barrage of taijutsu upon Naruto, fueled by unbridled fury. However, alas, despite the flawless execution of the 6 paths taijutsu, it proved futile. At this moment, Naruto had already activated his Kimui, standing resolute and indifferent to all attacks, a mischievous smile dancing in his eyes. Look, you're getting impatient. Aya, die. Devapath Pain roared back, his voice strained with fury. Then, whoosh whoosh whoosh. The speed of each of the 6 paths attacks intensified, their black rods piercing through Naruto's form repeatedly. Although they still failed to inflict harm, the intervals between their strikes became increasingly narrow. Devapath's thoughts were remarkably simple. He could not believe that Naruto could maintain his intangibility indefinitely. There had to be a time limit. At that moment, with this relentless barrage, the moment Naruto's intangibility expired, they could undoubtedly seal his chakra with the black rods, subduing him. Following that, they would retrieve Conan's body. Unfortunately, this was merely a delusion of his own making. Naruto had already seen through the intentions of the 6 paths of pain. With a flicker in his eyes, he chuckled softly, just in time. I can try that technique Obito used earlier. As he spoke, boom. Naruto's Mangekyou Sharingan suddenly coalesced, a stunning power surging upwards, transforming above his head. In the next instant, hiss. A menacing rift tore open in the void above him, and a colossal red eye, radiating an eerie aura, emerged slowly from the chasm, resembling a demon clawing its way from the depths of hell. Its pupil spun rapidly, and a crimson light cascaded down like a rain of blood across the battlefield. This was none other than the Eye of Satan. Poor Obito, after the second awakening of his Mangekyou, was cruelly deprived of it by Naruto in no time at all. At this moment, Naruto gazed at the Eye of Satan above him and cast a glance at the 6 paths of pain, seeing their utter lack of reaction. A grin spread across his face. It seems that even the Rinnegan cannot perceive this technique. Moreover, it can be used under Kimui's intangibility. How splendid. At this juncture, Naruto even felt a twinge of regret for having shattered Obito's Mangekyou. Otherwise, had he provoked Obito further, perhaps he could have awakened a 3rd time, unleashing a breathtaking eye technique for his own use. However, it was too late for regrets. He merely lamented in his heart. Devapath, leading the remaining 5 paths, continued to weave through Naruto's form. Observing him murmuring to himself, his annoyed expression softened slightly. Puzzled, what is he babbling about? Yet, as soon as Devapath finished speaking, he instantly understood. At that moment, Naruto's Mangekyou trembled slightly, and he uttered softly, Extreme hell, I kill. In an instant whoosh, the Eye of Satan unleashed a crimson beam, surging towards the head of the Hell Path, who was utterly unprepared. Without a hint of suspense, the head of Hell Path was obliterated in an instant, reduced to nothingness. Bang! The remnants of his body fell to the ground like a limp mass, crimson blood pooling beneath him. This scene shocked everyone present. What just happened? How was Hell Path eliminated? Devapath's Rinnegan suddenly constricted, disbelief etched across his face. How could this be possible? He clearly did not witness Vortex Naruto making a move. Moreover, even if he intended to attack, he must have materialized to do so. Yet, that had not occurred. Then, suddenly Hell Path was killed. As Devapath contemplated this, bang! The human path also collapsed to the ground, blood gushing forth. Its head shattered by an unseen powerful attack, rendering it a headless corpse. At this moment, even with his mind clouded with irrationality, Devapath sensed something was amiss. Whoosh! He decisively led the remaining 3 paths of pain to swiftly retreat from Naruto's position, taking refuge beside Itachi. Simultaneously, the hungry ghost path stood before them, the Rinnegan flickering as it raised its hands. Whoosh! A pale blue barrier erupted like a shield, enveloping Devapath and the others securely within. Naruto, observing this, pondered, I wonder if Extreme Hell, I-Kill can bypass the Hungry Ghost Path's ability. Without hesitation, Naruto made a swift decision, activating the Eye of Satan once more. Whoosh! Several red beams burst forth like fire dragons, carrying the power to annihilate all, crashing towards the Hungry Ghost Path's protective barrier. The two forces collided at that moment. Accompanied by a shrill sound, the beams of the Eye of Satan were entirely dissolved, consumed cleanly by the Hungry Ghost Path's barrier. However, it appeared that the Hungry Ghost Path was not unscathed either. Its supporting arms exhibited several cracks, flickering with crimson light, as if some infernal demon lurked within. Devapath, upon witnessing this, narrowed his eyes. Indeed, there is an invisible attack, undetectable. Moreover, at this juncture, Devapath focused intently on the Hungry Ghost Path's fractured arms, gasping in horror. Moreover, this is a combined attack of chakra and another mysterious power. It is no wonder Devapath was so astonished. After all, the Hungry Ghost Path could absorb all chakra-based attacks. Yet at this moment, while the barrier reacted and absorbed some form of attack, the Hungry Ghost Path's wrist had also broken. This indicated that within this invisible attack lay an enigmatic power system beyond chakra. Upon witnessing this scene, Naruto rested his chin on his hand, thoughtfully murmuring, to think it could injure the Hungry Ghost Path. It seems that the Eye of Satan will play a crucial role in nullifying the inexplicable techniques of the Six Paths or the Tsutsuki. Meanwhile, Itachi, positioned behind Pain, had his attention elsewhere. His eyes narrowed slightly as he peered at Naruto, whispering, "The vortex that absorbed Conan earlier was undoubtedly the eye technique of Masked Madara." Furthermore, he did not cast Kotoame Tsukumi, but was able to control Conan with it. Moreover, only his Manjiki exhibited fluctuations in ocular power. Could it be? At this point, Itachi's pupils contracted sharply, disbelief etched across his face. Could it be? Your eyes can absorb the eye techniques of others and convert them for your own use. What? Absorbing eye techniques? Devapath was taken aback. But before he could speak further, clap, Naruto clapped his hands, an expression of appreciation gracing his face. As he smiled at Itachi, as expected of the god Itachi, "You even figured this out? Since that's the case, allow me to reward you by absorbing you." As the words left his lips, in an instant, whoosh, a vortex of Kamui surged forth, enveloping Naruto's form in an instant. But in the blink of an eye swish, a miniature version of the Kamui vortex suddenly manifested beside Itachi's temple, and in an instant, a hand emerged forcefully from the vortex, launching a thunderous assault towards Itachi's right eye. Chapter 60. The fusion of Amaterasu Kaleidoscope panic surged through Itachi as his pupils constricted, instantly activating his Kaleidoscope Sharingan. His body instinctively attempted to retreat. However, Naruto's hand, emerging from the space-time vortex, was simply too swift, leaving Itachi no time to evade. The Kamui technique, a space-time ocular jutsu, boasted a speed only slightly inferior to that of the Flying Thunder God technique. If Kamui were to launch a surprise attack from its vortex, it could deliver a devastating blow to anyone save for the user of the Flying Thunder God. Furthermore, Naruto was currently in perfect Sage mode, his speed far exceeding the norm. The formidable combination of Kamui and Sage mode turned Naruto's fingers into blinding flashes of lightning, ultimately making contact with Itachi's right eye. In the next instant, without any hint of hesitation, a scream escaped Itachi's lips. The kaleidoscope, which harbored the mightiest black flames of Amaterasu, was effortlessly extracted by Naruto and held tightly in his palm. Forced extraction, Itachi Uchiha's right eye. Evil value 499. At that moment, the kaleidoscope shimmered with an eerie crimson light, blood oozing slowly down its surface, creating a chilling spectacle. All of this transpired in the blink of an eye. Itachi, the nearby Pain reacted, roaring as several black rods, capable of sealing any chakra, shot forth towards the Kamui vortex. Unfortunately, it was all too late. With a swift motion, the Kamui vortex twisted shut, and Naruto's hand vanished like a phantom. Yet in the next moment, a dark space-time vortex re-emerged before Pain and the others, revealing Naruto's figure emerging from it, still gripping the blood-soaked Amaterasu kaleidoscope. Damn! Pain's expression darkened upon realizing he had failed to strike Naruto. He quickly turned to support Itachi, his face etched with concern. "Itachi, how are you? Can you still move?" Itachi, in agony, clutched his right eye, cold sweat beading on his forehead, his complexion as pale as a ghost. "I can still move, but he has taken my Amaterasu kaleidoscope. This situation is extremely unfavorable for us." Damn! Pain's countenance soured at Itachi's words. Yet, to ensure Itachi could assist him wholeheartedly, he feigned calmness and reassured him, "It's all right. He can only use the kaleidoscope technique so many times before exhausting his strength. When that time comes, we will do everything in our power to reclaim your eye." Nevertheless, despite Pain's comforting words, Itachi's expression remained grave. He feared that Naruto would directly consume his kaleidoscope. That kaleidoscope was the most crucial gift he intended to leave for Sasuke. Should it be destroyed at this moment, all his efforts would render him a complete fool. As expected, Itachi's fears were not unfounded. At that moment, Naruto slowly pinched the Amaterasu kaleidoscope in his palm, as if admiring a rare treasure, scrutinizing it closely. Then, a glint of mockery flickered in Naruto's eyes as he teased Itachi. Itachi, what do you think? Should I absorb your kaleidoscope right now? As he spoke, Naruto exerted a slight pressure with his fingers, causing the kaleidoscope to tremble ever so slightly. This scene made Itachi break into a cold sweat, his heart racing. He was about to speak up to stop him when Naruto interjected, feigning a look of helplessness, his smirk growing more pronounced. It seems that your silence implies you really want me to absorb your kaleidoscope, huh? Very well, I'll reluctantly grant your wish. At this moment, Itachi's inner thoughts were a whirlwind of curses. Damn you. Do you even give me a chance to respond? Suddenly, Naruto's kaleidoscope began to tremble violently, an overwhelming ocular power surging forth. In an instant, the light of creation capable of devouring all ocular techniques descended upon the Amaterasu kaleidoscope. Accompanied by a pulse of heart-stopping energy, the kaleidoscope appeared to have its soul extracted, visibly losing its luster and gradually becoming mundane. Consequently, the powerful Amaterasu technique was completely consumed by Naruto's kaleidoscope of creation. No. As Itachi witnessed the kaleidoscope lose its brilliance, his face turned ashen. For he knew his precious kaleidoscope had been devoured by Naruto. While he was not overly distressed about the loss of the ocular technique, he feared whether the kaleidoscope could still serve as a medium for the eternal kaleidoscope Sharingan to be transplanted into Sasuke. After all, if it could not, all his years of effort would have been in vain. Regrettably, it was too late. No matter how unwilling Itachi was, he could no longer alter the course of events. Such a kaleidoscope capable of devouring others' ocular techniques truly exists. Pain was utterly astonished, unable to fathom that Naruto could indeed consume another's ocular abilities. It was utterly absurd, surpassing even the powers of his Rinnegan. However, as Pain caught sight of Itachi on the verge of emotional collapse, he quickly suppressed his own shock and hastily reassured him. It's fine. It's merely a lost kaleidoscope. Just subdue him. At that time, all his eyes will be yours. Pain's thoughts were simple. He needed to stabilize Itachi's emotions, as the battle required a clear-headed strategist. He could lose his own composure, but he could not allow Itachi to do the same. Otherwise, the outcome of this battle would be entirely uncertain. Yet, regrettably, Pain could not comprehend Itachi's state of mind. At that moment, Itachi's expression twisted further. What use did he have for Naruto's kaleidoscope? All he desired was to reclaim what belonged to him. A non-blood relative's kaleidoscope could never merge into an eternal kaleidoscope. At that moment, Naruto, having just fused with Amaterasu, erupted into a thunderous laugh, his right hand covering his eyes as an endless crimson light burst forth, his demeanor wild and frenzied. Itachi, your eyes are truly remarkable. Ha ha ha. With that, another wave of arrogant laughter echoed. Itachi, who had been mired in the depths of anguish, could not help but twitch at the sight. Are you kidding? Are you Uchiha? Or am I? How can you laugh more maniacally than I? However, when Itachi gazed at the kaleidoscope in Naruto's hand, a flicker of hope ignited within him. Historical records indicated that as long as one transplanted a brother's kaleidoscope, it could unlock the eternal kaleidoscope. It did not specify whether the transplanted ocular technique needed to be usable. Thus, as long as the kaleidoscope's appearance remained intact, all would be well. With this thought, the shadows within Itachi's heart gradually dissipated, lifting his spirits. He then addressed Pain, Leader. I will use Jinjutsu to influence his chakra flow. The moment he materializes, you must subdue him immediately, and remember not to harm my eye. With that, Itachi began to gather immense ocular power with his remaining kaleidoscope, preparing to unleash Tsukuyomi. Although Itachi had previously faced Naruto, who had shown immunity to Jinjutsu, he believed Naruto could only withstand ordinary illusions, and there was no way he could resist Tsukuyomi. This was Itachi's unwavering confidence in his Tsukuyomi, if not for Shursui's Kodoamatsukami. Tsukuyomi was the strongest kaleidoscope Jinjutsu. However, before Itachi could release Tsukuyomi, Naruto suddenly spoke again, holding the kaleidoscope in his palm, raising it high, and grinning mockingly at Itachi. I know you want your eyes back to help Sasuke unlock the eternal kaleidoscope Sharingan. Rest assured, I will grant your wish. But the condition is... As he spoke, an endless sense of mischief surged in Naruto's gaze, delivering a blatant threat. However, the condition is that you must willingly relinquish your left eye to me. Once I have absorbed the ocular technique, I shall bestow this pair of kaleidoscopes upon Sasuke. Otherwise, I assure you, your eye shall swiftly dissolve into oblivion. Chapter 61. The Grand Scheme, the Ultimate Scheme. A scheme more terrifying than the Nine-Tails intestine. If one were to excavate their own Sharingan, they would undoubtedly lose all capacity for resistance, rendering themselves entirely at the mercy of their opponent. But to refrain from doing so, alas, the kaleidoscope Sharingan must shatter. How can you do this? Itachi's expression froze upon hearing this. The moon reading technique he was about to unleash dissipated instantly, leaving him in a state of profound dilemma. Yet, in the next moment, a realization dawned upon him. Astonishment flickered in his eyes as he pointed at Naruto and exclaimed, Where did you learn of this plan? Naruto chuckled softly, teasingly remarking, because I am a member of the Uchiha clan. However, before he could finish his sentence, Itachi, seemingly piecing everything together, adopted a detective-like demeanor. Interrupting him with a grave expression, it seems you accessed his memories when you seized the masked man's eyes. After all, in Itachi's mind, only the masked man was privy to his inner machinations. As Naruto was abruptly cut off, a vein bulged on his forehead. Truly, Itachi was remarkable, even at this juncture. He dared to analyze my actions. With this thought, Naruto revealed a mischievous grin and exerted pressure with his finger. In an instant, crack! The kaleidoscope Sharingan emitted a crisp sound of shattering, fissures spreading across the pupil. Itachi's contemplative state shattered alongside it, his visage contorting in agony as he pleaded, "No. Stop. Please stop." Haha. Seeing this, Naruto sneered coldly, his finger continuing to apply pressure. Crack! Another resounding noise echoed, the cracks in the kaleidoscope Sharingan becoming increasingly pronounced. Undoubtedly, should Naruto exert a little more force, the kaleidoscope would completely explode into nothingness. Itachi's complexion turned as pale as parchment, his emotions in complete disarray. He could no longer concern himself with anything else, only wailing, "Stop. I promise you, I promise you." After uttering those words, Itachi collapsed onto the ground, his eyes reflecting an abyss of pain and helplessness. Consider Itachi Uchiha, who had traversed the ninja world throughout his life. Lauded as a genius with Hokage-like insight at the tender age of 5 by the third Hokage, he had since enjoyed a smooth trajectory, rising through the ranks in the Anbu, becoming a squad leader, awakening the kaleidoscope, annihilating his clan, and infiltrating the Akatsuki. Every single achievement was a dream that ordinary people could only yearn for yet never attain. However, despite amassing such glory, he found himself in this tragic predicament, coerced into a corner by a junior. The more Itachi reflected, the deeper his despair became. What? Meanwhile, Pain, witnessing this, felt his expression stiffen. Initially lost in a haze, grappling with concepts like eternal kaleidoscope and Sasuke, he was utterly bewildered. But Naruto's final words resonated with clarity. Itachi was being compelled to gouge out his own eyes, or else Naruto would shatter the kaleidoscope. He had almost scoffed at the absurdity of it all. After all, it was merely a kaleidoscope that had lost its utility. Yet, to his astonishment, Itachi agreed to sacrifice his remaining kaleidoscope for Naruto Uzumaki. Wasn't he that a kaleidoscope devoid of power? Wouldn't it be more advantageous to subdue Naruto and seize his eyes? With this thought, Pain hurriedly supported Itachi, vowing, "Itachi, do not fear him. Let us eliminate him together, and all of his kaleidoscopes will be yours." As he spoke, Pain began to exert the full power of his Rinnegan. Unfortunately, Itachi was too distraught to heed Pain's words. He feared that if he hesitated for even a moment, Naruto would obliterate that kaleidoscope, extinguishing Sasuke's hopes. In an instant, Itachi wrenched his arm free from Pain's grasp, resolutely reaching for his own eye. In a dramatic moment, slap, Pain seized Itachi's wrist, furiously bellowing, "Itachi, what are you doing? Are you truly willing to harm yourself over a few words from him? How foolish of you, a prodigy of the Uchiha." Pain's chest heaved with rage. He was already distraught over Conan's capture. Now, he felt as though his most astute ally was on the verge of self-destruction, prepared to relinquish his kaleidoscope power. What was happening? Yet Itachi, disinterested in Pain's ignorance, pressed on. He feared that if he delayed, Naruto would destroy that kaleidoscope, shattering Sasuke's future. With renewed determination, Itachi broke free from Pain's grip, resolutely reaching for his eye once more. Slap! Pain immediately intervened again, ready to unleash a torrent of rage when Naruto, who had been merely observing the spectacle, finally spoke. His eyes glimmered with a sympathetic light as he softly remarked, "Itachi, your willingness to sacrifice everything for your brother warms my heart. And Pain, your efforts to prevent a member of your organization from self-harm have moved me." Pausing for a moment, Naruto gently wiped the corner of his eye, revealing a hint of helplessness as he continued. "Thus, I have decided to no longer covet your eyes, Itachi, and I will ensure they are returned to you. Pain, I will also release Conan shortly." With that, Naruto pressed his hands tightly against his face, his body trembling involuntarily, as if in deep remorse for his actions. "What? Is this real?" Itachi and Pain's faces brightened, joy illuminating their features as the previous gloom lifted significantly, especially as they witnessed Naruto tremble, his actions portraying genuine contrition. In their moment of elation, Chiyo, observing from the pit, wore a look of astonishment and immediately turned to Sakura, asking, "Sakura, what is Naruto doing? Is he truly regretting his actions?" Rest assured, Sakura sighed helplessly, her expression revealing pity for their adversary, as she slowly replied, "I believe Naruto is simply holding back something significant at that moment." Pain, exhilarated, could hardly contain his excitement. He addressed Naruto eagerly, "Uzumaki Naruto, when will you return Conan?" Pain found himself viewing Naruto more favorably, no longer perceiving him as a beast. Unfortunately, he would soon regret this fleeting thought, for in that instant, "Haha, Naruto, trembling, suddenly erupted into a low, sinister laughter, his face rising slowly, a devilish smirk spreading across his features. But today is Monday, an odd day. My obsessive-compulsive nature compels me to return only one thing to you. As he spoke, Naruto's right hand once again covered his pupil, a hint of crimson light seeping through, as he grinned wickedly like a malevolent deity. How about this? I admire the strong. You shall duel, and whoever emerges victorious shall receive my favor. Of course, you may decline. However, the consequence will be nothing short of a shattered eye and the burden of a pregnant Xiaonan. This, my friends, is a grand stratagem, a masterful scheme indeed. Chapter 62. Dog Eat Dog. With Naruto's words echoing through the arena, all initiative fell squarely into his grasp. Of course, Itachi and Pain could choose to disregard Naruto's proclamation, but the consequences of such defiance would be rather steep, utterly unacceptable for both of them. At that moment, Itachi and Pain's expressions mirrored that of someone struck by lightning. They froze, their pupils dilating in disbelief as they gazed at Naruto. They had presumed that Naruto had experienced a moment of conscience, only to discover that he remained a beast, biding his time to unleash an even greater force. And it appeared they would have no choice but to swallow this monstrous outcome. In the depths of the pit, Sakura wore a look of resignation, exhaling a weary sigh. Murdering the heart is not enough. We must also incite them to turn against each other. To stand against Naruto is truly exhausting. Within her heart, Sakura silently prayed for Naruto's future adversaries, hoping their demises would not be too gruesome. It was terrifying, so ruthlessly cruel. Chiyo's eyes brimmed with astonishment, her mind racing with the realization of Naruto's perilous position, one that transcended even the legendary ninja god and the Shura of the ninja world. In fact, before Naruto, even the infamous Uchiha Madara seemed almost docile. At least Madara, after overpowering you, would show mercy and spare your life. But Naruto, he was the very embodiment of savagery. Words failed to encapsulate his essence. After a brief moment of shock, Pain regained his composure and roared in rage. Naruto, Uzumaki, if you wish to fight, then let us engage in a straightforward battle. How dare you resort to such despicable tactics? As the offspring of the fourth Hokage, do you even deserve to call yourself a ninja? What did you say? Naruto's brows furrowed, his Sharingan flaring with ominous power. In an instant, the space around him warped, and Conan's petite figure leaped forth from the swirling vortex, landing in Naruto's embrace. Naruto, seizing the moment, held Conan close and brazenly threatened Pain. If you dare to bark again, I'll deliver 2 children right here on the spot. Do you believe me? Pain's expression stiffened, rendering him momentarily speechless. He understood that this beastly Naruto was entirely capable of such a deed. Really? Is that true? Yet, Conan, with a face alight with excitement, pressed against Naruto's chest and turned her gaze toward Pain, exclaiming, Pain, hurry and bark. Hurry. Her demeanor suggested an eagerness to offer everything to Naruto. This was the terrifying power of the strongest Genjutsu, Kodoame Tsukumi. Pain fell silent, his face contorted with anguish, a despair reminiscent of carrying 100 loads of rice up 100 flights of stairs. Noticing Pain's sudden compliance, Naruto slowly shifted his gaze to Itachi, his voice tinged with disappointment. Itachi, I have always held you in high regard, but now, I find myself disheartened. You could commit genocide, yet at this moment, with your brother's future laid before you, you hesitate for an outsider? With that, Naruto raised the Amaterasu kunai, poised to crush it. However, in the next instant, he withdrew, for at that moment, fire-style, fireball jutsu, Itachi suddenly leaped backward, forming seals with a flick of his wrist, launching a surprise attack on several of Pain's bodies. Boom! The searing chakra of the fireball surged forth like a dragon, exploding violently upon impact with Pain. Flames engulfed the area, a torrential wave of heat sweeping across the battlefield. In such close quarters, even a fireball that would typically spare lives could prove catastrophic without special measures. Witnessing this, Naruto applauded, exclaiming, Our Uchiha Weasel indeed knows how to get things done, ruthless and experienced. Lord Naruto is absolutely right. Conan chimed in, echoing his sentiments. Yet, as their words faded, Shinra Tensei, a thunderous roar erupted from the inferno. With a resounding crash, a white repulsive force surged forth from the flames, instantly dispersing the fire and revealing the scene within. The Pain bodies, their Akatsuki cloaks singed beyond recognition and patches of their skin charred, appeared utterly wretched. Yet, their Rinnegan eyes were bloodshot and ablaze with unquenchable fury. Pain trembled with rage, his voice dripping with cold disdain. I cannot believe I was injured by a mere fireball jutsu. He had never anticipated Itachi would actually dare to strike him. Caught off guard, he felt utterly unprepared. Realizing this, Pain raised his head and bellowed at Itachi. Indeed, those who commit genocide are deranged beasts. Even when Conan was captured, I refrained from attacking you. Yet, you sneak attack me over a broken eye. Today, I shall cleanse the Uchiha clan. With that proclamation, Pain raised his hand, unleashing the terrifying power of his Rinnegan. Universal pull. In an instant, The overwhelming force of Pain's Rinnegan enveloped Itachi, attempting to forcibly draw him in. However, in a twist of fate, Itachi had already sensed the impending danger and had secretly cast a substitution jutsu. In the blink of an eye, Itachi's form exploded into a flurry of cawing crows, scattering like a black whirlwind. Yet soon after, the crows began to converge, and Itachi re-emerged. As he materialized, fury flickered in Itachi's eyes, and he spoke coldly. The matters of the Uchiha clan do not require your interference, outsider. With that, Itachi unleashed a torrent of shuriken, his hands forming seals once again. Fire style, Phoenix fire technique. In an instant, the air was filled with a barrage of flaming shuriken, each resembling a meteor blazing through the sky, hurtling towards Pain with catastrophic intent. Their sheer number caused the very atmosphere to groan in agony from the heat. Swiftly, the barrage of fiery shuriken hurtled forward. Pain's expression turned icy, dismissively raising his hand. Shinra Tensei. Boom. The formidable repulsive force erupted, manifesting as an impenetrable white shield that mercilessly repelled all incoming attacks. The flaming shuriken were effortlessly cast aside, falling to the ground like fragile leaves. As Pain seized the Shinra Tensei, just as he did, swish, a flurry of razor-sharp kunai surged toward his Rinnegan, catching him completely off guard. Itachi had anticipated the flaw in Pain's technique from the moment he activated Shinra Tensei. Thus, as the flaming shuriken neared their demise, he cleverly concealed his kunai amidst the flames, launching a surprise attack as Pain's shield dissipated. And indeed, Itachi had wagered correctly. Pain found himself ensnared in the void left after the Shinra Tensei, utterly unable to react to the kunai closing in. It must be said, our weasel truly knows how to capitalize on an opportunity. Chapter 63. Susanoo tears apart the Hellhound regrettably, while the weasel possesses a cunning nature. The cunning of the Pain members is equally formidable, if not greater. In this critical moment, a swift motion occurred. The gleaming fangs and long tail of the Azura Path shot forth like lightning, mere centimeters away from the eyes of the Deva Path. Accompanied by a jarring clatter of metal, the deadly kunai fell to the ground, rendered ineffective. Upon witnessing this, Itachi's countenance darkened. It was evident that he must take down the Pains one by one, ensuring they could not support one another. Otherwise, they were inherently invincible. With that thought, Itachi's Mangeki Sharingan began to tremble violently as terrifying ocular power surged within him. Meanwhile, the Deva Path, having narrowly escaped peril, felt an intensifying fury, roaring, Itachi, you wretched traitor, go accompany your long-lost Uchiha clan to the grave. In the next instant, the Azura Path and the Animal Path leapt toward the Deva Path, shedding their Akatsuki cloaks, their Rinnegan glowing ominously as they entered battle mode. Simultaneously, the Hungry Ghost Path took its position beside the Deva Path, poised to unleash sealing techniques in response to incoming ninjutsu. The Deva Path, standing tall like an arrogant monarch, raised his right hand, ready to seize the moment and unleash the force of the universal pull. This was indeed an impeccable trio, 2 warriors, 1 defender, and 1 mage. In such flawless coordination, their power was sufficient to sweep away most in the ninja world, with few able to contend beneath the shadows of the Kage. At that moment, the Pains decided to strike. The Animal Path rapidly formed hand seals, and then slammed one hand to the ground, bellowing, summoning technique. In the next heartbeat, a massive cloud of smoke erupted on the battlefield, accompanied by a deafening roar of beasts, revealing a colossal 3-headed dog exuding an aura of hellish dread. The 3 heads howled like malevolent spirits, frothy drool mixed with unknown liquid cascading from their fangs, presenting a terrifying spectacle. As it emerged, the Hellhound roared, charging violently toward Itachi's position, each stride causing the ground to tremble ominously. Naruto, witnessing this, turned to Conan, forming a hand sign for the Rasengan, a grin lighting his face. Indeed, watching others battle is truly thrilling. A weasel against a 3-headed dog, this is a rare sight to behold. As he spoke, he intensified the Rasengan hand sign. Ouch! Naruto, Conan exclaimed playfully, though her eyes sparkled with excitement. I understand, Naruto replied dismissively. Yet his hand sign for the Rasengan grew increasingly fervent. As Conan's playful protests echoed, the scene shifted back to the battlefield. Itachi, seeing the charging 3-headed dog, furrowed his brow. A summoning beast of this caliber? Truly troublesome. Nevertheless, he firmly resolved to confront it. With a fierce glare, Itachi's Mangeki Sharingan glimmered as he intoned, Tsukuyami. In an instant, the full force of his ocular power surged forth, piercing the mind of the Hellhound in an attempt to ensnare it within an illusion. The Hellhound's Rinnegan flickered momentarily with confusion as the illusion began to take hold. Yet, in the next moment, the beast howled defiantly, shaking off the illusion as it charged toward Itachi once more. The Deva Path regarded Itachi with disdain. A mere Mangeki technique dares to challenge the Rinnegan? Foolish. Itachi recognized the truth of this, murmuring to himself. However, even in the face of failure, he displayed no fear. He leaped into the air, executing hand seals with terrifying speed. In an instant, he shouted, Fire style, Great fireball technique. Boom. 3 blazing fireballs hurtled through the air, imbued with destructive power, colliding with the Hellhound. The next moment, the fireballs struck their targets, engulfing the 3 heads in searing flames. The Hellhound howled in agony, its fur sizzling under the intense heat, losing its previous ferocity. Seeing this, Itachi's brow arched slightly as he murmured, "Consider it resolved." Yet, before he could finish, his expression shifted in concern. For at that moment, an unsettling sound of flesh writhing emerged from the Hellhound's body. The singed fur began to fall away, revealing fresh, new pelts beneath, and bizarre, swollen lumps formed beneath the surface. In an instant, those lumps burst open, revealing 3 brand new heads. The Hellhound had transformed into a 6-headed beast, its power multiplied manifold. With a roar, the 6-headed beast lunged forward with a bloodthirsty ferocity, charging toward Itachi. Resigned, Itachi sighed. If I cannot vanquish it in one blow, it only grows stronger in battle. Truly troublesome, but not without a solution. With that, Itachi's Mangeki Sharingan flared anew, releasing a torrent of ocular power. Suddenly, a colossal crimson skeletal giant erupted forth, exuding an aura capable of crushing all in its path. Its form and presence resembled that of a demonic entity from the depths of hell. The Devapath's eyes widened in astonishment. I never imagined the legendary Susanoo of the Uchiha clan truly exists. Its power is astounding. Itachi, now standing atop the skeletal giant's chest, directed his chakra into the giant. In an instant, the skeletal giant's might surged even further, meeting the oncoming 6-headed beast head-on. The 2 forces collided violently. Ultimately, the summoning beast was just that, a summoning beast. The giant's enormous hand seized the 2 farthest heads of the 6-headed beast. And despite its furious howls, the skeletal giant forcefully pulled apart the beast. In a heartbeat, crimson blood erupted into the air as the immense 6-headed beast was torn asunder by the divine power of Susanoo, dissipating into smoke, never to return. Chapter 64. The instantaneous Azura beasts. At this moment, the scarlet blood gushed forth upon the skeletal giant, as if cloaking it in a crimson battle garment. The violent and bloody spectacle was reminiscent of a malevolent deity descending upon the realm. Upon witnessing this scene, Sakura's body trembled violently, her eyes narrowing in disbelief as she involuntarily exclaimed, "The power of Uchiha Itachi is truly terrifying. If not for Naruto's intervention, could Sasuke truly hope to overcome such an existence in the future?" The answer is all too evident. After all, how could the ordinary Sharingan stand against the Mangeki Sharingan? Chiyo could not help but shake her head in lamentation, exclaiming, "Against the Uchiha clan. Even 2 against 1 might hold a glimmer of hope with regular Sharingan, but facing the Mangeki, even if their numbers were multiplied several times, it would still be an insurmountable challenge." At this juncture, Pain observed the unfolding events with astonishment. To think it could annihilate the 3-headed dog so effortlessly. It appears that the strength of Susanoo is indeed as astonishing as the legends suggest. However, despite the shock, the Rinnegan wielders showed no signs of pausing in their efforts. Suddenly, the Azura Path Pain's arms emitted a loud mechanical whirring, and at a visible speed, dozens of terrifying missiles, radiating an awe-inspiring aura, emerged from his arms. The Azura Path then aimed his arms at the skeletal giant, purple light flashing in his eyes as he bellowed, "Azura Path, 12 heavenly weapons." In an instant whoosh, the missiles surged forth, piercing the air with a velocity akin to lightning, crashing towards the skeletal giant. The air was ignited in their wake, releasing a pungent scent of gunpowder, a testament to the missile's formidable power. Yet, this was far from the conclusion. The Beast Path Pain began to weave hand signs, his flowing hair dancing as he shouted, "Beast Path, triple summoning technique." Instantly, 3 massive clouds of smoke erupted upon the battlefield, each exuding a chilling aura of ferocity and a deafening roar. As the smoke cleared, the sight revealed the signature summoned beasts of the Beast Path, the bull, the 8-headed bird, and the rhinoceros. These formidable creatures were colossal, rivaling the earlier 3-headed hellhound. It was clear that even a coalition of 7 or 8 elite shinobi would find it a daunting task to contend with them. Then, with a thunderous crash, the bull and rhinoceros broke through the ground, unleashing powerful gusts of wind from their nostrils, charging towards the skeletal giant. The 8-headed bird took to the skies, diving down with ferocity, its razor-sharp beak aimed directly at Itachi within the skeletal giant. However, before the summoned beasts could strike, the Azura Path's missiles reached the skeletal giant first. To everyone's astonishment, Itachi's expression remained unfazed. Rather than directing the skeletal giant to evade, he lunged forward. In an instant, the 2 forces collided. Boom! The missiles detonated upon the skeletal giant, engulfing it in a terrifying blaze akin to a fire dragon. The scorching aftermath surging outward in chaotic waves. "Foolish," scoffed Pain, a hint of disdain creeping onto his lips. "Even Susanoo, should it dare to confront the Azura Path's artillery head-on, will surely be left in ruins." As Pain's words hung in the air, the 3 summoned beasts charged in, intent on delivering a fatal blow to Itachi who was engulfed in flames. They roared, claws bared, racing towards the heart of the explosion. Yet, just as their bodies breached the fiery inferno, a sudden shockwave sent them reeling backward, as if colliding with an impenetrable wall. What just happened? Pain was momentarily taken aback, but as the summoned beasts emerged from the flames, his eyes widened in disbelief. The bull and rhinoceros had their horns bent, and the eight-headed bird was in disarray, one of its beaks shattered. Pain knew the immense power of these summoned beasts. Even the hardest wall would struggle to withstand their charge. Yet here, they had suffered a grievous defeat. Before Pain could ponder further, a colossal crimson sword, resembling a roaring fire dragon, burst forth from the flames, extending towards the Pains with the swiftness to seal all in its path. So swift, the flames concealed its approach, and it wasn't until the sword was upon the Azura and Beast paths that they sensed imminent peril. With a whoosh, the hungry Ghost Path's Rinnegan erupted with formidable power, instantly unleashing a sealing technique to protect himself and Pain. The Azura and Beast paths leaped into the air, attempting to evade the impending blade. Alas, it was all too late. Boom. The crimson sword elongated, striking the Azura and Beast paths. In an instant, a blinding light erupted from the sword, engulfing their forms. To the astonishment of all present, except Naruto, the bodies of the Azura and Beast paths dissolved before their eyes, transforming into a pool of liquid that flowed into the sword, leaving no trace behind. What is happening? Pain's gaze trembled, unable to comprehend. But before he could articulate his thoughts, the crimson sword surged forward once more, charging towards him with ferocity. So fast, the hungry Ghost Path's body quaked, hastily amplifying the release of his power, strengthening the shield. As the sword collided with the shield, it became a clash of sword against shield. Yet unexpectedly, the next moment, the part of the sword that met the shield instantly transformed into raw chakra, which the shield greedily absorbed. Seeing this, Pain exhaled in relief. If it could be absorbed, it meant it was merely a product of chakra. There was no need for fear. It was simply a matter of being caught off guard. The sword, realizing it could not breach the shield, retreated into the searing flames. In the following instant, a violent gale swept across the battlefield, extinguishing the flames and revealing the aftermath. The skeletal giant had vanished, replaced by an immensely imposing armored giant of demonic might. In its left hand, it bore a shield radiating the power to protect all, akin to the sun. In its right hand, it wielded a sword shimmering with fiery brilliance, its aura capable of sealing the very essence of existence. The overwhelming presence was nothing short of terrifying. Without a doubt, it was the Yada no Kagami Susanoo, wielding the most powerful escape, the eight-headed mirror, and one of the three sacred treasures, the Ten-Fist Sword. Chapter 65. The Divine Path of Red and the Ascension to the Divine Path of Super. Upon witnessing this spectacle, Naruto halted his hand gesture for the Rasengan directed at Conan, his eyes glimmering with avarice. Is this truly the most affluent Susanoo? With both offensive and defensive artifacts at the ready, he yearned for it immensely. As he spoke, Naruto's hands instinctively resumed the gesture for the Rasen Shuriken aimed at Conan. Lord Naruto. This elicited a chorus of delicate exclamations from Conan. One could only wonder how Hinata would react if she were to witness such a scene. Perhaps she might evolve into a character akin to that of a true ninja. At this moment, Tendo gazed upon the imposing figure of the Yada no Kagami Susanoo. Disbelief etched across his visage as he exclaimed, "From the skeletal giant form to this level? To what heights can the Uchiha clan's Sharingan ascend?" Though the skeletal giant was immensely powerful, Tendo believed that, with only Pain, he could still prevail. However, facing the giant clad in scarlet armor, wielding divine artifacts, was akin to striking a stone with an egg. There was no chance of victory. After all, Tendo was merely a fragment of Nagato's ocular prowess. Yet, should he gather the other 5 forms of ocular power, the scenario would be drastically different. Just as Tendo's gaze intensified, Itachi, towering within the Yada no Kagami, raised an eyebrow and directed a deadly glare towards Tendo, coldly proclaiming, "Pain. I demand the destruction of these puppets in exchange for my eyes. Come forth, engage in a battle of light with me, and cease hiding behind this shield." With that, Itachi activated the Yada no Kagami Susanoo. The Tenkafubu, capable of sealing all things, was raised high, seemingly poised to cleave down upon Tendo with a force that could annihilate all, instilling fear in all who beheld it. Yet, beneath this grand facade, Itachi's heart was tumultuous. For a frail Itachi, activating Susanoo was akin to consuming his very life force. If Tendo chose to remain sheltered within the realm of the hungry ghosts, Itachi would inevitably lose his fighting capability, perhaps even meet his demise. At this moment, beads of cold sweat began to accumulate upon Itachi's back. Noticing Tendo's grave demeanor and his prolonged silence, Itachi clenched his palm tightly, thoughts racing. Soon, he devised a strategy. Ha ha ha. Itachi suddenly threw back his head in uproarious laughter, casting a scornful glance at Tendo, deridingly stating, "What a divine kaleidoscope. Unable to even protect a woman. And yet you call yourself a god? Pathetic." You're not even worthy to be compared to my Lord Naruto. With that, Itachi's laughter radiated with mockery, culminating in a gentle kiss on Naruto's cheek. In an instant, a visible change occurred. Tendo's lifeless visage contorted, veins bulging as his complexion shifted from pallid to crimson. What an opportunity! Itachi seized the moment, his eyes shimmering with determination, and called out, "Pain, what use is your Rinnegan if you cannot even protect a woman?" Finally, upon the utterance of these words, Tendo let out a primal roar, his skin morphing into a mottled hue. The blood vessels in his Rinnegan pulsating as he succumbed to a frenzied state. Simultaneously, the shield of the hungry ghost realm dissipated, leaving him to collapse. His Rinnegan devoid of life's luster. Tendo's frenzied form was now laid bare before Itachi. An opportunity had presented itself. Itachi's pupils ignited with brilliance as he activated the Manjiki, channeling the terrifying ocular power into Susanoo. In that fleeting moment, the Tenkafubu descended with an intent to obliterate, aiming directly at Tendo's face. The distance between the sword and Tendo was but a breath away. A mere brush against his skin would suffice to seal him for eternity. Yet, in this heart-stopping instant, Tendo's wrist twitched slightly, and he unleashed a low, beastly growl. Shinra Tensei. In an instant, the air trembled. The tremendous power of the Rinnegan erupted into an overwhelming repulsive force, emanating from Tendo and spreading like wildfire. The sheer might was incomparable to before. Without question, under Itachi's astonished gaze, the Tenkafubu was repelled, its immense recoil even overwhelming the Yata no Kagami, forcing it to stagger backward. Itachi's countenance paled in horror as he gasped. How can this repulsive force be so much stronger than before? Before he could regain his composure, Tendo's right hand was already aimed at him, the Rinnegan swirling with crimson threads as he growled. Banch Tenin. Danger loomed. Itachi immediately sensed the peril. Sure enough, the next moment, a gravitational force akin to a cosmic black hole descended upon the Yata no Kagami, lifting its colossal form into the air. Simultaneously, Tendo's body began to levitate as well, his gaze dark and foreboding, the horrific power of the Rinnegan surging forth, his voice echoing like that of a demon. How many floors can a bag of rice carry? How many floors can a bag of rice carry? As Tendo continued to speak, he ascended higher and higher, ultimately reaching above the Yata no Kagami. Naruto observed this with a faint smile. Has he gathered the strength of all the pains, evolving into the divine path of Super? Is he preparing to unleash the Super Shinra Tensei? This could be interesting. At that moment, Tendo's other hand was raised high in the air, the brilliance of his Rinnegan shining to its zenith, a voice imbued with the essence of death resonating across the battlefield. Let destruction reign. Tendo, Super Shinra Tensei. Chapter 66. A drawl. Did the deity truly ambush Naruto? As the voice of the deity resonated, an overwhelming power surged from his eyes, coalescing in the void above into an extraordinarily eerie giant Rinnegan apparition. Yet, in the blink of an eye, this spectral form dissipated like a bubble, transforming into the world's most formidable repulsion, manifesting as dazzling rings of light encircling the deity. Instantly, with a thunderous roar, an infinite expanse of repulsion erupted from the deity as the epicenter, cleaving through the vast emptiness with a force capable of annihilating the heavens and the earth, sweeping outward like a raging tide. The ferocity of this power rendered everything in its path to mere nothingness. This was the ultimate technique, the Super Shinra Tensei, a force potent enough to obliterate entire ninja villages. Damn it, Itachi cursed, witnessing the struggle of the crow, Karasu, against the gravitational control. Even without the Sharingan, he could distinctly sense that the might of this Shinra Tensei was terrifyingly unparalleled, far beyond anything previously encountered. However, at that moment, Karasu was ensnared in midair, unable to evade, destined to absorb this lethal strike head-on. Even if he could dispel the Susanoo to escape the control, how could his corporeal form withstand the impact of such a fall from such great heights? With this thought, Itachi's palm involuntarily clenched, cold sweat pouring forth. He was compelled to acknowledge that he had indeed underestimated the Rinnegan. As the fabled ultimate ocular technique, it possessed extraordinary capabilities. Then, gazing at the impending onslaught of the colossal Shinra Tensei, Itachi's expression darkened, his pupils constricting as he resolved within to take a desperate stand. In the next moment, he unleashed the power of the Manjiki Sharingan, the terrifying ocular force erupting from his eyes and surging into the Susanoo. Instantly, the brilliance of the Ten-Tails sword and the eight-span mirror erupted forth, their aura and size escalating dramatically. At this juncture, Itachi's remaining Manjiki began to seep blood, yet he seemed oblivious, letting out a hoarse roar. Susanoo, sword and shield, resonate. As his words fell, the heavens and earth shifted. The eight-span mirror detached from Karasu's Susanoo, soaring into the void, enveloping Susanoo in its formidable presence, exuding an overwhelming aura capable of safeguarding all. Concurrently, the Ten-Tails sword transformed into a ferocious fire dragon, violently cleaving through the air with a force that could make even the gods tremble, crashing into the Super Shinra Tensei. The might displayed by these two artifacts was earth-shattering, incomparable to their previous powers. This was Itachi's last stand. He concentrated all his Mangekyou prowess here. Itachi resolved to confront the Super Shinra head-on. Below, Naruto had already transported Chiyo and the others to the Kamui space, shielding them from the devastating aftermath of the fierce battle. As he observed this breathtaking scene, Naruto's eyes sparkled with admiration. What a spectacular battle. Surely, this is one of the most climactic confrontations of the early Hokage era. With his voice echoing, the attacks in the void collided. Upon contact, the Ten-Tails sword pierced through the Shinra Tensei, advancing relentlessly toward its core. However, the boundless repulsion swiftly filled the breach, forcefully scattering the portion of the sword that had intruded into the Shinra's domain. Ultimately, the Ten-Tails sword's damage was singular, and under the suppression of the Super Shinra, its blade began to dissipate. The Super Shinra grew ever closer to Susanoo. Yet, at this critical moment, a colossal 8-span mirror suddenly thrust against the advancing Super Shinra, producing a violent shockwave that reverberated through the surroundings. The momentum of the Super Shinra halted abruptly, creating a precarious balance in the void. Unfortunately, both Itachi and the deity were unwilling to accept this equilibrium, strenuously exhausting their ocular power to amplify their might. With their astonishing exertions, the fragile balance shattered. Instantly, a cataclysmic explosion erupted at the epicenter between the Super Shinra and the 8-span mirror, a blinding white light flooding the vicinity for miles, while the shockwaves roared outward, reducing all to naught. In the distance, Kakazu, accompanied by Haiden, gaped in astonishment, cursing, "Damn it, foolish leader," and the moronic Uchiha Itachi. Yet, before he could finish, the shockwave, like a ravenous beast, engulfed him and Haiden, their fates uncertain. At that moment, the center of the explosion continued to flicker with blood red and other ominous hues, accompanied by the thunderous roars of both combatants. Mangekyou Sharingan, Ten-Tails sword, 8-span mirror, unleash. Rinnegan, Super Shinra Tensei, unleash. As their furious cries echoed through the void, the explosion intensified, threatening to rend the very fabric of reality. Yet, human strength has its limits. Moments later, the explosion began to wane, the dazzling white light and terrifying shockwaves gradually receding. Finally, with a resounding thud, two figures plummeted from the sky, plunging the scene into an eerie silence, as if everything had been but a nightmare. However, a glance at the enormous pit, gouged thousands of meters deep by divine power, would reveal the extraordinary nature of the preceding battle. The two protagonists who had wrought this devastation now lay as if their souls had been siphoned away, sprawled on the ground, nearly immobile, their eyes and lips quivering faintly. At this moment, the deity's Akatsuki robe lay in tatters, his body marred by numerous wounds, and his Rinnegan was veined with blood, threatening to shatter at any moment. Nonetheless, he managed to utter, "Itachi, in the end, I have triumphed." The power of the divine cannot be provoked by the Mangekyou. However, before his words could fully escape, Itachi retorted, "When did you win? The outcome is still undecided. Do you truly believe you possess the strength to eliminate me now?" The deity was struck with disbelief, exclaiming incredulously, "You are still alive? You did not perish under the divine's pressure. Die. Your assaults are woefully inadequate." Itachi, now completely liberated from restraint, mercilessly mocked. "Curse you." The deity's rage surged, and he instinctively sought to unleash the Shinra Tensei. Yet, his ocular power had long since drained to a parched well, his body immobile, rendering him unable to execute the technique. With brute force unavailable, the deity engaged Itachi in a fierce war of words, to which Itachi readily retaliated. The battlefield erupted with an exchange of expletives. Who could have imagined that these two were the formidable bosses reigning over the ninja world? Just then, Naruto appeared before them, clapping his hands. He crouched down, revealing a mocking smile to the deity and Itachi. "What a splendid battle. But in your current state, how shall I determine the victor?" The deity hurriedly interjected, "Me. It is undoubtedly I." Yet, before he could finish, Itachi's pupils trembled, a surge of peculiar ocular power erupting forth. In an instant, a crow, adorned with the Sharingan, suddenly emerged from Itachi's hollow right eye socket. As it appeared, the Sharingan transformed into the kaleidoscopic variant. In an instant, the kaleidoscopic Sharingan unleashed a brilliant crimson light, illuminating Naruto's pupils. At that moment, Itachi's expression turned somewhat sinister as he whispered menacingly, "Immerse yourself in the strongest illusion." Tsukuyami. Chapter 67. Are you not my younger brother? Do you truly believe you can control me? As Itachi's words resonated, in an instant, the crow's Kodo Tsukumi kaleidoscope shone like a brilliant sun, dazzlingly radiant, completely overwhelming Naruto's gaze. Naruto's pupils flickered with a crimson hue, a look of confusion washing over his face. Yet, in a fleeting moment, the bewilderment in Naruto's eyes dissipated, replaced by unwavering determination. Subsequently, Naruto respectfully addressed Itachi, exclaiming, "Lord Itachi." His demeanor bore an unmistakable reverence, a stark contrast to the earlier mockery. breathing a sigh of relief. Itachi's tense visage finally broke into a smile, softly murmuring, "Kodo Amatsuki, successful." This was Itachi's ultimate gambit, intended to seize control of Naruto should he fail to conquer the Deva Path, thus bringing an end to everything. To ensure success, Itachi had waited until Naruto was within striking distance before unleashing it. As the Kodo Amatsuki took effect, the crow soared high, circling in the air several times before gently landing upon Itachi's chest. Though Itachi lacked the strength to caress the crow, a satisfied smile graced his features as he whispered, "You've had your fill of using the kaleidoscope technique." The crow cooed softly, as if responding to Itachi. However, what transpired next left the Deva Path in disbelief, his pupils constricting in shock at the sight. Especially upon witnessing Naruto's reverent expression and address towards Itachi, he trembled with astonishment. Unable to contain himself, he exclaimed, "Itachi, what has your crow done? How does it possess a kaleidoscope? Why has Naruto Uzumaki transformed in this manner?" Before Itachi could respond, Naruto retorted angrily, "How dare you? You dare to address Lord Itachi by his true name? Believe me, should I raise my hand and unleash a Rasengan, I would obliterate you to ashes." With that, Naruto raised his right hand, a Rasengan surging forth, seemingly aimed at the Deva Path. "Stop!" Itachi interjected, halting the impending attack. "Yes, my lord." Naruto complied immediately, dissipating the Rasengan. The Deva Path, witnessing this, was left speechless, utterly astonished. He could not fathom how the once arrogant Naruto, merely illuminated by the crow's kaleidoscope, had become so obedient to Itachi. Could it be an illusion? But how could someone like Naruto Uzumaki fear such tricks? The Deva Path was confounded, his astonishment deepening. Sensing the Deva Path's shock, Itachi felt an exhilarating sense of satisfaction surge within him and coldly declared, "Naruto Uzumaki has merely acquired another Kodo Amatsuki kaleidoscope. The one capable of permanently controlling the mind resides with me." With that, Itachi fell silent, a nostalgic gleam surfacing in his eyes as the phantom of a human slowly materialized within his gaze. It was Uchiha Shirsue's ethereal form. "Shirsue, thanks to your eyes, the future of the Uchiha has been salvaged." Itachi silently mourned within, expressing gratitude towards Shirsue, who illuminated his path through life. However, had Shirsue of the Pure Land known this sentiment, Itachi would have quickly grasped the meaning of the Uchiha clan's great irony. "Shirsue, I guided you, leaving behind an eye to safeguard the Uchiha's honor, yet you annihilated the clan, inviting them to reunite with me." Returning to the matter at hand, the Deva Path, upon hearing Itachi's words, narrowed his eyes in shock, exclaiming, "What? Another Kodo Amatsuki?" In that moment, clarity dawned upon him. The crow's kaleidoscope was indeed Kodo Amatsuki, the same terrifying ocular technique that had just controlled Conan. While ordinary illusions would be ineffectual against Naruto Uzumaki, the strongest illusion, Kodo Amatsuki, was an entirely different matter. Thus, Naruto Uzumaki was now completely under Itachi's absolute control. Realizing this, the Deva Path couldn't help but gasp, pondering deeply. However, it was then that he seemed to have an epiphany, his eyes blazing with fury as he demanded, "If you possess such a powerful ocular technique, why did you not use it to control Naruto Uzumaki directly? If not for my immobility, I would have thrice slapped you in anger. With such divine prowess, why did you not reveal it sooner? Do you wish to see my beloved Conan suffer at the hands of that wretched Naruto?" In response, Itachi fixed the Deva Path with a gaze of incredulity, coldly stating, "At the onset, could you have anticipated that the situation would evolve to this extent? Furthermore, who would unveil all their trump cards from the very beginning?" The Deva Path was left speechless. However, he soon comprehended Itachi's reasoning, the flames of anger in his eyes gradually extinguishing as he resignedly sighed. "Well, since Naruto Uzumaki is now under your control, the matter is settled. Release Conan." Yet, in response to the Deva Path's request, Itachi merely scoffed derisively. "Hee, our esteemed leader of pain. Did you not vow to teach me a lesson on behalf of the Uchiha? Moments ago, you unleashed your most formidable attack, as if wishing to rend me into pieces. And now you desire me to release Conan? Is that not a bit too fanciful?" Upon hearing this, the Deva Path's fury surged once more, his voice booming. "Do you have no shame? Who struck first? You brazen fool." At the Deva Path's outburst, Itachi's brow furrowed, and he gestured to Naruto. Boom. Without hesitation, Naruto delivered a powerful kick to the Deva Path's abdomen, his face twisted in anger as he reprimanded, "Impertinence. How dare you speak to my lord in such a manner?" The force of Naruto's kick was unimaginable, though the Deva Path was but a lifeless puppet, unable to feel pain. The impact left his abdomen caved in, severely affecting his internal organs, rendering him nearly incapable of speech. A satisfied smile finally graced Itachi's face as he proclaimed, "Pain, I believe you should contemplate who truly holds the reins of this situation. Indeed, it is Lord Itachi." Naruto raised his hand, echoing loudly, "You." The Deva Path's eyes sparked with fury, his lips quivering as he struggled to articulate a coherent sentence. Gradually, Itachi regained some strength, slowly rising from the ground. He turned to Naruto, solemnly instructing, Naruto, I've overexerted my ocular power in this battle. My time is limited. When the moment comes, you must safeguard my kaleidoscope, and once Sasuke awakens his own, transplant it to him. Furthermore, dedicate your life to protecting him. As he finished speaking, Itachi began to cough violently, the side effects of the kaleidoscope manifesting, his complexion paling drastically. My lord. Naruto's face contorted with concern as he rushed to support Itachi. Meanwhile, the Deva Path, absorbing Itachi's words and recalling the earlier conversation, began to understand. Itachi was a reserved, yet doting elder brother. Seizing this crucial insight, the Deva Path inhaled deeply, attempting to compose himself. He then spoke with a hint of menace, Itachi. So you are indeed a brotherly protector. You both know this is not my true form. Should you dare to continue your assault on me and refuse to release Conan, I vow that my true self shall relentlessly pursue Uchiha Sasuke, unyielding and unceasing. As these words fell, a surge of fury welled up within Itachi, his forehead veins bulging as he cast a fiery glare at Pain. His agitation so profound that it nearly stifled his breath. Yet, upon witnessing Pain's earnest demeanor, Itachi recognized the truth behind his words. As a devoted elder brother, he was loath to establish such a formidable and enigmatic adversary for his sibling. Thus, with a heavy heart, Itachi implored, Naruto, please assist us to our feet and also release Conan. Certainly, Naruto replied without hesitation. He placed his hands upon their shoulders and effortlessly lifted them with a swift motion. Pain then beamed with delight, exclaiming, now, this is more like it. Rest assured, should I encounter your brother in the future, I shall extend my protection to him as well. That would be for the best. Itachi nodded slightly, feeling a sense of relief. However, unbeknownst to them, Naruto, standing behind them, was brimming with playful intent. In an instant, he pressed his index and middle fingers together, positioning them behind Pain and his companion. Suddenly, a cataclysmic roar erupted as the terrifying power of the 5 elemental chakra enveloped his fingers. With a swift motion, Naruto unleashed an astonishing speed towards Pain's vulnerable position. Simultaneously, his mocking voice echoed, not your little brother? Did you truly believe you could control me? Chapter 68, Ever More Beastly Naruto. Accompanied by Naruto's voice, which resonated like that of a demon, he exclaimed, 5 elements, 1,000 years of pain. In an instant, with a swift motion, his fingers, glowing with the brilliance of the 5 elements, struck with the force capable of annihilating all chrysanthemums in the world, piercing into the bodies of the 2 pain bodies. A chorus of agonized screams erupted throughout the arena, as their bodies lurched forward, contorted in a crescent shape. Yet, this was merely the beginning. Once Naruto's fingers made contact, he abruptly twisted his wrist, unleashing a frenzied turbulence within. In mere moments, the 5-element chakra erupted violently within them, assaulting every cell in their bodies. Though not lethal, it rendered them overwhelmingly itchy yet strangely invigorating. Humiliation of Uchiha Itachi and Pain. Evil value 393. At this moment, the 2 victims faced a stark contrast. While Pain remained relatively unscathed, enduring the utmost humiliation as merely a vessel, our dear Itachi was very much alive. At this juncture, Itachi's visage stiffened, his body tensed. His skin flushed crimson as he stammered, you bastard. As he spoke, Itachi's legs instinctively pressed together, his features betraying a blend of shyness and agony. Ultimately, he could no longer withstand the aftermath of the 5 elements. 1,000 years of pain, his body swayed, collapsing to the ground, face turned skyward. Though Pain felt no pain, he too could not resist the invasive nature of the 5-element chakra, following Itachi's lead. Oh, Itachi! Naruto, with a mocking grin, crouched down, gently patting Itachi's flushed cheek, taunting, who instilled such confidence in you? Thinking that the heavenly gods would be of any use to me? The sage of 6 paths, perhaps? Why? Why are the heavenly gods ineffective? Itachi's face was a deep shade of red as he voiced his discontent. Naruto chuckled lightly. Curious, are we? Allow me to enlighten you. It is because I am your father. With that, Naruto abruptly raised his hand and struck Itachi's face. Slap. The crisp sound echoed through the air, as half of Itachi's face swelled up like a dawi-bon. Humiliation of Uchiha Itachi with 2 slaps. Evil value 139. Dazed from the blows, Itachi struggled to suppress his discomfort, his face contorting as he managed to retort, if the heavenly gods are of no use to you, why did you feign that earlier demeanor? As he spoke, his lower body twitched uncontrollably. The lingering effects of the 5 elements, 1,000 years of pain were overwhelming and prolonged. Do you inquire as to why? Naruto pondered for a moment, then a playful smile graced his lips, because adults must indulge children in their games. You. Itachi's eyes widened in disbelief, unable to accept such a humiliating response. Just as he was about to speak again, slap. Naruto struck him again, landing 2 more slaps on the other side of his face, abruptly silencing him. Humiliation of Uchiha Itachi with 2 slaps. Evil value 193. After enduring such a crushing blow, the previously unmarred side of Itachi's face swelled grotesquely, resembling a puffed-up pig's head, devoid of any semblance of his former self. Yet, this was far from the end. Under Itachi's despondent gaze, Naruto flipped his wrist, and the Kodoama Tsukumi appeared before him. With a tone laced with mock regret, Naruto stated, "Alas, Itachi-san, for your attempt to control my actions, I, as the torturer of the ninja world, hereby sentence you to the punishment of ocular rupture." Buzz. Itachi's swollen visage trembled, and with a look of anguish, he wailed, "No. Please, no?" Naruto's eyes sparkled with mischief. "What? I was considering sparing you. Yet you seem so eager for this ocular demise. You are quite the conundrum, thus I shall grant your wish." With those words, Naruto exerted pressure with his fingers. Finally, under Itachi's desperate, pained gaze, reminiscent of a creature facing a demon, crack, the Kodoama Tsukumi was mercilessly crushed, transforming into countless sparkling shards, scattering like stars across the void. "It is over." At that moment, Itachi felt as if his universe was collapsing, closing his eyes in agony as tears of despair streamed down his cheeks. From the moment Naruto shattered that eye, all his meticulous plans for Sasuke evaporated into nothingness, signifying that all his efforts had been in vain. As Itachi wept sorrowfully, Naruto barked, "Stop crying," and delivered another resounding slap. This forceful blow interrupted Itachi's sobs, igniting a surge of hatred within him as he prepared to glare at Naruto. However, just as he opened his eyes, he was met with the sight of Naruto's formidable rear in descending upon him. Indeed, it was Naruto's posterior. Ultimately, amidst Itachi's incoherent mumblings, Naruto unceremoniously sat upon his swollen, pig-like head, effectively silencing him. Itachi thrashed violently, kicking desperately, attempting to escape from Naruto's brutish behavior. Yet alas, in his injured state, escape was utterly impossible. Humiliation of Uchiha Itachi, evil value 319. Naruto surveyed the ever-increasing notifications with satisfaction, nodding approvingly. He then turned his attention to Pain, softly declaring, "Pain, it is now your turn." Having experienced 1,000 years of pain, Pain quickly comprehended that Naruto was not under his control. In shock, he transformed into a shadow, silently observing Naruto's cruelty towards Itachi while seeking an opportunity to regain some ocular power for a counterattack. To his dismay, Naruto's attention shifted towards him. Witnessing Itachi's plight, Pain realized he too was not spared from such fate, his expression contorting into a fierce grimace as he bellowed, "Bastard! Beast! Cursed Nine-Tails, I will." However, before Pain could finish his tirade, Naruto's eyes flashed, and he smiled. "I do not wish to be labeled a villain. Since Itachi has been disobedient, I shall grant you the victory of the previous battle. Rest assured, I will return Conan to you. I will kill you." "What?" Pain's insults faltered abruptly, replaced by an overwhelming joy as he quickly donned a sycophantic smile, exclaiming, "Thank you, Lord Naruto. Please forgive my previous rudeness." Undoubtedly, the master of deception in the world of shinobi is none other than Pain. Unfortunately, he still underestimated the beastly Naruto. Chapter 69. Complete control over Conan. At this moment, Naruto waved his hand nonchalantly, saying, "It's fine, as long as you're happy." Suddenly, his Sharingan intensified, and a powerful ocular force surged forth like a tidal wave. Kemui. In an instant, a space-time vortex appeared, and a delicate figure was expelled from it, none other than Conan. Seeing this, Pain's joy intensified, and he exclaimed, "Conan! Conan!" However, still under the influence of the god of heaven's illusion, Conan merely shot him a cold glance before striding towards Naruto, softly saying, "Lord Naruto, I want to have a child." Pain's expression instantly stiffened. Nevertheless, Naruto swung his arm, pushing Conan towards Pain, his voice grave. "Do not speak such nonsense. I have promised to return you to him. Do you wish for me to be seen as a traitor?" Conan gasped softly, her body leaning towards Pain. "Conan!" Pain's face revealed a pained expression, reaching out to catch her. However, unexpectedly, the moment his palm brushed against her, she screamed in disgust, her body springing back, her beautiful eyes aflame with rage. "How dare you touch me? Only Lord Naruto is allowed to touch me. I will kill you." With that, Conan summoned her chakra. In the next moment, whoosh, a pair of razor-sharp wings made of paper emerged, lifting her into the air, radiating a divine light under the sun, reminiscent of an angel's descent. Yet, her eyes were filled with murderous intent as she shouted, "Pain, prepare to die." In an instant, swish, 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 the wings flared violently, releasing countless sharp paper shurikens like a torrential downpour towards Pain. "Conan, no!" Pain trembled at the sight, emitting a desperate wail. The most agonizing thing in the world is to see one's beloved regard a heartfelt devotion as mere refuse, even wishing to take their life. Even knowing that Conan was under the control of the god of heaven, Pain's heart was still twisted with anguish, unable to accept this cruel reality. At this moment, due to his physical condition, he possessed no power to resist. He could only watch helplessly as numerous paper shurikens pierced his skin, crimson blood gushing forth, rendering his already pitiful appearance even more grotesque. "How could you touch me?" Conan's fury only intensified, And just as she was about to deliver a fatal blow, Naruto intervened, saying, "Conan, stop." Hearing Naruto's voice, Conan's body immediately froze, though her eyes still burned with rage. She ultimately relented to Naruto's command and ceased her attack with reluctance. Then, Conan soared gracefully and dove back into Naruto's embrace, her voice tinged with resentment as she pouted. "Lord Naruto, I do not wish to leave you. Why did you stop me? He just touched me." Naruto gently caressed Conan's hair, comforting her. "Conan, as a woman, you must be gentle. He is merely a lifeless corpse. There is no need to dwell on it." Conan obediently nodded, playfully pinching Naruto's cheek. At this moment, Naruto waved his hand dismissively at Pain, a resigned smile gracing his face. "Pain, as you can see, she does not wish to return. You." Pain's battered body trembled violently. Had it not been for the fact that he was merely a corpse, his heart might have exploded from rage. If it weren't for the God of Heaven's influence, how could Conan have turned so defiant? "She used to obey me without question." Thinking of this, Pain longed to leap up and deliver a crushing elbow strike to Naruto. However, alas, he could only seethe silently in his heart, not daring to utter a single insult. After all, everything was firmly in Naruto's grasp. If Naruto were to become displeased, Conan might very well give birth to a child right then and there. As Pain's thoughts swirled, cawing echoed above them. The God of Heaven's crow was circling ominously, its voice eerie and unsettling. Suddenly, whoosh! The crow's eyes glimmered with a crimson light, and its sharp beak aimed directly at Naruto, descending ferociously. "Oh!" Naruto raised an eyebrow in curiosity, teasingly commenting, "Seeing your master treated this way, do you wish to intervene?" Quite the loyal creature. However, admiration aside, Naruto flicked his wrist, unleashing lightning chakra towards the descending crow. In an instant, without any suspense, crackle! The lightning chakra enveloped the crow, extinguishing its desire to save its master, rendering it incapable of flapping its wings as it fell straight down. Naruto caught the crow effortlessly, a playful smirk dancing on his lips. "I'll roast you for your master later, but for now, let's start with your eyes." With that, Naruto activated his Manjiki Sharingan. Boom! The light of the consuming power illuminated the crow's eyes, and with a flurry of patterns and pulsations, all ocular techniques were absorbed by Naruto, including Itachi's Susanoo. Naruto then shifted from atop Itachi's visage, standing tall. Observing Itachi's expression, which was nearly fainting from agony, Naruto couldn't help but smile. "Itachi, my friend." Naruto chuckled, shoving the crow into Itachi's mouth. "Enjoy some crow sashimi." Wailing, Itachi instinctively emitted pitiful sounds, snapping out of his dazed state, desperately trying to expel the charred crow from his mouth. That was his favorite spirit beast. Unfortunately, Naruto's grip held the crow firmly, preventing Itachi from expelling it. Witnessing this, Pain's own suffering alleviated slightly. After all, Itachi's plight seemed even more tragic. At least the God of Heaven's influence would soon dissipate, allowing Conan to return to her former self. Reflecting upon this, a tender expression filled Pain's gaze as he whispered to Conan, "Conan, once the God of Heaven's effect fades, and you return to your angelic form, we can go back to Amigakure." However, as his words fell, Conan's body trembled violently, fear spreading across her face. She clutched Naruto's collar tightly, anxiously pleading, "Lord, I do not wish to return to my original state. Please, continue to use the God of Heaven on me. Do not let me revert to who I was." This is the terrifying nature of the God of Heaven's illusion. It could even compel the afflicted to willingly submit to control once more. Pain's expression darkened as he responded, "Conan, do not say such things. This is not your true desire." "Silence!" Conan roared furiously. Sighing helplessly, Naruto turned to Pain. "There is nothing I can do. It is her wish. And I have always been one to grant a lady's requests. My apologies, brother." "You scoundrel! What are you planning?" Pain shouted angrily at Naruto. Unfortunately, Naruto's Manjiki had already activated, and an overwhelming ocular force surged forth. Under Pain's despairing gaze, whoosh! The God of Heaven's light shone in Conan's eyes, pulsating with endless crimson hues. This time, the God of Heaven was not a fleeting illusion, but the eternal version that Naruto had just absorbed. In other words, from this moment forth, Shaonin will forever be unable to regain her former self. Her soul shall remain eternally imprisoned within Naruto's realm, destined to be his exclusive companion, as she experienced a gaze reminiscent of the raven's eternal farewell to the celestial being. The Deva Path instantaneously comprehended the entirety of the situation. In his eyes, anguish surged uncontrollably, and he unleashed a heart-wrenching roar toward the heavens. The pain, it was unbearable. At this moment, Shaonin was thoroughly subdued. To confront the murderous intent of Naruto, one must possess the means to match it. Chapter 70. The Spectre of the Shark saves the day. Enter the youthful brother. Oh. The despairing wails of the heavenly path echoed throughout the world, deafening in their intensity. Yet, all of this had become an unalterable fate. Lord Naruto at this moment. Conan lay gracefully in Naruto's embrace, her beautiful eyes brimming with tender affection. "Thank you for your divine intervention, allowing me to eternally guard your side. Well then, let us enter the Kamui dimension, Naruto replied with a serene smile, activating the power of his Mangeki Sharingan. In an instant, a swirling vortex of space-time erupted forth, its dark maw enveloping Conan and consuming her in a flash. Completing this act, Naruto stretched languidly, a hint of weariness flickering in his eyes, softly murmuring, "All right, I've grown weary of this. It's time to conclude." With that, Naruto aimed his Mangeki at Pain of the heavenly path, blood seeping from his eyes as he uttered a low command, "Amaterasu." In a heartbeat, the searing black flames of Amaterasu tore through the void, descending upon him with cataclysmic might, entirely disregarding the anguished cries of Pain as they engulfed his form. Pain was utterly powerless to resist, forced to watch helplessly as the merciless flames consumed his body. Realizing he could not escape his doom, Pain gazed at Naruto with a blend of despair and hatred. Letting out a ghostly howl, "Naruto Uzumaki, from this day forth, we are bound in a fight to the death." With those words, Pain was wholly consumed by the black flames of Amaterasu. A gentle breeze swept across the earth, scattering the ashes of Pain's former body into the atmosphere. Henceforth, the 6 paths of Pain became naught but a memory of dust. Amaterasu devours Pain. Evil points 539. Observing the emergence of the system panel, a smirk graced Naruto's lips, his eyes glimmering with mischief. The 6 paths of Pain have been dealt with next. It's the weasel's turn. His gaze shifted to the fallen Itachi. Wailing softly, Itachi still had the charred crow lodged in his mouth, producing only muffled sounds, tears of anguish streaming from his eyes. "Ah, how pitiful, my Itachi," Naruto mused, a hint of compassion crossing his face, much like a benevolent deity, as he gently extracted the crow. Freed, Itachi erupted into a fit of violent coughs, only to be met with an overwhelming surge of terror in his eyes. For he understood Naruto's intentions were far from benevolent. This man was an unequivocal, capricious demon. Indeed, Itachi's instincts were correct. At this moment, Naruto's face was alight with a mocking grin as he leaned close to Itachi's ear, speaking in a derisive tone. "Fear not. Itachi, I shall grant Sasuke the power to surpass the 5 Kage. And then I shall have him reduce Konoha to ashes." Initially ignited with a glimmer of hope, Itachi's heart sank as Naruto's words pierced his soul, shattering his dreams. To condemn his beloved brother to obliterate his cherished village was an act of unimaginable cruelty. In that moment, Itachi's swollen visage trembled as his eyes filled with terror and despair. His voice a haunting wail. "You are a demon, the demon of the shinobi world." "A demon?" Naruto pondered, then chuckled. "I suppose that could be viewed as a compliment. After all, I am more diabolical than a demon." Itachi gasped, his heart clenching, before he succumbed to unconsciousness from the sheer rage. Yet, Naruto would not allow him such ease. After all, he still awaited the absorption of the Tsukuyomi in the next moment, with a resounding clap. A hand infused with lightning chakra struck Itachi's face, jolting him awake with a surge of power coursing through his body. Remarkable, Naruto mused, appreciating the efficiency of awakening foes with an electric slap, feeling akin to a thunder deity. Just as Naruto reveled in his exhilaration, a pained cry escaped Itachi's lips, his eyes slowly opening to reveal despair. Seeing this, Naruto composed himself, his gaze sharpening. The light of creation. In an instant, a radiant beam capable of consuming all enveloped Itachi's eyes, transforming them into the Tsukuyomi, the patterns dissolving in the process. Subsequently, amidst Itachi's agonized cries, the remaining ocular techniques shattered, unleashing a torrent of powerful chakra towards Naruto. To forcibly absorb one's ocular powers while they yet lived was a torment unparalleled, akin to a slow and excruciating demise. Moments later, as Itachi's cries echoed through the heavens, his Tsukuyomi dimmed, extinguished by Naruto's consumption of all its power. Violently devouring Uchiha Itachi's Tsukuyomi. Evil points 439. Gasping for breath, Itachi appeared utterly drained, cold sweat beading on his forehead, resembling a shell of his former self. Naruto, closing the Tsukuyomi, wore a playful expression. "Well then it's time to send you on your way, dear Itachi." As he spoke, Naruto raised his right hand. With a flicker, a dazzling sphere of 5 elemental chakra materialized in his palm, pulsating with an aura of terrifying might. Tired, Itachi closed his eyes, relinquishing all resistance, yearning for death to escape the torment inflicted by this demonic Naruto. However, at this critical juncture, Naruto's eyes flickered with curiosity as he exclaimed, "Oh, another friend has arrived?" In the next instant, a figure hurtled through the air, crashing down before Itachi and Naruto, stirring up a cloud of dust. Naruto sidestepped slightly, observing the silhouette emerging from the haze with a teasing remark. "Oh, a tailless beast? Here to rescue you, Mr. Itachi? But you seem to be in quite a predicament." As the dust settled, the figure revealed itself, resembling a shark man, with skin of a dark hue, sharp fangs, and flowing blue hair, instilling dread. It was none other than the tailless beast, Kisame Hoshigaki. Yet, at this moment, Kisame was in a dire state. Half of his body buried in the earth, gasping heavily as bruises marred his form, like that of a victim of relentless torment. Clearly, he had been hurled into this position by an opponent. As anticipated, in the next moment, a figure descended sharply from the sky, engulfed in crimson-blue flames. His visage akin to a fearsome demon, roaring forth, "Youth! This is youth! The azure beast of Konoha, the youthful brother, Might Guy, has arrived." Chapter 71. The Wind Shadow's Retrieval Mission, exceeding expectations as evidenced by the blazing blue flame of blood enveloping Might Guy. It was unmistakably the activation of the 8th gate of the 8 gates of Biryaku, the 7th gate, the Gate of Shock. Its form and might were truly remarkable. Like a peacock at dawn and a tiger at noon, as the evening star emerged, the embodiment of the mortal realm challenged the divine, a singular figure in the ninja world. Upon his emergence, Might Guy's piercing white eyes locked onto Kisame, and he unleashed a series of roars that resonated with boundless authority, charging directly toward him. Youth. Forward, youthful vigor. Boom. In a crescendo of exuberance, Might Guy transformed into a streak of blue lightning, propelled by an overwhelming pressure that crashed into Kisame's form. Without a hint of doubt, the sound of shattering bones echoed across the sky as Kisame's chest caved in. Blood erupted from his mouth, blooming like a scarlet flower in the air, both eerie and chilling. Simultaneously, his breath faltered to a whisper. This signified that Kisame had utterly lost his combat capability. Might Guy now stood before Kisame, exuding an aura of divine authority, his voice reverberating painfully in the ears. "The battle is over. Should you make any further movements, you shall bear the consequences." Kisame, who had already succumbed to unconsciousness upon his arrival, was jolted awake by this blow. His complexion was as pale as parchment, his eyes resembling those of a dead fish, filled with despair and helplessness. Konoha possesses such a monster. It is truly absurdly powerful. However, before Kisame could finish his thought, he sensed an anomaly nearby and quickly turned his gaze. Upon witnessing the battered figure before him, swollen and disfigured, he gasped in disbelief. "What? You are Itachi-san." Even in his current state, the longtime comrade Kisame could recognize him instantly. He could hardly fathom how his esteemed Itachi-san had come to such a fate. Itachi, the most enigmatic and formidable figure within the organization. At that moment, Kisame felt the crushing despair of seeing his idol crumble before his eyes. Itachi slowly opened his eyes, bewildered, gazing at Kisame as he struggled to speak, his words barely coherent. "Kisame, run. Naruto Uzumaki is a demon." That brief utterance seemed to sap the last vestiges of strength from Itachi, and he promptly fell unconscious once more. "Itachi-san, Itachi-san," Kisame cried out anxiously, concern flooding his eyes. Yet, at that moment, he too was like a fish on a chopping block. Just as Kisame shouted, a resounding bang reverberated. Naruto approached, his right foot infused with lightning chakra, and with Kisame's astonished gaze, he delivered a powerful kick to Itachi's abdomen. Crackling sounds echoed, and Itachi's body jolted back to consciousness. Trembling under the electric surge, Naruto sneered mockingly. "Oh, Itachi, the ground is chilly, don't doze off now." With a smirk, Naruto greeted Kisame. "Hello there, the tailless beast, Mr. Kisame." Staring at Naruto and recalling the violent scene that had just unfolded before him, Kisame was engulfed in shock. He finally comprehended that it was Naruto who had reduced his Itachi-san to such a pitiful state, with no other members of the Akatsuki in sight. This signified the total failure of their mission, with the Akatsuki suffering catastrophic losses. Observing Kisame's speechless astonishment, Naruto's lips curled into a slight smile. He then shifted his attention to Guy, lightly remarking, "Hey there, Mr. Eyebrow?" Might Guy's pupils flickered, yet his expression remained stern and imposing, though a hint of apology crept into his voice. "My apologies, Naruto. I encountered this fellow's clone on the way. Once I dealt with him, I rushed over to assist you. I didn't expect to encounter the real deal along the way, and he proved quite troublesome. Thus, I am a tad late." However, at this point, Might Guy scanned the chaotic scene, his tone wavering slightly. "Given the current circumstances, it seems you have handled things quite well. Haven to you?" From the devastation surrounding them, Guy could envision the intensity of the battle that had just transpired. Yet, he felt no shock. Having witnessed Naruto's prowess during their time in Konoha, even with his recent transformation, it was entirely expected. After all, who among the talented does not possess hidden abilities? "Indeed," Naruto replied, nodding nonchalantly, "just a few insignificant rodents, nothing to concern ourselves with." Upon hearing Naruto's dismissive remarks, Kisame's pupils constricted in disbelief, solidifying his earlier thoughts. Trembling, he stammered, "How did you achieve such power? Is this true genius?" As he spoke, Kisame's body trembled uncontrollably, his wrist twitching as if to convey his astonishment to Naruto. However, this very tremor did not escape Might Guy's keen observation. Still daring to form seals, Guy bellowed, his right hand slicing through the air, striking toward Kisame with ferocity. Bang! Kisame's chest was struck with a tremendous force, leaving a dent that even revealed glimpses of bone. Blood spewed from his mouth, his gaze towards Guy filled with resentment, his heart raging like thunder. Damn it! If only you understood a modicum of ninjutsu. This is a muscle spasm, not seal formation. Bastard. Yet, Guy remained unfazed, retracting his hand with resolute determination. I said do not move. Naruto, witnessing this scene, felt a twitch of his own expression. Goodness, Guy is even more merciless than I am. However, this interruption only served to wear Naruto down further. He sighed deeply, fatigue washing over him. I'm tired. I can't be bothered to kill them. Mr. Eyebrow, please take them back to Konoha. Understood, Guy promptly replied, lifting Itachi and Kisame with ease. As he hoisted Itachi, a small shock coursed through him. After all, Itachi had once been Konoha's pinnacle of genius, a harbinger of doom. To see him in such a state was difficult to accept. Yet, recalling that all this was due to Naruto's actions, Guy felt it was only fitting. After all, even among geniuses, disparities exist. Stretching languidly, Naruto turned toward Konoha, casually declaring, it's over. Time to reward myself with some Ichiraku ramen. However, as he spoke, a glint of mischief flickered in his eyes. Kisame's fate? Naruto was indifferent. But Itachi? Leaving him to Konoha was out of the question. Just as Naruto contemplated this, especially now that he had defeated him, he thought it far more fitting for Itachi to witness his beloved younger brother decimate the village he cherished most. That, indeed, would be the true agony. Unbeknownst to the unconscious Itachi, his suffering was merely beginning. As the sun dipped below the horizon like spilled blood, Naruto's figure gradually faded from sight, marking the resounding success of the Wind Shadow's retrieval mission. Chapter 72. The Ascendant Kaleidoscope of Creation. As the night gradually receded, the dawn burst forth. The following day, despite the fervent attempts of the Fire Nation's officials to conceal the truth, the reality proved that no amount of paper could smother a fire. The cataclysmic battle in the Land of Rivers had, after all, been grasped in broad strokes by spies from various nations. In an instant, this tumult swept through the entire shinobi world like a tempest. The populace was left in a state of shock. The Akatsuki was undeniably the most enigmatic and fearsome entity in the realm of shinobi. It was said that the strength of its members began at the level of Kage. And yet, one man, Naruto Uzumaki, had managed to confront them single-handedly? To what extent did his power reach? In this moment, every nation in the shinobi world felt a sense of trepidation. In the Hokage office of Konoha, Gaara grasped Naruto's hand tightly, his eyes shimmering with joy and profound emotion. Thank you, Naruto. If it weren't for you, I might have been stripped of my tailed beast, and Sunagakure would have surely faced attacks from other nations. Once again, thank you. As he spoke, Gaara's gaze bore into Naruto's, as if countless stars flickered within, infused with a deep, almost intoxicating affection. Buzz. Naruto felt a chill run down his spine, quickly retracting his hand, his heart racing as he stammered, I get it. I get it. Thanks is thanks. But let's tone down the ambiguity. It's making it seem like we're. The words faltered on Naruto's lips, for they were too difficult to voice. Is that so? The light in Gaara's eyes dimmed significantly, yet a new thought flickered within him. Did Naruto not prefer men? Perhaps if he changed his approach. At that moment, Gaara's pupils shone once more, just as he prepared to speak. Naruto, sensing Gaara's intent, swiftly formed a hand seal. Flying Thunder God technique. In an instant, Gaara transformed into a brilliant flash of golden light, vanishing from the spot. Phew. Naruto sighed in relief, instinctively patting his chest. What a terrifying experience. In this shinobi world, being too exceptional was almost a sin. One must always remain vigilant against betrayal. In the conference room of Sunagakure, the Flying Thunder God seal on the table suddenly radiated a blinding light, and Gaara's figure emerged from the brilliance. He surveyed the room, immediately comprehending that Naruto had sent him back to the Land of Wind. A hint of sorrow crossed his face as he murmured, just wait, Naruto. As the Kazekage, I shall ensure you are by my side. An insidious plot to claim Naruto's heart took root in Gaara's mind, gradually sprouting malevolence. After Gaara had departed, Jiraiya and Tsunade, who had been silently observing, could no longer contain their laughter, clutching their bellies. It had been a long time since they had seen Naruto so flustered, and all of it stemmed from that most unique bond between men. Naruto's forehead was suddenly adorned with countless black lines. If you keep laughing, I might just turn dark. Coughing lightly, Jiraiya quickly suppressed his mirth, then exclaimed in astonishment, Naruto, I truly did not expect you to single-handedly dismantle nearly the entire Akatsuki. Do you realize that was a terrifying organization composed of S-rank rogue ninjas from various nations? Before Naruto could respond, Tsunade, with the swiftness of a Sichuan opera mask change, abruptly ceased her laughter and chided, Jiraiya, how can you say that? If it weren't for you teaching those 3 disciples in Amigakure, how would the Akatsuki have even come into existence? When Naruto returned to Konoha, he had briefed Tsunade and the others on the origins of the Akatsuki and the events leading up to the present. Hence, Tsunade's complaint. Jiraiya scratched his head awkwardly, a sheepish expression crossing his face. But those were 3 lives at stake, and I did search for them afterward, only to receive news of their demise. Alas, as he spoke, a flicker of sadness passed through Jiraiya's eyes, his voice turning somber. If only I had persisted in my search, perhaps things would not have escalated to this level. As a teacher, I am forever unable to save my own students. A heavy atmosphere of sorrow enveloped the room, thick as fog. Sensing this shift, Tsunade quickly retracted her complaints and sought to console him. Jiraiya, the world is unpredictable. You have already done your utmost. At this moment, Naruto waved his hand dismissively, his tone dripping with disdain. Regardless, the past is past. What is there to lament? We should focus on what needs to be addressed now. Feeling chastised by his own student, Jiraiya's face flushed crimson, and he promptly stifled his sorrow. Then, narrowing his eyes, Jiraiya spoke gravely. Naruto, what do you intend to do with Itachi Uchiha and the members of the Akatsuki that you have captured? Indeed, since you captured them, you should make the decisions. Tsunade added in agreement. Naruto pondered, resting his chin on his hand, thoughts swirling like a tide. Itachi must experience the taste of suffering. As for Deidara and Kisame, they were not bad individuals, their strength commendable. Especially Kisame. Naruto genuinely admired his self-sacrificing spirit in the face of danger to protect information. What if I forcibly controlled them with the Kodoame Tsukumi, bending them to my will? However, the cooldown period for that technique is rather lengthy. It might not be available until my son with Conan turns 10. Never mind. Let us consult the system. With this thought, Naruto activated his mental energy, summoning the system panel. In an instant, a blue virtual interface appeared before him. Ignoring the myriad skill descriptions like stars in the night sky, he turned his gaze to the evil value. Current evil value, 14, 399, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. A 5-digit number. Gazing at the 5-digit evil value, Naruto's pupils involuntarily constricted, a look of astonishment crossing his face. When did his evil value accumulate to such an extent? Nagato, Obito, Itachi. Darling, can you guess whose merit this is? With a polite smile, drawing a blade from behind. However, after a brief moment of shock, Naruto broke into a bold grin, channeling his mental energy to stabilize the skills panel. Locking his focus on a specific entry. Creation Kaleidoscope, required for advancement. 5000 evil value. A mere 5000 evil value. Upon seeing this, Naruto scoffed disdainfully, then inwardly bellowed, System, can't you initiate the advancement for me? What if other foreign transmigrators see this and think I can't afford the points? Now, upgrade me. Chapter 73, The World-Destroying Eternal Eye. As Naruto's voice faded, the system panel underwent a dramatic transformation. Ding. Consumed 5,000 evil points, advancing to the Creation Eternal Kaleidoscope. Ding. Advancement successful. Advancement status. Creation Eternal Kaleidoscope. World-Destroying Eternal Eye. World-Destroying Eternal Eye. The divine creator was betrayed by his own people, yet he continued to bestow his power upon them until his beloved daughter was ruthlessly slaughtered. In that moment, the darkness within the creator could no longer be suppressed, and a moon-like pupil emerged amidst his divine gaze, intertwining with a sun-like pupil. This embodiment of good and evil became the catalyst for the world's collapse. This is the world-destroying Eternal Eye. With a thought, it can create or annihilate worlds. Host, please develop its powers one by one. World-destroying Eternal Eye has reached its peak and cannot advance further. As the system panel settled on the final display, a surge of heat mixed with an eerie chill enveloped Naruto, descending upon him like a colossal dragon from the heavens, ultimately flooding into his pupils. Jiraiya, sensing the overwhelming pressure radiating from Naruto, was taken aback. What is happening? Naruto. Before he could finish, Naruto awakened suddenly, like a slumbering dragon that had been dormant for millennia. Boom. A brilliant black and white radiance erupted from his eyes, piercing through all obstacles, accompanied by an immense pressure that illuminated the eternal void like a resplendent sun. What is happening? The pressure is overwhelming. Jiraiya and Tsunade, standing beside Naruto, felt it acutely, their bodies trembling. The entire ninja world witnessed this astonishing black and white light, with exclamations of shock echoing across nations. What is that? The aura is terrifying. Is it emanating from Konoha? How dreadful. This light sends shivers through my very genes. Such a miracle could only be performed by a deity, perhaps? In stark contrast to the shock reverberating throughout the ninja world, in the vast cosmos, amidst an endless expanse of darkness, a figure emerged. Cloaked in pure white with twin horns and 6 eyes adorning its forehead, it awakened. Its 6 eyes slowly opened, revealing an array of powers, the Eternal Kaleidoscope, the Rinnegan, the Byakugan, and even eyes unseen in the ninja realm, all converging here. Yet, at this moment, the figure bore a solemn expression, its gaze seemingly piercing through the infinite void, whispering to itself, "Just now, why did my heart tremble?" Though its voice was soft, it resonated through the void like thunder, causing the fabric of reality to tremble. Then, the being spoke again, a hint of anticipation lacing its tone. Perhaps. I am on the verge of a breakthrough. With that, the formidable entity closed its 6 eyes once more, sinking back into slumber, or perhaps meditation. However, should it awaken again, it could herald calamity for the entire universe. At this moment in Konoha, Naruto exhaled deeply, slowly closing his radiant eyes. The terrifying aura ebbing away like a receding tide. I can breathe again, Jiraiya and Tsunade exclaimed in astonishment. Ignoring their words, Naruto focused intently on his newfound eyes. Although he had not opened them, he could sense a tremendous power within, far surpassing that of the creation eternal kaleidoscope. Then, Naruto gradually opened his eyes. In an instant, a cataclysmic force of life and destruction surged forth from his pupils, enveloping the surroundings. The original creation eternal kaleidoscope had vanished, replaced by the world-destroying eternal eye, adorned with interwoven sun and moon patterns, both sacred and strange. Ha ha ha! Naruto erupted into a cacophony of thunderous laughter, covering his right eye with one hand, reveling in the sensation. These eyes make me feel as though I can accomplish anything. Naruto could deeply feel that all the ocular techniques he had absorbed had received exponential enhancements. Moreover, these eyes bestowed upon him numerous abilities, ready to be unlocked with mere attempts. Even fundamental powers akin to the Rinnegan could be utilized without development. For instance, at this moment, whoosh, Naruto unleashed the destructive power of his world-destroying eternal eye, an unfathomable force tearing through the void. In an instant, Naruto seemed to defy gravity, his feet lifting off the ground, slowly hovering upward. Disregarding the astonished expressions of Jiraiya and Tsunade, he soared through the ceiling, racing towards the boundless crimson blue sky. The villagers of Konoha gasped, faces contorted in disbelief. Who is that? Flying. Could it be that Tsuchikage, Inoki, invading Konoha? Who else in the ninja world can fly with their own body? Confusion clouded their minds, fear surging like a tide. Wait, no, that is Naruto, the son of the 4th Hokage, the one who ended the Akatsuki. Some sharp-eyed villagers discerned the truth and gasped in astonishment. Upon hearing this, the crowd focused intently, and when the figure in the sky matched their memories of Naruto, their eyes widened in shock. It truly is Lord Naruto. How terrifying. What level has he reached to fly with his own strength? Incredible. With Lord Naruto here, Konoha shall be invincible in this era. As the villagers recognized Naruto, their fear and unease dissipated, replaced by an overwhelming sense of pride. For Naruto is the son of the 4th Hokage, one of their own. At this moment, Naruto stood proudly above the heavens, his eternal eye radiating a dazzling brilliance as he gazed down upon the masses with an air of superiority. With a smirk, Naruto remarked, "Truly, the world-destroying eternal eye allows me to fly with ease. It's hard to imagine the terrifying capabilities yet to be discovered." At this point, a glint of sharpness flickered in Naruto's eyes. At the very least, the Otsutsuki hidden in the ninja realm will no longer pose a threat to me. This was confidence, Naruto's unwavering belief in the immense power of his world-destroying eternal eye. For at this moment, having just acquired these eyes, his strength had undergone a profound transformation. Let alone, when all the abilities of the world-destroying eternal eye are fully unlocked, what astonishing spectacle will unfold. The Sage of 6 Paths, perhaps just a drop in the ocean. Of course, all of this is merely a prelude. Chapter 74. A deceptive feint. As Naruto felt the surge of newfound power, the hushed whispers of the villagers below reached his ears. The ignorance of the villagers. A cold smile spread across Naruto's face. If I lacked such strength, I would undoubtedly have been beaten and driven away at the first instance, just like the original host. With that thought, his moon-like pupils within the Eye of Destruction trembled suddenly, and a surge of black light erupted violently, enveloping Naruto in an icy aura. His expression turned exceptionally stern as he gazed down at Konoha, uttering in an extremely frigid tone, "In such a dark Konoha, its mere existence taints the air of the ninja world. It would be better to erase it entirely at this moment." Following his words, the next instant, boom. Naruto's eyes burst forth with terrifying black energy, shooting through the void and coalescing into a massive shadow of a black moon above. As soon as the shadow emerged, it radiated an overwhelming pressure. Accompanied by the rippling force, a brilliant sphere of black light gradually gathered from the moon's shadow. In the blink of an eye, the sphere's size and might reached an astonishing magnitude, hovering ominously above Konoha and blotting out the sun. Even the surrounding void seemed to tremble with a faint sound. This was the power of the Eye of Destruction. The attack had yet to descend, yet it already astonished heaven and earth. The hearts of Konoha's citizens shifted instantly from excitement to terror, their faces paling in shock. What is Lord Naruto planning? What on earth is that black sphere? It's so terrifying, so suffocating. Is this a new ninjutsu from him? But why do I feel that my life is forfeit? As the crowd gasped in astonishment. The next moment, Naruto, with an expression devoid of warmth, raised his wrist and then swung it downwards with great force. Turn to dust. Foolish Konoha. With that rumble, the black sphere trembled violently, breaking through the void, and with a world-devouring momentum, it plummeted downwards like a meteor. Should it fall, Konoha would be completely obliterated, reduced to a historical ruin. Feeling the terrifying pressure above, even the most dim-witted citizens understood Naruto's intentions. Run. He has gone mad. Naruto Uzumaki has lost his mind. They trembled in fear and hurriedly fled in all directions. Meanwhile, the key ninjas of Konoha leaped onto rooftops, their faces grave as they gazed at the ominous black sphere. Shikamaru, watching the encroaching black sphere, swallowed hard and quickly turned to Neji beside him. Neji, use your Byakugan to check on Naruto. I cannot believe Naruto would destroy Konoha without reason. I am already looking. Neji replied, his temples throbbing, a low growl escaping his lips. Upon seeing Naruto's swirling eyes resembling a vortex, Neji's heart jolted violently, his expression one of disbelief. Naruto, how could his eyes have become like this? What do they look like? Shikamaru asked urgently. However, before Neji could respond, boom. The aura of the black sphere above quivered violently, its speed suddenly accelerating, now only 100 meters from Konoha. Jiraiya and Tsunade had already reached the rooftop of the Hokage building. If Tsunade could issue a command to the villagers, uniting them to form an earth-style wall to resist the black sphere, there might still be a glimmer of hope. Unfortunately, the situation had unfolded too suddenly. The ninjas of Konoha were scattered like loose sand, unable to synchronize their hand seals. Is heaven truly set to destroy Konoha? Tsunade's face turned ashen. She could not fathom why Naruto, who had seemed fine just moments ago, had suddenly transformed into this. Meanwhile, on another rooftop in Konoha, Guy stared at the impending black sphere with a grave expression. But soon, his seriousness melted away, replaced by a look of relief. He slowly placed his right thumb over his heart, his eyes sparkling as he revealed a bright smile. Father, just as you protected me. Now, I too shall protect Konoha. With the final 8 gates, I will safeguard Konoha. With that hiss, Guy took a deep breath, veins bulging on his forehead, and shouted, 8th gate of opening. Yet, before Guy's words could finish, suddenly, whoosh, the black sphere, seemingly destined to engulf all of Konoha, dissipated into dust just as it was about to descend upon the village. Brilliant sunlight poured down upon Konoha once more, dispelling all previous gloom. Guy stared in astonishment. What just happened? It's gone. His life and death door was on the verge of opening, and yet the crisis vanished inexplicably. Simultaneously, the citizens of Konoha wore equally bewildered expressions. Kiba, stroking the trembling Akamaru beside him, voiced his confusion. Where's the attack? I was ready to fuse with Akamaru and drill it to the ground. Right, Akamaru? Woof. Akamaru whined in terror. It was not just about drilling. It was about being scared out of its wits. Hinata, activating her Byakugan, anxiously gazed at Naruto in the sky, speaking with concern. Naruto, what has happened to you? Above in the heavens, Naruto murmured to himself, feeling a lingering unease. I was too careless, allowing this pair of eyes to disturb my mind. He recalled the harm inflicted by the villagers on the original host, which involuntarily triggered the moon's power within the Eye of Destruction, a dark energy capable of directly eroding one's spirit, thus plunging himself into a frenzied quest for vengeance. This was not an illusion, but a bizarre method of magnifying the host's hatred infinitely. Yet this perfectly corroborated the system's description of the Eye of Destruction. A single thought can create a world, and a single thought can also annihilate it. Upon reaching this realization, Naruto sighed. Indeed, with the acquisition of immense power, one must steadfastly uphold their core principles. Just moments ago, had he not rallied his willpower at the last moment, regaining his sanity to dispel that terrifying black sphere, surely, all of Konoha's inhabitants would have perished. The lives of others mattered little, but Konoha still held individuals dear to him. For instance, Hinata, Ino, Tenten, Sakura, Tsunade, and many more. With this in mind, a bittersweet smile crept upon Naruto's lips. Thankfully. With that, he surged through the air, breaking through the void towards the Hokage building. In an instant, he arrived. Gazing at Jiraiya and Tsunade, who were still in shock atop the building, Naruto waved his hand nonchalantly, wearing a teasing smile as he quipped, "Didn't I say? I was merely practicing a new technique. I did not destroy Konoha. You needn't be so dramatic, right?" Hearing Naruto's words, Tsunade's expression twitched, lamenting, "Naruto, your deceptive feint nearly gave me a heart attack." Chapter 75. Accepting Hinata upon hearing this. Naruto couldn't help but smile, his lips curving upward as he remarked, "Tsunade, it seems your courage may not quite suffice for the role of Hokage." Tsunade's brow instantly furrowed, veins protruding as her beautiful eyes filled with indignation. In her heart, she cursed, "Damn it. If it were anyone else witnessing that terrifying attack capable of obliterating the entire village, would they not be frightened? Do they truly believe we are all as unhinged as you?" Of course, such thoughts remained unspoken, for voicing them could very well turn the recent village crisis from a mere scare into a harsh reality. Jiraiya, noticing the tension, quickly wiped the cold sweat from his brow and interjected, Alright, alright. Since this is Naruto's training exercise, there's no need to dwell on it any further. As he spoke, he surveyed the surroundings, his expression turning serious. It seems our primary task now is to reassure the frightened citizens. Otherwise, it could disrupt the unity of Konoha and adversely affect Naruto. Adversely affect me? Naruto burst into laughter, then teased, perverted sage. My strength is the most reassuring presence. Even without your explanation, as long as they are alive, they can find solace in that. Such is human nature. Jiraiya was momentarily taken aback, an air of helplessness flickering in his gaze. He found it difficult to refute Naruto's argument. With Naruto's current power, who would dare to criticize him? Who would willingly leave a village protected by Naruto? It was simply inconceivable, unless one were utterly foolish. As Jiraiya pondered this, Naruto suddenly shook himself and shot off into the sky, soaring away from the Hokage building. Tsunade watched Naruto's figure in the air and sighed. Jiraiya. Looking at Naruto now, I can't help but feel he embodies both my grandfather and Uchiha Madara. He possesses my grandfather's unparalleled strength and the arrogance of the legendary Madara. Jiraiya's pupils dilated at her words, but he soon replied thoughtfully, isn't that the truth? However, I believe Naruto must have already surpassed both of them. Yet, he refrained from voicing this sentiment aloud. At that moment, Naruto stood majestically against the backdrop of Konoha, his eyes swirling with intensity as they scanned the village below. His gaze possessed the power to see through all and reach far distances, akin to the Byakugan. It could be said that his eyes held all the capabilities of the Byakugan. When Naruto's gaze locked onto a specific location, a smile crept onto his lips as he said, "Found you." With that, he shot off like a bolt of lightning, traversing the air at an incredible speed. And in an instant, he arrived at his destination, where Hinata, Kiba, and others were situated. Naruto. The sudden appearance of Naruto startled everyone present. After a brief moment of shock, Kiba rushed to Naruto's side, teasingly complaining, "You've gotten so powerful that you think you can act recklessly now, huh? What was that just now?" "It was merely a casual training exercise," Naruto replied, affectionately patting Akamaru's head beside him, smiling at his comrades. He held a fondness for them and saw no need to adopt a frigid demeanor. Casual training exercise. Kiba's eyes widened in disbelief as he exclaimed, "Naruto, have you really become this monstrous? You could do it too if you tried." Naruto waved his hand dismissively, his tone casual. He then shifted his focus. Walking past Kiba, toward Hinata. His intentions were clear. He sought out Hinata. However, just as he was about to reach her, he suddenly waved at a shadow nearby, greeting enthusiastically. "You look well, Shino." Shino, often overlooked like air and even forgotten by the author, trembled slightly, his eyes widening in disbelief. Behind his sunglasses, glistening tears seemed to well up as he stammered, "Naruto, you noticed me." A surge of overwhelming excitement coursed through him. This was the first time in his life he felt acknowledged without having to speak up. Could it be that he was no longer the invisible man? His heart raced at the thought, and he felt a desire to invite Naruto for a lavish feast of grilled insects. At that moment, Naruto walked past Shino, recognizing the latter's exhilarated expression and instantly deducing his thoughts, feeling a twinge of embarrassment. After all, if it weren't for the enhanced vision brought by his new eyes, he might have overlooked Shino entirely. This guy, if he became an assassin, with this innate ability to blend into the background, he could easily become the king of assassins in the ninja world. Yet, Naruto kept these thoughts to himself. Otherwise, if Shino were to explode with excitement, it would be a disaster. It was well known that he was an undefeated force in the original story. Laughing to himself, Naruto continued walking until he stood before Hinata. She had her eyes cast down, her cheeks flushed crimson, clearly too shy to speak. Seeing this, Naruto teased, "Hinata, have you missed me?" Hinata trembled at his words, her beautiful Byakugan eyes widening in disbelief, her face a canvas of astonishment. She could hardly fathom that Naruto would say such a thing to her. Simultaneously, her skin blushed deeper, nearly overwhelming her. Noticing her reaction, Naruto gently placed a hand on her shoulder. A surge of chakra flowed from his palm into Hinata, calming her fainting impulse. With a warm smile, he continued to tease. "Hinata, why don't you answer me?" "Ah." Hinata let out a soft gasp, her body feeling weak and her shyness compelling her to wish for a place to hide. However, the chakra Naruto infused prevented her from escaping. Ultimately, under Naruto's tender gaze, Hinata could only blush deeply and timidly respond, "I really do miss you, Naruto-kun." "Oh, is that so?" Naruto playfully inquired, gently running his fingers through Hinata's long hair. Hinata was sent into a whirlwind of emotions, lost in the depths of her affection for him. Yet, as Naruto continued to channel chakra into her, preventing her from fainting, she nervously fidgeted, whispering, "Yes, truly." Hinata was bewildered by Naruto's sudden attention and how he seemed to provoke her feelings, yet she felt an overwhelming joy in her heart. Gazing at Hinata's bashful demeanor, Naruto's eyes softened with boundless tenderness as he whispered, "Then, this is what you said with your own lips." Before Hinata could fully comprehend his words, the moment lingered in the air, charged with unspoken emotions. With a swift motion, Naruto lifted Hinata off her feet, his eyes brimming with determination, as he propelled them toward the residence of the fourth Hokage at an astonishing velocity. In the blink of an eye, they found themselves within the confines of the house. It can only be said that this dwelling serves as the ultimate sanctuary for those seeking solace amidst the chaos of life. Chapter 76. The son-in-law visits his father-in-law. Night is a divine gift bestowed upon humanity. Unfortunately, such beautiful moments always pass too swiftly. The next day, radiant sunlight, like golden gossamer, gently cascaded through the window, illuminating the delicate features of Hinata's face. Unconsciously, she raised her hand to shield herself from the bright rays, her expression a blend of exhaustion and shyness as she murmured, "Is it already daytime?" As she spoke, Hinata shifted her gaze to Naruto beside her, her hand cautiously resting on his waist. In her exquisite Byakugan, an overwhelming sense of happiness blossomed. Last night had been the most joyous time of her life. She had been able to play freely and joyfully with the one she loved, without any reservations, boldly and fearlessly. Lost in her thoughts, Hinata tightened her grip around Naruto's waist, her heart swelling with affection. This subtle gesture did not go unnoticed. Naruto slowly opened his eyes, feeling the warmth at his side. He turned to the bashful Hinata and smirked teasingly. "Hinata, did you enjoy yourself last night?" Hinata's face flushed a deep crimson at his words, and she buried her head into his chest, feeling shy as she replied, "You're so annoying, Naruto-kun." Yet, despite her protest, her embrace around him only grew tighter, as if she wished to merge completely with him. Naruto's lips curled into a fond smile as he gently stroked her head, replying softly, "All right, I won't tease you anymore." However, as he spoke, a sudden wave of apprehension washed over him, and a hint of fatigue crossed his features. He could hardly believe how dramatically Hinata had transformed at night. He had never witnessed such a fierce application of the Byakugan before. The overwhelming pressure of that rapid spinning was suffocating, almost beyond description. Had he not possessed a robust physique, he feared others might have succumbed to exhaustion and perished. Contemplating this, Naruto wiped the beads of sweat from his brow, silently resolving to visit Gaara in the Land of Wind to procure some special goji berries. Otherwise, no matter how strong one's body, it would be difficult to endure the terrifying speed of the Byakugan's prowess. Then, with a playful flick, he lightly brushed Hinata's delicate nose, speaking gently, "Hinata, feel free to share any bothersome matters or people with me. I assure you, they won't survive until morning." What could he do? After all, Naruto was inherently a doting husband. Hinata's eyes sparkled as if she were deep in thought. She then grasped Naruto's hand tightly, her voice laced with hope, "If possible, could you help resolve the issue of the branch family within the Hyuga clan? I cannot bear to see Neji and I suffering internally while putting on a brave face." "Oh, is that so? You mean to eliminate Hayashi and those stubborn old elders?" Naruto pondered, a cold glint flickering in his eyes. "Hayashi, Haki Hinata, you are truly filial." Startled, Hinata quickly waved her hands, exclaiming, No. I don't mean to deal with father, but rather to resolve the division within the Hyuga clan. I wish for a future without the constraints of the branch family, where there is no chasm between the main and branch families, only a united Hyuga clan." As she spoke, Hinata leaned in closer, gently pecking Naruto on the cheek, her voice filled with earnestness. "Please, Naruto-kun." Naruto burst into hearty laughter, wrapping his arms tightly around her slender waist, teasing, "Silly girl, I was just joking. Why would I truly confront my father-in-law? Such a rascal." Hinata pouted, playfully hitting his chest, her eyes reflecting a hint of grievance. All right, don't be upset," Naruto soothed, gently caressing Hinata's silky hair. Yet, despite his gentle demeanor, a glimmer of cold resolve flickered in his eyes. If only his easygoing father-in-law would comply, perhaps he could enjoy the honor of addressing him as father-in-law. However, if Hayashi remained obstinate, clinging to the idea that the branch family system must endure, then he, as the son-in-law, might have to employ a bit of force. After all, history has repeatedly demonstrated that it is often simpler and more effective to speak with one's fists than to reason with words. "Hayashi, Haki Naruto, what are you doing? Go ahead and eat off your father-in-law's plate." Meanwhile, within the sprawling grounds of the Hyuga clan, Hayashi sat cross-legged on the corridor, his expression a mix of solemnity and deep concern, gazing ahead. Before him, Hanabi was energetically demonstrating her gentle fist techniques, her movements fluid and breathtaking, ushering forth gusts of wind. At her age, to exhibit such mastery in gentle fist techniques was indeed a testament to her being the pride of the Hyuga clan. Yet, Hayashi remained clouded with worry, occasionally releasing heavy sighs. Noticing her father's distress, Hanabi approached him, softly inquiring, "Father, are you still worried about elder sister?" Sighing, Hayashi did not respond, lost in his thoughts. Hanabi gently placed a hand on his shoulder, reassuringly saying, "Do not fret, father. Elder sister will surely get along harmoniously with Naruto." Moreover, Hanabi's eyes sparkled with mischief as she continued, "If you're truly worried about elder sister, you could always go to Naruto's home and bring her back." At this, Hayashi's body shuddered, his anxiety momentarily dissipating as he regarded her with disbelief. What? Hanabi, are you so eager to become the clan leader at such a tender age? Do you truly wish for me to face such peril? The ominous presence of the black sphere that had loomed over Konoha yesterday still haunted Hayashi's mind. To venture into Uzumaki Naruto's home to reclaim someone would be akin to snatching from the jaws of a tiger. No. Was it not more like taking from a deity? As the two conversed, suddenly, chaos erupted. Not good, not good. It's a disaster, clan leader. A member of the branch family rushed into the courtyard, panic etched across his face. Seeing this, Hayashi immediately regained his composure, adopting a stern demeanor. As a member of the Hyuga clan, what is with this frantic display? Speak slowly. Gasping for breath, the branch family member hurriedly replied, Clan leader. It's quite serious. Uzumaki Naruto is bringing Hinata Dano to the clan. What? Hayashi's previously stern expression crumbled, his pupils dilating in shock, as if they might pop from their sockets. Oh no, the son-in-law is coming to visit the father-in-law. What should I do? I'm so nervous. What should I say? I'm waiting online. Urgently. Chapter 77. Jealous Hinata and stiff Hisashi. Upon this realization, Hisashi's forehead glistened with cold sweat, as if drenched by a torrential downpour. Byakugan. Without hesitation, he activated his Byakugan, eager to peer into the distance and discern where Naruto had flown off to. With a swift surge of chakra, the Byakugan manifested, revealing the world around him in exquisite detail. Yet, just as Hisashi initiated this endeavor, in the next moment, whoosh, Naruto and Hinata descended from the skies above the courtyard, and the overwhelming chakra emanating from Naruto bore down on Hisashi with a terrifying intensity. What? Hisashi was momentarily taken aback by the scene, his expression freezing in disbelief. Hinata, upon spotting Hisashi, promptly extricated herself from Naruto's embrace and hurried over to her father. Timidly uttering, "Father," Hisashi's voice came out stiffly, imbued with an unusual gravity, as if it were squeezed from between clenched teeth. Noticing this, Naruto furrowed his brow slightly, internally wondering, is my father-in-law really that stern? I'm here now, and he is still so serious? If Hisashi could fathom Naruto's thoughts, he would surely wear a wry smile. Huh, Naruto, it's you who has startled your father-in-law. Yet, in that moment, neither was privy to the other's inner musings. At this juncture, Hanabi boldly approached Naruto, her face radiant with a beaming smile. Naruto, no, brother-in-law. Hello. The perceptiveness of my younger sister. Surely, this lackadaisical father-in-law should take a cue from his daughter. After a brief mental musing, Naruto extended his hand, gently ruffling Hanabi's hair with a warm smile. Hello, little Hanabi. Giggling, Hanabi, much like an adorable kitten, seemed to revel in the playful gesture, mischievously sticking out her tongue, her smile utterly charming. In a moment of exuberance, she clung tightly to Naruto's arm, drawing even closer. Despite her youth, Hanabi's stature was not to be underestimated, and standing alongside Naruto, they formed a delightful pair. But wait, Hinata, who had been standing by Hisashi's side, suddenly felt her heart race, her pupils narrowing as veins surged at her temples, and in an instant, her Byakugan flared to life. Without a moment's hesitation, she sprang forth like lightning, dashing to Naruto's side, thrusting herself between him and Hanabi. In the next heartbeat, crack! Hanabi was forcibly separated from Naruto by Hinata's intervention. With Hinata positioned in between, Hanabi could no longer reach out to Naruto. Sister, what are you doing? Hanabi's face contorted with a look of deep injustice, as if she had suffered a grave wrong. With a disingenuous smile, Hinata replied, Oh, it's nothing, Hanabi. Your sister merely misses you, and we need some time to catch up. Grasping Hanabi's wrist, she began to lead her away toward the inner room. Wait, I want to talk to brother-in-law. Hanabi protested, struggling against Hinata's grip. Yet, the more she resisted, the more she realized the extraordinary strength her sister possessed, firmly securing her wrist, rendering her escape futile. Bewildered, she pondered how her seemingly ordinary sister had acquired such formidable power. Had Hinata been concealing her true capabilities all along? With this thought, Hanabi relinquished her resistance, curious to uncover the mysteries her sister held within. However, as she grew older, she would come to understand that there exists no hidden prowess, only the emotion known as jealousy, which can unleash strength far beyond one's limits. Meanwhile, after the sisters retreated indoors, the courtyard fell eerily silent. The servants, having fled upon Naruto's arrival, left behind only Hisashi and Naruto, locked in an awkward and heavy silence. Inside, Hisashi's mind raced with thoughts. Oh no. What should I say to him? Should I warn him that if he mistreats my daughter, I shall not let him off easily? No, that would be too brash. What if he retaliated with a Rasengan? From Naruto's unpredictable demeanor, Hisashi recognized him as a man of volatile emotions. Nonetheless, outwardly, Hisashi maintained a stern and composed facade, resembling an immovable mountain radiating the authority of a clan leader. Witnessing this, Naruto mused, it seems Hisashi truly embodies the stoic nature of the Hyuga clan leader, unfazed even in the presence of formidable beings. My father-in-law's emotional control is indeed commendable. With a hearty laugh, Naruto approached Hisashi, draping an arm over his shoulder in a teasing manner. Father-in-law, no need to be so serious. I'm a bit hungry. Surely, it's not too much to ask for a meal from you, my esteemed father-in-law. In an instant, Hisashi's body tensed violently at Naruto's casual gesture, his serious demeanor intensifying. At such close quarters, enhanced by the Byakugan, he felt as if a legendary beast loomed beside him, its overwhelming presence pressing down upon him. This was no fault of Naruto's. After all, the Byakugan grants insight into the chakra pathways of the body. Presently, Naruto's chakra, both in quality and quantity, had reached a level beyond mere terror after acquiring the apocalyptic dojutsu. Noticing Hisashi's silence, Naruto frowned and pressed on. Father-in-law, why the silence? Are you displeased with me? His tone hinted at a subtle dissatisfaction. Hisashi's heart raced at the implication, and although his expression remained rigid, he forced a calm response. It's nothing. Let us go inside and eat together. His voice, though cold, betrayed his anxiety. However, Naruto misinterpreted Hisashi's demeanor as dissatisfaction and pressed further. Father-in-law, if you truly have any grievances, feel free to voice them. I won't hold it against you. Just let it out. Yet, Hisashi dared not speak a word. Realizing his own unusual state, he quickly channeled his chakra to loosen his stiff body, mustering a smile that was more painful than sorrowful. Really, it's nothing, Naruto. My esteemed son-in-law, let us go eat. Seeing Hisashi smile, Naruto's face brightened. Now that's the spirit. Father-in-law, don't be too serious. You look much better when you smile. With that, Naruto hooked his arm around Hisashi's shoulder and led him toward the inner room. From a distance, they appeared as a pair of close-knit in-laws, and soon, the courtyard echoed with their jovial banter. Father-in-law, your shoulder is quite sturdy. Do you work out daily, perhaps hoping to find a second wife for Hinata? What? That is absurd. Rest assured, I understand. It's only human nature. Chapter 78. From the Heart, the Stubborn Elder. A moment later, at the Hinata family restaurant. Haraha, the chicken soup is here. A servant entered, sporting a broad smile as he placed a steaming pot of chicken soup onto the dining table. Seated at the table were Naruto, Hayashi, Hinata, and Hanabi. The servant then respectfully addressed Hayashi and the others, saying, the dishes are all served. Please, clan leader and esteemed guests, enjoy while it's hot. Yes, you may leave. Hayashi nodded in acknowledgement. Once the servant departed, the meal commenced. However, as Naruto had yet to pick up his chopsticks, Hayashi hesitated to begin, instead watching Naruto intently, waiting for his cue. As the daughters of Hayashi, Hinata and Hanabi could only wait silently at the side, sensing their father's heavy gaze. Seeing Hayashi's serious expression, Naruto couldn't help but let out a hearty laugh, gesturing with his hand. Father-in-law, why do you keep staring at me? Aren't you going to eat? Dig in. With that, Naruto eagerly picked up his chopsticks, lifted a piece of chicken, and savored it, exclaiming, wow. Indeed, such a prestigious family. The chef's skills are extraordinary. The taste is exceptional. Upon witnessing Naruto's enthusiasm, Hayashi and the others finally felt at ease and raised their chopsticks. Hanabi, hearing Naruto's praise, beamed and said, if you like it, brother-in-law, you can come here every day to eat. If that's inconvenient. She paused momentarily, her smile growing even brighter. Then continued, if that's inconvenient, you can just stay at the Hyuga compound. That way, you can also train with me every day. In an instant, Hayashi's hand froze mid-motion, his eyes reflecting a look of disbelief as he glared at Hanabi. You want Naruto to live here? Are you serious? Based on previous events, if any clan member were to inadvertently provoke him, isn't there a chance he could wipe out the entire Hyuga clan? As this thought crossed his mind, cold sweat trickled down Hayashi's forehead. He hastily took a few bites of his food, attempting to mask his unease. Let's give brother-in-law some time to consider. Naruto, having just responded to Hanabi, noticed Hayashi's distress and curiously asked, Father-in-law, what's wrong? Are you sweating just from eating? Nothing, nothing. Hayashi replied awkwardly. Naruto shook his head, teasing, this won't do. You look like you're suffering from kidney deficiency. I should ask the Wind Shadow for some goji berries to help you recover. You're getting older, don't overexert yourself. Upon hearing Naruto's words, Hayashi felt his cheeks burn as if scorched by fire. He could only nod in resignation. All right. I'll take care. That's more like it. Naruto grinned, then turned to Hinata, who was quietly eating, and remarked, Hinata, I see your father is quite reasonable. Communication should be easy. Hinata's heart raced, and her eyes widened in shock. She felt an overwhelming urge to bury her head in her bowl, hastening her pace as she realized that Naruto's comment signaled the impending discussion regarding the division of the family. Given that Naruto, an outsider, would address this matter, it was clear that she had confided in him. Consequently, filled with trepidation towards her father, she dared not lift her gaze. As expected, Hinata's fears were well-founded. Ah, delicious. After taking another sip of chicken soup, Naruto set down his bowl and elegantly dabbed his mouth with a napkin. He then turned to Hayashi, speaking directly, Father-in-law, I have come for two matters. Firstly, to pay respects to Hinata's family. Secondly, at this point, Naruto's expression turned serious as he continued. Secondly, I hope the Hyuga clan will abolish the main and branch family system, as well as that cruel caged bird policy. As soon as he finished speaking, the atmosphere in the room grew tense. Hayashi's expression hardened, and his gaze shot toward his daughter, Hinata, who was nearly burying her face in her bowl. Instantly, he understood. This was undoubtedly Hinata's suggestion. On any other day, he would have symbolically reprimanded Hinata for such a proposal. Yet, with Naruto present, Hayashi felt he had no intention of risking his life just yet. Thank you very much. However, the Hyuga clan's traditions had persisted for millennia. How could they be easily altered by the words of an outsider? Thus, Hayashi's fear began to dissipate, replaced by a weighty gravity as he slowly spoke. Son-in-law, this request of yours is difficult for me to grant, as it would shake the very foundation of the Hyuga clan that has stood for 1,000 years. I must implore you to. Just as Hayashi was about to elaborate, the next moment, a thunderous roar erupted. Naruto's azure eyes, under Hayashi's intense gaze, transformed into an ominous force, exuding an overwhelming pressure that threatened to engulf the entire room. As the leader of the Byakugan clan, Hayashi could certainly sense the terrifying aura radiating from Naruto's eyes, chilling him to the core. Without a moment's hesitation, Hayashi's tone shifted dramatically. But on the other hand, the branch family system indeed hinders unity. I also believe it should be abolished. With that, Hayashi donned a serious expression, seemingly detesting the system. He asserted, this is my sincere belief. It is not a matter of coercive power. At that moment, Hinata raised her head sharply, and she and Hanabi stared in astonishment at their father. Disbelief etched on their faces. Could this really be their stubborn father? Naruto burst into laughter, exclaiming, Father-in-law, I knew you were a reasonable person. Rest assured, this will only benefit the Hyuga clan. Indeed, indeed. Hayashi quickly concurred, yet soon revealed a worried expression. However, I have agreed. But the elders of the main family may. Upon hearing this, Naruto immediately understood Hayashi's concerns and waved his hand dismissively. Those are trivial matters. Please, father-in-law, call the elders here. I will handle it. It will be resolved swiftly. Very well. Reluctantly acknowledging Naruto's unwavering tone, Hayashi complied. Soon, 6 elders from the main family were summoned to the dining room. Hayashi, what is the matter that requires our presence? One elder, exuding an air of authority, inquired. It is like this. Hayashi began to explain with trepidation. Moments later, a loud clap echoed through the room. The elder slammed the table, veins bulging on his forehead as he pointed an accusatory finger at Hayashi, rebuking. How could you, as the clan leader, agree to such an absurd proposal? What do you take the Hyuga for? Hayashi fell silent, utterly cowed, and unable to respond. Seeing this, Naruto's eyes flickered with disdain, a smirk curling at his lips as he coldly remarked, Elders, if you have something to say, feel free to direct it at me. There is no need to berate my father-in-law. The second elder of the Hyuga clan, upon hearing this, thrust his finger at Naruto and bellowed, Let me be clear. Do not think we fear you just because of your strength. The clan rules that have endured for 1,000 years cannot be altered. The other elders echoed their sentiments, their words a chorus of defiance. Amid the mirthful laughter, Naruto looked up with a mockery-laden chuckle, filled with derision. Truly, what a stubborn clan. Countless heroes of the Hyuga have been ensnared by your decaying rules. It is no wonder that your clan can never be compared to the Uchiha. Even achieving the rank of a shadow-level ninja seems an insurmountable challenge. What do you know? The second elder of the Hyuga erupted in a furious roar. Naruto, with an expression as cold as ice, replied, The Hyuga should possess potential rivaling that of the Uchiha. Yet, due to your so-called caged bird system, countless talents from the branch family have been stifled in their infancy. Leaving aside the past, let us focus on the present. If Niji had not been bound by the caged bird, with his innate gifts, he would undoubtedly have surpassed his current abilities and led the Hyuga to new heights. Upon hearing Niji's name, several elders fell silent. Indeed, Niji's talent was nothing short of astonishing. They often lamented in private that had he not been born into the branch family, he might have truly revived the clan's former glory. Alas, being born into the branch family sealed one's fate for a lifetime. At that moment, the second elder glared fiercely, rebuking, The branch family is the branch family. It is a predetermined fate, an unchangeable destiny. Seeing this, Naruto was about to speak again. However, he suddenly seemed to realize something, his face revealing a bittersweet smile. I have ultimately fallen, haven't I? I have become so verbose, when it could have been resolved in an instant. As his words fell, in the astonished gazes of everyone present, a colossal spinning and compressed 5-element Rasen Shuriken erupted from Naruto's palm with a thunderous roar. That terrifying aura enveloped the entirety of the Hyuga territory like an immense net, blocking out the sun. Chapter 79, The Elders of the Heart in an instant. A wave of trepidation surged through the hearts of the Hinata clan, compelling them to cast their gazes toward the direction of the Hinata courtyard, their faces etched with confusion. What is transpiring? What has occurred at the clan leader's residence? Such a terrifying pressure. Whose chakra is this? Why do I feel as though my life is slipping away? With that, the members of the Hinata clan capable of activating their Byakugan abruptly summoned its power, directing their sight toward the source. In that moment, a hum resonated. The clan members were as if struck by lightning, their bodies trembling, pupils constricting in fear. Is that Naruto Uzumaki's jutsu? The clan leader and the elders are present. Have they provoked Naruto Uzumaki? This is disastrous. With merely the jutsu in his hand, he could obliterate the entire Hinata clan. In a flash, panic spread through the Hinata clan like a plague. What is Naruto doing? Niji, who was instructing the branch family children in martial arts, furrowed his brow upon witnessing the scene. Yet, he decisively abandoned his task and swiftly made his way toward the Hinata estate, returning to the scene of conflict. Sizzling. At this moment, the Rasengan Shuriken spun wildly in Naruto's palm, the surrounding air seemingly devoured and shredded by its force. The menacing five-element wind blades cut through the air like the Grim Reaper's scythe, dangerously close to the elders' faces. Undoubtedly, should they take another step forward, these elders would meet a fate of utter annihilation. At this moment, all present stood frozen. Gulp. The usually most loquacious second elder found himself swallowing hard, silenced by fear. Moments ago, he had dared to bark a few words because Naruto had not revealed his true power. Now, with the truth looming over him, who would dare utter another word? Naruto raised the Rasengan Shuriken high, striding towards the second elder, extending his other hand towards his face. Slap. The crisp sound of the slap echoed throughout the room. As he struck, Naruto taunted, "Come, let me hear what you just said." The second elder felt a wave of shame wash over him, fists clenched, wishing to retort angrily at Naruto. However, gazing at the devastating Rasengan Shuriken in Naruto's hand, he found his words crumbling like plastic and swallowed them back down. Yet, the unwilling second elder turned his gaze toward the other Hinata elders, hoping they would speak up for him. However, "What shall we eat later? I haven't visited Tsuehua in a while. I ought to pay her a visit." The other elders had already turned their heads away, murmuring to themselves, seemingly detached from the unfolding scene. "You all." The second elder's face twitched in anger. He had always been the scapegoat for the elders, yet now that he was in trouble, not a single person would speak on his behalf. How disgraceful. Yet, it was difficult to fault the other elders. After all, Naruto's pressure was beyond mere terror. Asking them to speak up now? Wouldn't that be courting death? Even the elders' bodies trembled beneath their robes, too close to the Rasengan Shuriken. Seeing this, Naruto let out a cold chuckle. Indeed, there are no stubborn individuals. They simply have yet to encounter true terror. With that thought, Naruto playfully slapped the second elder again, watching as the elder's face flushed red. He laughed, "Oh. Why is our second elder's face so red? Don't hold back. I'm right here. Feel free to express your concerns." However, the second elder dared not respond. He could only lower his head, too fearful to react further. The most arrogant figure of the Hinata clan now appeared docile. Haha. Seeing this, Naruto let out a cold laugh, ready to escalate the situation when suddenly, puff. Hinata gracefully approached from behind, wrapping her arms around Naruto. Her voice tinged with desperation. "Naruto-kun, the elders have realized their mistakes. Please let them go. I beg you." Feeling the warmth Hinata brought, Naruto's murderous intent ebbed like a receding tide. He turned, gently stroking Hinata's head, softly reassuring her, "Don't worry, Hinata. I will exercise discretion in my actions." Hearing Naruto's words, Hinata reluctantly nodded, hesitantly releasing her embrace. At this moment, Naruto's gaze shifted back to the elders, his voice laced with icy resolve. "You ought to be grateful to Hinata. Normally, you would have all been thoroughly frightened by now. Now, I ask once more." As he spoke, a hint of lethal intent flickered in his eyes, his voice as piercing as ice. "Shall the caged bird system of the branch family be abolished or not?" With the final word, a terrifying aura descended upon the Hinata elders, voraciously consuming their spirits, instilling them with boundless dread. Without hesitation, they responded in unison, "I agree. I agree. I agree." The second elder, who had just been so outspoken, was the loudest among them. Witnessing the stark transformation in the elders' attitudes, Hinata couldn't help but feel her jaw drop in astonishment. Are these truly the obstinate elders of their clan? However, as Hinata gazed at the Rasengan Shuriken, capable of annihilating all, her heart felt a profound sense of relief. Undoubtedly, the elders must share her sentiments deep down. This is indeed the noble character that has allowed the Hinata clan to endure through millennia of trials. At this moment, Naruto looked upon the flustered elders, a smile creeping into his eyes. It seems, indeed, that with the truth in hand, the world is mine for the taking. Following this, Naruto gently patted the second elder's cheek, chuckling softly, "Not bad. It seems you are still aware of the situation." "Why yes," the second elder replied, his gaze lowered, his tone markedly different from before. "Very well." Naruto nodded in satisfaction. He then flicked his wrist. Whoosh. The destructive Rasengan Shuriken burst forth like a dazzling firework, scattering into countless chakra fragments that dispersed into the void. As the suffocating pressure receded, the Hinata elders sighed in unison, relief washing over them. At that moment, clan leader. Voices called from outside. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. Dozens of branch family members burst through the door, flooding into the dining hall. Leading them was none other than the talented young man of the branch family, Niji Hyuga. Seeing this, Naruto couldn't help but smile. Just in time. Let me assist you in breaking free from the shackles of the caged bird. Chapter 80. The caged bird cannot be freed. A beast of the Hyuga ancestors. As the words fell, they resonated like a thunderclap in the air. The recently appeared members of the Hyuga branch family were seized by shock, their faces reflecting disbelief as they gazed at Naruto, as if they had heard the most absurd statement imaginable. Help us escape this cage of bondage. How could that be possible? This is a fate predetermined by our clan since birth, an unshakable destiny. However, Niji, the leader among them, narrowed his eyes, fixating intently on Naruto, and murmured softly, to lift the shackles of the caged bird? As he spoke, waves of astonishment surged within his gaze, coupled with the sight he had just witnessed of Naruto asserting dominance over the Elder Council, along with the words he now uttered. Niji realized he had begun to grasp the enormity of the situation. Naruto was forcefully compelling the clan's higher-ups to abolish the caged bird system. Indeed, as Niji's thoughts crystallized, Hinata's father, Hayashi, adopted a solemn expression and addressed the assembly. In light of my esteemed son-in-law Naruto's proposal, the clan has decided to abolish the caged bird system henceforth. From this moment on, there shall be no distinction between the main family and the branch family. We are all one Hyuga clan. As his declaration echoed, an eerie silence enveloped the scene. For Hayashi, as the patriarch of the Hyuga, his words bore immense weight, entirely devoid of jest. In that fleeting moment, a tremor coursed through Niji's body, his features contorting with a maelstrom of emotions, while countless past memories flooded his mind. It was an image from 3 years prior during the Chunin exams, where a battered and bruised Naruto had vowed, through gritted teeth, that upon becoming Hokage, he would change the fate of the Hyuga clan. At that time, Niji had scoffed at such an audacious claim. Yet now, in the span of merely 3 years, Naruto had indeed achieved it. He had altered the grim destiny that had loomed over the branch family. No longer would they be shackled by others. They could possess their own brilliant fates. With this realization, Niji felt his blood surge, his face ablaze, and tears of joy shimmering in his eyes, overwhelmed by an indescribable excitement. The other branch family members mirrored his fervor. Without a moment's hesitation or preamble, they all knelt before Naruto, voices filled with ecstatic unison, exclaiming, "Lord Naruto, thank you. You have shattered the chains of our future and granted us freedom." Their faces were contorted with emotion. Witnessing this, several elders of the main family wore expressions of grave discontent. What was this talk of breaking the branch family's fate, of freedom? As members of the branch family, their destiny was to remain confined within the caged bird, obeying the main family's commands. Yet, despite their dissatisfaction, the elders could only seethe inwardly, especially when Naruto cast his gaze upon them. Excellent. Our Hyuga clan shall defy destiny. We will break the shackles of fate. The elders' demeanor shifted instantly, revealing expressions of relief, rallying the branch family members. Hearing the main family's obstinate elders speak thusly only intensified the branch family's excitement. They felt as if they might soar with joy. They were eager to share this news with their families and friends. Rise. This is not an era of warring states. There is no need to kneel. Naruto smiled, gesturing for the branch family members to stand. Yes, they responded eagerly, rising to their feet, their Byakugan glowing with fervor as they gazed at Naruto. In their hearts, Naruto's status had transcended all past sages. He was akin to a saint descended upon the mortal realm. Since all the branch family members present were men, their fervent gazes bordered on obsession, as if they wished to devour Naruto whole. Feeling their adoration, Naruto shivered involuntarily. Oh no! Could these fellows be eyeing my charm? However, before he could dwell on this thought, he shook his head, dismissing it. After all, the Hyuga were formidable men, not Uchiha? Cough cough. Yet, he remained oblivious to the fact that Niji, at this moment, was licking his lips and swallowing hard, resembling a hungry wolf eyeing a delectable lamb. Hinata frowned, a tide of unease swelling within her. Why did it feel as though someone in the family was vying for Naruto's affection? Fireworks. Of course. It must be Hanabi. I must ensure that Naruto and Hanabi maintain a distance. Hinata clenched her fists, resolute in her thoughts. Yet, she was unaware that her focus was entirely misplaced. The true danger lay in the intentions of a certain brother. At this moment, after casting a sweeping glance over the branch family members, Naruto spoke with a smile. Remove your forehead protectors, and let my father-in-law help you break free from these shackles of the caged bird. As soon as Naruto's words fell, the atmosphere plunged back into silence. Hayashi's face flushed with guilt and embarrassment. Upon witnessing this, Niji seemed to understand something and stepped forward respectfully, addressing Naruto. Naruto, our generation no longer seeks the removal of the caged bird. As long as future generations are spared from this humiliating mark, it will suffice. Naruto was momentarily taken aback. He then vigorously waved his hand, chuckling. That won't do. If we are to abolish the caged bird, it must start with this generation. With that, Naruto turned to the visibly uncomfortable Hayashi, urging him repeatedly, Father-in-law, please help them lift the caged bird. At this, Hayashi felt as though he were sitting on a bed of nails, his face turning crimson, filled with countless words, yet rendered speechless. But soon after, he steeled himself, filled with remorse, and said, I'm sorry, Naruto. Once the caged bird seal is placed, it can only be lifted through death. I do not possess the jutsu to remove it. Not possible. Naruto's brow furrowed tightly. He was well aware of this premise from the original story. However, he had always believed it to be a subjective misconception held by Neji and the branch family, thinking that only death could free one from the caged bird's bonds, while the main family must have a method to undo it, merely kept hidden. To his surprise, there truly was none. No wonder Neji had stepped forward earlier. He had fully comprehended this fact. With this realization, a piercing intent flickered in Naruto's eyes as he coldly stated, Then your ancestors who created such a technique are indeed beasts. The elders of the main family fell silent at this remark. They were the beneficiaries of this system, making it difficult for them to pass judgment. Yet the branch family members ignited with a fervent rage, inwardly cursing the ancestors of the Byakugan clan who had devised this technique. Wait, aren't his ancestors also ours? The branch members suddenly recognized the inconsistency, but soon, they dismissed the thought and continued their internal curses. Amidst their turmoil, Naruto waved his hand lightly, speaking nonchalantly. Let us not dwell on your beastly ancestors, since the Hyuga clan has no means to break the caged bird. At this juncture, Naruto's eyes, which had been quietly shut, abruptly awakened. The terrifying power of his gaze, accompanied by an imposing voice, instantaneously enveloped the entire arena. Thus, allow me to shatter your destinies with these eyes. Chapter 81. When will the caged bird fly? It flies now. Listening to these words, imbued with dominance and confidence, the hearts of all present trembled in disbelief as they beheld Naruto's terrifying world-ending eyes. Neji, unable to contain himself, exclaimed, Naruto, can your eyes truly eradicate the caged birds that we have already sown? As he spoke, his entire body quivered, his expression bordering on madness, his inner turmoil akin to a beast roaring, overwhelming him with intense emotion. Just moments ago, he had claimed not to need to dispel his own caged bird, only to spare Hinata's feelings. But now, if it could indeed be undone, who wouldn't desire it? The thought of eliminating his sole visual flaw and exponentially increasing his strength and potential sent a rush of excitement coursing through Neji's veins, rendering his skin a deep crimson. However, as is often the case, joy and sorrow coexist. The faces of the elder Hyuga members turned ashen, their expressions darkening ominously. If the caged birds could not be dispelled, they might still manage to control the branch family members who bore them. But with the possibility of eradication at hand, their control would be utterly shattered. They were doomed. Naruto, sensing Neji's fervor, tempered his aura slightly and offered a serene smile. Calm yourself. Beneath my gaze, no curse or suffering can escape. With that, the corners of Naruto's mouth lifted, and the sun-like pupils within his eyes began to shimmer intensely, resembling the most radiant stars in the night sky, exuding an endless vitality. The moon-like pupils represented destruction and annihilation, while the sun-like pupils signified creation and rebirth. This ability to erase all negative suffering and grant new life had become an intrinsic power of the sun-like pupils following his awakening of the world-ending eyes. It had merely been dormant due to its lack of personal utility, until now, when it was called into action. The caged birds were akin to negative suffering and could indeed be devoured. With this thought, Naruto's eyes suddenly sharpened, his ocular power surging wildly, the brilliance and aura of his sun-like pupils growing ever more potent. Ultimately, under Neji's stunned and astonished gaze, Naruto's pupils quivered, and he bellowed, Sunlight, devour. In an instant, a terrifying force erupted from Naruto's eyes, rushing toward the void above the branch family members. The ocular power began to coalesce, transforming into a golden solar illusion, resembling a divine sun suspended above the heads of the onlookers. This scene was extraordinarily sacred, akin to the descent of a deity upon the world. Was this a miracle? All present felt their pupils widen in shock, momentarily lost in astonishment. Yet, in the next moment, a blinding golden light erupted from the solar illusion, enveloping all the branch family members in its radiance. Accompanying this was a series of strange, unsettling sounds, reminiscent of a demon sharpening its teeth, as if purging impurities. But in mere moments, those sounds began to dissipate, and the light that shrouded the branch family gradually dimmed, until it vanished completely. At that moment, the true forms of the branch family members were revealed. They closed their eyes tightly, their skin flawless like white jade, long hair cascading gracefully, exuding an unparalleled beauty. However, upon witnessing this, Hayashi's eyes widened in disbelief, his face a mask of astonishment. Their caged birds have truly vanished. The elder Hyuga members, upon seeing the smooth foreheads of the branch family members, shifted from shock to a grim expression, ultimately resigning to helplessness. For they knew that no words could change the outcome. The caged birds were destined to become a tragic echo in the ninja world. Beside them, Hinata's eyes shimmered with joy as she gazed at Niji's forehead, her heart swelling with boundless happiness. Brother Niji, you have finally broken free from the shackles of fate. As she contemplated this, her gaze shifted to the godlike Naruto, her pupils sparkling with countless tiny stars as she whispered, "Thank you, Naruto-kun. Tonight, I shall surprise you with my newly learned ultra-rotation gentle fist." At this thought, Hinata's face flushed a deep crimson. Hanabi, who had been immersed in shock, noticed her sister's face turning redder than a ripe peach. Narrowing her eyes in suspicion, "Sister, why is your face so red?" Startled, Hinata quickly dispelled her distracting thoughts and affectionately ruffled Hanabi's hair. "It's nothing. I'm just happy for Brother Niji. TCH. I don't believe you." Hanabi pouted, convinced there was more to Hinata's blush than met the eye. She resolved to secretly observe her sister under the cover of night to uncover any hidden secrets. As the sisters whispered to one another, the branch family members gradually opened their eyes, their Byakugan gleaming like flawless white jade, radiating pure white light. "Your foreheads, the caged birds have vanished." "What? No, yours too. Our caged birds are gone." At that moment, they gazed at one another in astonishment, their eyes filled with disbelief. They understood. The caged birds had completely dissipated. In that instant, they transformed into birds released from their confines, soaring through the vast expanse of the sky, breaking free from the cold, dark prison. When will the caged bird fly? It flies now. Without hesitation, Niji led the branch family members to kneel before Naruto, bowing deeply in reverence. "Thank you, Lord Naruto, for liberating us from the caged birds. From this day forth, we are willing to serve you, to endure any hardship, without hesitation." Hearing Niji's words, the branch family echoed with fervent agreement. "We are willing to serve you, Lord Naruto, to endure any hardship, without hesitation." At that moment, Naruto's status in their hearts transcended all else. To say he was like a reborn parent would be no exaggeration. After all, he had liberated them from their caged birds. Who could fail to feel gratitude for such an act? Seeing this, Naruto chuckled softly, "Please rise. I have said there is no need to kneel. I am not a king of the feudal era." As he spoke, Naruto waved his right hand gently. A soft gust of wind chakra floated toward the kneeling crowd, lifting them tenderly to their feet. As Niji stood, his face still radiated deep respect and excitement. But there was a glimmer of unspoken longing in his eyes. Naruto, perceptive to Niji's inner feelings, called out, "Niji, summon all the branch family members. I intend to liberate every last one of the caged birds at once." Niji's body trembled with anticipation, and he quickly replied, "Yes, I will summon them immediately." He had wished to mention this, but hesitated, fearing Naruto might overexert his ocular power. Unexpectedly, Naruto had shown such understanding, bringing up the matter himself. At this moment, Niji's admiration for Naruto reached its pinnacle. He was willing to do anything for Naruto, even if it meant, "Don't say it." After a brief moment, the members of the branch family, having received all the news, surrounded the Hyuga clan with an impenetrable fervor. Their yearning for freedom burned intensely. With the opportunity finally at hand, they were determined to seize it with all their might. Subsequently, Naruto unleashed a vast range of the Yang release, Devour, completely dispersing the caged birds of the branch family. Thus, the distinction between the main and branch families within the Hyuga clan ceased to exist. The strength of the clan experienced a remarkable transformation. When will the caged birds take flight? The time is now. Chapter 82. Terrifying Nine-Tails. As the night deepened and silence enveloped the world, a cacophony of thunderous clashes erupted from Hinata's room at the Uzumaki household. Rasengan, Byakugan. The sounds echoed like a dream, conjuring vivid images of a spectacular battle in the minds of listeners. In the adjacent room, Hanabi's eyes widened, sparkling like gems. As she fixated on Hinata's chamber, her mouth agape in awe. Such a marvelous fight. Is this truly my sister's secret technique? I wish. She paused, wiping the corner of her mouth where drool had escaped, and continued with eager anticipation, "I wish I could try it myself." Naruto, leaning against the headboard, mused, It seems I've triggered a hidden plot, a double Byakugan. Time to unleash my shadow clone technique." Just as Hanabi hesitated, the battle within Hinata's room reached its climax. Naruto gazed at the exhausted Hinata, a look of admiration crossing his face. "Hinata, your mastery of the 8 trigrams has improved tremendously. I nearly couldn't keep up." Hinata, panting heavily, her beautiful eyes reflecting a hint of sorrow, glanced at Naruto with a playful pout. "But I still couldn't withstand your Rasengan." "Humph, Naruto-kun. Next time I shall activate my Byakugan and show you my true strength." Laughter erupted from Naruto, who gently lifted Hinata's chin with a teasing gesture. "Then I shall employ my multi-shadow clone technique next time." Flushed with embarrassment, Hinata turned her head away. Just then, a strange commotion resonated within Naruto. A surge of sinister crimson chakra emerging from his being. "What's happening?" Naruto-kun. Hinata's face turned pale as she activated her Byakugan. Don't worry. Naruto waved his hand dismissively, a smile creeping on his lips. It's just my loyal companion, the QB, waking up. Since the last incident with the infinite Tsukuyami, Kurama had been in slumber, and Naruto had hardly given it a thought. After all, the power of the tailed beasts felt rather inconsequential to him now. However, with Kurama awake, it seemed prudent to check in. As Naruto concentrated, his consciousness was transported to his inner realm, surrounded by a sea of red chakra, thick with a dark, malevolent energy that instilled fear. It was evident that Kurama had awakened in a furious state. This reaction was, of course, understandable. The humiliation of being controlled by an illusion would leave a lasting imprint on any tailed beast's psyche. As Naruto's consciousness materialized, a massive claw burst forth from the ceiling gate, accompanied by Kurama's enraged roar that shook the heavens. Brat, how dare you use a genjutsu on me? How dare you insult me? I will kill you. Kurama's fury was palpable, its presence increasingly terrifying. The claw strained against the seal, attempting to break free, but was met with an overwhelming pressure that halted its advance. Yet, even with that restraint, Kurama's eyes burned with an intense crimson fury, growling at Naruto. Brat, when I break free from this seal, it will be your end. With a thunderous release of chakra, Kurama's power surged, threatening to rend the ceiling space apart. The spectacle was nothing short of magnificent. However, Naruto couldn't help but chuckle at the sight, a mischievous glint in his eyes as he teased, Kurama. Have you forgotten something? What? Kurama, though infuriated, could not suppress its curiosity. Naruto stretched leisurely, his eyes glimmering with amusement. Have you forgotten the power I possessed before your slumber? In an instant, Kurama froze, its anger dissipating into embarrassment and confusion. The recent fury had clouded its memory of Naruto's true strength, an overwhelming force that could easily crush any adversary. Realization dawned upon Kurama, and it hastily retreated to the farthest corner of the ceiling space, dread washing over it. The thought of facing Naruto was more terrifying than its previous rage. Naruto erupted in laughter at Kurama's sudden change in demeanor, its movements reminiscent of a mouse fleeing from a cat. Yet, in Kurama's eyes, Naruto's laughter was 1,000 times more terrifying than any demon. As Naruto approached the ceiling door, his right hand raised, pointing at the central seal. Kurama's heart raced with fear. Don't come any closer. Don't touch that seal. Gone was the wicked fox that had once tempted Naruto to break the seal. Kurama's pleas were futile. The more it protested, the more excited Naruto became. Finally, standing before the ceiling door, Naruto gazed into the shadows where Kurama cowered in fear, a playful smirk on his face. My dear partner, Kurama, what are you afraid of? Weren't you just threatening to kill me if I broke the seal? Well, here I am, ready to let you out. Hee hee. Don't. You bastard. Kurama's eyes widened in despair as Naruto's hand made contact with the sealing symbol. In an instant, the powerful seal was torn partially away, unleashing blinding golden light that illuminated the entire ceiling space. A gentle yet magnetic voice echoed through the chamber. Naruto, you mustn't do this. Chapter 83. The overly kind Minato, a gentle voice brushed past, evoking the sensation of basking in warm sunlight, filling one's heart with an overwhelming sense of security. However, upon hearing it, Naruto's eyes sparkled with mischief as a smile graced his lips. Has the program set by the fourth Hokage awakened? As the golden light dissipated, a figure stood before Naruto, firmly grasping his wrist, which was poised to tear off the sealing talisman. With cascading golden hair and a fair, handsome visage, he exuded an intoxicating aura of gentleness. This man was none other than the fastest shinobi in the ninja world, the fourth Hokage, Minato Namikaze. The Nine-Tails, who had been cowering behind the ceiling gate, saw this and immediately cried out in panic, as if it had found a lifeline. Fourth Hokage. Fourth Hokage. Quickly stop him. Stop your son. I don't want to come out. I wish to remain sealed. The pitiful demeanor bore no resemblance to the fearsome presence of a tailed beast. Yet Minato stood there, his expression complex, too preoccupied to heed the Nine-Tails. The words he had spoken upon his arrival were merely a preset program, activated as Naruto attempted to tear apart the talisman. What followed, however, would be governed by his free will. Having observed Naruto's actions over the years from within, Minato, as a father, found himself at a loss for words. He had initially established this chakra spirit to prevent the Nine-Tails from escaping, hoping to meet his son in the process. But now, there was no need to fear the Nine-Tails escaping. It was the Nine-Tails who was now desperately wishing to remain sealed. At this moment, Minato and Naruto locked eyes, and the atmosphere became tense and awkward. What on earth were these two doing? The Nine-Tails couldn't help but seethe internally. Yet, after a brief moment, it was Minato, the father, who broke the silence first. Hello, Naruto. I am your father. Minato scratched his head, a look of shame washing over him. Upon hearing this, Naruto's eyes glimmered with mockery as he replied nonchalantly. I've known for a long time. The fastest man in the ninja world, right? Died pretty quickly too. Minato was momentarily taken aback. But soon his face was marred by embarrassment and guilt as he softly uttered, "I'm sorry. Naruto, it's all my fault that your childhood was filled with suffering. I owe you that. You deserved a carefree and beautiful childhood." Minato's repeated references to Naruto's childhood stemmed from the fact that he saw Naruto now, far from suffering. He wouldn't even eat beef. If anyone dared to utter a word against him, they would be met with a Rasengan, leaving no room for further discussion. Yet Naruto, growing impatient, waved his hand dismissively. He was not his original self and had no interest in this so-called paternal affection. "It's fine. Those who made me suffer in my childhood are almost all taken care of. If you have anything to say it quickly." Hearing his son's tone, sorrow welled up in Minato's eyes. Had he not perished prematurely, being able to accompany Naruto in his growth, perhaps his son's temperament would have been far gentler. Contemplating this, the sadness in Minato's gaze deepened, yet fulfilling his duty as a father, he urged Naruto, "Naruto, I know I'm not a good role model, but I still hope you can temper your bloodlust and treat others kindly. Unless absolutely necessary, do not resort to violence." The Nine-Tails, lurking in the shadows, listened to these words, its crimson eyes glimmering with a sense of relief. "Excellent. That is right. Fourth Hokage, please instill more benevolent thoughts in him. Help him return to his former kind self. Otherwise, this guy is even more malevolent than I am. How infuriating. Otherwise, even I, the wicked Nine-Tails, will have to persuade him to be virtuous." However, the Nine-Tails' thoughts were evidently too naive. Naruto let out a cold laugh, fixing a gaze tinged with derision upon Minato as he spoke. "Oh, my dear fourth Hokage father, you have never fulfilled your duty to care for me, yet you still have the audacity to lecture me. Treat kindly those who have wronged me. They've been shitting on my head. And you expect me to treat them kindly? Do you think I'm a living Buddha?" With that, Naruto forcefully shook off Minato's grip. Minato's expression became as rigid as a statue, his eyes filled with boundless sorrow. He opened his mouth to speak, but found himself at a loss for words. Eventually, Minato managed to suppress his emotional turmoil, mustering a strained expression of encouragement and hope. He softly addressed Naruto. "Naruto, I do not oppose your actions towards others in the ninja world, but I hope you can show kindness to those in Konoha who have made mistakes. They are our comrades too." When he witnessed the scenes of Naruto slaughtering the root organization and civilians within his inner space, he was genuinely left speechless. As the fourth Hokage, even in death, seeing so many of those he once protected being slain by his own child was unbearable. Though they may have committed some errors, they deserved only appropriate punishment, not extermination. Thus, he needed to seize this precious opportunity of his soul's appearance, hoping to alter Naruto's attitude towards the people of Konoha, perhaps even instilling in him the responsibility of protecting the village. With this thought, Minato's determination grew stronger. However, to treat Konoha kindly, Naruto still wore a cold smile, his pupils filled with sarcasm. Indeed, everything unfolded as he had anticipated. The fourth Hokage was still far too kind. The suffering his son had endured was akin to that of livestock. Yet he still dared to wish for Naruto to treat the villagers of Konoha with kindness. It seemed the will of fire had utterly distorted his perspective. Perhaps it was time for his wife to reveal this cruel reality to him. With this thought, Naruto scanned the ceiling space, his gaze quickly settling on a spot of immense chakra. He then raised his wrist, and chakra surged from his palm, transforming into a streak of light that raced towards that location. The moment the light made contact, a brilliant crimson glow erupted forth, and dozens of golden chains shot out. As a beautiful woman with fiery red hair appeared, as if descending from the heavens. It was Kushina Uzumaki. As soon as Kushina emerged, she bellowed, "Nine-Tails, stay put." With that, swish, 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 the golden chains shot through the ceiling gate, carrying an overwhelming pressure as they thundered towards the cornered Nine-Tails. The Nine-Tails was momentarily stunned, then shrieked in alarm, "What are you doing? I'm the victim. I'm the victim." However, before it could finish its sentence, the golden chains had already ensnared it tightly, binding it like a rice dumpling, rendering even the slightest attempt to scratch its rear a distant dream. In that moment, an endless sense of grievance surged within the Nine-Tails' slit pupils, tears streaming down its face. Who understands the plight of tailed beasts? What am I supposed to do with this trio of troublesome creatures? Chapter 84. The Enraged Kushina. Once the most haughty of the tailed beasts in the ninja world ultimately shed tears of humiliation. At this moment, the anguished wails of the Nine-Tails echoed throughout the ceiling space, lamenting, "Oh, the torment of the tailed beasts. It is inhumane." Kushina was momentarily taken aback, her beautiful eyes narrowing in sudden realization. The ceiling gate had not been opened. How then did I manage to escape? Her chakra and soul were entirely distinct from Minato's. While he could gaze into Naruto's past, she was confined to slumber, only to awaken when the Nine-Tails broke free from its seal. Thus, Kushina remained oblivious to everything that had transpired and believed the Nine-Tails was merely striving to break its bindings. Just as Kushina was engulfed in confusion, Minato, who had been attempting to persuade Naruto, spoke up, "Kushina, the Nine-Tails has yet to break its seal." Upon hearing Minato's voice, Kushina snapped back to reality. her eyes brimming with boundless joy. She turned towards the source of the sound, and upon confirming it was indeed Minato, she rushed into his embrace, softly exclaiming, "Minato, I have missed you so dearly." "Yes, I have missed you too," Minato replied, gently wrapping his arms around Kushina. An overwhelming aura of love enveloped the ceiling space, transforming the very air into something sweet and intoxicating. Naruto, witnessing this scene, felt a flicker of annoyance. He had intended for Kushina to emerge and give Minato a well-deserved scolding, yet here they were, enacting a romantic reunion. Despite his internal grumbling, he chose not to interrupt this long-separated couple, instead directing his gaze toward the Nine-Tails behind the ceiling gate, a sly smile creeping across his face. The still weeping Nine-Tails caught sight of Naruto's expression and trembled, exclaiming, "It's over. Where are you, Sage of the Six Paths? Save me." The Nine-Tails did not fear Naruto's strength, but rather dreaded his propensity to prolong suffering, slowly tormenting his foes. That was the most excruciating fate of all. Sighing, Naruto found the Nine-Tails' cowardice utterly unamusing. He craved the thrill of crushing arrogant adversaries, akin to the likes of Pain, Obito, and Itachi. Initially, these individuals exuded extreme arrogance, but under his guidance, they gradually became utterly exhausted, even less than the lowest creature. However, the Nine-Tails' current terror rendered it impossible for Naruto to feel the slightest intrigue. Contemplating a strategy, he pondered whether to feign injury, allowing the Nine-Tails to mistakenly believe it had an opportunity, before decisively shattering that illusion. At that moment, Minato and Kushina had concluded their heartfelt embrace, their hands tightly clasped, radiating an aura of deep affection, akin to celestial lovers. Kushina then turned her gaze to Naruto, sensing the potent call of their shared bloodline, her lovely visage suffused with maternal love. "Naruto, I am your mother." As she spoke, Kushina abruptly released Minato's hand, her arms outstretched, enveloping Naruto in a tight embrace. Tears, brimming with longing, cascaded down her cheeks as she trembled with emotion, exclaiming, "Naruto, I have yearned to see you every moment, my child." Yet to this, Naruto could not help but feel a twitch at the corners of his mouth. "So, you have been yearning to see your son, yet the first to rush into your arms was your husband? Must I wait until later to gain your attention?" With that thought, Naruto summoned his strength, gently breaking free from Kushina's embrace and leaping backward. "What? Naruto, what are you doing?" Kushina was taken aback by Naruto's sudden action. However, Naruto had already closed his eyes, and when he opened them again, they glowed with the power of the Apocalypse Eye. As the Apocalypse Eye manifested, it rapidly concentrated a formidable power, directing it towards Kushina's eyes. In an instant, Kushina felt a jolt in her mind as countless memories surged into her consciousness. Naruto gently closed the Apocalypse Eye, gazing at Kushina with a hint of mischief. He had just cast an illusion upon her, encompassing the tragic experiences of the original host and everything he had encountered since his arrival. Curious about how Kushina would react upon learning the truth, whether she would plead with him like Minato or respond differently, Naruto awaited her reaction. At that moment, Kushina, overwhelmed by the influx of memories, began to wail in despair, her beautiful eyes shifting as her expression filled with sorrow and hopelessness. Minato, alarmed by her distress, rushed to support her, anxiously asking, "Kushina, what is wrong? What is happening?" Seeing Kushina continue to wail, Minato turned to Naruto, pleading, "Naruto, I won't advise you anymore. Please let your mother return to normal." However, before Minato could finish his sentence, a resounding slap echoed through the air. Minato froze, astonished that the slap had come from none other than Kushina herself. Kushina, having ceased her wailing, now glared at Minato with bloodshot eyes, filled with rage. She tore herself from Minato's grasp, seizing one of his ears and, with an almost frenzied tone, roared, "My son has been subjected to such treatment. How dare you counsel him to show kindness to his tormentors? Are you even human?" With that, Kushina's grip tightened, amplifying the pressure on Minato's ear. "Ow, ow, ow." Minato cried out in pain, simultaneously realizing what Naruto had done to Kushina. In agony, he cast a helpless glance at Naruto, mentally lamenting, "Son, why didn't you say something sooner? I wouldn't have said that." However, he dared not voice such thoughts aloud. As Kushina twisted Minato's ear, he yelped in pain, and she continued to scold, "Have you lost your mind, Hokage? Those people treated your son like that, and you dare to call them your kin? Should they not be considered kin even if they defecated on your son's head?" As her words hung in the air, Kushina's fiery red hair erupted in fury, signaling her transformation into a state of rage. "I'm sorry, dear. I'm sorry." Minato could only repeatedly apologize, fearing her wrath. Yet, how could the enraged Kushina heed such pleas? "Foolish Minato," Kushina shouted, gripping Minato's collar with one hand and lifting him forcefully. With her other hand, she delivered several sharp slaps, the crisp sound echoing like firecrackers in the inner space. The door was swung open so violently that Minato felt utterly disoriented, desperately pleading, "I was wrong. Please, don't hit me. Kushina, please, you are mistaken." As he spoke, his words became increasingly stammered. Meanwhile, Kushina listened to his faltering pleas, and in an instant, her hair transformed into a more vivid and fearsome hue. An overwhelming fury surged across her exquisite features as she roared, "You insolent Minato! How dare you retort, claiming I am in the wrong? It seems you have truly forgotten how I conquered you." With that, Kushina abruptly hurled Minato into a corner and instantly lunged towards him. The sound of fists meeting flesh echoed with a series of thuds. The once weeping Nine-Tails was suddenly startled into a tremor, shaking uncontrollably. At that moment, I finally understood from whom Naruto Uzumaki had inherited such traits. Chapter 85. The support and love of parents as the Nine-Tails howled in despair. Its immense vertical pupils reflected a formidable figure, akin to a war god, clad in the regal robes of the first Hokage, Senju Hashirama. Indeed, it found itself missing Hashirama, who, despite using force against it, had offered apologies, a gesture that could be deemed noble. In stark contrast, the family before it was utterly different. That brutish husband had cleaved it in two, while that scoundrel of a wife had immediately resorted to bondage play. Their son was undoubtedly more deranged, perhaps intending to strip it of its fur and parade it before other tailed beasts, subjecting it to utter humiliation. At the thought, the Nine-Tails began to tremble uncontrollably, curling up like a ball, fervently pleading in its heart. Six-Path Sage, Azura, Senju Hashirama, come save this fox's life. Alas, despite its desperate entreaties, no heroic savior appeared. What if the Nine-Tails were to discover that Naruto was the reincarnation of Azura? One could only wonder how it would feel. Meanwhile, the sounds of Kushina's relentless assault continued, the rhythmic thuds of fist meeting flesh resembling an exhilarating battle hymn. "Ah, I was wrong. Kushina, I was wrong." The anguished cries of Minato echoed in tandem. Naruto, witnessing this, couldn't he help but give a thumbs up, chuckling softly. It seems this unexpected mother figure is not so bad after all. At least she prioritizes family over village interests. To Naruto, those who revered village interests above familial ties were contemptible. Minato had made a commendable choice, relinquishing the Hokage position to stand alongside Kushina, thus achieving a balance between family and village. After a moment of reprieve, the flurry of punches ceased with Kushina's fierce exclamation. Minato, clutching his swollen face, struggled to rise, emitting a series of pitiful whimpers filled with sorrow. Upon seeing this, Kushina raised her fist once more, gripping Minato's ear, demanding, Minato, you dare harbor resentment? Ah, wife, I wouldn't he dare." Minato wailed like a slaughtered pig, the resentment in his eyes evaporating, replaced by sheer helplessness. In that moment, he bore no resemblance to the illustrious fourth Hokage, the Yellow Flash, who was feared across the land. If the Raikage were to pass by, he might not even recognize him. Kushina, satisfied with Minato's demeanor, released her grip and turned to Naruto, her fiery hair cascading down, her eyes filled with tenderness and remorse. "Naruto, I'm so sorry for making you bear so much alone. Woo, your father even dares to say such things about you, but at least," her tone shifted to one of righteous anger, "at least I gave your father a good thrashing, so you can take some satisfaction in that." With that, she turned to Minato, her hair flaring like flames as she roared, "Minato, do you understand your mistake now?" Minato trembled, his face instantly adorned with a sycophantic grin as he addressed Naruto. "Naruto, your father was wrong. Your father was wrong. Well, that's an acceptable attitude." Kushina nodded in approval. She then turned her gaze back to Naruto, inquiring, "Naruto, are you satisfied with your father's sincere apology?" All right," Naruto replied, shaking his head in resignation, recognizing the sincerity behind the apology. Seeing Naruto nod, Kushina's face lit up with joy, immediately beckoning to Minato. "Come here, Minato. Our son has forgiven you." Minato, feeling as if a great weight had been lifted, rushed forward despite the pain coursing through him. The couple stood before Naruto. Yet in the next moment, a faint white light began to shimmer around them, their chakra dissipating, indicating their souls were on the verge of vanishing. Kushina sensed this and reached out her warm hands to gently caress Naruto's cheek, her eyes brimming with maternal love. "Naruto, whatever you choose to do, your mother will always unconditionally support you. Though I may not comprehend how you acquired such terrifying abilities, I won't question it. For your blood flows with mine and Minato's. You are our child, and we will eternally believe in you." As she spoke, Kushina enveloped Naruto in a tight embrace, wishing to imprint her son's essence in her heart before completely fading away. Meanwhile, Minato's eyes radiated affection as he spoke softly, tinged with guilt. "Naruto, your father was wrong. I will no longer impede you in any endeavor. Having departed from this world, I am no longer the Hokage, but merely your father. From now on, no matter what you do, I will stand behind you, supporting you unreservedly." With that, Minato raised his right hand, declaring with unwavering conviction, "I swear, by the honor of the fourth, no, by the name of the Yellow Flash." He then opened his arms wide, embracing both his wife and son. In that instant, a tableau of familial bliss unfolded, infusing the ceiling space with warmth. The Nine-Tails, observing this, felt a radiant light flicker in its eyes. That's it. Use the love of parents to touch this child. quickly. However, the Nine-Tails was clearly mistaken. I understand, Naruto replied nonchalantly, as though this spectacle bore no significance to him. Was he moved? Indeed, it was quite touching. But what did it have to do with him as a time traveler? He was merely a bystander. As Naruto's words lingered in the air, the chakra souls of Kushina and Minato gradually began to rise, slowly dispersing. Hand in hand, they floated in the air, and despite Naruto's somewhat perfunctory response, for Kushina, merely seeing her child was enough. Then, with her last vestiges of chakra, Kushina implored, Naruto, could you let your mother see you smile? Initially reluctant, Naruto pondered for a moment before managing a smile, responding to the mother who loved him dearly. In that fleeting moment when Naruto's smile graced his face, the souls of Kushina and Minato completely dissipated. Yet, within the depths of his heart, their loving words echoed on. Naruto, your mother will forever love you. And your father too. As Naruto listened to the final voices of his parents, he couldn't help but stretch widely, a hint of helplessness curling at the corners of his mouth. What is this melancholic farewell about? When the time comes, I shall resurrect you, and all will be well. With that thought, Naruto shifted his gaze towards the Nine-Tails, a devilish grin spreading across his face as he mockingly declared, Nine-Tails, it's our turn now. Ha ha ha. The Nine-Tails, initially touched by the love of Kushina and Minato, trembled upon hearing Naruto's words, and with a despairing roar, exclaimed, you bastard. This still hasn't changed you. Who will come to save this poor little fox? Why does it feel a bit too harmonious? Shouldn't something be done? You tell me who to target next, and I shall take action. Chapter 86. If you do not abandon me, I, the llama, am willing to kneel before you as a foster father. However, the wails of the Nine-Tails were evidently in vain. At this moment, Naruto stepped closer to the ceiling gate, his eyes glinting with mockery, as he thought, the more you struggle, the more exhilarated I become. Ha. Don't come any closer. Get away. The Nine-Tails, upon seeing this, was filled with fear, its heart trembling in despair as it suddenly comprehended why humans held such dread for beasts. For Naruto's current demeanor had transformed in its eyes into that of a terrifying, upright beast. Alas, no matter how desperately the Nine-Tails pleaded, it was futile. Naruto's palm had already made contact with the ceiling talisman, and with a tone reminiscent of a cat toying with a mouse, he chuckled, husky. I'm coming. As those words fell, amidst the Nine-Tails' abject terror, the talisman capable of imprisoning all tailed beasts was effortlessly torn apart by Naruto, igniting into a roaring flame. In an instant, the entire ceiling space trembled violently, shaking as if the earth itself were quaking, while the gate that suppressed all was suddenly flung open. As the door swung wide, a cataclysmic aura surged forth, unleashing a powerful wave that filled the heavens and earth, overwhelming in its might and suffocating in its presence. Yet, in this breathtaking spectacle, no fearsome beast emerged. On the contrary, damn it, run. The Nine-Tails spread its limbs wide and dashed frantically deeper into the ceiling space, desperate to escape Naruto. After all, no one wished to meet a fate worse than that of the Akatsuki, reduced to mere swine. With this thought, the Nine-Tails ran even more recklessly, its massive form causing the ceiling space to quiver incessantly. Naruto, of course, sensed this, and a flame of excitement ignited in his eyes as he remarked with interest, next comes the upgraded version of cat and mouse, a chase between man and fox. Ha. Accompanied by a mocking laugh, Naruto slowly stepped into the darkness, closing in on the fleeing Nine-Tails. The Nine-Tails, still in flight, felt its first stand on end in fear, its limbs taut with tension, bolting towards the depths of the ceiling space with the speed of a tailed beast. In its mind, it thought, as long as I run fast enough, perhaps Naruto will not be able to catch me within this ceiling space. However, alas, the Nine-Tails had miscalculated. The ceiling space, too, had its limits. At this moment, with a resounding crash, the trembling fox face of the Nine-Tails collided with a black wall, leaving it dazed and collapsed on the ground. But before it could recover, the Nine-Tails struggled to rise, wishing to continue its escape. Yet, upon seeing the black wall, it let out a despairing wail, oh no. For it realized, this was the boundary of the ceiling space, with no further extension. It, the strongest of the nine-tailed beasts, the Nine-Tails, now found itself with nowhere to flee. Behind the Nine-Tails, the sound of light footsteps echoed, becoming increasingly clear, akin to a death knell. The Nine-Tails felt as though its heart had been struck violently, weakening as it leaned against the black wall, its eyes filled with endless sorrow and helplessness. Was it truly destined to lose its purity as a tailed beast here, to be ruthlessly humiliated? At this thought, the Nine-Tails raised its massive paw, gently wiping away the tears at the corners of its eyes, its fox face etched with grief and despair. Just as the Nine-Tails was immersed in its sorrow, from the depths of the endless darkness came Naruto's teasing voice. Little Nine-Tails, don't run away. Come play with me. In an instant, the Nine-Tails trembled violently, realizing from the sound's proximity that Naruto was drawing near. In this moment of panic, the Nine-Tails had no time for sorrow. It hurriedly stood up, pacing anxiously, muttering what to do. what to do. Its lively eyes darted around frantically, seemingly searching for a way out. However, Naruto's increasingly close footsteps pierced its nerves, rendering it unable to concentrate. Finally, when Naruto's figure fully appeared before the Nine-Tails, its eyes suddenly narrowed, as if it had solidified a certain resolve in its heart. In the next moment, before Naruto could speak, boom, the Nine-Tails slammed its limbs against the ground, leaping forward with an overwhelming force toward Naruto's position. Oh, a desperate struggle? Naruto was momentarily taken aback, then burst into laughter. Just as it should be. As he spoke, Naruto shut his eyes tightly. Instantly, the countless natural energies from the outside world surged into Naruto's body, and an orange hue appeared around his eyes. The consciousness of Naruto within the ceiling space reopened his eyes, now adorned with the same orange shade. This was, undeniably, the sage mode of Mount Myaboku. Naruto was determined to recreate the original narrative. He intended to battle the Nine-Tails in sage mode. Otherwise, relying on other techniques would be far too easy. At this moment, bang bang bang. As the ceiling space trembled violently, the Nine-Tails swiftly approached Naruto. Quite fast indeed. Naruto grinned widely, then opened his palm, preparing to gather the Rasengan. Suddenly, in the next moment, what? Naruto's lips twitched, his expression turning ghostly. For at this moment, the approaching Nine-Tails executed a sliding maneuver, gliding towards Naruto with incredible speed. Subsequently, it dropped to its knees, paws clasped together in a gesture of submission, its face filled with flattery, bowing deeply to Naruto, proclaiming, "Lama, I have wandered for half my life, yet have not encountered a worthy master. If you do not abandon me today, I am willing to take you as my foster father." Before Naruto could respond, the Nine-Tails performed a series of 3 bows and 9 kowtows, its sincerity evoking a bemused smile. One could only say that our Nine-Tails had indeed learned the true ways of humanity, for it understood that those who recognize the situation are the true elites among tailed beasts. Naruto gazed at the bowing Nine-Tails, his lips twitching uncontrollably, clearly taken aback by this sudden turn of events. However, he soon squinted his eyes and mused, "Why does this line sound so familiar? Are you planning to use the tailed beast bomb on me while I rest?" The tailed beast bomb, specifically aimed at the foster father. The Nine-Tails, still in the midst of its bowing, was immediately struck with terror upon hearing these words, hastily exclaiming, "I wouldn't dare, foster father. I, little Llama, am wholly devoted to you." Alas, Naruto seemed convinced of his earlier notion, firmly believing that the Nine-Tails would indeed unleash a tailed beast bomb upon him. Without delay, Naruto gathered chakra once more, preparing to unleash the Rasengan directly. Observing this, the Nine-Tails felt every hair on its body stand on end and lunged towards Naruto's feet. It clasped Naruto's thigh tightly with its sharp claws, wailing, "Foster father, I harbor no ill intentions. I harbor no ill intentions at all." The sound of its cries was heart-wrenching. The Nine-Tails' mucus and tears flowed freely, fearing that Naruto might suddenly strike. For once Naruto acted, both his spirit and body would face severe repercussions. Gazing at the Nine-Tails, who wailed before him, a wave of profound exasperation surged within Naruto. He could not comprehend how the creature had come to such a state. Yet, one could hardly blame the Nine-Tails. Anyone who witnessed Naruto's battle against the Akatsuki would be equally terrified. Subsequently, Naruto lost interest in the ensuing actions and promptly dispelled his sage mode. The Nine-Tails, realizing that Naruto had accepted its identity as a foster son, immediately bowed 3 times and expressed heartfelt gratitude, saying, "Thank you, foster father. Thank you, foster father." Sighing in resignation, Naruto reached out to gently stroke the Nine-Tails' forehead and advised, "From now on, refrain from secretly using tailed beast bombs to strike your foster father." With that, Naruto's consciousness swiftly dissipated within the ceiling space. The endeavor to subdue the Nine-Tails could be deemed a resounding success, couldn't it? Chapter 87. The Nine-Tails aspiring to be Anbu. Sasuke makes his entrance in the outside world. A wave of commotion arose as the orange eyeshadow around Naruto's eyes gradually dissipated, revealing his brilliant azure orbs. What greeted him was Hinata's anxious expression. Upon seeing Naruto regain consciousness, Hinata immediately threw herself into his embrace, her face etched with concern as she exclaimed, "Naruto-kun, what just happened? Was it the Nine-Tails rampaging? Is everything alright? You scared me." With her Byakugan, Hinata could distinctly perceive the chaotic influx of natural energy surrounding Naruto moments ago. She mistakenly believed that the Nine-Tails within him had gone berserk, forcing Naruto to enter sage mode to combat it. However, Hinata's intuition was not entirely incorrect. The Nine-Tails had indeed become agitated, albeit in a desperate attempt to escape its confines. "Foolish girl." Naruto mused with a gentle chuckle as he gazed at the lovely figure before him. He tenderly enveloped her in his arms and affectionately replied, "Not only am I fine, but I've also brought you a son." "Huh, a son?" Hinata blinked in surprise, her face adorably puzzled. "Allow me to show you." Naruto teased as he playfully tapped the tip of Hinata's delicate nose, then called out softly, "Kurama, come greet your mother." In an instant, A surge of fiery crimson chakra erupted from within Naruto, coalescing in the air before Hinata and transforming into the form of the Nine-Tails, albeit a miniature version, akin to a finely crafted doll. As soon as he materialized, Kurama leapt into Hinata's embrace, playfully declaring, "Mother, please accept my homage." With that, Kurama began to nuzzle against Hinata like a mischievous puppy. Hinata, cradling the soft Nine-Tails in her arms, was filled with astonishment and disbelief. "Naruto, the son you mentioned is this? This is the Nine-Tails, isn't it?" Hinata was no fool. Although he had shrunk in size, she recognized Kurama instantly. However, before Naruto could respond, Kurama interjected with a charming smile. "Mother, you seem to be treating me distantly. What a shame. Just call me little Kurama." Upon finishing, Kurama flipped over in Hinata's arms, exposing his plump belly, as if inviting her to play with him. Despite her lingering doubts, Hinata couldn't resist the adorable Nine-Tails and gently scratched his belly, laughing, "You're so cute. Just like that, just like that." Kurama purred with satisfaction, his expression utterly endearing, which elicited peals of laughter from Hinata. At this moment, Kurama had resolved to win Hinata's affection. Realizing that his standing with Naruto was tenuous at best, by capturing Hinata's heart, he could elevate his own status, truly a strategy of both offense and defense. As he basked in Hinata's adoration, Kurama shot a provocative glance at Naruto, as if to say, "You've got me, but I intend to win over your Hinata as well." Indeed, a Nine-Tails that does not aspire to be Anbu is not a worthy beast. But wait, who is Anbu? Just as Kurama pondered this, Naruto's expression darkened, his brow furrowing with tension as veins throbbed ominously on his forehead. In that instant, he felt akin to Dongjua, with Hinata as Diao-chan, and Kurama as the treacherous Anbu. Without a moment's hesitation or mercy, Naruto extended his right hand and seized Kurama by the neck, unleashing a tremendous force. Bang! Kurama was crushed, instantly transforming into crimson chakra and returning to Naruto's being. As the Nine-Tails re-entered the ceiling space, his features trembled violently as he sensed the impending doom. Oh no. This is bad. Indeed, before Kurama could finish his thought, the ceiling space erupted in a cloud of smoke, and thousands of Narutos emerged, all eager and ready for action. Realizing the gravity of the situation, Kurama dropped to his knees, a sycophantic smile plastered across his face as he pleaded, "Father, what are you planning? Are you going to?" Before Kurama could complete his sentence, a chorus of Narutos shouted in unison, rushing forward with wild fists raised, "Attack!" With resounding thuds, Kurama's lament echoed through the underground base. "I was wrong, father. I won't dare to act spoiled with mother again." The following day, sunlight poured over the land. At the border of the Land of Fire, in Orochimaru's underground laboratory, a cold and haughty voice suddenly resounded from the darkness. "Fire style, grand fireball technique." As the command was issued, a searing fireball, radiant as the sun and blood red, erupted into the shadows of the base, wreaking havoc. In the blazing light, grotesque and hideous humanoid monsters emerged, Orochimaru's failed experiments. Without a doubt, these were the targets of the terrifying fireball. Moments later, the fireball descended like a meteor, unleashing a torrent of scorching flames that engulfed the experimental subjects, the inferno roaring skyward and mercilessly incinerating all living things within its fiery embrace. Oh! Countless experiments screamed in despair, their cries reverberating throughout the underground facility. Amidst their anguished howls, venomous curses filled the air. "Uchiha Sasuke, you're inhuman. I will tear you limb from limb. Uchiha Sasuke, I will haunt you as a vengeful spirit and will never let you escape." As these curses echoed, the blazing firelight reflected a solitary figure standing aloof amidst the chaos. A strikingly handsome man, his skin pale as snow and his long black hair impeccably groomed, exuded an aura of elegance that was rare in the ninja world. Based on the anguished cries and curses, it was evident who this man was, Uchiha Sasuke. At this moment, his Sharingan glowed ominously, resembling a blood moon, the three tomo spinning rapidly as he coldly surveyed the inferno before him, regarding the lives within the flames as mere fleeting shadows. However, everything changed when a particularly scathing curse pierced the air. "Uchiha Sasuke, you're nothing but a beast. Why did Itachi leave you alive after the massacre?" In an instant, a chilling and frenzied killing intent erupted from Sasuke, engulfing the space around him as if to consume everything in its path. The cold demeanor on his face melted away, replaced by a boundless madness and ferocity. With a voice steeped in darkness, he bellowed, "Do not utter that man's name in my presence, and do not dare mention the massacre." With that, in the next heartbeat, Sasuke's tomo began to converge, the crimson light swirling like a river of blood as a new form emerged, unleashing a terrifying power that made the very air tremble beneath its might. The exquisite new patterns, coupled with this astonishing ocular prowess, undoubtedly signify the Kaleidoscope Sharingan. Sasuke, astonishingly, has awakened the Kaleidoscope Sharingan without having undergone the battle with his brother. Moreover, judging by its manifestation, it is evident that this is not a recent awakening. Chapter 88. The bloodthirsty and mad Sasuke observing the darkness within his eyes, it is evident that Sasuke has activated the Mangekyou Sharingan for several days, and he may have already mastered the ultimate ocular techniques it encompasses. Indeed, as the Mangekyou manifested, Sasuke abruptly raised his hand to cover his left eye, his madness raging like a tempest, and he ferociously shouted, "Perish under the might of Uchiha's god, Amaterasu." In an instant, a crimson tide surged from his left eye, bloodshot and glimmering with astonishing ocular power. The next moment, without any forewarning, the blazing black flames of Amaterasu, capable of incinerating all existence, roared forth like a dragon, tearing through the dark void, and descended upon the numerous test subjects with cataclysmic force. The searing black flames merged with the inferno that had just erupted. And in that moment, boom, a tsunami of Amaterasu, fierce enough to devour the void, surged forth from the darkness with astounding momentum. "Ah, it hurts. The heat is unbearable. Stay away." The wails of the test subjects grew increasingly desperate as they were consumed by the flames. Their faces contorted in agony as they rolled frantically in the sea of fire. Yet, this only hastened their demise. "Ha ha ha." Sasuke observed the scene with a maniacal Uchiha laugh, then coldly declared, "This is the price of invoking that man. Die." As he spoke, Sasuke covered his face with one hand, revealing a deranged smile as he coldly watched the lives of the test subjects extinguish amidst the flames. Moments later, the ferocity of the inferno gradually diminished, and no further cries emerged from within. As the flames dissipated, the once blistering center revealed nothing. Clearly, everything had been consumed by Amaterasu, leaving only emptiness. Sasuke's icy gaze lingered on this desolation, filled with disdain, insects, unworthy even of corpses. With that, his Mangekyou began to whirl frantically, locking onto the charred ground as if contemplating something. At the entrance of the base, two figures stood silently, observing this scene. One wore black-rimmed glasses, his hair parted down the middle. The other had long black hair cascading over his shoulders, his appearance enigmatic, neither distinctly male nor female. These two were none other than the ultimate scientists of the ninja world, Orochimaru and his apprentice, Kabuto. At this moment, Kabuto's expression was heavy as he gazed at Sasuke's proud figure. Unable to suppress his anxiety, he turned to Orochimaru and questioned, "Lord Orochimaru, must we truly allow Sasuke to slaughter the test subjects with such impunity? At this rate, won't we soon exhaust our dwindling supply of subjects?" Orochimaru, however, gazed back with indifferent eyes, a sinister smile curling at the corners of his mouth. "Kabuto, those subjects are mere failures, even if they possess some value. It pales in comparison to Sasuke." Moreover, as he spoke, Orochimaru's cold smile grew even more menacing, his serpent-like eyes shimmering with excitement. Akin to a viper tasting the air, moreover, Sasuke has only recently activated the Mangekyou. In his current foul mood, even if he were to annihilate all the subjects, it would matter not, as long as he becomes adept at the Mangekyou techniques. Hee. At this, the light in Orochimaru's eyes became increasingly radiant, as if he were unable to contain his exhilaration due to Sasuke's actions. Kabuto, understanding, nodded, cupping his chin in contemplation, his gaze filled with astonishment as he remarked, "It is truly hard to believe. Merely receiving the news of Naruto Uzumaki incapacitating Itachi led Sasuke to activate the Mangekyou. Is his talent truly that terrifying? Hee. After all, he was once regarded by me as a rare treasure." Orochimaru chuckled softly. Once, Kabuto's pupils involuntarily quivered at this, and he inquired, "Lord Orochimaru, do you truly not intend to use his body?" "Indeed." Orochimaru nodded slightly, a hint of gravity crossing his expression as he explained. "Naruto Uzumaki has grown to a height that even I must look up to. Should word of me seizing Sasuke's body reach him, I would find no refuge in this vast ninja world. After all." At this point, a trace of barely perceptible fear crossed Orochimaru's eyes, his voice trembling slightly. After all, that boy managed to emerge unscathed even when confronted by the combined might of the Akatsuki. He even annihilated them in one fell swoop. As a former member of the Akatsuki, he understood all too well the terror of that organization, a gathering of shadow-level powerhouses. Setting aside other members, just the leader of the Akatsuki and Itachi possessed enough strength to subdue him in an instant. And yet, such a formidable organization was utterly defeated by Naruto Uzumaki. Contemplating this, Orochimaru could not help but shiver, stating, "Thus, rather than facing death at the hands of Naruto after seizing his body, it is wiser to become a windmill, harnessing the youthful gale of Sasuke and observing how far he can ascend. Is that so?" Kabuto nodded, yet suddenly seemed to recall something, urgently exclaiming, "But Lord Orochimaru, Naruto Uzumaki." However, before Kabuto could finish his sentence, a chilling gust swept past him, and Sasuke's figure instantly appeared behind him. He pressed close against Kabuto's back, his voice dripping with an icy menace that seemed to emanate from the depths of hell. "Kabuto, did you just mention Naruto?" Kabuto's body trembled violently, cold sweat pouring from his forehead as he swallowed hard. "Damn it, How could this madman overhear the name Naruto Uzumaki? Kabuto felt utterly helpless. Ever since Naruto had crippled Itachi and returned to Konoha, the name Naruto had become a forbidden incantation, akin to Itachi, a taboo that, once spoken, sealed one's fate. Several members of the laboratory had perished for uttering that name. Now, it was his turn to unwittingly tread upon this lethal pitfall. Indeed, the next moment, crackling lightning flickered in Sasuke's hand. The brilliance akin to a blade capable of rending the very fabric of reality, poised to be unleashed upon Kabuto's back. Undoubtedly, once released, Kabuto would meet his end. In this life-or-death moment, Orochimaru swiftly intervened, pulling Kabuto behind him. Upon witnessing this, a fierce killing intent erupted from Sasuke's manjiki as he glared at Orochimaru, coldly demanding, "Orochimaru, do you now wish to oppose me?" "Nay," Orochimaru replied, a smile gracing his face as he clarified, "Kabuto still holds value. He can assist you on your path to greater strength. Thus he cannot perish just yet." Sasuke, upon hearing this, contemplated briefly before the terrifying pressure emanating from his manjiki gradually subsided. Yet, he impatiently retorted to Orochimaru, "Make him disappear from my sight at once. Moreover, your test subjects are far too weak. Hurry and send me stronger ones." With that, a surge of intense killing intent once again radiated from Sasuke's eyes, his expression contorting into a visage of wrath, as if he could no longer contain his inner demon. Indeed, with the news of Naruto thoroughly incapacitating Itachi, coupled with Naruto's astonishing newfound strength, the loss of his target for vengeance, and the feeling of being eclipsed by his once beloved friend, along with the long-suppressed emotions, all these factors converged, culminating in Sasuke's awakening of the manjiki. It is precisely due to these multiple blows, compounded by the insidious erosion of the kaleidoscope and the unrelenting turmoil within, that Sasuke now finds himself consumed by an insatiable desire for slaughter and rage. The only means to quell his tumultuous emotions lies in the act of taking lives. The Sasuke of the present has undeniably transformed into a terrifying entity, frenzied like a demon, and possessed by an insatiable thirst for blood. Chapter 89. The Deification Project. There exists a method to restore Sasuke to his former self. For instance, engaging him in a life-and-death duel with Itachi to determine supremacy. Regrettably, such a notion is akin to a fool's dream. After all, Itachi remarked, "Little brother, your elder brother's eyes have been taken by your closest friend. What is there left to fight for?" At this moment, a tremor coursed through Sasuke's body, his face suffused with an overwhelming murderous intent, spiraling out of control. The Uchiha clan is inherently a group swayed by emotions. When their aspirations are shattered, they plunge into a chasm of madness, becoming increasingly deranged. Obito stands as a living testament, a quintessential example of one who has transformed from benevolence to malevolence. Witnessing Sasuke's current state, Orochimaru decisively commanded, "Kabuto, summon all existing test subjects here at once, with utmost speed." "Understood." Kabuto nodded in compliance. But as he turned to depart, a sudden thought struck him. He pivoted back, addressing Orochimaru with utmost respect. "Lord Orochimaru, what if Sasuke annihilates all the test subjects? What shall we do then? Do we truly intend to abduct civilians?" "That is not feasible." Orochimaru furrowed his brow, gravely responding. "Too many civilians disappearing would undoubtedly raise alarms across nations. If we are jointly pursued, we would find ourselves in a dire predicament." "Indeed," Kabuto concurred. Yet a hint of vexation flickered across his features. For if Sasuke were to lose his outlets for venting his rage, he would inevitably direct his ire towards members of Orochimaru's laboratory, such as himself. Moments later, Kabuto seemed to have an epiphany. A glimmer of light flashed behind his black-framed glasses. He hastily turned to Orochimaru, proposing, "Lord Orochimaru, what if we were to assign Sasuke a new target for revenge?" "Oh, do elaborate," Orochimaru responded with keen interest. Kabuto adjusted his glasses, a sinister smile curling at the corners of his mouth as he whispered, "We could leverage the fact that Naruto Uzumaki has severely injured Uchiha Itachi, allowing Sasuke to." However, before Kabuto could finish his thought, a blade, the Kusanagi sword, glinting with a chilling light, suddenly appeared at his throat, the icy aura enveloping him like frost. A mere inch further, and his head would roll, with no chance for salvation. Gulp. Kabuto's words faltered, his throat dry with tension as he swallowed nervously. Meanwhile, Sasuke's voice, cold as ice yet tinged with madness, drifted from behind him. "Kabuto, you just mentioned Naruto, did you not?" With that, a surge of power coursed through Sasuke's wrist, as he seemed poised to sever Kabuto's head. "This is bad," Orochimaru thought, his brow furrowing deeply. The Kusanagi sword was perilously close, and he found himself powerless to intervene. Kabuto trembled in fear. Yet in this life-and-death moment, he summoned all his strength to cry out, "Sasuke, I possess a way to help you regain your purpose and escape this predicament." With Kabuto's voice echoing, the Kusanagi sword, which had almost penetrated his neck, came to an abrupt halt, a trickle of blood cascading down its blade. Then, with a flourish, Sasuke sheathed the Kusanagi sword, his Sharingan revealing a hint of coldness as he spoke with a distorted voice. What method? Speak. Gently caressing the wound on his neck, Kabuto felt the clarity of consciousness return. He knew he had narrowly escaped death. Indeed, when one's strength is lacking, it is only through cunning that one can survive. With this thought, Kabuto straightened his posture, adjusted his glasses, and forced a smile, stating, since your target for vengeance, Naruto Uzumaki, has been incapacitated, preventing you from relishing the thrill of revenge, would it not be more prudent to? He paused for effect, a wicked grin emerging. Before continuing, to shift your focus to defeating your brother, Itachi? Once he is vanquished, it would be tantamount to avenging yourself. This idea had crossed my mind long ago. Orochimaru, however, shook his head slowly, sighing in resignation. While the logic is sound, considering Naruto Uzumaki's current prowess, it may be too far-fetched. The remainder of his words lingered unspoken, yet the implication was clear to all present. Sasuke, too, grasped this reality. A flicker of agony crossed his stern visage. Though he relished the facade of superiority, he was no fool. Even without witnessing Naruto's battles firsthand, he could surmise the extent of Naruto's strength, one capable of obliterating the Akatsuki organization. At the very least, he was undoubtedly superior to Sasuke, who had only just activated his Manjiki Sharingan. As this realization sank in, the pain within Sasuke intensified, an overwhelming sense of helplessness engulfing him. Why? Sasuke could no longer suppress his inner fury. Unleashing a furious roar as his right hand erupted with a tremendous surge of lightning chakra, the Chidori spear manifesting like a bolt of lightning. Subsequently, bang bang bang. Sasuke, wielding the Chidori spear, rampaged across the earth like a crazed beast, venting his frustrations with reckless abandon. However, Kabuto merely chuckled softly. Having anticipated this reaction all along, just as he was about to speak, Sasuke interjected, You dare laugh at me? His Manjiki Sharingan enveloped Kabuto's form in an instant. Kabuto's heart raced, cursing the Uchiha as lunatics, and he quickly waved his hands, donning a sycophantic smile as he spoke. Sasuke-kun, you misunderstand. I would never mock you. I merely thought of a way for you to defeat Naruto Uzumaki. What? Sasuke's pupils constricted, and he immediately adopted an air of superiority, demanding, Speak. What is it? Kabuto felt exasperated. This was hardly the demeanor of one seeking assistance. Nevertheless, fearing for his own life, he swallowed his irritation. A glint of cunning sparkled in his eyes as he smiled softly. It is quite simple. You shall become the god of shinobi. Is that not sufficient? The god of shinobi. Confusion etched itself upon Sasuke's face. Yet Orochimaru's expression darkened, his serpentine eyes narrowing as he intently scrutinized Kabuto, saying gravely, Kabuto, do you mean to imply? Kabuto, with a sweeping gesture, confidently declared, Indeed. It involves transplanting Hashirama's cells. Impossible. Absolutely out of the question. Orochimaru interjected vehemently, his voice reverberating in the air. We have yet to develop a method for successful transplantation. Given the current probabilities, it would be a near-death experience for Sasuke. However, Lord Orochimaru, that was in the past. Kabuto replied with a smile, turning to enter the laboratory. In an instant, Kabuto returned with a research report, approaching Orochimaru with assured steps, stating solemnly, During your period of incapacitation, I conducted numerous experiments on Hashirama's cells, all of which ended in failure. Nevertheless, I stumbled upon another result. With that, Kabuto extended the research report towards Orochimaru. Continuing, this pertains to a wielder of a bloodline limit. While it too concluded in failure during the experimentation, I discovered that this individual was consumed by Hashirama's cells at a significantly slower rate than others. After extensive research, I have finally discerned the remarkable efficacy of the bloodline limit. Subsequently, I delved deeper and astonishingly discovered that those who possess a bloodline limit can not only delay, but even exert control over the phagocytosis of the Hashirama cells. The reason this individual ultimately succumbed to being devoured was merely due to the frailty of his bloodline limit. However, the current Sasuke is a different entity altogether. What he once hesitated to explore, he now embraces. At this point, Du paused briefly, adjusted his glasses, and with fervent emotion pointed towards Sasuke, exclaiming loudly. Now that Sasuke has awakened the Manjiki Sharingan, his bloodline limit must have achieved an extraordinary level, undoubtedly capable of suppressing the Hashirama cells, and thereby gaining complete mastery over them. At that moment, the shinobi world will witness the emergence of an ultimate being akin to Uchiha Madara's Manjiki, as well as the god of shinobi, the Wood Release. This will herald the arrival of a deity. I shall henceforth refer to this endeavor as the Divine Creation Project.